Chapter 301. Xingli Desalination Plant near Xingli Oilfield. After 3 months of continuous construction, an overhead water pipeline over 120 kilometers long was extended from Yong'an to near Huimin. The entire construction time for the overhead water pipeline was only approximately 96 days. At this time, along the approximately 100-kilometer straight line from Huimin to Dizhou, a large number of concrete foundations had already begun construction. A large blue whale transport airship, carrying an overhead bridge weighing 2,000 tons made of foam silicon, flew from the Yecheng Special Components factory to near Huimin. The foam silicon overhead bridge was slowly lowered, and with the cooperation of ground personnel, the bridge was accurately connected to the 2 concrete foundations below. At the same time, the steel water pipeline, which had already been transported, was also lifted by another engineering airship at the construction site and steadily hoisted onto the overhead bridge. Although the airship hoisting operation had successfully connected this section of the steel water pipeline to the previously laid pipeline, a slight gap remained. The welding team then entered the pipeline and completely welded the joint from the inside. Meanwhile, at the Xingli Desalination Plant, some desalinated water was already being piped to Qinli District, Lijian County, and other areas. However, the crude salt produced these days has reached hundreds of thousands of tons. The plant had originally planned to follow the example of desalination plants in the south, sealing the crude salt in silicon fiber containers, and then reclaiming the land on site. However, after further research, this approach was deemed inappropriate. A key point is that the Bohai Sea is too small. Furthermore, the Yellow River, Liao River, and Hai River continue to pour silt into the Bohai Sea annually. Over the past few thousand years, this continuous influx of silt has significantly reduced the area of the Bohai Sea. If another crude salt reclamation project were added now, it would likely further shrink the Bohai Sea's water area. As an inland sea, reclamation is highly uneconomical. Thus, the company collaborated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and after months of research and discussion, they finally found a compromise solution. On one side of the desalination plant, a large deep-water port had been constructed using foam silicon material, extending out to the distant sea. This was a crude salt conveyor belt, continuously transporting the crude salt produced by the plant to the dock, where several ships were moored. From above, you could see that these ships were perfectly square, almost a standard rectangular block. These ships were essentially simple containers made from foam silicon and silicon bean filaments. Each container, including its contents, weighed a maximum of 2,000 tons. The reason for this is that the current maximum lift capacity of transport airships is 2,000 tons. Of course, these square ships weren't transported by airship, but rather by barge, transported by sea to the coast of Jiangsu province to be used as raw materials for land reclamation. The reason for transporting them to the Jiangsu coast is, firstly, that the East China Sea is international waters, so land reclamation naturally won't compromise the province's inland seas. Secondly, this year's dramatic climate change has caused a significant rise in sea levels in coastal areas around the world since May. If this trend continues, a large-scale melting of the Antarctic ice sheet will result in complete inundation of low-lying coastal areas. For this reason, plans are underway to construct new coastal embankments, particularly along the low-lying coast of Jiangsu province, the Yangtze River Delta, and the Pearl River Delta. These are prime areas of China, and they cannot be left to flood without the sea. In the past, building such a large dam would have been a waste of time and money. But things are different now. Silicon foam can reduce construction costs by nearly half and shorten construction time to about 1/3. This makes coastal dams a possibility. In fact, the coastal areas of Jiangsu province, the Yangtze River Delta, and the Pearl River Delta are already taking action. They have each obtained technical licenses from Heilifeng and are now fully operational in producing silicone foam, initially preparing to build a network of coastal dams approximately 20 meters above sea level. To ensure future shipping is not affected, these regions plan to construct artificial islands in shallow waters, outside the coastal dams, to serve as new artificial ports. There's no way around it. China is already the world's best at reducing carbon emissions, but it still can't curb the trend of global warming. This situation is due, on the one hand, to the continued high carbon emissions of other parts of the world, especially in India, which has been clamoring to become the next world factory. The pollution caused by its industrial development is becoming increasingly serious. On the other hand, Europe and the United States are burning forests frequently, leading to a continuous increase in carbon dioxide emissions. Even though China has significantly reduced carbon dioxide emissions through desertification and soybean cultivation, it still cannot stem the tide of rising global carbon emissions. Increasingly extreme weather conditions are forcing China to consider the negative impacts of future sea level rise. Since sea level rise is unstoppable, preparing for it is naturally a top priority. However, the previous project with Egypt could indeed slow down sea level rise. That depression, covering approximately 15,000 square kilometers, can accommodate at least some of the new seawater. In addition, the continuous extraction of seawater by desalination plants can also reduce the amount of water in the ocean by a small amount. However, these projects are ultimately a drop in the bucket. Faced with the ever-melting Antarctic ice sheet and the ever-changing Arctic ice sheet, sea level rise is almost certain. Currently, the crude salt produced by the Xingli desalination plant is transported directly to the coast of Jiangsu province via square boats, similar to the centipede boats commonly seen on the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal. The watertight compartments of the square boats are then pierced, and the boats automatically sink to the seabed. The square boats are designed with 3 compartments. The front and back compartments are filled with crude salt, while the middle compartment provides buoyancy. At the dock, a square boat already filled with crude salt was being loaded with mud and sand, forming a barrier layer on the surface of the salt. Steel plates coated with silicon bean silk fabric were then hoisted in and securely fixed. Finally, the entire panel was sealed with electric welding. Several workers sprayed the welds with several coats of anti-corrosion paint, then applied several sparse layers of silicon bean gauze to increase overall strength and corrosion resistance. After the square boat was sealed, 20 of them were connected together and pulled by barges, slowly sailing along the coastal route toward the coast of Jiangsu province. These square boats are disposable. Upon arrival at their destination, their buoyancy chambers are simply drilled through. Using them as aggregate for coastal land reclamation can significantly reduce the cost of raw materials and also allow for the reuse of crude salt waste. At the same time, a new project has been launched along the Yellow River, sand pumping for dam construction. This project is similar to the coarse salt reclamation process used by desalination plants. One uses discarded coarse salt. The other uses unusable Yellow River sand. There's no other solution. Yellow River sand is different from other river sediments. Its grain size is smaller and very smooth, making it unsuitable for construction. Otherwise, China would have already pumped Yellow River sand. This project is being launched, both to address the siltation problem in the lower Yellow River and to provide raw materials for coastal dams along the Bohai Sea coast. The pumped sand is passed through large electromagnets to remove iron and some magnetic metals. This iron is then used as iron ore. It is then screened to remove the larger grains for use as construction material. The remaining sand is then loaded into a container similar to a square ship and transported to the Bohai Sea coast by airship to be used as raw material for the artificial mountain. After over a month of continuous sand pumping, a coastal dam approximately 20 meters above sea level has been formed in the Bohai Sea region near the Nanpai River. Unlike coarse salt, however, these containers filled with Yellow River silt are not sealed but left completely open to the sky. To increase economic benefits, genetically modified rootstocks have been planted in the exposed silt above these coastal dams, creating a breeding ground for cherries. Residents near the Nanpai River, initially surprised, have become accustomed to the experience. Daily, large transport airships fly back and forth, hoisting dam sections filled with silt and building them onto the embankment like stacking blocks. It seems this type of embankment is unreliable. But what if the dam is several kilometers wide? That's right, the design standard for dams along the Bohai Bay coast is at least 5 kilometers wide. Unless there's land above 30 meters above sea level nearby, the 5-kilometer width must be filled. This way, even a standard gravity dam can resist the pressure surges caused by rising sea levels. And above these dams, new farmland, orchards, roads, and residential areas can be created. The continuously pumped sand from the lower Yellow River will become a deeper new river. Of course, there's also a man-made lake. Officials are already planning to transform a portion of the desert south of the Yellow River into farmland and use it as a resettlement area for migrants from Qi, Lu, Hebei, and Hunan provinces. The plan is to build 15 to 20 large artificial lakes along the lower Yellow River. These lakes will be located in low-lying areas or at the site of ancient lakes. These artificial lakes will store summer rainstorms and regulate the climate of the North China Plain. The excavated sand can also serve as raw material for coastal embankments. Although some plains have been lost, this is a better outcome than sea level rise inundating low-lying coastal areas. As for whether these artificial lakes will drain the Yellow River, there's actually no need to worry. Desalination plants are currently popping up across the Bohai Bay like mushrooms after a rain. The continuous flow of fresh water into these lakes could actually alleviate local water shortages. As for global warming and the resulting precipitation impact of rising sea levels, there's currently considerable debate among many research teams at the Chinese Academy of Sciences regarding this trend. No one can guarantee that global warming will bring more precipitation to the North China Plain. Because of the abrupt global climate change and the increasing occurrence of extreme weather events, weather forecasting has become increasingly difficult. On an annual scale, precipitation in the North China Plain may indeed have increased. But on a monthly scale, the summer rainy season could see torrential downpours, while the winter dry season could be dry and snowless. This situation would be even more devastating. Winter wheat is widely grown in the North China Plain, and winter wheat requires snow in winter, and the amount of snow must be substantial. If there is no snow in the North China Plain in winter, the winter wheat harvest will be very poor. Thus, the construction of artificial lakes is also intended to address this situation. Artificial lakes can store water during the rainy season, increasing local flood storage capacity, ensuring agricultural water availability during the dry season, and regulating local microclimates. These projects are designed to prepare for an unpredictable future. However, compared to the proactive response at home, the response abroad appears much more passive. Even established developed countries, like Europe and the United States, remain indifferent. Indeed, for example, the Gale nation didn't care. Even if the coast was flooded, they still had vast tracts of wasteland inland to exploit. Given the size of North America, it could easily support a population of 500 million or 600 million, let alone 300 million. Furthermore, the various states of the Gale nation harbored their own agendas. Coastal states like Texas and Florida naturally hoped to proactively respond, but inland states, including the more elevated California, remained indifferent, even secretly creating obstacles and attempting to exploit opportunities to attack the southeastern coastal states. Faced with this mighty force of nature, and still engaged in intrigue, the Gale nation's decline was inevitable. Chapter 302. China is actively preparing for future climate change. Most developed countries in Europe and America are adopting a laissez-faire attitude. Although some impoverished regions are experiencing significant food shortages due to the impact of climate change and leaf blight, this situation varies depending on the circumstances. For example, some countries with good relations with Serbia and mineral resources can obtain relatively cheap food by selling minerals. In contrast, some countries blacklisted by Serbia can only endure persistently high international food prices. For example, a country in Central and Western Africa that attempted to extort domestic oil companies a few years ago has seen a large number of Chinese companies completely withdraw from the country and has been placed on a trade and investment blacklist. This country, with a population of over 200 million, has seen its grain harvest reduced by approximately 1/5 due to the impact of climate change and leaf blight. This is because the region's staple food is cassava. They produce approximately 60 million tons of cassava annually, along with 8 million tons of rice, 12 million tons of corn, and 5 million tons of peanuts. However, this is clearly not enough. After all, the country currently has a population of approximately 230 million. That's a total of 85 million tons of grain, or 370 kilograms per person per year. The problem is that while cassava can be used as a food, the varieties they cultivate are older varieties, with a starch content of around 20%, not the newer varieties found in Serbia. In other words, if calculated by calorie count, approximately 3 tons of cassava are barely equivalent to 1 ton of rice. 60 million tons of cassava can barely be converted into 20 million tons of rice. So, if rice is used as the standard, the local per capita annual grain consumption is approximately 195 kilograms. The calories provided by this staple food barely stave off starvation, not even enough to keep people well fed. They used to be able to profit from selling oil and natural gas, but after the large-scale withdrawal of Chinese companies a few years ago, and with Ceres having found some biofuel alternatives to oil and natural gas, their imports from the region have been completely cut. Now, with the onset of leaf blight, the local corn and rice crops have been almost completely wiped out, reducing grain production by nearly 20 million tons. If all else depends on imports, the lowest quality, aged wheat stocks on the international market would cost $958 per ton, equivalent to approximately 3,353 Chinese yuan per ton. Yes, the current exchange rate of Chinese yuan to US dollar is around 3.5:1. It seems that if priced in Chinese yuan, a ton of aged wheat would only be 3,353 yuan. The problem is that the Chinese yuan has skyrocketed in value on the international market. If the large number of Chinese companies that previously produced oil were still around, they could still earn Chinese yuan from selling oil and natural gas. Now, Not only are they credit debt-ridden, they're also deeply in debt, leaving them with no money to purchase grain on the international market. As for traditional grain exporters, like Gale Country, Maple Leaf Country, Australia, Russia, Brazil, Argentina, and Gaul, they are also steadily reducing their grain exports. After all, these traditional grain exporters are trembling with fear at this moment. Even if some international grain traders have the idea of exporting grain, they've been suppressed by the enormous crisis. The grain that can be sold on the international market is either aged grain in stock, expensive, or friend grain sold under special conditions. In financially bankrupt places like this, even if some of Gale Nation's consortiums have ideas, they have to consider the domestic powder keg. Just in early July, reports of leaf blight had already appeared along Gale Nation's southern coast. Despite large-scale Bordeaux mixture spraying on farms to control it, the blight, aided by several super hurricanes, continued to spread rapidly across North America. Even in famine-stricken areas, tearfully pleading for help in front of the media, the world's major grain-exporting countries remained indifferent. Although European and American media have made several insinuations, implicitly accusing certain grain-exporting countries of deliberately withholding food aid from these famine-stricken areas, they are well aware that, under the current circumstances, few people care. After all, major grain-producing countries are limiting their grain exports, and doing so selectively. This is primarily due to the fact that many grains are now jokingly referred to as friend grain. If they aren't friends, then even international market prices may not guarantee that they can be purchased. Reality is so cruel. Even when hundreds of millions of people in the region are plunged into famine, the major powers remain indifferent. Now everyone is focused solely on their own internal affairs. Those who can help their friends, while those who can't can only try to protect themselves. Thus, even when an unprecedented famine strikes in Central and Western Africa, few in Serbia care. In contrast, there's been a recent weight loss craze in China. According to this year's statistics, the number of overweight people in China has reached nearly 500 million, accounting for approximately 35% of the total population. This means that 7 out of every 20 people in China are overweight. The rising obesity rate among adolescents, in particular, has sparked public concern. This issue was brought up for discussion, both to divert attention and alleviate the depressing atmosphere caused by leaf blight and climate change. Secondly, the fact that obesity in China has become a burden warrants a major discussion. Jiang Miao and his wife, who were immersed in researching new varieties at the headquarters research base, also heard about this incident, but they didn't pay much attention to it. However, among Heliafeng's other laboratories, there is Laboratory 222 in southern Jiangxi, which is the research team conducting research in this area. Director Gao, have you read this news? Technical Director Gao Yaji, who had just emerged from the lab, glanced at the content on his tablet and shook his head. What's there to discuss? Obesity certainly affects health, but expecting obese people to improve their condition through self-adjustment is wishful thinking. Researcher Xiao Zhang smiled and replied, indeed, obese people often have a hard time self-regulating. That's the purpose of our project. Opening his water bottle and taking a sip of the cold sour plum soup, Gao Yaji looked at Xiao Zhang and asked, Xiao Zhang, have the customized items arrived yet? They arrived. They're in the warehouse. Okay, take someone to bring them over. Okay. An hour later. In a testing room in the lab, 5 custom-made exoskeleton motion assistance systems were lifted from their boxes. These exoskeletons were silver gray and so lightweight that even a frail researcher could lift them with one hand. Gazing at these sci-fi inspired exoskeletons, Gao Yaji curiously touched their surfaces. Is this a customized exoskeleton motion assistance system? Yes, it's an internal experimental product developed last year by a domestic robotics company. Our parent company invested 50 million yuan in this company. Xiao Zhang took the remote control and installed the batteries. This model is called the Wei Wuzu Model 1. Gao Yaji patted another researcher on the shoulder. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take it for a spin. The researcher quickly donned the exoskeleton, according to the instruction manual. Xiao Zhang was a little surprised. It's pretty fast. It took less than 5 minutes. It seems this company has some good technology. They even developed a semi-automatic donning system. Gao Yaji stared intently at the exoskeleton. The exoskeleton quickly adjusted its internal fit, ensuring it was neither uncomfortable nor baggy for the researcher wearing it. Move around. Okay. The employee wearing the exoskeleton tried various body movements and found no discomfort. Activate the motion assistance system. The researcher pressed the button, and the exoskeleton immediately began running forward at a speed of approximately 5 meters per second. Although it took 20 seconds to run 100 meters, the researcher didn't feel any intense exertion. Soon, after more than half an hour of testing, they had a preliminary understanding of the exoskeleton's performance and operation. However, the exoskeleton wasn't their lab's primary purpose. Their research focused on weight loss technology, and they purchased it solely to assist in their experiments. Gao Yaji checked the time. Xiao Su, take off the exoskeleton. Let's proceed to the next experiment. The other researchers also took their positions and began to work. Xiao Su, emerging from the exoskeleton, was a noticeably overweight researcher. His BMI was around 26, still a long way from a healthy weight of 24. He was mostly fat around his belly, which accounted for a significant portion of his weight. He removed his shirt and trousers, leaving only a vest and shorts. Two colleagues shaved his upper thighs and disinfected them with alcohol. Then, they took out a container similar to a continuous glucose monitoring system and pressed it against the disinfected area on his thighs. Click! The dense nanoneedles instantly penetrated the cortex and reached the muscle layer, leaving only a white patch similar to a sticker on the surface. Both thighs were implanted with these nanoneedles. The biceps of both arms were also implanted with nanoneedles. Then, a colleague attached a specialized patch connector to the white patch on Xiao Su's body. The connector consisted of a thumb-sized ball and a dedicated cable. Meanwhile, another team of staff installed a customized wiring system inside the exoskeleton. With the exoskeleton modified, Xiao Su donned it again. A colleague then plugged the nanoneedle patch cable connector into the newly installed cable system inside the exoskeleton. Connection complete. Beginning the first test. Got it. A specific program was initiated. The nanoneedles, deep within the muscle tissue, began to form a specialized system for pumping glucose and lipids into the muscle tissue. Once absorbed by the nanoneedles, and passing through the specialized structure of the nanoneedle's inner wall, this glucose and lipid produced an effect similar to aerobic exercise. As the nanoneedles continuously pumped in and out, the glucose and fat in each pumping process were used to generate bioelectricity. The generated current was conducted through wires to the microsphere for secondary rectification and voltage regulation. The exoskeleton's built-in battery was connected to the human bioelectricity system. Although the human body's power generation efficiency was low, it consumed a considerable amount of glucose and fat. Even without the exoskeleton activated, Xiao Su's face turned pale in less than an hour just sitting there charging. A colleague monitoring body temperature adjusted his glasses and said, "Body temperature has dropped by 0.36 degrees Celsius, especially in the extremities." "How does it feel?" Xiao Su said weakly, similar to the previous lab test. "It feels like running 10 kilometers. The purpose of their project was actually an alternative application of human power generation technology. These nanoneedles are also currently being used in non-invasive dialysis. However, these are typically implanted in the forearm and require a special portable filter, about the size of a 300 milliliters cola bottle. After use, the filter can be returned to a designated recycling center. Currently, these nanoneedles are undergoing clinical testing and are expected to be fully commercially available within 3 to 5 years. The installation cost of these nanoneedles is relatively low, approximately 200 yuan, and they can be used continuously for approximately 6 months. However, these filters are disposable, and each dialysis filter costs a relatively low price, approximately 50 yuan. For dialysis once or twice a week, this translates to a cost of around 50 to 100 yuan. The reason it's so cheap is that the filter is recyclable. Simply disinfect it and replace the filter cartridge, and it can be reused. However, recycling requires specialized laboratories. When mass-produced, the filter cartridge costs about 2 yuan each. Patients aren't allowed to replace the filter cartridge themselves because they're concerned that improper handling could lead to contaminants entering the filter, potentially causing infections and allergies. Laboratory 222's project is an extension of a related technology. This technology, however, uses the body's glucose and lipids to generate electricity, thereby increasing energy consumption. Gao Yaji's team is researching this project because weight loss through exercise currently demands a patient's willpower and persistence, while medications can have various side effects. Since exercise, dieting, and medication disrupt absorption, why not actively increase the body's energy consumption? To increase energy consumption, there seems to be no other way besides exercise and the maintenance energy consumption of various organs. So Gao Yaji's team came up with a solution to artificially create a completely new organ. The human power generation system is that artificial organ, which increases the body's energy consumption by consuming glucose and lipids in the blood. Many people in China clearly consume more food than their normal physiological needs, which is a major factor in obesity. Of course, this technology can be used not only for weight loss, but also to control high blood sugar and high blood lipids, using up excess energy through increased consumption. Currently, this technology generates a small amount of electricity, with a maximum daily output of 0.4 kilowatt-hours. However, this is generally not feasible. After all, a normal daily intake of food contributes to approximately 0.5 to 1 kilowatt-hour of biomass electricity. To ensure no health impacts, and to avoid the need for densely populated areas of the body for nanoneedles, the system's current maximum power generation is approximately 0.08 kilowatt-hours per day. In fact, this technology is already quite impressive. Achieving a daily output of 0.08 kilowatt-hours is sufficient to power relatively small electronic devices. Chapter 303. South China Sea. Near Yongqing Island, in a certain archipelago, a large tugboat, pulling a dozen enormous capsules, slowly approached from the northern waters. The rare sunny weather brightened the mood of the staff on Yongqing Island. On one side of Yongqing Island, a floating structure, also made of capsules, was located. These capsules were approximately 100 meters long and 20 meters in radius. The submerged portion was composed of a composite of silicone foam and silicone being filament film. To ensure strength, 3 layers of composite material were used. The upper portion, with its front and rear sections, consisted of fixed hemispherical silicone foam and silicone beam filament composite materials, the same as the hull. The middle section of the upper portion was made of the same material as the hull. The remaining half was made of fiberglass, with a double layer of silicon carbide film. This section was removable, and could be stored within the interlayer of the other section when not in use. If needed, the machine activates the translucent barrier, completely sealing the entire vessel. This simple capsule boat is highly waterproof, and even the strongest waves cannot sink it. In the event of a sudden tsunami, the entire capsule boat can be sealed, creating a submarine-like effect. However, this simple capsule boat lacks an internal air circulation system, with only a few one-way vent valves at the top. Generally, personnel are not allowed to reside inside the capsule boat for long periods of time. With food and water, a single person can only stay inside the capsule boat for approximately 72 hours. Of course, the shipyard anticipated this situation when designing the capsule boats. In the event of an emergency, if someone is trapped inside, after confirming there's no significant risk of flooding or capsizing, they can manually open several side vent valves to ensure oxygen supply. There's also a dedicated emergency compartment inside the capsule boat. If the manual vent valves can't be opened, the contents inside can be used to save lives. Do you understand? Safety trainer Liko looked sternly at the new employees around him. I understand. The new employees responded scatteringly. You better really understand, haha. Liko sneered, glancing at the group. He knew they weren't taking it seriously, but he expected that. The other veteran employees smiled but said nothing. Clearly, they all been tricked by Liko before. The floating island area of Yongqing Island began construction in February of this year, and has now connected 344 capsule boats, with a significant number of employees working on them. This project is also part of Heliafeng Company, Nehai New Agricultural Company, affiliated with the Cheongzhou branch. I say this once again, study and understand every page of the management manual I just gave you carefully. Don't blame me for not reminding you when something goes wrong, Liko reminded again, a half smile on his face. Got it. Some people shrugged. Some were secretly wary. Some carefully flipped through the manual. Liko took in everyone's expressions. He had already warned these rookies. Whether they listened or not was up to them. Anyway, next month's safety drills and employee assessments will teach those who don't take it seriously the consequences of not taking it seriously. Instead of lecturing them here, it would be better to teach them a lesson with fines and extended internships, so they remember the requirements in the safety manual. After all, failing the safety drills and employee assessments will result in fines and extended internships. Liko opened the emergency hatch. Come over and try to open and close the hatch. This heavy hatch, similar to a submarine hatch, has a rotating ring handle that requires considerable force to open and close. After teaching the new employee how to open the hatch, he unloaded various items from the hatch. These included an emergency medical kit, a compressed biscuit can, a simple hand-crank desalination machine, a box of small freshwater bags, a box of oxygen candles, a simple toolbox, and a rescue kit. Remember, these are for 2 people. They should last them at least 15 days at sea. If you're alone, it should last about a month. A new employee patted the compressed biscuits on the table and asked, Teacher Lee, will these expire? Don't worry. These items have a shelf life of about 3 to 10 years. The food and medical kits are replaced every 3 years. Another new employee, their skin peeling from the sun, shook their head. Even if they're not replaced, if there's an emergency, won't we eat them? The others agreed. If there were an emergency, even if they were years past their expiration date, let alone months, they would still have to be eaten and used. Okay, stop worrying. Lika patted his toolbox. We work on a floating island at sea, so emergencies aren't common. We usually pay attention to weather forecasts and internal notifications. If a typhoon approaches or a major earthquake occurs nearby, we must quickly follow the procedures in the safety manual. Now, I take you to the living quarters and dormitories. Although these capsule boats are floating on the sea, there's no swaying sensation like standing on a boat. Instead, it feels like walking on flat ground, just like on dry land. That's because these capsule boats are connected together, forming a floating island. Typically, 100 capsule boats form a floating island. These boats are connected by steel structures and have special anchor cables that securely attach them to the seabed. Even a large tsunami would be unlikely to destroy these capsule boats. At most, their anchor cables would break, causing them to drift to other parts of the sea. Liko led the new employees to the living quarters and dormitories via the steel walkway between the capsule boats. In reality, it consisted of 4 specially modified capsule boats, 2 of which served as living quarters and 2 as dormitories. Opening a room in the dormitory, Liko introduced it with a smile. You will be living here for a long time, so just take a quick look. Everyone filed in. The room wasn't large, about 10 square meters, with just a bed, a wardrobe, and a table, all fixed to the floor and unable to be moved. Liko reminded, the toilet and bathroom are shared, 1 per capsule boat. You must maintain them properly and avoid any damage. Teacher Lee, if it breaks, you won't ask us to pay for it, right? A bespectacled new employee asked uncertainly. Liko shook his head, then smiled at the newbies. That's not necessary, but the company has monthly assessments, covering infrastructure and sanitation in the dormitories and living areas. Our company is in agriculture, and the floating island area welcomes tourists, so you better pay attention. Otherwise, if you fail the assessment, the consequences will be discussed in the employee handbook. Some of the new employees felt a chill in their hearts, feeling the need to study the employee handbook carefully. After all, working in the South China Sea archipelago was a good opportunity for them, with generous subsidies. The good pay was the main reason they came here, so they didn't want to lose their job. Okay, now you should start preparing for your work according to your company-assigned positions. Liko turned to the veteran employees and said, Lao He, Xiao Bo, Jin Hai, as team leaders, you 3 must take the lead. Don't worry, Teacher Lee, we definitely guide them well, Lao He said confidently. He wasn't being perfunctory, as mentoring new employees is one of the company's missions. If they can't guide newcomers well, then future promotions within the company are out of the question. The other 2 veteran employees quickly expressed their opinions. I said what I need to say. You do your best, Liko said, then drove his electric scooter off the steel plank road between the floating islands and headed for another one. After Liko left, Lao He had no intention of intimidating the newcomers. He had a special exemption period, and during the first month of employment, no matter how poorly they performed, management wouldn't pressure them. Therefore, he planned to offer these new hires some gentle persuasion. Whether they listened or not was up to the individual. After all, he wouldn't be the one being punished. If their performance was truly poor, Lao He could still, along with the 2 deputy team leaders, jointly send the new hire back to the training center. Of course, sending a new hire back to the training center required a strong reason, otherwise, they would have difficulty exercising this power. Lao He looked at the languid crowd and got straight to the point. You may not think what Teacher Lee said just now was insignificant, but you better listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. The crowd immediately fell silent. Teacher Lee has reminded you several times to read the employee handbook. That's because the company conducts periodic assessments and safety drills. If you fail, you could face fines and extended internships at best, or even be sent back to the training center, or even fired. What? Another assessment? The new hire suddenly became nervous. Lao He continued, Don't think you can rest easy just because you've been recruited and trained. Our company isn't a state-owned enterprise or a government agency. We don't have a guaranteed permanent job. If you want to stay here longer, focus on studying and stop overthinking. After Lao He's rebuke, everyone dropped their lazy attitudes and became serious. Now, let me tell you about the work arrangements. Lao He turned and pointed at the capsule boat next door. You should know your responsibilities, right? Yes. That's good, Lao He continued. These capsule boats are farms, specializing in raising a variety of high-value tropical aquatic products. Your job is to feed and monitor these aquatic products. These artificial floating islands serve as aquaculture farms. While the capsule boats are inexpensive to build, the supporting infrastructure, such as rapid water exchange systems, aeration systems, cooling systems, and automated monitoring systems, is a significant expense. In recent years, the South China Sea's summer temperatures have been relatively high, making shallow water aquaculture unfavorable. In coastal areas of China, the need to build embankments and mitigate the effects of rising sea levels has impacted the scale of some aquatic product cultivation. Haileyfeng Company has therefore taken a different approach, choosing floating islands to cultivate seafood such as lobsters and mantis shrimp. These seafood, which Haileyfeng has already mastered, will all be farmed on floating islands. To support floating island aquaculture, Haileyfeng Company has ordered a number of large photovoltaic airships from Blue Whale Airship, which will be deployed directly above these islands. When summer sea temperatures rise, the photovoltaic airships will be used to generate electricity for cooling, maintaining a suitable temperature in the aquaculture ponds, and ensuring the safety of the farmed seafood throughout the summer. In fact, with the promotion of Haileyfeng and other domestic companies, China's aquaculture industry has reached new heights. Fishing bans are now being extended to give coastal wild marine populations a respite. After all, since the founding of the People's Republic of China, coastal aquatic resources have been dwindling, primarily due to the increasing sophistication of modern fishing equipment, which allows a single net to catch a large number of fish. This makes it difficult for many wild marine populations to recover quickly. The Zhoushan fishing grounds are a prime example. If it weren't for the strict fishing bans of the past decade or so, even the small fry would have been plucked out. Of course, this situation isn't unique to Ceres, it also occurs internationally. For example, the renowned Newfoundland fishing grounds, due to extensive cod fishing in the past, saw a sharp decline in various fish stocks. By the last century, the area was essentially depleted. Even after decades of fishing bans, the area has yet to recover to its peak. China's continued extension of fishing bans is not only to protect marine life, but also to address the climate crisis. For example, the widespread coral bleaching in the South China Sea is a consequence of rising water temperatures. If fishing continues to increase, the already vulnerable coral reef biosphere could face a catastrophic collapse. Haileyfeng Company's construction of floating island aquaculture farms in the South China Sea archipelago serves another purpose. Through heat exchange, the shading effect of the photovoltaic airships, and the floating islands can lower the surrounding sea temperature, allowing the coral reefs to survive. After all, these photovoltaic airships directly reflect some sunlight, while the floating islands also block some of the sunlight. Combined with electrical cooling, this can lower the temperature of the surrounding waters. These floating islands are located near coral reefs to protect them. Of course, Haileyfeng is profitable. After all, with the increasingly unpredictable global climate, many seafood products are facing declining production. Haileyfeng is seizing the opportunity to expand its aquaculture operations, which not only meets domestic seafood demand but also protects the marine ecosystem and generates profits. 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? Chapter 304. Shu Province. On the edge of the western snowy plateau, surrounding Glacier No. 1 of the massive Heilugu Glacier, several engineering airships hoisted massive foam silicon components. Then, under the guidance of ground crews, they precisely placed the components into the mountains on either side of the glacier. This project differs from typical large-scale engineering projects. The specific difference lies in the fact that the structures in this project have no foundations, and even no geological surveys have been conducted. This lack of foundations and geological surveys is a novel construction method that is only possible with some foam silicon-based structures. Because structures made of foam silicon components are extremely light and extremely strong, they can be constructed without foundations or geological surveys. To use an analogy, this foam silicon structure is like a large lid resting on a glacier. Therefore, the foundation is actually a burden, because building a foundation means the entire structure needs to be rigidly connected to it. Any geological movement of the glacier would inevitably squeeze and erode the foundation, causing the entire structure to slide into a low-lying area. Instead, the foundation plan was abandoned. Because the entire structure is fixed in place by snapping into place with the irregular contours of the surrounding terrain, it is more stable. At this time, nearly 1/3 of the area of Glacier No. 1 of the Heilugu Glacier is covered with foam silicon structures. These structures are merely the skeleton upon which numerous construction workers are installing retractable silicon carbide photovoltaic film. Approximately 1/5 of the skeleton has already been covered with silicon carbide photovoltaic film. These photovoltaic films are currently generating a steady stream of electricity. Meanwhile, the silicon carbide base film is being coated white, achieving a solar reflectivity comparable to that of ice. Clearly, this project isn't solely for photovoltaic power generation, it's also aimed at protecting glaciers and stabilizing the climate of the snowy plateau. It's important to note that there are currently 4 major ice regions in the world: the Antarctic ice sheet, the Greenland ice sheet, the Arctic ice sheet, and the snowy plateau glaciers. Affected by extreme weather conditions, these ice caps and glaciers are melting at an accelerated rate. To some extent, rising sea levels and global temperatures will result in increased ocean evaporation, increased rainfall in some regions, and drought in others. Based on current trends, East Asia, due to its topographical characteristics, will become a region prone to alternating floods and droughts in the future. So how can we mitigate the negative impacts of extreme weather? A team at the Chinese Academy of Sciences has drawn upon the photovoltaic airships previously tested in Chongqing. The resulting sunshade project, derived from these airships, could indeed alter local microclimates. If deployed over a large enough area, it could potentially directly alter global climate. The core of this team is Dr. Wang Ding, currently at the Heilugu Glacier construction site. Putting down his binoculars, Dr. Wang Ding turned to the project manager, Chang Xinghua, and asked, "Manager Chang, when will the project be completed?" "When?" Chang Xinghua pondered for a moment, then cautiously replied, "That depends on the delivery speed of the etching component factory. At the current rate, Glacier number 1 will be fully completed in about 2 months. 2 months? Also in September? About the same. I see." Dr. Wang Ding continued to gaze at the glacier in the distance. This project, a major undertaking launched to test his concept, naturally concerned him greatly. Fortunately, the government was supportive. Compared to projects like the Parasol project, which were fraught with uncertainty, the artificial glacier project was less risky. This was because the artificial glacier project would cover areas where glaciers already existed, or where glaciers had previously existed, and these areas naturally reflect sunlight. And because foundation work and geological surveys were unnecessary, the overall project cost was significantly reduced, only about 1/3 of that of a conventional reinforced concrete structure. Of course, those photovoltaic films could generate a significant amount of electricity daily, and also help to insulate the glacier, reducing summer melt. In winter, when it rains or snows, the films would retract, allowing rain and snow to accumulate on the glacier, further increasing its ice reserves. Remember, the entire Heilugu Glacier currently holds approximately 33 billion cubic meters of fresh water. But this isn't even the peak of the Heilugu Glacier. At its peak, it held approximately 108 billion cubic meters of fresh water. In other words, to restore the Heilugu Glacier to its peak, at least another 75 billion cubic meters of fresh water is needed. Wang Ding naturally didn't expect the Heilugu Glacier to return to its peak in a short period of time, but at least it couldn't continue to melt at an accelerated rate. While accelerated glacier melting would increase the annual runoff of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers for a short period of time, this increase is unsustainable and will likely only last for a few decades. If current trends continue, the Heilugu Glacier will disappear completely within a decade or so. Once the Heilugu Glacier disappears, temperatures on the snowy plateau, already experiencing low rainfall, will quickly rise, leading to a drought and accelerated desertification. At the same time, the shrinking area of glaciers on land will cause the ground to absorb more sunlight, further accelerating global warming. Thus, Wang Ding's team's artificial glacier project aims to protect domestic glaciers while restoring their size. Furthermore, it will utilize photovoltaic films with good coverage to reflect sunlight, achieving a similar effect as glaciers regulating local climate. Since these glacier-covered areas naturally reflect sunlight, replacing them with photovoltaic films achieves 2 goals at once. On the one hand, it protects the glaciers, allowing them to continue to expand. On the other hand, it allows the local climate to return to a more favorable state. In July of this year, Sichuan province received extremely heavy rainfall, approximately 27% more than in previous years. This resulted in abundant water in the Yangtze River, even causing overflows in some areas. Simply put, this has caused flooding in some areas. At this time, if the glacier meltwater from the snowy plateau continues to increase, it will further increase the pressure on the Yangtze River's flood storage system. Therefore, if the rate of glacier melt can be controlled, the seasonal flow of the Yangtze River can be further regulated. The artificial glacier project at Heilugu Glacier is currently only an experimental project. If the test results this year are satisfactory, the authorities plan to invest in large-scale construction of this artificial glacier. With global warming, annual rainfall is increasing in eastern China, and even in the northwest. This presents a prime opportunity for glacier cultivation. After all, with abundant water downstream, the amount of meltwater from upstream glaciers can be reduced, or even eliminated. This year, the entire northwest region has completed upgrades to its tap water and sewage systems. Following these upgrades, per capita domestic water use in the region is almost comparable to that in southern China. Even some ecological water replenishment and agricultural water use have been increased. Industrial water use in the northwest and North China regions has decreased, not increased, due to the comprehensive industrial upgrade plan announced by the government in March of this year. This plan mandates that all water-using enterprises must install industrial wastewater recycling systems or route polluted water through dedicated sewage treatment plant networks. Chemical, heavy industrial, textile, and food companies are key targets for monitoring. Failure to install specialized equipment and access sewage treatment plant networks will result in forced closure. Of course, many companies have already proactively built internal wastewater recycling systems. Their enthusiasm stems primarily from the fact that these systems maximize the utilization of industrial wastewater. Especially for companies with significant water consumption, switching to wastewater recycling systems can reduce water costs by approximately 10% to 20%. With the potential to reduce costs and increase efficiency, what factory wouldn't want to make the transition? As a result, with the continued progress of these renovations, in just over 4 months, overall industrial water use in the North China Plain has decreased by approximately 48%. With further progress, this reduction could reach around 90%. This change means that if the locals are willing to invest heavily, they could even develop an industrial scale roughly tenfold. But this is clearly impossible. China's current industrial capacity is already causing pain in other industrial nations around the world. Even if other industrial nations were to shut down production entirely, Serbia's industrial capacity would still be insufficient. Of course, if the world's entire population had a similar per capita consumption level to China's, then a tenfold increase in industrial capacity could be barely absorbed. The problem is, expecting the world's entire population to achieve Serbia's per capita consumption is practically a pipe dream. Furthermore, increasing industrial capacity tenfold isn't just a matter of water. China can barely meet electricity needs, and building materials can also be increased tenfold. But the raw materials needed for industrial products, such as steel, plastics, aluminum, and copper, are currently impossible to increase tenfold. Even so, Serbia's overall industrial potential is roughly triple that of 2025. That's right. Syria's industrial potential in 2028 will be approximately 3 times that of Syria's in 2025. This is primarily due to the enormous growth brought by Halefing. Sinza soybeans can replace traditional soybeans, while also increasing the overall potential for biofuels, textiles, building materials, and specialized components, replacing some uses of oil and gas, steel, aluminum alloys, cotton, and staple foods. The rubber grass currently being cultivated on a large scale in the southern desert has replaced a significant portion of natural and synthetic rubber, as well as some artificial sweeteners and plastics. Sugarcane also replaced sugarcane and beets, and also replaced some plastics. White sugar is used to make polylactic acid plastic. Silicon foam replaced some reinforced concrete. As a result, these replaced traditional production capacities began to overflow on a large scale. Despite Australia's current clamor for increased taxes on iron ore, these moves have been more talk than action. They discovered a frightening situation. While Serbia's steel companies are still maintaining their production capacity, they primarily produce cheap steel for export, while domestic steel consumption continues to decline. Although the appreciation of the Chinese yuan has somewhat reduced the export competitiveness of Serbia's industrial products, Serbia's technology currently holds a significant lead. For example, declining water and electricity costs, as well as lower pollutant treatment costs, have led to a continuous decline in domestic regional production costs. Furthermore, due to the appreciation of the Chinese yuan, although wages at most domestic companies will only increase by approximately 2.3% compared to the 2025 median, the purchasing power of the Chinese yuan is soaring. The cost of purchasing food, in particular, has dropped by approximately 47% compared to 3 years ago. The cost of purchasing industrial products has also dropped by approximately 31%. Residential water and electricity costs are also declining. Thus, while wages may not appear to have increased much, their purchasing power has increased by an average of approximately 35%. This allows domestic companies to achieve industrial upgrading without increasing wages or working hours. Australia's iron ore industry is not a completely monopolized industry. After all, the newly discovered iron ore deposits in Australia in recent years have reached a total volume of approximately 12.1 billion tons. Add to this the approximately 15.5 billion tons of remaining iron ore reserves, 15.2 billion tons of scrap steel resources, and 1.7 billion tons of iron ore reserves held by steel mills, and the total steel resource reserves in the country are 45.5 billion tons. While not as high as Australia's current 77.9 billion tons of iron ore reserves, Serbia currently holds the world's second-largest iron ore reserves. If Serbia is pushed to the limit, the worst that can happen is a breakup. China can easily replace a significant portion of its steel production with materials like foam silicon, silicon carbide, silicon filaments, and boron filaments, and then squeeze out some of the remaining steel production capacity for export. As long as domestic prices remain low, it will be difficult for steel production in other regions to expand. Even since the beginning of this year, domestic steel companies have lowered prices, leading to a continued slump in the international steel market. Countries like Dhaka, Japan, and Sweden, which also have significant steel production capacity, are feeling the pinch. After decades of dedicated effort, domestic steel companies have reached near parity with foreign counterparts in terms of technology, and in some areas, they are even leading the way. For example, flash iron smelting technology allows for efficient utilization of low-grade domestic iron ore, while also bringing production costs close to those of steel mills using traditional Australian ore. Faced with this situation, Australia and several major iron ore suppliers dared not raise prices, and could only engage in a war of words. As for India, which once clamored to become the new world factory, its domestic grain production capacity has dropped by approximately 14% this year due to extreme weather conditions, and it is now on the brink of famine. To combat the potential spread of leaf blight, India has urgently mandated the cultivation of cassava, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. It is clear that India is well aware that, given its relationship with Serbia, it is virtually impossible to purchase foreign grain. Having been repeatedly ripped off by India, Russia will not accept Indian rupees, or even US dollars, and is unwilling to expand its grain exports. As a result, India has been very low-key recently, its previous high-profile actions having subsided. After all, if a food crisis were to erupt, with a population of 1.4 billion and surrounded by several other populous nations, it would be like dancing on a powder keg, not a dance on a nuclear bomb. Faced with such a huge crisis, it is no wonder that India no longer talks about the new generation of world factory. If it cannot overcome it, let alone becoming the world's factory, it is more likely to become the world's graveyard. Chapter 305. Minchin County, Western Suburbs High-Tech Industrial Park. Minchin Group Silicon Carbide Nanotube Laboratory No. 3. Since developing specialized silicon carbide nanotubes capable of efficiently extracting pure water, Minchin Group hasn't rested on its laurels. Instead, it's leveraging its massive cash flow to continuously increase investment in various research projects. This Laboratory No. 3 is the team responsible for researching precise evaporation technology using silicon carbide nanotubes. Dr. Liu, please come and take a look. Aaron seems to have made some discoveries. Oh, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Liu Tongxin headed directly to his destination, the work area of Team 5 in their laboratory. The person who had called earlier was already waiting for him at the door. Dr. Liu, please come in. Team Leader Huang, you're welcome. The skinny Huang Chengyi swiped his card to open the door, and led Liu Tongxin into the lab area. As they walked, Huang Chengyi briefly briefed him on the situation. Along made a batch of specially modified silicon carbide nanochannels the day before yesterday. Experimental material number 582 showed a novel property during testing. The two men had already entered a room, where they were wearing protective clothing and breathing helmets. The research and development of these nanomaterials is subject to strict safety regulations, as they can pose similar hazards to asbestos if introduced into the body. After donning his protective clothing and breathing helmet, Liu Tongxin had already learned some of the details from Huang Chengyi. Entering the actual experimental area, he saw the excited Fang Tinglong, a young man in his 20s, also wearing protective clothing and a breathing helmet. Through the communication channel built into the breathing helmet, Liu Tongxin asked, "Along, I heard you developed a special type of silicon carbide nanotube?" Fang Tinglong nodded with a smile. "Yes, Dr. Liu, please take a look at the report. This is the relevant experiment I conducted overnight last night." Taking the document, Liu Tongxin looked down and carefully reviewed it. After a moment's study, a hint of surprise filled his eyes. These specially modified silicon carbide nanotubes can, under a specific negative pressure, absorb the light water from pure water, retaining the heavy water and super heavy water. This is actually a precise isotope separation technique. The pure water in the laboratory has already undergone the first purification step, leaving almost no other impurities. Therefore, the second isotope separation can produce a mixture of super heavy water and heavy water of extremely high purity. Hydrogen has three isotopes: protium, deuterium, and tritium. Protium is light water, deuterium is heavy water, and tritium is super heavy water. Because tritium has a half-life of just over 12 years, its concentration in natural waters is extremely low, practically non-existent. Protium accounts for 99.98% of natural water, while deuterium accounts for 0.02%. Thus, the heavy water separated using nanotube technology is primarily 99.9999% deuterium, with only a very small amount of tritium. Looking at the transparent container in Fang Tinglong's hand, this is the 1 kilogram of high-purity heavy water extracted last night. According to the experimental report, the cost of refining heavy water using silicon carbide nanotubes is similar to that of extracting pure water using conventional silicon carbide nanotubes, meaning it costs only a few cents per cubic meter. It's important to note that using current mainstream international technology, refining 1 cubic meter of heavy water costs approximately 2 million yuan. This is the domestic refining cost. If it's produced overseas, the cost would be even higher. The core application of high-purity heavy water is naturally the nuclear industry. The difference between a cost of several million yuan per cubic meter and a cost of just a few cents per cubic meter is a world of difference. Even more frightening is that this silicon carbide nanotube heavy water extraction technology is very simple. As long as the equipment is available, any domestic sewage treatment plant, water plant, or desalination plant can quickly produce it without requiring major production line modifications. Crucially, the heavy water refined by this production process is extremely pure and can be used directly as raw material for hydrogen bombs or as a heavy water neutron buffer in the nuclear industry. Lu Tongxin looked at Fang Tinglong and asked, "Can the heavy water and extra heavy water be further separated?" Fang Tinglong nodded. "Yes, but this morning, after further separating several hundred kilograms of heavy water, I used isotope analysis to find that the extra heavy water content in the remaining concentrate was increasing. Worried about a nuclear accident, I stopped further purification. You handled it very well. If the extra heavy water were continuously concentrated, a nuclear accident could indeed occur. That's why I hurriedly notified Dr. Lu to come." Wang Chengyi also understood the seriousness of this matter. You must know that Fang Tinglong's ultra-precise separation technology can theoretically completely separate the three isotopes of protium, deuterium, and tritium, producing high-purity protium, deuterium, and tritium with a purity of over 99.9999%. High-purity protium and deuterium wouldn't pose a major problem, as these two isotopes are relatively stable. However, the super-heavy water formed by tritium is an unstable radioactive element. Once the concentration reaches over 90%, its continuous beta decay releases electrons and antineutrinos. Of course, beta decay is less harmful than other nuclear decays, primarily because this type of decay has very weak penetrating properties. As long as researchers avoid naked contact, it generally poses no health risks. The product of tritium decay, however, is helium-3, which is extremely valuable. In other words, based on the transitions in nuclear decay and the amount of water on Earth's surface, the world's water bodies contain approximately 1.4 billion tons of super heavy water. If all the super heavy water decays into helium-3, Earth is actually not short of helium-3. So why is humanity still so eager for the moon's helium-3 resources? The answer, of course, is heavy water. The separation and purification technology for extra heavy water is inadequate, and the cost is high. Purification of extra heavy water, in particular, is significantly more expensive than that of heavy water. Even if extra heavy water were obtained, it would still require decades of storage for most of the tritium in it to decay into helium-3. The combined costs of purification, management, storage, and time make it less feasible to mine and refine helium-3 directly on the moon. While extra heavy water in Earth's water bodies produces a significant amount of helium-3 annually through decay, helium itself presents two significant problems. One is that helium is an inert element. It rarely combines with other elements, instead forming helium gas. The second problem is that helium is extremely light. Once it appears in the atmosphere, it doesn't accumulate on the ground, but instead floats rapidly upward and drifts into outer space. This is why, Despite being the second most abundant element in the periodic table and, logically, the second most abundant element in the universe, it is mixed with rare gases on Earth's surface. The fundamental reason is that Earth cannot store helium, and can only watch it escape into outer space, becoming stardust. The technology Fong Tinglong has developed now offers new hope for the production of helium-3 resources. It simply requires continuous extraction of heavy water and tritiated water from coastal desalination plants, which can then be further separated to produce high-purity tritiated water. This tritiated water can then be stored. After just 12.3 years, or the first half-life, half of the tritium in the stored tritiated water will have converted into helium-3. Theoretically, after its first half-life, 1 ton of super-heavy water can produce approximately 136 kilograms of helium-3. With the technology currently available at the Minxin Group, simply by adding 2 additional purification steps to the desalination plant's production process, the cost of refining 1 ton of helium-3 would be approximately several hundred thousand yuan. Of course, if these costs were spread over the desalination plant's freshwater production, the refining cost wouldn't actually be hundreds of thousands of yuan per ton. Even with a production cost of several hundred thousand yuan per ton, by comparison, it's still a good value. Theoretically, 1 ton of helium-3 can generate approximately 1 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity through controlled nuclear fusion. Even at the current domestic average electricity price of 0.4 yuan per kilowatt-hour, 1 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity is worth approximately 400 million yuan. However, this calculation is clearly inaccurate. After all, the other costs of controlled nuclear fusion are considerable. However, if helium-3 could be directly used as the nuclear fuel for controlled nuclear fusion, it would reduce some of the technical difficulties of controlled nuclear fusion. Despite the hype surrounding controlled nuclear fusion projects around the world, as if commercial operation of controlled nuclear fusion could be achieved in a few years, in reality, controlled nuclear fusion currently has numerous drawbacks. These include difficulties with materials in the reaction system, controlling the ultra-high temperature plasma, neutron irradiation, hydrogen embrittlement, and nuclear fuel. Using helium-3 as the nuclear fuel for controlled nuclear fusion would address at least 3 of these challenges: neutron irradiation, hydrogen embrittlement, and nuclear fuel. Neutron irradiation and hydrogen embrittlement also contribute to the extremely stringent material requirements for controlled nuclear fusion systems. Coincidentally, the nuclear fusion reactions produced by helium-3 do not produce severe hydrogen embrittlement or neutron irradiation, further reducing the overall material requirements for the system. Minxin Group also acquired the room temperature superconducting mercury silicon tube technology from its parent company, Heliafeng. Thus, if these technologies can be combined, controlled nuclear fusion appears to be only 1 step away. In fact, the final step of controlling the high-temperature plasma flow is no longer a major challenge, thanks to the significant progress made in recent years in domestic AI and engineering simulation technologies. For example, Chang'an Xinhuan Energy Company Limited has achieved considerable success, developing a completely new technology approach derived from traditional tokamaks and stellarators. If Xinhuan Energy can obtain technical and material support from Heliafeng and Minxin Group, it's likely they'd be able to develop a commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion system within a few years. Lu Tongxin pondered for a moment, deciding that this matter wasn't something he could decide alone. He left the lab and made a phone call via special internal line. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is Lu Tongxin from the 3rd laboratory of Minxin Group. Is this Mr. Du? Lu Tongxin? After a moment, the person on the other end seemed to understand his identity and asked briefly, Dr. Lu, how can I help you? Mr. Du, our lab has recently developed a new technology that may involve strategic security. I need you to come in person. At the mention of technology involving strategic security, Du Guijian suddenly became serious. Strategic security? Okay, are you still in the lab? Yes, I am. Wait a moment, let me check my schedule. After a moment, Du Guijian's voice came again. Dr. Lu, are you free at 1:30 p.m.? Yes. Okay, please prepare the relevant materials. I'll be there at 1:30 p.m., but I only have an hour. Okay, I try to arrange the presentation. See you this afternoon then. He hung up. Lu Tongxin checked the time on his phone. It was already 11:30 a.m. He quickly turned to Huang Chengyi and said, Chengyi, eat first. Try to be back in the lab by 12:30 a.m. Then prepare the materials. I sort them out with you guys later. Okay. Huang Chengyi nodded seriously. Soon, all the staff of the 3rd laboratory left work early for lunch. For research teams like this, their working hours are often irregular, especially when working on major projects like this. Many of them only spent about half an hour on lunch before rushing back to the lab to thoroughly organize the experimental data. Lu Tongxin didn't leave, but stayed to help. Having led several projects, he was very experienced in reporting on research projects, which greatly reduced the workload for Huang Chengyi, Fang Tinglong, and others. Before they knew it, it was 1:30 p.m. Du Guijian's electric minibus slowly stopped at the gate of the third laboratory. Lu Tongxin said with a smile, "Mr. Du, welcome to the third laboratory for your guidance." "Dr. Lu, please stop joking. I'm just a manager, not a researcher. I'm not here to give you any guidance today. I'm simply here to listen to your lectures and provide you with service." Du Guijian smiled and shook his head. Although Minqin Group has state-owned assets, it has always been managed by Hailifeng Company, and therefore the company's culture favors Hailifeng. A distinct characteristic of Hailifeng-affiliated companies is the complete separation of management and scientific research personnel. There are no such things as managers being named on scientific research projects. If you want to engage in R&D, you can only become a scientific researcher. If you want to engage in administrative management, you can only become a manager. The two cannot be confused. This regulation is primarily intended to prevent company administrators from exploiting their positions to usurp the research achievements of scientific researchers. That's why Du Guijian said he was there to attend classes and provide services, primarily focusing on the specialized training all managers receive before taking up their posts. Chapter 306. Entering the laboratory's office area, Du Guijian skipped the formalities and directly inquired about the new technology they had developed. "Dr. Lu, please tell me more about it." "Okay, here's the thing," Lu Tongxin said, handing him the organized documents. As he listened to Lu Tongxin's description, Du Guijian took the documents and began to scan them. After more than 10 minutes, he looked up, his gaze blazing at Fang Tinglong. "Researcher Fang's findings do involve strategic security, but don't worry. While the technology may require strict confidentiality, your contributions will be well documented within the company, and you won't be treated unfairly. I understand the company's concerns, and am willing to accept their confidentiality arrangements." Fang Tinglong naturally had no objections. He had already been aware of this when he became a researcher at the Hailifeng School. Since July and August of last year, European and American academics have held numerous conferences inviting Hailifeng researchers to exchange ideas, but they were similarly rejected. Especially at the end of last year, when Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya were nominated for the Nobel Prize in Biology and both directly declined. It marked a complete break between the Hailifeng faction and the European and American academic communities. Now that Fang Tinglong has achieved this, he's fully aware of the value of this technology. While he hasn't set his sights on winning the Nobel Prize, he's likely to easily secure national technology awards. However, given the need for confidentiality, he likely won't disclose this technology for the next few years. Lu Tongxin, standing nearby, smiled and patted Fang Tinglong on the shoulder. "I'm very optimistic about Aaron's technology. The current mainstream deuterium and tritium extraction methods are very expensive, but we can make it nearly dirt cheap, while also contributing to the further development of controlled nuclear fusion." After reviewing the document, Du Guijian nodded slightly. Although he wasn't engaged in technology research and development, he had a PhD in engineering from Northwestern Polytechnical University and possessed a basic understanding of science. Lu Tongxin and his colleagues also used easy-to-understand language when compiling the report, so even a quick glance at the document would give a clear understanding of the technology's value. In the document, Lu Tongxin and his colleagues also incorporated some comparative data. For example, the current global annual production of tritium is only approximately 2 to 3 kilograms, at a high cost of approximately 200,000 Huayuan per gram. That's right, not 200,000 Huayuan per ton, but 200,000 Huayuan per gram. If this technology is used, approximately 272 kilograms of tritium can be extracted from each ton of super-heavy water, at a refining cost of only 1.83 Huayuan per gram. This would completely resolve the fuel shortage problem in fusion energy, and further promote the commercial application of controlled nuclear fusion. Fang Tinglong didn't get complacent. Instead, he scratched his temple and said, "Mr. Du, even if we can currently provide cheap super-heavy water, I estimate that commercializing controlled nuclear fusion will still be quite difficult." He chose to pour cold water on the idea because he was worried that the company's management would invest recklessly. He wanted to be proactive about this situation to avoid being implicated. Lu Tongxin shared the same sentiment, so he added, "Mr. Du, Aaron is right. Even if we can currently provide cheap super-heavy water, commercializing controlled nuclear fusion is still a long way off. Oh! Du Guijian quickly calmed down from his excitement. He was only an engineering PhD in mechanical equipment design. While he knew some basic concepts of nuclear physics, he hadn't delved deeply into it. Therefore, he wanted to get more details. Researcher Fang, please explain this to me. No problem. Fang Tinglong detailed some of the issues surrounding controlled nuclear fusion. After listening for over 10 minutes, Du Guijian had a preliminary understanding of the reasons. More specifically, the reason is that among the materials currently under research for controlled nuclear fusion, deuterium and tritium have the lowest reaction requirements. Of all nuclear fusion reactions, tritium fusion is relatively easy to achieve because they carry a lower charge, resulting in relatively weaker electrostatic repulsion between atomic nuclei, allowing fusion reactions to occur under lower temperature and pressure conditions. Compared to other nuclear fusion reactions, such as deuterium helium-3 and hydrogen boron, the ignition temperature required for the tritium reaction is only around 100 million degrees Celsius. Helium-3 fusion, on the other hand, requires an ignition temperature of at least 1.5 billion degrees Celsius. The optimal temperature for the hydrogen-boron reaction is around 1 billion degrees Celsius, the same as for pure hydrogen, and the energy constraints required are 500 times stricter than for the tritium reaction. Doesn't this seem like an advantage? After all, the tritium reaction requires a low temperature, only around 100 million degrees Celsius. Many tokamaks can currently operate at temperatures of 100 million degrees Celsius. However, everything has its downsides. While the tritium reaction requires a relatively low temperature, it produces a large number of neutrons. Neutron irradiation can severely damage the inner wall materials of a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. It also produces radioactive isotopes in the inner wall materials, making them difficult to handle, and posing a potential risk of nuclear leakage and contamination. Helium-3 reactions, on the other hand, require higher temperatures, but the advantage is that they don't produce a large number of neutrons. This allows the inner wall materials of the reactor to be further reduced, significantly extending its service life without the risk of nuclear leakage or contamination. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Du Guijian didn't show any disappointment. Although controlled nuclear fusion isn't that fast, it's not something we should be worrying about. After all, the company doesn't have a controlled nuclear fusion project. Mr. Du, I leave the specific development and utilization of the technology to you and the company. Lu Tongxin was also quite satisfied with the result. Leave it to me, it's my responsibility. But your report should have just been prepared today, right? Huang Chongyi nodded directly. Mr. Du has a keen eye. We did just finish it today. How about this? I give you a week to revise and produce a comprehensive technical report. After all, I need to convince the other management and the chairman. Also, send a researcher with technical expertise to assist me. I wasn't involved in the technical development and don't know some of the details. Lu Tongxin felt this was plenty of time and agreed. Okay. Please recommend a researcher to assist with the explanation. Lu Tongxin, Huang Chongyi, Fang Tinglong, and the others exchanged glances. In the end, Lu Tongxin made the final decision. Let's do this. I'm not involved in the research either. As the technical developer, Aaron is the most suitable candidate, but he needs to conduct follow-up research. Therefore, I recommend Chongyi to provide technical assistance to President Du. I have no objection, Fang Tinglong stated directly. He knew he wasn't as good at dealing with people as Huang Chongyi, and since he was definitely needed to lead the research and development work, he agreed to the proposal. Then I take on this task. Huang Chongyi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't achieved any credit, at least he had put in the hard work. Seeing that they had reached an agreement internally, Du Guijian set the tone. Then without further delay, let's proceed according to this arrangement. Okay. Time passed. About 9 days later, at Heliafeng's headquarters, Jiang Miao also received the relevant internal confidential documents. The reason it took over a week to receive the relevant information was that this technology, involving strategic security, had a dedicated information security office to handle information transfers. Such information couldn't be freely shared over the public internet or phone. Thus, Jiang Miao only received this information 9 days later. After reviewing the detailed technical report, he felt that the technology had great potential. Jiang Miao then wrote down his comments. This type of isotope separation technology could be considered for further expansion beyond water to other substances. Silicon carbide nanotubes can withstand temperatures exceeding 2,800 degrees Celsius. Therefore, it's possible to heat the material, turning it into a high-temperature fluid, and then using the negative pressure of the silicon carbide nanotubes to evaporate it, thus achieving efficient purification. August 17, 2028 Jiang Miao. He handed the reviewed content to the confidential secretary, Hu Siki, and instructed him to deliver it to the Information Security Office on time. Jiang Miao picked up another document. It was also a Level 1 confidential document that required confidentiality. After studying it for a while, his brow furrowed. The content of this document primarily concerned the development and design of a weapon. Because Heliafeng Company had no direct military-related operations, the Midsheen Group reported the matter to him. This weapon is based on a high-strength mesh woven from silicon carbide nanotubes. To put it simply, this high-strength material is woven into a thin, lightweight mesh and then stuffed into the warhead of a missile. Once the missile explodes above the target area, a large barrier net can be deployed, enveloping the target area. According to laboratory tests, a barrier net woven from approximately 100 kilograms of silicon carbide nanotubes can cover an area of approximately 6 to 8 square kilometers. Once covered by the barrier net, personnel, missiles, artillery shells, and aircraft are unable to enter or exit the covered area. This device is also extremely insidious. Due to its extremely thin structure, it is difficult to detect without close observation. SiC is also a typical semiconductor. If a barrier net made from it is entangled in an electrical grid, it will instantly cause a short circuit, similar to the effect of a graphite bomb. The Weapons Development Laboratory has conducted relevant tests, and this material has a significant restrictive effect not only on fixed infrastructure like cities, but also on moving targets, such as aircraft and ships. After all, silicon carbide nanotubes can only be removed using ultra-high temperature combustion cutting equipment. Tools like scissors, hydraulic pliers, diamond glass cutters, or artillery shells are incapable of removing a barrier net woven from silicon carbide nanotubes. This makes it difficult to quickly remove a barrier net made of this material. For example, if an aircraft carrier were covered in this material while in motion, its aircraft and various anti-aircraft weapons would be rendered inoperable within a short period of time. Once the light and thin arresting net became entangled on the surface of an aircraft carrier, it posed a threat to the soldiers on the deck. After all, it was extremely sharp, especially when stretched tight, or if a limb stepped into the mesh, it could directly cut through the limbs. The more they struggled, the harder it would be to escape. In fact, the laboratory's development of this weapon stemmed primarily from a previous concept related to the Blue Whale airship, deploying an arresting net on the transport airship to block various external attacks. Now, it's simply transforming this passive defense application into an active one. Jiang Miao studied it for a while, and also wrote a comment. However, considering that this technology involved the military industry, he instructed the laboratory to collaborate with relevant domestic military enterprises, with Midsheen Group providing the raw materials. After all, this technology was relatively simple and crude, and it was estimated that many domestic military enterprises were already developing related weapons, so there was no need for Heliafeng Company to enter this field. Then he picked up another document. It was still confidential, but this time it wasn't about weapons research and development projects, but rather research on South American leaf blight and the current global status of leaf blight. After reading the summary for a few minutes, Jiang Miao couldn't help but rub his temples to soothe his brain, which was heating up from thinking. He then took a sip of his lemon honey tea. What trouble? According to the document, leaf blight has entered Southeast Asia, a relatively poorly regulated region, via international air transport. Currently Siam, a major global tourist destination, has experienced a large-scale outbreak of leaf blight near Bangkok, infecting nearly all of the local rice fields. Since leaf blight has already appeared in Southeast Asia, it means that a domestic outbreak is imminent. As for further tightening regulations, Jiang Miao doesn't think such measures will be effective. After all, you can defend ports and airports, but you can't prevent migratory birds. This is also the sentiment expressed in the official documents communicated to him. Leaf blight in Asia is about to get out of control, and they hope that he and Heliafeng Company can make advanced preparations. Jiang Miao's heart is heavy. However, Heliafeng Company has already made all the necessary preparations, so there's no need to rush now. But considering the vast populations of Southeast Asia and South Asia, and the fact that rice is the staple food in these regions, he predicts that these two regions will face an unprecedented food crisis, and famine is imminent. Jiang Miao is powerless to prevent this dire future. After all, the current situation is mainly due to the urgency of the timeline. If he were given another 6 months, he is confident that he could develop a new variety of rice resistant to leaf blight, but now the leaf blight has fully broken out. These regions can only hope for the best. If the local managers had any brains, they would have forced the farmers to switch to planting cassava, sweet potatoes, and potatoes in advance, which would have provided some food and barely guaranteed the internal food supply. Chapter 307. August 28th. Sporadic cases of rice leaf blight began to appear near the border between Guangxi Province and Annan. After receiving the emergency report from the local authorities, the Guangxi provincial leadership attached great importance to the situation, immediately reporting it to higher authorities and initiating emergency response plans. This year's early rice crop had already been harvested, and the remaining plantings were mostly late rice, which had only been in place for a month or two. Thus, the local authorities immediately began harvesting this rice early, collecting the immature rice to use as silage. After the harvest, the rice fields were fully expanded to include rice cassava and flour cassava. In fact, approximately 47% of rice crops across Guangxi Province had already been converted to new varieties of cassava, so the situation was not as severe as anticipated. Following the leaf blight outbreak in Guangxi, Lingnan, Cheongzhou, Fujian Province, and Yunnan Province all promoted the cultivation of cassava and potatoes. Regions along the Yangtze River Basin also began promoting the cultivation of new varieties of fairy beans, and also increased the planting of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Clearly, there's no hope of stopping the invasion of the yellow fungus in China. Although rice and paddy stocks remain substantial, they won't be enough to sustain consumption over the next year or two. Thankfully, the early rice harvest in the middle and lower Yangtze River plains has already begun, or is nearing harvest, so there's no need to worry about leaf blight. This year's early rice harvest will barely replenish some stocks. Of course, despite this situation, domestic grain prices haven't shown any signs of a significant increase. This is largely due to government guidance. Many southern and northeastern regions, where rice is the staple food, have begun to increase their promotion of various new types of flour. If you really want rice, you can also buy potato rice or rice from your warehouse. In fact, many families who eat rice regularly have already stockpiled their food and increased the proportion of coarse grains, primarily beans and potatoes, with 1/3 of the rice needed. This blight will significantly alter dietary habits in many regions. However, for those in the north and northwest, where flour is the primary staple, there's no need to worry too much. There are many new types of flour available in China that can replace traditional wheat and corn flour, with only slight differences in texture and flavor. Catering companies are adapting very quickly, with many forward-thinking noodle shops replacing wheat and corn flour with new flours almost immediately. Meanwhile, in Cheongzhou, designated as the core banana growing area by the Hailifeng Company, banana cultivation has reached new heights. However, this year's new banana varieties aren't the previously promoted Big Mac, Little Mac, or Red Mac, but the new Rice Banana series. The new Rice Banana series is actually one of Jiang Miao's previously cultivated banana varieties, though he previously didn't prioritize it. This series of bananas boasts a large, filling quantity and a short growing cycle. The Shimi banana can yield approximately 8,500 to 9,200 kilograms per mu. In the Cheongzhou region, the growing cycle lasts approximately 6 months, allowing for 2 harvests per year. However, this type of banana has significant drawbacks. It contains very few flavor compounds and is relatively low in sweetness, tasting like a tasteless piece of gummy candy. Fortunately, this variety of banana is high in carbohydrates, with starch at around 23% and fructose at around 5%, for a total of almost 28%. The stems of this variety also contain a significant amount of starch, somewhat similar to that of sago palms, though the molecular structure of their starch differs. Banana starch has a molecular structure similar to that of glutinous rice. The stems of the new Rice Banana series contain approximately 8% rice banana starch, yielding approximately 400 kilograms per mu. Originally, this type of banana had little commercial value, but now, with the outbreak of leaf blight, it's necessary to further diversify food sources. After all, no one knows whether there are other threatening ancient microorganisms lurking within the Antarctic ice sheet. The grass family has now collapsed. Of the remaining staple foods, soybeans and other legumes mostly belong to the Leguminosae family, potatoes to the Solanaceae family, and sweet potatoes to the Convolvulaceae family. It's necessary to add the Musaceae family to fill some of the gaps left by the grass family. The stems and leaves of the new rice banana variety, in particular, contain a high amount of crude fiber, starch, vitamins, minerals, and a small amount of protein, making them perfect for animal feed. Paired with high-protein soybeans, they form a highly effective feed combination. The new rice banana variety doesn't need to fully mature. It can be harvested after about 5 months of growth, and green bananas can be used directly as a staple food. Large-scale planting of the new rice banana variety began in Cheongju in March. In just 6 months, approximately 2.47 million mu, approximately 1.87 million hectares, of the planted area have been planted. Approximately 1.86 million mu, approximately 1.87 million hectares, of cassava have also been planted. The first batch of newly planted bananas is now ready for harvest. The rice paddies of Gratitude City are now covered in new bananas. The banana cutting workers, wearing vests and straw hats, wield long-handled sickles, scorching under the scorching sun. They cut directly through the banana stalks. Pa! A large bunch of green bananas tumbles to the ground. The farm workers don't bother catching them, there's no need. These green bananas aren't fruit bananas, but staple food, destined for further processing at the factory. Another farm worker takes a noose, loops it around the bunch, and then attaches the other end of the rope to a steel cable, which he pulls up. The cable has a special pulley system that pulls the bananas out to the roadside, where there's a cement road and transport vehicles. In the area where the bananas are harvested, a modified harvester is rapidly harvesting the banana stems and leaves. The leaves and stems consumed by the harvester are instantly pulverized and sprayed into the bed of a nearby transport truck. The crushed stems and leaves are transported to the silage processing plant, fermented with added sugar, and then used as silage. The green banana processing plant, on the other side, has been receiving a steady stream of green bananas. These green bananas are first cut into individual pieces, then cleaned and sorted by a machine. They then enter a peeling machine to remove the outer skin. After the peels are removed, the remaining banana pulp is sent to a high-temperature sterilization workshop for uniform disinfection. After disinfection, the banana pulp is dehydrated using silicon carbide nanotubes under negative pressure, removing 99% of the moisture. Finally, using a compression process similar to that used for compressed biscuits, the foam-like pulp is compressed into hard banana starch blocks. Of course, this is a relatively simple product. The factory also produces other products, such as fully nutritious compressed starch blocks made with soy protein powder and minerals. This processing is primarily to extend shelf life. Once sealed and stored in a dry, cool warehouse, these compressed starch blocks can be stored for 2 to 3 years. Haelyafing Company has opened several directly operated restaurants in downtown Graining City, including West Fast Food and Jianghai Restaurant. They were among the first to experiment with using compressed starch blocks in their dishes. Many tourists from mainland China were dining at West Fast Food. Hello guests. Here are your set meals. We also give you a complimentary portion of cheese and banana mash. The waiter, who arrived with the food, smiled and handed it to the 2 out-of-town tourists. Thank you. The young man in the baseball cap nodded slightly. You're welcome. Enjoy your meal. The waiter then left. Looking at the set meals on the table, the 2 began to eat. The 2 ordered durian pizza, a beef burger, and Orleans grilled wings, along with 2 complimentary bowls of cheese and banana mash, and 2 glasses of sugarcane cola. Gulp. Phew. Taking a long sip of cola, the young man in the baseball cap beamed with delight. Refreshing. Drinking an ice-cold cola in the heat of summer is truly refreshing. The durian pizza at Western fast food is still the best, said his companion, a short-haired, bespectacled woman wearing disposable gloves. She picked up a freshly baked durian pizza and took a large bite. The man in the baseball cap put down his glass with a smile. Of course. They're backed by the Haelyafing Company, so the durian they use is premium quality. They're also very generous with their ingredients, so they live up to the price. The girl with glasses was already chowing down on the durian pizza. As a newly emerging fast food company, West China Fast Food has been growing rapidly, currently boasting 358 branches nationwide and continuing to expand rapidly. As a Haelyafing company with a relatively complete industrial chain, its subsidiaries possess significant inherent advantages in fast food. Furthermore, West China Fast Food is directly operated, with no franchises, resulting in strict management, genuine ingredients, and generous portions. Many Western fast food restaurants like to play up portion sizes, such as pizza size, which presents a significant opportunity for growth. Frequent Western fast food eaters, especially those with a keen eye, will easily notice that West China Fast Food's 8-inch pizza is significantly larger than similar 8-inch pizzas elsewhere. Coupled with its generous toppings, it naturally attracts a large number of young people. On the other hand, West China Fast Food is also relatively affordable, comparable to Wallace's, targeting the budget fast food market. For many tourists, if the local food doesn't suit their appetite, Western fast food and Jianghai Restaurant become their last resorts. For example, The man in the baseball cap and the girl with glasses were enjoying their meal. The girl with glasses took a swig of Coke and scooped up a spoonful of banana cheese spread. Huh? This banana cheese spread is pretty good. It must be a new product. When they release a new product, they give it away for free for half a month. The man in the baseball cap was well aware of Western fast foods tactics, yet many people still fell for them. In reality, the cost of cheese mashed bananas isn't high. For Western fast food, even giving them away for half a month wouldn't cost much. After all, Yingxiong Dairy can mass-produce cheese, and the banana starch blocks are locally produced in Gratitude City. With the addition of some seasoning, the cost wouldn't be much higher. Meanwhile, Siam, having actively submitted, also received special approval to purchase a batch of grain from Ceres annually as emergency supplies. As the world's former largest rice exporter, Siam never imagined it would one day need to come to Ceres to purchase food. The approved Siam Grain Trading Corporation split into 3 groups. One group headed to northeast China to purchase soybeans. One group headed to Guangxi province to order cassava. The other group arrived in Gratitude City, Cheongzhou, where they inspected the harvest of new bananas. Inside the Gratitude New Banana Food Factory, Lalagon looked at the factory director, Zhu Baijia, who was talking endlessly about the products, while the translator quickly translated the conversation. Mr. Larry, these banana starch blocks can be simply brewed with hot water, or boiled, and then added to some vegetables, fruits, or meat, and eaten straight away. Another factory manager placed several portions of the prepared dishes on plates, and handed them to Larry and his group to try. After a few bites, Larry wiped his mouth and nodded. It tastes okay, similar to mashed potatoes, but sweeter. Zhu Baijia didn't seem to be insisting, but simply said, many areas in Africa use bananas as a staple food. If you're interested, you can buy some and try it. Whether the other party was willing to purchase wasn't actually important to Helyafing. After all, there's a global food shortage, and widespread famine is already occurring in South Africa and South Asia. Some areas simply don't have access to food. Laragong was naturally aware of Siam's current predicament. Even though they cut their rice export quota this year, their inventory of over 10 million tons wouldn't last much longer. So he asked bluntly, Director Zhu, what's the price of this compressed starch block? 3,500 Huayuan per ton. 3,500 Huayuan per ton? Laragong's calculations immediately began when he heard the price. This price might seem very cheap within Ceres, but the problem is that with the massive appreciation of the Huayuan, 3,500 Huayuan is equivalent to about $1,000 if priced in US dollars. Thankfully, Ceres has offered a special payment plan, offsetting the payment with minerals and other assets. For example, Siam recently plans to hand over the entire Isthmus of Kra to Ceres for development. The sale of land and canal operating rights in the area for 99 years will generate a significant annual cash flow from rent. This cash flow is in Chinese dollars, so Siam can purchase directly in Chinese dollars without any problems. As for Siam's previously stored US dollars, they have long since been sold. Due to the recent depreciation of the US dollar, Siam has incurred significant losses from selling these US dollar assets. If it had not generated a significant amount of Chinese dollars as reserves through the sale of the land and canal development and operating rights in the Isthmus of Kra, the value of the Siamese dollar would have plummeted. Although the losses were severe, Siam was at least in a much better position than India. After all, Siam's population was not large. India, with its population of over 1 billion, would likely not be able to feed even the entire world's grain reserves, let alone Ceres. Siam's proximity to Ceres makes it relatively easy to assist Southeast Asia, provided they are willing to cooperate. As for India, it can only hope for the best. Chapter 308. Facing a food crisis, Southeast Asia gradually surrendered to Ceres. However, Ceres had no intention of giving away food for free, nor of selling it at a high price. Instead, it adopted a traditional barter trade model and began comprehensive cooperation with Southeast Asia. The preoccupied Gale nation and the European Union had no desire to intervene. After all, their own food crises were also acute. If they failed to resolve their internal problems quickly, they would intensify their competition with Ceres in Southeast Asia, with potentially disastrous consequences. After all, Southeast Asia was right on Ceres's doorstep, while Gale nation and the European Union were separated by an ocean. The power they could project was simply not on the same scale. Ceres did not further provoke Gale nation and the European Union, but it swallowed what it had. Of course, Southeast Asia could not achieve trade balance with Ceres solely through minerals and handicrafts, so 3 more ambitious investment projects were proposed. These three projects were the Asian Road Bridge Project, the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project, and the Industrial Consortium Project. The so-called Asian Road and Bridge Project aims to completely connect Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, and East Asia over land, leveraging the technologies derived from the Cheongjo Strait Bridge, currently under testing. This includes the East China Sea Shandong Korea Cross Sea Bridge, the Korea-Japan Tsushima Strait Bridge, the Ryukyu Islands Cross Sea Bridge, the Tainan Strait Bridge, the Bashi Channel Bridge, the Luzon Islands Cross Sea Bridge, the Nanyang Islands Cross Sea Bridge, and the Malacca Strait Bridge. These cross-sea bridges will fully connect East Asia, Northeast Asia, and Southeast Asia. The Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project aims not only to generate solar energy but, more importantly, to inhibit the melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, rebuild a new one, and prevent rapid sea level rise. This is the only solution. Rather than waiting for death, it's better to give it a try. After all, if left unchecked, the global average temperature will rise by approximately 6 degrees Celsius over the next 20 years or so. This is a terrifying temperature increase, practically signaling a prolonged ice-free period for the Earth. The consequence of this ice-free period is that global sea levels will rise by 1 to 2 meters annually for about 20 years. At that point, even if China frantically builds coastal dams, it will still not be able to protect its prime coastal areas. Therefore, China must ensure that global sea level rise does not spiral out of control and keep it below 30 meters. To achieve this, an expanded version of the Parasol project becomes the only option. Of course, relevant research institutes at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Heliafeng Company have already conducted relevant simulations using supercomputers, and their research indicates that this plan has a very high probability of success. After all, the fundamental reason for the rapid melting of the Antarctic ice sheet lies in the soaring levels of carbon dioxide and methane in Earth's atmosphere, which has led to a continuous increase in the atmosphere's insulating effect. This increasing atmospheric insulating effect, in turn, has led to a continuous rise in sea temperatures. Rising sea temperatures accelerate the melting of the Antarctic ice sheet in summer, while simultaneously inhibiting its recovery in winter. The continuous shrinking of the Antarctic ice sheet has exposed more and more land. Ice effectively reflects sunlight, but soil, rock, and sand are less efficient, absorbing the heat. This in turn causes the Antarctic landmass to warm, which in turn accelerates further melting of the ice sheet. The Earth's climate has entered a vicious cycle. The Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project aims to disrupt this cycle through artificial means, reducing the amount of solar radiation reaching Antarctica, preserving part of the ice sheet, and even, through localized regulation, allowing parts of the Southern Ocean to refreeze, forming a new ice sheet. This project may appear enormous, but in reality, the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Heliafeng Company have conducted comprehensive and detailed calculations and analysis, finding a very effective shortcut. Although photovoltaic airships have a limited load-bearing capacity, if the photovoltaic panels are manufactured as lightweight, high-strength films, a significant amount of material can be saved and deployment can be achieved quickly. With just 4 airships pulling photovoltaic film, given the current strength of the material, a square sheet of film with a side length of approximately 5 kilometers could be produced. A single sheet of film could cover an area of approximately 25 square kilometers. The Antarctic landmass, including existing marine ice shelves, covers approximately 14 million square kilometers. Since the central region of Antarctica does not currently require photovoltaic film deployment, a single installation around the edge of the Antarctic ice sheet would suffice, covering approximately 2 million square kilometers to prevent rapid melting. Therefore, to complete the photovoltaic thin film deployment across 2 million square kilometers, approximately 80,000 sheets of 25 square kilometer photovoltaic thin film fabric and approximately 200,000 photovoltaic towed airships would be needed. The emergence of the first 2 plans further led to the third, the Industrial Consortium Plan. The so-called Industrial Consortium means that Ceres, relying on these 2 megaprojects, will reshape the industrial systems of East Asia, Northeast Asia, and Southeast Asia. For example, some unimportant parts could be outsourced to Southeast Asian countries, with Ceres paying them directly in Chinese yuan, which would then be used to purchase food and industrial products. This is essentially a form of work for relief. Through these 3 plans, China can integrate the economies of these regions into its sphere of influence, while also securing a large pool of cheap labor and reaping significant economic benefits upon completion. If the Asian Road and Bridge Initiative is fully implemented, it will mean that all of Eastern Asia will be connected, which will have a significant economic boost. As for those who refuse to cooperate during this process, Ceres doesn't need to take action. others within their ranks will naturally take action. If they don't want to look good, someone will naturally help them do so. This is reality. Although the Gale Nation is still holding out against Japan and Dhaka, undercurrents are actually brewing in these two regions. Even though the Gale Nation has repeatedly hinted at completely lifting the blockade on Japan and Dhaka, and even plans to secretly sell some of its nuclear material stockpiles to these two bastards, Japan and Dhaka are well aware that obtaining the nuclear materials now would essentially mean a dead end. After all, these two regions have limited land, a dense population, and very few resources. With global sea level rise, their already limited agricultural land will rapidly decrease. How will they feed so many people then? They can't just eat delicious meat like chow chow, right? As for buying from abroad, what a joke. If sea levels rise by 20 or 30 meters, the world's food-producing areas will be drastically reduced. Who would want to export food so freely? Therefore, there's no point in obtaining nuclear materials now. Of course, they didn't reject the Fierce Wind Nation. Instead, they negotiated with the Fierce Wind Nation while secretly informing Ceres of the relevant details. They even planned to transfer all of the Fierce Wind Nation's remaining bases directly to Ceres after its complete withdrawal. Reality is so bizarre. If it were Japan in the 1970s, they might have considered fighting Ceres, but now they have no chance. Even if the Fierce Wind Nation were to vanish immediately, they wouldn't be able to rise. The main reason is that their resource endowment is too poor to support a major power. Faced with this global crisis, the Japanese clans lacked any confidence. Many had already dispersed their young families and relocated them to Ceres, where they settled. They came under the guise of investment. Of course, these clans brought with them a wealth of resources, including technologies previously unavailable in China. For example, Tokyo Electron transferred the equipment and research personnel of several core laboratories to the Magic City in less than 3 months. Now, the Japanese were no longer afraid of the restrictions imposed by the Gale Nation, and many actions were even becoming somewhat brazen. The Fierce Wind Nation no longer possessed its former arrogance, simply turning a blind eye to these events. This was primarily due to the rapid decline of Fierce Wind's influence in Asia in recent years, almost like an avalanche. In September, after Ceres announced its 3 megaprojects, various powers in Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia quickly came to its aid, seeking a meeting. Anyone with a bit of common sense knew the fundamental purpose of these 3 megaprojects was to reshape the Asian landscape. If they didn't respond now, their chances would diminish over time, until they might even miss out. As for the Asian Road Bridge Project and the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project, among the three, weren't they a bit far-fetched? No one really cared much about these developments, as their real concern was the Industrial Consortium Plan. As long as they could secure the appropriate industrial allocations, they could absorb a large number of idle people through industrial production, while also earning significant foreign exchange through the sale of industrial products and minerals. By then, they could purchase large quantities of grain and food from Ceres, essentially stabilizing their internal affairs. These small factions are well aware of the current situation, and should be thankful to be able to maintain the status quo. If things go wrong, they could be completely destroyed. For example, just as September began, a severe famine broke out in the Ganges River basin of India, killing over 6 million people. With the onset of the famine, local order began to completely collapse, and various chaotic scenes unfolded, further undermining agricultural production and leading to a further decline in food production capacity. Even if the old immortal went to Lucia and the Gale Nation cried out in despair, it had no effect. Lucia claimed she didn't even have enough food. The Gale Nation, on the other hand, made promises but took no concrete action. It's no wonder Lucia and the Gale Nation are cold-blooded and ruthless. They truly have their own problems. Lucia did enjoy a warm summer this year, but the problem is that local natural disasters have nearly doubled compared to previous years, resulting in severe yield reductions in many grain-producing areas. Even more seriously, the East European plain is located at a very low altitude, and the terrain is unsuitable for coastal dam construction. The rapidly rising sea level from the Baltic Sea coast has flooded directly into some low-lying inland areas through river estuaries, causing large tracts of inland farmland to be submerged in seawater and resulting in severe salinization. The Gale Nation's summers were equally harsh. Superstorms emanating from the Caribbean Sea in Central America brought devastating damage to Florida and Texas. Meanwhile, California suffered a drought that lasted over 4 months, sparking relentless wildfires in the Rocky Mountains. The global climate is becoming increasingly extreme. Gale Nation and Lucia simply didn't dare use their stored food. After all, no matter how foolish they were, they knew that food was their foundation. Without it, nothing else mattered. Although India claimed to have only 100 million celestial dragons, and the rest were consumables, they would be in dire straits if they truly watched those consumables starve to death. After all, even if the vast majority were apathetic in the face of death, willing to starve to death rather than resist, that didn't represent all. And there were also some insane individuals among India. Immediately after the Ganges famine, this frenzied group spread rapidly, like sparks igniting the lifeless straw heaps. Faced with the threat of death, human madness is magnified immeasurably. Unable to borrow or purchase food, India finally entered a period of total collapse. It was like a chain of dominoes. When one domino fell, the others followed. At this time, the various suppressed problems within India also began to erupt. The Chinese side paid little attention to India's situation, merely closing the border prematurely. To avoid being affected, they even blew up border roads and bridges. Hangshawadi, equally concerned about being affected, now hurriedly sought help from Saras. After all, their own internal situation was in turmoil, and if faced with tens of millions of starving people, they probably wouldn't be able to stop them. Fortunately, they had no bottom line. To avoid trouble, Hangshawadi adopted a very extreme countermeasure, purchasing tens of millions of mines from Saras and rapidly deploying them along the border. They were expected to continue purchasing mines in the future. But this was none of Saras's business. Besides, the fact that Hangshawadi could hold off the Indians was also a good thing. Therefore, Saras readily sold their vast inventory of mines to them at cost price. Regardless, as long as Eastern Asia was stable now, they couldn't care less about other regions. If they were truly sincere, they wouldn't have waited until this moment to come to them. The three major super projects, in full swing, quickly stabilized the various forces in Eastern Asia. At this time, Heliafeng Company could finally go global. After all, they previously had to consider the Gale Nation and the European Union. Now, all of Eastern Asia was Saras's core sphere of influence. Naturally, Heliafeng Company didn't need to remain confined to China. Instead, they had to follow the official lead. In fact, Heliafeng Company had reached a limit of development domestically. It was time to enter the international market. However, the current international market is fragmented and needs to be redeveloped. But that's okay. In fact, a fragmented international market is actually more beneficial. After all, there's no construction without destruction. If the old system doesn't collapse, how can a new one be established? Chapter 309. Siam, Bangkok. Heliafeng Company's first overseas branch was established here. The investment bank, previously acquired in Hong Kong through a shell company, also completed its equity transfer in September of this year. Jiang Miao became the bank's largest shareholder, holding an 80% stake. Lin Shuya held 10% of the remaining shares, and Zhang's investment company held 10%. Zhang's investment company was also a company that Jiang Miao personally controlled, but a portion of the company's shares were held by Jiang Miao's parents and Lin Shuya. Since Jiang Miao was an only child, this matter didn't matter. The bank has now been renamed Zhang's Commercial Investment Bank. In fact, over the past few years, thanks to Jiang Miao's strategic planning and extensive insider information, the bank has reaped significant profits globally. However, Zhang's bank's primary investment areas are Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia. After all, the main sources of income in the international market are US dollars, euros, and Japanese yen. Therefore, Zhang's bank, while retaining a portion for investment reserves and working capital, quickly invested the remaining foreign currency in the stock market. For example, last year, when Masayoshi Son sold all of SoftBank Group's Alibaba shares, Zhang's bank seized the opportunity to acquire a significant portion. Combined with shares acquired through other channels, Zhang's bank currently holds approximately 4.3% of Alibaba Group shares. Companies that were also exploited include Samsung Group in Dhaka and Tokyo Electron in Japan. Heliafeng, previously operating covertly, has now dropped the gambit and launched a massive expansion and investment spree in Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia. As for whether these investments would be wasted, given Saras's current influence in these two regions, if anyone dared to resort to underhanded tactics against Heliafeng and Zhang's bank, Jiang Miao wouldn't even have to ask for help, and someone would have volunteered to give these ungrateful individuals a proper hand. Bangkok. Heliafeng Company made a big move upon its arrival. Recruiting agricultural technicians. Recruiting construction workers. The streets were littered with recruitment flyers for Heliafeng's Siam branch. It wasn't just Heliafeng Company. State-owned and private enterprises like COFCO and New Hope Group had also entered Siam, similarly recruiting local employees on a large scale. In addition, a large number of machinery processing companies had also set up factories. Fortunately, Siam's education industry was well developed, and with its existing industrial base, it had accumulated a considerable number of industrial workers, who were assigned to a significant number of machinery processing jobs this time. These machinery processing industries were all parts processing industries that were extensions of the Asian Road and Bridge Initiative and the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project. For example, the production of screws and various hardware components will create a massive amount of employment. Of course, China isn't completely laissez-faire with regard to these low-end industries. Rather, it has comprehensive considerations and plans. First, we must ensure that these small players are unable to gain access to a relatively complete industrial chain, thus preventing them from becoming too powerful to control. Second, we must ensure that domestic alternatives or backup industries exist. Third, we must ensure that these foreign companies are fully integrated into the domestic industrial chain to prevent them from slipping out of control. As long as their economy and food security are completely under control, these small forces will have no room for resistance. Despite Heliafeng Company's decision to open a branch in Siam, Heliafeng will not promote local food crops, nor will it promote strategically valuable crops in these areas. So what will Heliafeng invest in? The answer, of course, is tropical fruits, mineral resources, waste recycling, power services, and so on. For example, power services aren't invested in by Heliafeng Company itself, but by Minchin Group. Minchin Group plans to deploy a large number of photovoltaic thin-film towed airships around Bangkok, achieving both solar power generation and maintaining firm control over the local power industry. This is far more advantageous than building thermal power plants or hydroelectric power stations. After all, photovoltaic airships can be flown back to China at any time. Even in an emergency, they can consider activating their self-destruct systems, instantly destroying Siam's photovoltaic power generation capacity. On the other hand, thermal power plants and hydroelectric power stations are fixed assets. In an emergency, they cannot be destroyed quickly, and would simply benefit local forces. This is also one of the unspoken rules governing export investment by major domestic companies. For example, power systems must either be built domestically using ultra-high voltage lines or using photovoltaic airships. Fixed assets like hydropower stations and infrastructure-related industries are not permitted to be built abroad. Of course, energy storage systems are not subject to these restrictions. After all, if photovoltaic power generation is to be used, the storage system must be built locally, otherwise, there would be no way to regulate and utilize the generated electricity. Heliafeng Siam branch plans to build a large energy storage station in Bangkok. Inside the employee recruitment and training center, the entrance was practically packed. Even under the scorching sun outside, a steady stream of people lined up to apply. A nervous young local man arrived at the sorting point, holding his bilingual resume in Chinese and Thai. The staff member at the sorting point, expressionless, asked directly in Thai, "What position are you applying for?" "I'm applying for electrician." The staff member printed out a queue ticket and said, "Take this ticket and queue up in room 207. Sakadiva. The young man hurriedly thanked him. "Don't dawdle, there's someone behind you." "Sorry, I'd be leaving right away." The young man trotted up to the second floor. He soon found room 207. The seats near the entrance to room 207 were already full, so he had no choice but to stand in the hallway near the entrance. Fortunately, the air conditioning in the hallway was plenty cold, which relieved his body from the heat. Among the applicants who came up later, a middle-aged man spotted the young man and approached, curiously asking, "Young man, do you want to work at the power company too?" The young man turned and saw the middle-aged man in work clothes. He asked nervously, "Yes, I'm applying for the electrician position. My name is Zheng Anmin." "Chinese?" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "No, I'm only 1/4 Chinese. My maternal grandfather was Chinese." Zheng Anmin scratched his head shyly. "So how's your Chinese?" "I can understand a little, and I have no problem reading," Zheng Anmin replied honestly. The middle-aged man shook his head. "Then why are you applying for the electrician position? Wouldn't it be better to apply for the technician assistant position?" Is that okay? My Chinese isn't very good." The middle-aged man looked as if he was idiot. Haha, now all those people who can speak Chinese and Thai and Siam are being recruited by those serious companies. You have the basics, so just take a month or two of intensive night school. Why bother with such hard work as an electrician? Zheng Anmin was startled. "Really? But I already submitted my resume. Just tell the interviewer directly. After all, people like you are very sought after right now," the middle-aged man suggested. "Thank you, uncle," Zheng Anmin thanked him hastily. You're welcome. We're half hometowners. I'm half Chinese, and my damn dad forced me to learn Chinese. Now that I found a good opportunity, if I weren't already 45, I really give it another try. The middle-aged man lamented the sudden changes in his life. I see. Zheng Anmin suddenly remembered, having not yet asked the other person's name, and hurriedly asked, Uncle, what's your name? My name is Lin Haiban, and my ancestral home is in Fuzhou, Fujian Province. Fuzhou Province? I heard of it. My maternal grandfather's family seems to have migrated from Fujian Province, but I can't remember exactly where. Your surname, Zheng, comes from your maternal grandfather, right? Huh? Yes. Zheng Anmin scratched his head sheepishly. Lin Haiban didn't react to this situation, because many people in Siam are now trying to establish ties with the Chinese, and blood ties have become a shortcut. People like Zheng Anmin, with Chinese ancestry, are plentiful in Siam. Previously, these people kept silent about their Chinese ancestry due to official Siamese suppression. Now that the Siamese authorities can no longer suppress it, many have shifted their identities and become ethnically Chinese. Just this month, the number of name change applications received by Siam's household registration authorities has skyrocketed dozens of times. This shows that the trend of attaching Chinese ancestry has become a major trend within Siam. After all, historically, intermarriage between Siamese and Chinese was quite common, and since both are of the yellow race, if locals insist on claiming Chinese ancestry, a significant portion of them do have some degree of Chinese ancestry. This is another effect of a superpower. Especially when the population of that superpower is similar to their own, it's natural that some will try to attach themselves to that identity. If it were the Gale Kingdom, even if Siamese claimed to have a long lineage, the white people of Gale Kingdom would not acknowledge their identity. But if the superpower were Ceres, it would be very easy for Siamese to blend in. Even centuries of Siamese de-Sinicization couldn't prevent Serbia's rise to superpower status. It's estimated that over the next decade or so, the number of Chinese in Siam will surge. It's important to note that even with Siamese officials' persistent assimilation efforts, 12% to 14% of the population still has a clearly defined ethnic Chinese identity. If anyone with even a hint of Chinese ancestry were considered Chinese, this percentage would likely exceed 80%, given that even the Siamese royal family has Chinese ancestry. Thus, Lin Haiban didn't see anything wrong with Zheng Anmin's approach. After all, water flows to low places, and people strive for high places. If Chinese identity is helpful, they will naturally embrace it. This included Lin Haiban himself, who had previously been reluctant to learn Chinese. It was only through his late father's beatings that he reluctantly learned the language. This was a common situation for many second and third generation Chinese in Siam. Recovering, Lin Haiban smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, your maternal grandfather was from Quanzhou, Fujian Province, and a fellow countryman of Zheng Chengdong of the southern Ming dynasty." I see. Lin Haiban reminded him, "If you really want to use your Chinese identity, ask your mother, she should know a little bit. Then, find an opportunity to visit your maternal grandfather's hometown to trace your ancestry. Once you have a family tree, you won't have to worry about being criticized." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Unconsciously, the two chatted for over an hour. Number 46. Zheng Anmin checked the queue ticket in his hand, realized it was his number, and briskly walked into room 207. The three interviewers looked down at the resume. One of the middle-aged, bespectacled interviewers glanced at the resume's profile, and then looked up and asked, "Do you speak Chinese?" "I can read it, but my spoken English isn't very good." "No problem. I write a paragraph in Chinese, and you translate it into Thai." The bespectacled interviewer quickly scribbled a sentence on a piece of scratch paper, and handed it to Zheng Anmin. Zheng Anmin looked at it for a moment, then quickly organized his thoughts in his mind. "What does this mean? What's the name of the school you graduated from?" "That's right, the translation is excellent. It seems you have good Chinese reading and writing skills." The other female interviewer inquired, "Are you applying for an electrician position?" Zheng Anmin quickly expressed his thoughts. "No, I didn't know about your company's requirements for technician assistant positions. I just checked, and I'd like to apply for the position." After hearing this answer, the last interviewer from the Mediterranean region slowly said, "Technician assistant? Although you graduated from a technical school, you have a basic understanding of Chinese. With a few months of training at the training center, you should be able to do this job." After discussion among the three interviewers, Zheng Anmin was approved. The Mediterranean interviewer handed him a document. "This is the interview pass. Bring it tomorrow to the employee training center next door for 3 months of training." "Thank you." "Okay, when you leave, ask number 47 to come in." "Okay." Zheng Anmin nodded slightly, and left room 207 with his belongings. Upon exiting, he called out, "Number 47, come in." Candidate number 47 pushed the door open and entered. Lin Haiben looked at the beaming Zheng Anmin and asked, "Xiaoman, did you make it?" "Yes, Uncle Lin. I'd be at the training center tomorrow for training. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for your good wishes. I be leaving now. Be careful on your way." "Thank you." Watching Zheng Anmin's departure, many people looked on with envy. At the same time, they were also considering whether to sign up for a Chinese language class. After all, although Lin Haiben and Zheng Anmin had just spoken quietly, several people nearby had still heard. Although Helyafeng Company is hiring a large number of people, that doesn't mean all applicants will pass the interview. Currently, Helyafeng Company is hiring 24,000 employees in Siam, roughly 5.2% of its total domestic workforce. This means that Helyafeng Company has approximately 460,000 employees in China. Other series companies are also planning to hire approximately 150,000 people in Siam in the coming months. However, Siam's unemployment rate is incredibly high this year. Combined with the impact of natural and man-made disasters on agriculture, and competition from Helyafeng, the number of unemployed people in the country has reached nearly 4 million. As a result, Helyafeng received approximately 600,000 resumes despite only hiring 24,000 people locally. This demonstrates just how dire Siam's unemployment rate is. Thankfully, with the subsequent progress of the Industrial Consortium Plan, and with the influx of agricultural groups like Helyafeng to develop the tropical fruit industry, the local unemployment rate will soon fall to a relatively safe range. Chapter 310. Time flies. Amidst the chaos, it was early November of 2028. Northeast of Hangsawadi in Southeast Asia, in the Tongyai Basin within the Chonbang Plateau, 35 kilometers northwest of the basin's edge, a massive transport airship unloaded a large load of supplies onto an open space on the ground. This was a small plateau nestled in the mountains, approximately 0.5 square kilometers in area. Originally the residential area of a local village, it was now contracted by Zijin Mining. To be more precise, it was a mining company jointly established by Zijin Mining and a local community, the Tongyai Mercury Mine Company. In September, Hansawadi joined the new industrial consortium as a Tier 1 member, in exchange for fully opening up its mining, infrastructure services, communications, and markets to Ceres. Zijin Mining had leased the Earth Mineral Survey airship, developed by Blue Whale Airship in June of this year. Zijin Mining was extremely interested in the Chonbang Plateau, whose mineralization conditions were similar to those of the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. Perhaps luck had struck. Perhaps due to the short history of mineral exploration in Hangsawadi, coupled with long-term internal chaos, many minerals buried deeper than 20 meters have remained undiscovered. Zijin Mining's leased exploration airship, after just one flight, discovered a cinnabar mine at a depth of approximately 50 to 80 meters in the mountains on the edge of the Dongji Basin on the Chonbang Plateau. After more than half a month of drilling, they have virtually confirmed that a portion of the cinnabar mine, within the currently explored area, contains approximately 70,000 tons of mercury. Furthermore, remote sensing data from the exploration airship indicates a mineralized belt stretching over hundreds of kilometers. Its prospective mercury reserves are estimated to be between 200,000 and 400,000 tons. Drilled rock layers revealed an extremely high cinnabar content, making it a truly rich deposit. As a result, Zijin Mining rapidly increased its investment. On the one hand, it established a joint mining venture with the local authorities in Hangsawadi. On the other hand, it secured a 5 billion yuan special loan from a domestic bank, using the mining rights to secure the mine. In fact, China has recently been printing money at full capacity to curb the rapid appreciation of the Chinese yuan. 90% of these overseas projects are financed through loans, including Helyafeng, which borrowed approximately 200 billion yuan from the 4 major banks and several local banks in September of this year to further expand its overseas industrial presence. This frenzied capital injection has indeed suppressed further appreciation of the Chinese yuan, which has now become the most popular foreign currency in Southeast Asia. As for the exchange rate against the US dollar, it remains around 3.5. This situation is not due to the Chinese yuan's active appreciation against the US dollar, but rather to the US dollar's rapid depreciation over the past 6 months. So it appears that the Chinese yuan is appreciating. However, Southeast Asia has already completed its currency substitution process. Furthermore, many wealthy Chinese in Southeast Asia have converted their assets into Chinese yuan. Furthermore, various regions in Southeast Asia have allowed the Chinese yuan to circulate freely in response to economic, food, and ecological crisis. This has led to a rapid surge in the Chinese yuan's market. For example, in the small town near the Tongyai Mercury Mine Company, the local Myanmar baht was rapidly squeezed out of the market due to the mine's establishment, and the Chinese yuan became the mainstream trading currency. After all, the local currencies of Southeast Asian countries have collapsed, sometimes even losing hundreds of % in a single day. At this time, the only two options for civilians and businesses were to use precious metals, or a more stable foreign currency. With major international currencies, like the US dollar, euro, and yen experiencing rapid depreciation, the Chinese yuan, which remained strong, became the preferred currency of many. The Tongyai Mercury Mine's office building is located in the small town of Habong, while the mining base is located in the mountains to the north, approximately 11 kilometers away. Due to the poor local infrastructure, Habong town is connected to the mining base by only a simple mountain road. Previously, when prospectors entered the mining area for exploration and construction of the mining base, all personnel, equipment, and buildings were transported in by airship. Local residents were forcibly relocated and resettled in the town. However, the Tongyai Mercury Mine did not resort to extreme measures and instead provided compensation, such as absorbing all the young and middle-aged workers in the village into the mining base. At the same time, housing was provided for the elderly, children, and women, and some working women were assigned to work in the town's auxiliary service agencies. The mining area required approximately 600 miners, plus 150 various service personnel. Of course, Habong town was not solely home to the Tongyai Mercury Mine Company at this time. 3 other companies also operated: the Mercury Metal Refinery under the Tongyai Mercury Mine, the Southern United Mining, a local joint venture between Monan United Mining and the Hongsawati New Resources Group, a joint venture between China Minmetals Corporation and a local entity. The Southern United Mining primarily developed the local phosphate mine. Its mining area was located northeast of the Habong Mercury mining belt, approximately 25 kilometers from Habong town, also nestled in the mountains. The discovery of this phosphate mine was made possible by the exploration airships previously leased by Zijin Mining. Data from these airships was required to be shared with the Blue Whale airship, and thus the Blue Whale was immediately aware of the existence of a large phosphate mine in the area. Since Zijin Mining had no intention of mining the phosphate mine, they did a favor and agreed to allow United Mining to join the exploration and mining efforts. However, the phosphate mine is currently still in the preliminary exploration stage. Hongsawati New Resources Group is also developing mercury mines, but they have contracted the southern part of the Habong Mercury mining belt and are also currently in the preliminary exploration stage. The arrival of these 3 groups has crowded this small town of only a few thousand people, draining away the local young and middle-aged workforce. This is a common phenomenon in resource-based cities. As long as the region's mineral reserves still have mining value, the city will likely not decline. However, if the resources are exhausted, the town will quickly decline. Inside the rapidly installed office building, the local representatives of the 3 groups held a meeting today. A middle-aged man with a square face and dark skin, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, lit a cigarette. Huh? Lao He, you guys are moving so fast. He Jiaqiang, who had been dispatched from Zijin Mining, took a sip of pu'er tea and said, "Given your relationship with Haliafeng Company, we'd probably be able to complete the mine construction soon." The middle-aged man smiled but said nothing. They belonged to United Mining, and the management of United Mining was currently appointed by Haliafeng Company, so mobilizing various resources was naturally smooth sailing. Another bald middle-aged man, with a hint of military air, poured tea for the 2 men and said calmly, "Lao He, Mr. Zhou, the safety equipment you requested will be in place tomorrow." "Oh! How many?" 100 per family, 500 peanuts per boat. The bald middle-aged man took a sip of pu'er tea. "Okay, but what about the local documents?" "That's taken care of. We issue you a gun license later." After all, the Chonbang Plateau is still somewhat unstable. The mining area and the town can't rely solely on local people. I propose establishing a joint security company to jointly defend the town and the mining area. After hearing the bald middle-aged man's proposal, Lao He and Mr. Zhou exchanged a glance and nodded. "Okay. I agree. After all, if they each act independently, they can easily be defeated individually, and their defenses will be vulnerable. For example, last month, their exploration airship was attacked by rockets from unidentified militants during a reconnaissance mission on the Chonbang Plateau. The enemy fired 5 rockets in quick succession from the mountains and forests. Fortunately, these airships going abroad were equipped with protective nets woven from silicon carbide nanowires. The rockets only caused a few pieces of paint to flake off, and didn't hit the core airbags or detection equipment. But this situation also serves as a warning to companies operating overseas in series. While previously, local sentiment had to be considered, this is no longer necessary. Many mining companies operating overseas have hired professional domestic security companies or established their own to protect their operations. However, these companies haven't gone too far and have no desire to interfere in other local affairs. Even if a Chinese national commits a crime locally, they respect the local authorities' handling of the situation, provided it's handled appropriately. However, local authorities are now wary of oversight of the Chinese community. To avoid angering series, they often invite relevant domestic authorities to send personnel to jointly review cases involving Chinese nationals. Putting down his teacup, Mr. Zhou thought of something. Old He, what are the environmental standards for your mercury refining plant? Old He replied confidently, don't worry. We use the same standards as back home. Furthermore, the factory is surrounded by mountains, and we establish a buffer zone to prevent contamination of local land and water sources. I'm just worried about something going wrong. Mr. Zhou was deeply concerned about this matter. After all, he would be stationed here for a long time, and needed to eat and drink local food and water. If mercury contamination occurred, he would be in trouble too. The bald middle-aged man echoed, Mr. Zhou's concerns are indeed justified. We'd be eating and drinking locally for the next 3 years. If there were a large-scale mercury contamination, the consequences would be disastrous. You too can rest assured. Have you forgotten the new product Heliafing Company launched in August? Old He brought up another matter. August? Mr. Zhou thought for a moment, before remembering what the other person was talking about. Are you talking about the waste from sponge batteries? That's what we bought. We purchased a batch of discarded sponges from a heavy metal refining plant in China. They have excellent absorption capacity for heavy metals, and can filter out 99% of floating heavy metal particles. So that's the product? The bald middle-aged man also had some information on this. Since sponge batteries are entering the recycling phase, a large number of discarded sponge batteries are generated in China every year. The soybean oil and potassium chloride from discarded sponge batteries can be used to refine biodiesel and make fertilizer, but using the sponge structure formed by fungi solely for organic fertilizer fermentation seems a bit wasteful. Therefore, many research institutions are studying the secondary uses of this fungal sponge structure. Due to its unique sponge structure, primarily composed of protein and chitin, it can efficiently absorb heavy metals from the environment. Although water pollution treatment can use specialized water purifiers incorporating silicon carbide nanotubes to separate dissolved pollutants, the mercury extraction process easily produces mercury vapor, which is extremely toxic and can accumulate in surrounding plants and animals, causing genetic toxicity and leading to developmental delays, deformities, and intellectual impairment in children. Compared to traditional professional mercury vapor adsorbents, fungal sponges offer similar adsorption effectiveness, but at a much lower cost. By increasing the frequency of air filtration, mercury vapor concentrations within factory and mining areas can be kept within safe limits for extended periods. Mr. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Since you're using this sponge filter, I'm relieved. After all, the domestic government is very determined for this overseas expansion. For industries with negative impacts, the government has specific requirements to minimize the impact. As long as overseas companies can establish a strong local mass base, their position will be extremely secure. This includes hiring local employees. Many jobs can be replaced by machines, so why do factories still insist on using a combination of manual labor and machinery? The answer is to increase employment while absorbing as much of the local young and middle-aged labor force as possible. Many people don't realize that industrialization and urbanization are the most effective contraceptives. These overseas companies now have a potential mission to rapidly promote local industrialization and urbanization and prevent further population growth. One strategy for promoting local industrialization and urbanization is to vigorously develop labor-intensive industries, while simultaneously improving worker wages and promoting income differentiation between urban and rural areas. As long as urban workers earn several times more than farmers, the surrounding rural population will naturally flock to the cities. Another task for these overseas companies is to cooperate with the local agricultural system, transforming it from a small-scale peasant economy consisting of landlord farms and self-employed farmers into a state of complete bankruptcy. As long as agricultural production is completely controlled, these regions will never be able to escape control. Heliafing's strategy in Southeast Asia is to vigorously develop a variety of tropical fruits and cash crops, especially woody cash crops, aiming to become the core of local agriculture. After the establishment of woody cash crops, switching to food crops requires deforestation and land reclamation, which is extremely difficult. Furthermore, the costs involved, coupled with the large interest groups that cultivate these cash crops, will frantically prevent others from changing their cropping patterns. As long as Southeast Asia is transformed into an economic model characterized by primary industry, mining, and specialized large-scale farms, the local population will inevitably become part of the Serbian economic system. Currently, these overseas companies are the vanguard of this mission. To attract locals to become urban workers and miners, these overseas companies offer very good wages and benefits, roughly comparable to those of similar workers in China. For example, the average mercury miner earns a base salary of around 7,500 yuan per month, plus various subsidies and benefits, which is roughly 10 times what the average local farmer earns. Under these circumstances, young and middle-aged laborers from surrounding rural areas will inevitably flock to these jobs. To further promote the development of labor-intensive industries in the region, Helyafing Company even plans to relocate 2/3 of its linen production to Southeast Asia. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. Now that China has secured some international coinage rights, there's no need to worry about the risk of backlash from industrial transfer. Chapter 311. The meeting concluded, and Mr. Zhou, old he, the bald middle-aged man, and the others returned home. After leaving the Dongji Mercury Mine Company's office, they arrived at the streets of Habong Town, which had been quickly paved a week earlier. The pavement structure consists of foamed silicon material topped with a specially formulated permeable asphalt cement. Essentially, it's a giant slab, airlifted from China via airship, and then laid directly onto the leveled roadbed to form a street. Mr. Zhou stood by the roadside, and his driver soon arrived in a pickup truck. The street has 4 lanes, but only half has been paved. The remaining half has been fenced off. A domestic road construction company has contracted Habong Town's infrastructure construction project, and has already hired nearly 500 local young and middle-aged workers. In fact, the entire Habong Town population is relatively small. Including the surrounding villages, the total population is around 15,000. As a result, with the influx of Saris companies, the local young and middle-aged population has been rapidly drained. Mr. Zhou's pickup truck drove through the old town and arrived at a highway on the east side, where the Southern United Mining Company's local branch was located. As the branch manager, Zhou Qi would need to be stationed there for the long term, so he was particularly concerned about the progress of the office and living quarters. Upon his return, he convened a meeting with several members of management. Standing at the door of his temporary office, Zhou Qi surveyed the nearby living quarters construction site. Ming, how's your work progressing? It's almost there. If it weren't for the lack of qualified building materials locally, we have moved into the new dorms long ago. Ming was also unable to describe Hongsawadi's infrastructure. Especially in a remote mountain town like this, there were no construction workers, no qualified building materials, and even no water or electricity. Everything had to be sourced from Yunnan province in China, and then airlifted in. To expedite construction, they didn't plan to pour the foundation locally. Instead, they used prefabricated reinforced concrete foundations from China and transported them in via airship. Now, their construction team was digging large pits at the site to place the reinforced concrete foundations. Amin added, the foundations will arrive tomorrow afternoon, and the dormitories the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, a senior executive came running over panting. Hoo-hoo. Mr. Zhou, good news. Xinghe, what's the good news? Zhou Qi asked curiously. Li Xinghe wiped the sweat from his forehead. China Mobile just sent a text message announcing that the mobile communication service for the entire Tongyai Basin has completed testing. From now on, we can directly use the 4G network. It's already working? That's great news indeed. Zhou Qi pulled his phone from its sealed bag out of his trouser pocket, and then took out his phone from inside. Everyone else's phone was also enclosed in a sealed bag. This bizarre situation stems primarily from the extreme heat of Hongsawadi, especially in the tropical valleys of the Tongyai Basin. During the summer rainy season, the heat and humidity are intense, and the perceived temperature is incredibly high. Carrying a phone with you is prone to water damage. It's essential to protect it not only from rain, but also from sweat. Ordinary phone cases are useless. Either a waterproof case or a sealed bag is recommended. Li Xinghe, who had just run over, pulled out a large stack of waterproof phone cases from his backpack. Mr. Zhou, Logistics has purchased a batch of waterproof phone cases from China. Pick out the ones you like. Zhou Qi didn't hesitate and immediately chose a waterproof phone case with a panda pattern on the back. He opened the box and put the case on. This waterproof phone case has a flip-up design. The waterproof film on the surface can be used directly by touching it, or you can open it and then touch the phone's touch screen. He turned on the phone screen and saw a mobile phone signal. He tested the network quality and found it was not much different from back home. Then he looked up and asked, "What about the telecom company?" "The telecom company's communication airship isn't built yet. It probably won't arrive until December." "Never mind, I just make do with it." Currently, the three major telecom operators in Southeast Asia will use communication airships to provide network services, except for some fiber optic networks left over from previous construction. This has several advantages. First, communication airships have a wide coverage area. Even in mountainous areas, a communication airship can still provide high-quality communication within a radius of approximately 50 to 100 kilometers. This is much easier than building a ground-based fiber optic network, and can also reduce costs and increase efficiency. On the other hand, communication airships are also less susceptible to natural or man-made disasters. This is especially true in relatively chaotic areas like the Chonbang Plateau, which is also prone to severe geological and weather disasters. High above, communication airships can ensure long-term, stable service. Finally, in the event of an emergency, these communication airships can fly directly back to China, effectively disrupting local wireless network services. Combining these advantages, communication airships have essentially become one of the next-generation communication development paths in China. Even in overcast weather, communication between the airship and the ground can still ensure normal communication. Of course, to support the local area, the three major telecommunication service providers did not monopolize the market, but instead established joint ventures to rapidly penetrate the local telecommunications market. For example, telecommunication services in Habong town are controlled by three powerful local families: the Maidong family, the Ongu family, and the Min Lai family. These three families are not actually very powerful, with only a few dozen members, but their local networks are intricate. In fact, supporting local powerful families is not a big deal, because service companies in these areas have a unified association behind them, generally called the Progress and Development Association, which is ostensibly composed of local executives from various overseas companies. And this plan to support local powerful families is not just to support one, but to support a large number of them. Take Habong town as an example. Within the same industry, telecommunications, water supply, electricity, plantations, and services, 2 or 3 families often run separate operations. This results in a large number of small local powerful families, and their interests are not aligned. As long as their power is properly managed to prevent a single dominant entity from becoming dominant, if they disobey, and their support is cut off, this family will quickly fall apart. Furthermore, with overseas companies draining the local workforce, even if these small-time tycoons attempt to incite public opinion, they will be practically thwarted. If the time comes to truly crack down on these disobedient tycoons, by directly revoking their authorizations and terminating related partnerships, the rest of the local community will quickly take action and take over the industry. Naturally, they won't stand up for a discarded child. Profits are the key to maintaining control. As long as they can generate continuous profits, these local tyrants don't mind partnering with anyone. This is also the main reason why overseas companies offer high salaries to local employees. These locals, determined to protect their own interests, will certainly not easily turn against them. Just as Zhou Qi and others were busy calling their families. With the rollout of China Mobile's telecommunication services, the Anga family in Habong town also razed their small courtyard to the ground. The courtyard, located on the edge of the old town, was quite large, approximately 260 square meters. A dark-skinned young man, wearing a bamboo hat, stood by the courtyard's foundation. "Father, how long do we have to wait?" "Don't worry," Angu fanned himself with his bamboo hat. Soon, a pickup truck drove up nearby. "Ongu? It's you." Mong and Ongu pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed them over. "Have the things arrived?" Mongan was the owner of the Habong Shini Construction Contracting Company, and one of the small-time tycoons being supported. He took the cigarette without hesitation, ripped open the wrapper, lit a cigarette, and took a slow puff. "Huh? I'm here. Have you finished the foundation and drainage?" "It's been done a long time." Ongu pointed to the area marked with slakelime. The foundation of his house was naturally not reinforced concrete, but a more traditional rubble rock foundation. And the drainage pipes and septic tank were built within the house, but in a small open space next door for easier maintenance. "Boss, the things are here." Mong'an's younger brother approached, a walkie-talkie in hand. Not far away, in the sky, a construction airship, carrying a 3-story building, flew in from the temporary airship cargo distribution center east of Habong town. With the cooperation of Mong'an and the others, the 3-story building was safely lowered onto the foundation. The building had a base area of 160 square meters and no eaves. Due to the unstable local geology and the low-quality foundation construction, which could lead to subsidence, the building's overall height was 14 meters, with each floor 4 meters high. The first floor was specially designed with a 2-meter hollowing out. When the Ongu family had the excavator dig the foundation, they deliberately allowed the foundation surface and the surrounding ground to sink by about 1 meter. Therefore, after the building was lowered, it was only about 1 meter from the surrounding ground. "Okay, Ongu, let's go in and take a look." Mong'an, who arrived with a ladder, set it against the door and led the others up. He took out the key and opened the rolling shutter. After opening the rolling shutter, there was another layer of specially tempered glass, a glass door, and a glass partition, and then the door opened again. Everyone entered. The first floor was divided into 3 areas: the living room, the bathroom, and the back storage. "These are all accessories for your house. I send someone to install them tomorrow," Mong'an said, pointing to a pile of boxes in front of him. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the living room had already been decorated. The floor was made of plastic imitating wood, the ceiling was aluminum plywood, and the walls were coated with a white putty imitating porcelain. Upstairs, the living area was located. "Mong'an, where are the appliances? What's the rush? They be here in a few days." After a thorough inspection, Ongu was quite satisfied. Although the house in Mong'an had been asking for 1.44 million yuan, he felt it was a steal. After all, it was fully furnished, including appliances and furniture. At 3,000 yuan per square meter, the price was indeed acceptable. Of course, he paid for it in gold. As local tycoons, they often disliked holding kyat, preferring foreign currency or gold, silver, and jewelry. Many overseas companies, seeking financial security, also disliked the unstable local currency and used either the kyat or precious metals with a fixed value, such as land, as collateral. Ongu's family deposited half of their gold, approximately 12 kilograms, at the construction bank branch in Habong town as special collateral, securing a substantial loan. Ongu used the loan to purchase a building, open a telecommunication service store, and send his youngest son to study abroad in Saris, which also cost him a considerable amount. In less than a week, the Mong'an construction team completed the installation of electrical appliances and furniture, as well as plumbing, electrical wiring, and sewage pipes. At the same time, they filled the hollowed-out portion of the foundation with earth and stone, and constructed 2 stairways using larger stone slabs, one at the entrance of the telecommunications service center, and the other on the side for family members to ascend and descend. As the appliances, furniture, and home textiles were arranged, the work team from China Mobile arrived, bringing in various items. They handed them to Ongu while training him on how to operate the various devices. Of course, to accommodate the high illiteracy rate in the area, many of the devices were designed to be extremely simple and user-friendly. Soon after several local monks performed rituals, the shop, named Habong Mobile Communications, officially opened for business. In addition to mobile phone cards and phone top-ups, the shop also sells a variety of mobile phones, tablets, laptops, and other digital products. To ensure the smooth operation of the shop, Angus sent his eldest son and daughter-in-law to the Yunnan Mobile Company Training Center for over 2 months. They returned a few days ago to take over the management of the shop. "Boss, do you sell mobile phones here?" A middle-aged man wearing Tongyai Mercury mine work clothes walked in, holding a flyer. Angus' eldest daughter-in-law, Lena, smiled and asked, "What kind of phone do you want?" "We have." The miner looked at the rows of phones on the table and said, "I want one with video capabilities." "I want 2. All the phones in our store have video capabilities." "Which one is cheaper?" Lena pulled out a low-end phone from Suliang. "This one. Only 999 yuan. Hua yuan." "Of course. Are there any cheaper ones?" Lena shook her head. "Sorry, 999 yuan is the cheapest model, but if you buy 2, I give you 3 months of free phone credit." After some bargaining, the middle-aged miner bought 2 phones for 1,950 yuan, along with a dedicated data plan. For these miners, whose monthly wages are around 7,500 yuan, purchasing phones and the like is naturally not a big deal. Angus' telecommunications store had only been open for a little over a week, and it had already sold over 80 mobile phones. While they were primarily low-end models, he calculated that selling phones was only a one-time transaction. The real profit came from the commission earned from the telecommunication services. The other two telecommunication stores that had already signed contracts, seeing Angdu's continued profitability, began to grow anxious. After all, the market in Habong town was limited. Even if half the population bought phones, the maximum number of phones sold would be 7,500. Adding to the advantage of telecommunication services, they were extremely anxious and constantly urged the telecommunications companies and China Unicom to approve the telecommunication services as soon as possible. However, there was no solution. Even with Blue Whale Airship continuously expanding its production capacity, it still couldn't meet the skyrocketing market demand. Chapter 312. The overseas expansion of companies like Hailufeng has not impacted domestic development. On the contrary, with a large number of companies going overseas, not only has the domestic employment rate increased, but it has also rapidly alleviated some of the country's previous overcapacity. Vast production capacity has been released. At the same time, the government has also begun to vigorously promote wage and work hour reforms. For example, Hailufeng has begun to change its work schedule from 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, to 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, or to 8 hours a day, 4 days a week. In particular, industries with highly mechanized systems should generally adopt this work model. It is better to hire more employees or retain positions than to reduce the number of employees through overtime. In fact, with the promotion of the Northwest Development Program and the sudden global climate changes in recent years, the importance of the Northwest region has skyrocketed. In 28 years, the number of people migrating to the Northwest from North China, Sichuan, and the Middle and Lower Yangtze River plains reached 3.77 million. Combined with the accumulated migration, the Northwest and Southern MO regions have seen a cumulative population increase of 8.94 million over the past 3 years. However, this year's greatest achievement has been the dramatic changes in the Maubei Plateau. Due to climate change and overgrazing, desertification on the Maubei Plateau is progressing at a rapid pace. After the local economy completely collapsed, fed-up herders, miners, and ordinary urban residents swept away the Maubei administrators, with a small number of those who remained fleeing by plane to Europe and the United States. After months of chaos, the locals finally resolved to seek help from Ceres. To help Maubei, dozens of large companies, including Hailufeng, quickly stepped up to the plateau, hiring over 1.8 million employees locally. You read that right. 1.8 million employees, representing approximately 51% of the local population. The majority of these employees were agricultural and construction companies, including Hailufeng, COFCO, Beidawang Group, New Hope Group, Maubei Agricultural Group, Capital Agribusiness, China Railway Group, and China Construction Group. After all, agriculture and engineering construction are indeed the main industries that can absorb surplus labor in a short period of time. Hailufeng has hired approximately 85,000 people in Maubei, primarily to develop the local desert. Hailufeng has designated approximately 80,000 square kilometers of desert area, concentrated in East Gobi province in Maubei. However, since it was already December of the 28th year, the Maubei Plateau had entered its freezing season, so planting would have to wait until March or April of the following year. Currently, training was being conducted while engineering equipment was being mobilized from Zerim City. In addition to local employees, Hailufeng Company also transferred approximately 12,000 veteran employees from the mainland to join the Maubei branch. The reason Maubei was considered the greatest gain was primarily due to its vast area, spanning a full 1.56 million square kilometers. Although the vast majority of it was desert, Gobi Desert, and semi-desert steppe, with the northern region boasting more abundant water resources and a colder climate, these unfavorable factors were of little concern to Ceres at this time. The acquisition of these 1.56 million square kilometers effectively addressed some of the country's shortcomings. It's important to note that the Maubei Plateau's longitude and latitude are similar to those of the northeast. While its altitude makes its temperature significantly lower than that of the northeast, it's at least slightly better than Siberia. According to a study conducted by experts from the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the region has at least 1.8 billion mu, approximately 1.8 billion hectares, of usable agricultural land. While most of this can only produce one crop per year, the vast plains to the east have relatively abundant water resources. If senza beans were used to improve the soil, the region could quickly acquire tens of millions of mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares, of artificial black soil. If all of this 1.8 billion mu, approximately 1.8 billion hectares, of agricultural land were planted with Sinza beans. Even with only one harvest per year, the annual soybean production would be 540 million tons. 540 million tons of various Sinza beans could feed at least 1 billion people. After all, today's Sinza beans are used not only for industrial purposes, food processing, plastics, and fuel, but also as a staple food, making them practically versatile crops. Of course, given the strategic value of Sinza beans, which can only be grown in restricted areas within China, Sinza varieties 1 through 4 can only be promoted in the Mabei region. In fact, given the potential of the Sinza beans, if their cultivation could be promoted worldwide, resolving the food crisis would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Ceres needs to reshape the global landscape and naturally won't allow Sinza beans to flow into uncontrolled areas. For example, Central Asia, which Lucia has always considered her own backyard, has repeatedly requested permission to import Sinza beans, but China has consistently given them a perfunctory response. The fundamental reason is that Central Asia presents significant uncontrollable factors. After all, the Gale nation can abandon Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia, thousands of miles away, because of the geographical limitations of North America. But Central Asia is too close for Russia. If it loses control of Central Asia, Russia's core hinterland will be completely exposed, making it vulnerable to being cut off. Add to that Russia's Russian character. The more you try to enter, the more they resist, ready to fight you to the death, even to the point of mutual destruction. Time is on Serbia's side. The longer it drags on, the deeper Serbia's integration of Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia will progress, and the greater its accumulated power will become. And Russia clearly can't outlast Serbia. Although global warming has increased the arable area of the Siberian plain, this is only theoretical. The sea level rise caused by global warming will flood the coastal areas of the East European plain, precisely Russia's most vital areas. If global sea levels rise by 30 meters in the next 15 to 20 years, the Black Sea waters could flow into the Caspian Sea through the Kumeneki Depression, because the watershed in this area is below 30 meters above sea level, forming a natural waterway. The southern part of the East European plain is not only low-lying but also Russia's prime agricultural region. The inundation of these areas, coupled with the salinization of the land caused by large-scale sea intrusion, will cause catastrophic damage. Thus, drastic global climate change will not give Russia much time. As for Ceres' Antarctic Solar Energy Development Plan, it is actually impossible to completely suppress global sea level rise. After all, photovoltaic airships and photovoltaic thin films require time to produce. For example, if Greenland, the world's second-largest ice sheet, were to completely melt, it would cause a global sea level rise of approximately 7 meters. Combined with meltwater from other glaciers, and the melting of part of the Antarctic ice sheet, global sea level rise could easily exceed 20 meters. Whether it can reach 30 meters depends on the progress of Ceres' Antarctic Solar Energy Development Plan. If progress is rapid and completed within 10 years, the rise can likely be controlled to around 30 meters. If completed within 5 years, it can be controlled to around 20 meters. If completed within 15 years, the sea level rise will likely exceed 40 meters. The Chinese Academy of Sciences considers 10 years to be a relatively ideal timeframe. After all, this involves 2 million square kilometers of photovoltaic film and nearly 200,000 photovoltaic airships. Distributed annually, this translates to approximately 200,000 square kilometers of photovoltaic film and 20,000 photovoltaic airships. Blue Whale Airship currently has an annual production capacity of approximately 400 airships of various types. In addition, Western Silk Group and Chang'an Aviation Group have also acquired relevant technology, and it is estimated that the production capacity of various airships will increase tenfold next year. To compensate for the damage inflicted by industrial relocation in Cheongju and southern Yunnan, officials have approved the establishment of airship production companies in both regions. By 2030, national airship production capacity could be increased to approximately 40,000 units per year. This would roughly meet the needs of the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Plan. As for the consequences of project delays, Ceres has already done its best, and other regions will have to rely on themselves. Therefore, there's no need to rush into Central Asia now. Wait until Lucia collapses, and then the various regions in Central Asia will make the right choices. Just as in Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia, the Gale nation is on the verge of collapse, unable to suppress or assist these regions. The various factions in these regions quickly switched sides, and Lightspeed and the Gale nation were separated. Mabei quickly fell into Ceres' arms, partly because European and American powers were preoccupied with their own affairs, and partly because Russia was constantly shrinking its influence, striving to preserve its core interests. Of course, Northeast Asia is not without its troublemakers. For example, a certain region with 3 suns has consistently chosen to remain uncooperative, expressing strong resistance and disdain for Ceres' so-called friend food. Ceres naturally doesn't bother to care about such a place. After all, the victims weren't their own. Times are different now. In this world, there are no permanent friends, nor are there permanent enemies. When Dhaka and Japan actively act as pawns, it signals a fundamental shift in the situation in Northeast Asia. Even with the end-of-year cleanup of Tainan Island, most global powers remained indifferent. In contrast, the Gale nation used coercive measures to force companies like ASML to destroy the core components of their semiconductor equipment through backdoors left in their equipment, rendering them completely obsolete. The semiconductor factories on Taiwan Island, having purchased equipment from Europe and the United States, have been nearly completely destroyed, causing the region's semiconductor production capacity to plummet to a critical point. This includes Samsung Group in Dhaka, whose semiconductor production lines have also suffered the destruction of core equipment and are now paralyzed. Regarding this matter, Ceres was aware of it, but did not intervene against the fierce Wind nation, choosing instead to stand aside and observe. After all, if the fierce Wind nation is willing to be the villain, then let them be. This is a win-win situation. On the one hand, it has destroyed the high-end semiconductor industries of Taiwan Island and Dhaka. On the other hand, it would also intensify the hostility these two regions feel toward the Gale nation. Finally, the domestic semiconductor industry could rapidly rise. December 22, 2028. The Asian Semiconductor Industry Conference was held in Shanghai. Samsung's president, Lee Jae-young, sat wearily, having just suffered a setback. Surrounding him were executives from Samsung Group and the presidents of several semiconductor-related companies in Dhaka. Not far to his left were semiconductor-related companies from Japan, including Renesas Electronics, Tokyo Electron, Etsushi, Canon, Rapidus, Nikon, Sony, Kioxia Holdings, and Ito Electric, among a dozen other core companies. To his right were semiconductor-related companies from Tainan Island, including TSMC, UMC, MediaTek, Linkwin Technology, ASE, and Siliconware Precision Industries. Additionally, Chartered Semiconductor and United Technologies from the Southeast Asian island of Star Island were also present. Semiconductor companies from China were also fully mobilized. However, Li Zirong, who had recently been frequently researching Ceres enterprises, was also surprised and astonished after glancing at the list of participating companies. He muttered to himself, Heliafeng Company? Minxin Group? Clearly, the names of these two companies surprised him. As a member of a large family, and with his son studying in Shanghai, Li Zirong's Chinese reading and writing skills were not bad. He then turned to Huang Tianxi, his liaison, and asked uncertainly, Mr. Huang, are the Heliafeng Company and Minxin Group listed on the list the same agricultural company and the bean thread production company? Huang Tianxi glanced at the list Li Zirong pointed to and nodded with a smile. Yes, those are the two companies. Li Zirong's heart suddenly became uneasy. You know, the fearsomeness of Heliafeng Company is now world-renowned. This fear isn't just reflected in the various agricultural products it produces, but also in the fact that every time it enters an industry, it often implies that the company has possessed some kind of disruptive technological strength. Now that Heliafeng Company is at the Semiconductor Industry Conference, it means that they may have developed some kind of disruptive semiconductor-related technology. It's no wonder Li Zirong would think so. After all, Heliafeng Company's track record is well documented. He then fixed his gaze on the executives of companies like HiSilicon Semiconductor and Yangtze Memory Technologies sitting across from him. He looked at these executives because they are the core semiconductor companies of Ceres, while companies like SMIC are only partially established. This time, the explosion of semiconductor equipment by Life-owned country also affected SMIC, and some of SMIC's mid-range equipment imported from Europe and the United States also suffered varying degrees of damage. Li Zirong pushed his glasses up and observed carefully for a few minutes. He noticed that the executives at HiSilicon and Yangtze Memory Technologies, YMTC, were remarkably calm, even excited. Seeing this, he became even more certain of his suspicions. Could it be that Ceres has already mastered the technology for lithography machines? Or has it employed other techniques to circumvent the European and American semiconductor systems? Just as Li Zirong's thoughts ran wild, YMTC chairman Chen Nanxian, one of the organizers of the conference, stepped up to the podium in the center with a smile. Dear colleagues, I'm Chen Nanxian. Welcome to this Semiconductor Industry Conference. Perhaps some of you have already guessed the purpose of this conference, so I won't be so cryptic and will speak frankly. As soon as the words fell, all the attendees' tables were equipped with laptops connected to the conference center, and a plan popped up on their screens. Asian Semiconductor Industry Restructuring Plan. Looking at the contents on the screen, Li Zirong and the others' expressions fluctuated. You are all semiconductor professionals, so I won't keep you in suspense. This plan is to rebuild an Asian semiconductor system and enable the internal circulation of semiconductor technology within the Asian industrial complex. No one spoke, waiting for Chen Nanxian's next words. Because they wanted to see why Saris had the confidence to announce the plan to restructure the Asian semiconductor industry system. While the semiconductor talent from Tainan Island, Japan, and Dhaka, combined with their related semiconductor patents, could indeed make the Asian semiconductor industry compete with European and American semiconductors, the Asian semiconductor industry was not invincible. For example, the high-end lithography machine industry was completely monopolized by ASML. Add in the Gale countries Applied Materials, Lam Research, and KLA Tincor, and the European and American semiconductor equipment produced by these companies could still cause significant damage to Asian semiconductor companies. ASML's high-end lithography machines, in particular, are simply irreplaceable to Nikon and Canons. Next, I introduce you to a brand new semiconductor device, the nanoglue dispensing machine from Minshine Precision Instruments. Information about the nanoglue dispensing machine immediately appeared on everyone's laptop screens. In summary, the nanoglue dispensing machine is fully capable of replacing high-end lithography machines. Not only can it achieve high-yield colloid film printing, it can also shorten production time and reduce energy consumption during the production process. There's actually such a technical direction? It's theoretically possible, but I wonder how the product will perform in practice. It looks like it's almost ready for use, otherwise they wouldn't be holding this industry conference. The semiconductor industry is about to change. Haha, it's better that ASML is dead. Chen Nanxian let everyone digest this for a moment before continuing, don't worry about the technical issues. Our semiconductor base in Chang'an is already capable of producing 10 nanometers chips. The Kirin A100, which is currently manufactured for high-silicon semiconductor, saw its first batch enter mass production last month. Damn! So fast? Soon, everyone saw the relevant parameters of the Kirin A100 chip. After reading them, mobile phone chip manufacturers, including Li Zirong, looked very serious. Even memory chip manufacturers naturally had serious expressions, and Samsung was also affected. This situation suddenly made everyone sober up. They had no choice. Europe and the United States have decimated Asia's mid to high-end semiconductor production equipment. Without Saris's semiconductor production equipment, Asia is likely doomed. Since they can't defeat them, they have no choice but to join. Foreign semiconductor companies, recognizing the reality, are rapidly changing their stance. The Asian Semiconductor Industry Association has officially been established. The Asian Semiconductor Alliance, with Saris at its core, plans to completely eliminate European and American semiconductor-related equipment and materials from its supply chain and industrial chain through technological exchanges and patent transfers within the new year. If only Saris had existed, it might have been difficult to break the European and American semiconductor patent system. But with the semiconductor technology accumulated by Taiwan Island, Dhaka, and Japan, circumventing the European and American semiconductor patent mode has become several orders of magnitude easier. With complete integration, Asian semiconductors will become the world's most powerful semiconductor industry alliance. After losing the technical support of Taiwan Island, Japan, and Dhaka, the European and American semiconductor industry chain collapsed instantly, leaving many gaps. Even if new companies could be supported to replace them, it would take at least 10 years. As one weakened and the other weakened, the divisions in the world became increasingly apparent. Various European and American forces have been in frequent secret contact, intending to further unify based on the North Atlantic system. Losing Asia, South Africa, and even Oceania is acceptable, but if South America and North Africa are lost, Europe and the United States will be completely powerless. Europe and the United States are even planning to win over Russia. The embryonic form of the two major systems is beginning to take shape. The divergence between the East and the West has become an irreversible trend. Despite knowing that Gale Nation and the EU were secretly conducting PY transactions, Saris didn't actually care. Because without fundamental changes, Europe and the US will find it difficult to truly integrate, and even as the global climate crisis intensifies, internal divisions will grow. Especially after Gale Nation's economic collapse, the centrifugal forces between its states have intensified, and the EU sees this as an opportune moment to completely break free from Gale Nation's influence. These forces, each with its own agenda, are essentially a mob. For an alliance to succeed, it must have a core capable of suppressing the broader situation. Gale power cannot currently suppress the EU, so why should the EU listen to it? Even if the North Atlantic Treaty Organization were to be established, it would be a source of constant wrangling and internal friction among the various parties. Even now, while Gale power nominally possesses 11 aircraft carrier battle groups, only 4 are actually deployable. This situation is primarily due to the complete collapse of the European and American shipbuilding industries, coupled with the increasing number of ships in the carrier battle groups reaching the end of their service life. Failures are increasing, and the need for shipyard maintenance is increasing. However, Gale Power's domestic shipbuilding companies can only perform maintenance on one aircraft carrier at a time, leaving many carriers with problems waiting in line. Even with 4 deployable carrier battle groups, problems are frequent. For example, in October of this year, a nuclear submarine belonging to a Gale Kingdom aircraft carrier battle group nearly sank in the Persian Gulf due to a pipeline failure during a routine patrol. Although it was later salvaged, a destroyer sent to rescue it ran aground on a nearby reef. It can only be said that the image of the Gale Kingdom as a paper tiger has become increasingly ingrained in public opinion. Now, the Gale Kingdom is preparing to fully deploy its military forces from Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia to South America, North Africa, and Central America to stabilize its control over core regions. If it does not shrink its sphere of influence, the Gale Kingdom will clearly be unable to maintain its current status. Chapter 313. End of the year. The wind in Lingnan was a bitterly cold wind, swept thousands of miles from Siberia. Dry and cold, though largely eroded by the southeastern hills and the Nanling Mountains, it still brought a light snowflake and the beautiful yet fragile rime to the northern mountainous areas of Lingnan. At this moment, at the Heliafeng Company headquarters in Magong Town, Yi Meijing, head of the finance department, was presenting this year's financial report to Jiang Miao. In 2028, the head office's revenue totaled 1.6674 trillion yuan, expenditures were 841.4 billion yuan, and gross profit was 826 billion yuan. Jiang Miao didn't find this income surprising. Despite Heliafeng's name as an agricultural company, it actually encompasses a vast array of businesses encompassing agriculture, food, chemicals, building materials, logistics, automobiles, airships, energy storage, power generation, photovoltaics, fuels, plastics, textiles, water services, environmental protection, tourism, catering, retail, food delivery, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, semiconductors, superconductors, aerospace, nuclear fuel, and new materials. These businesses span over 30 major industries, large and small, and have spawned numerous smaller ones. Adding its affiliated joint ventures, the industrial chain becomes even larger and more complex. In fact, Heliafeng has now been renamed Heliafeng Agriculture and Technology Group, or simply Heliafeng Group. However, the outside world still refers to it as Heliafeng. Jiang Miao looked at Jiang Haiba, who had recently spent over 4 months in Southeast Asia. Haiba, the Southeast Asian market needs further development. You should go there again in March next year. Sure. Jiang Haiba was well aware of Southeast Asia's importance. Heliafeng's domestic performance had nearly reached its ceiling, so expanding overseas became a necessary choice. Inwardly, he felt incredibly fortunate, because Heliafeng Company had encountered a favorable opportunity. If it weren't for the global climate crisis, coupled with the food crisis caused by leaf blight, which led to the complete defeat of Gale Nation and the EU in Asia, Heliafeng Company would have likely needed to remain dormant for another 5 or 6 years before expanding overseas. Crisis. While danger exists, it also presents opportunity. Jiang Miao looked at his brother-in-law again. Brother-in-law, you will be in charge of the Monan and Mobay branches for a period of time next March. No problem, Zhang Xinqing nodded. Suddenly, Jiang Miao remembered something. By the way, Xiaolong has been at the Liangzhou branch for 2 years. It just so happens that the Yuzhong branch recently had some issues, so he was asked to move there as vice president. Miao, isn't that a bit inappropriate? His brother-in-law frowned. Jiang Haiba didn't think it was a big deal, and offered a reassuring smile. Old Zhang, I've seen Xiaolong's internal assessment materials. He's also worked his way up from the grassroots level. He's now the director of the dehydrated vegetable factory at the Liangzhou branch. If he gets promoted one step further, he could easily become the branch's vice president. However, Zhang Xinqing shook his head. I think he's still too young. He needs more experience. If he gets promoted too quickly, he inevitably becomes complacent. Brother-in-law, there's a reason for this. I need him to calm people down. Jiang Miao knew his nephew well. After nearly 3 years of hard work, Zhang Xiaolong had grassroots experience, had traveled extensively with his parents for over a year, and had even managed farms and factories under an assumed name. Although Zhang Xiaolong wasn't even 20, his personality had become remarkably calm, combining the steadiness of Zhang Xinchen with the delicacy of his mother, Jiang Xiao. Management skills sometimes really depend on talent and environment. Zhang Xiaolong's sister, Zhang Xiaomin, may seem a bit dull, but her academic performance is quite good. This year, she ranked 28th in the city on the junior high school entrance exam. Of course, the two siblings are still no match for Jiang Miao's daughter, who, at just over 2 years old, already shows signs of remarkable intelligence. Jiang Haibao's eyes flickered. Yuzhong branch? That incident from 2 months ago? Yes, that incident. Jiang Miao's face turned slightly displeased at the mention of it. LV Weibin, who had remained silent, expressed some concern. Is it inappropriate to leave that matter to Xiaolong? Don't worry, he's just going there to stabilize the branch. How to handle the matter is up to the supervisory department. Howren has already gone there personally. Jiang Miao wasn't overly concerned. After all, Zhang Xiaolong didn't need to handle that matter, he was just there to stabilize the branch and repair the mess left behind by the incompetent branch management. Hailufeng has a comprehensive system for dealing with unqualified management personnel, so new managers don't need to engage in intrigue. The Yuzhong branch's current problem stemmed primarily from the fact that its former general manager had been transferred to Southeast Asia to oversee development in Malaysia, necessitating the promotion of a new general manager to head the branch. As a result, the 3 deputy general managers, who had a chance to take the top position, began to feud openly and covertly. If it had been a simple, minor incident, head office would have turned a blind eye. However, one of the deputy general managers resorted to a sham scheme. He used his secret mistress at the branch to frame the acting deputy general manager, falsely accusing him of sexually assaulting the female employee. Although this guy's actions were extremely covert, Jiang Miao was no pushover. He summoned the acting general manager back to headquarters for personal questioning, while simultaneously conducting a comprehensive investigation of the relevant personnel through internet hacking. Jiang Miao couldn't hide whether the acting general manager had lied or not. Thus, he quickly identified the female employee and the perpetrator of the incident. However, this evidence couldn't be made public, and while Jiang Miao was certain the acting general manager was innocent, this determination couldn't be used as evidence. After all, in recent years, there has been an endless stream of false accusations of sexual assault in China, making it difficult for men who have been falsely accused to prove their innocence. This was also the perpetrator's thinking. As long as the female employee insisted, even the best efforts of Hailufeng's legal team would be unable to exonerate the acting general manager during the legal process. Furthermore, the current pressure from online public opinion was immense, forcing Hailufeng's legal team to proceed with extreme caution. If it were merely a false accusation, handled internally, and without escalating online, Jiang Miao wouldn't bother taking action. At most, he would wait until the storm died down and find an opportunity to have the supervisory department deal with the 2 individuals. However, upon hearing about this, the female employee's family, sensing an opportunity, actually demanded 10 million yuan in compensation from Hailufeng before agreeing to a private settlement. Naturally, the branch's management had no say in such matters, so the matter was brought to Jiang Miao's attention. Jiang Miao's investigation revealed the truth, which was simply unacceptable. He had decided to strike hard 2 months ago. However, Jiang Miao didn't like to use connections to suppress others. Instead, he wanted to show his opponent the truth of technological dominance. Zhang Xiaolong had just completed his work handover at the Liangzhou branch and immediately took the high-speed rail to the Yuzhong branch. Upon arriving at the branch office building, he saw a dozen or so scoundrels holding banners and slogans and shouting loudly with loudspeakers. Zhang Xiaolong frowned at this, but he made no move and entered through the underground garage entrance. He went up to the branch general manager's office. Zhang Xiaolong and his assistant, Li Weili, immediately identified themselves. Soon, the branch executives arrived one by one in the meeting room. Seeing such a young acting general manager, everyone was shocked and had mixed feelings. A middle-aged man with glasses and squinted eyes smiled. Everyone, applaud and welcome Mr. Zhang. Clap, clap, clap. No matter what they were thinking, everyone applauded enthusiastically, at least they had to maintain the facade. Another middle-aged man, with a square face and slick back hair also stood up and said, "Mr. Zhang's visit to our branch has solved a pressing problem for us." Zhang Xiaolong smiled and looked at the two people who had just spoken. The squint-eyed man with glasses was Deputy General Manager Song Hanbo, and the square-faced man with slick back hair was another Deputy General Manager, Zhang Dawei. "I'm young and inexperienced. If there's anything I'm not doing right, please bear with me. You can also give me your feedback directly. Mr. Zhang is so modest." Song Hanbo's heart suddenly grew heavy. A Zhang, and someone so young, could it be that? Zhang Dawei smiled and said, "Haha, Mr. Zhang is here to guide our work. Our branch, leaderless, needs a young and strong manager like Mr. Zhang. Then please, colleagues, please be kind. I just arrived today, so I won't be giving any work reports for now. Please give me a copy of the work reports for the past few months, so I can take a look at the situation." Zhang Xiaolong didn't rush into action. "This kid is quite impressive. He's so patient. I guess I need to be more careful next time." Song Hanbo's thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he smiled and nodded. "No problem, I have this year's reports delivered right away." The other executives also spoke up. After a while, all the executives in the meeting room left. Only Zhang Xiaolong and his assistant Li Weili remained. "What do you think?" Li Weili pondered for a moment. "Vice President Song is like a loach. Vice President Zhang can't see much." Although his uncle hadn't given him any hints, Zhang Xiaolong had gathered relevant information before coming here, and knew that something was clearly amiss with this branch. "No rush. I want to see if they're real or not." The two spent the afternoon reviewing the work reports for the past few months. After everyone left work, he took his lunch box, and went to the security room at the entrance. Zhang Xiaolong asked with a smile, "Uncle, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. Why are you off work so late, young man?" The security guard was a man missing 3 fingers, probably around 50 years old. "I just reported for work today, and now there's a new general manager. Isn't that worrying?" Zhang Xiaolong handed the security guard his lunch box and drink. "Uncle, could you please give me some guidance? After all, I'm new here and not very familiar with this." The security guard didn't refuse. After accepting the food, he crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. "Huh? Young man, what do you want to know? I have to warn you up front that if it's company confidential, I don't know." Zhang Xiaolong pulled out another pack of Furong Wang cigarettes and handed it to the old man. "I understand. I just want to know the personalities of the company's top executives, so I don't flatter the wrong people." "Haha, you're on to something, young man." The old man stuffed his cigarette into the drawer, glanced at the surveillance footage, and whispered, "As for the company's top executives, I won't talk about Vice President Wang, who was punished. He was just pitiful. Someone had taken advantage of him." "Oh, pitiful? Someone had taken advantage of him. Uncle, tell me about it. I don't have anything else to do tonight anyway." Zhang Xiaolong had the expression of a bystander. "You're new here, so of course you don't know the secrets." The old man looked at the surveillance footage again and whispered, "Xiaoyan's accusation against Vice President Wang is most likely the work of Vice President Zhang." "Vice President Zhang? The square-faced, respectable-looking Vice President Zhang? Well, don't just judge a person by appearances. You can't judge a person by their heart. Vice President Zhang is incredibly petty. Despite his usual serious demeanor, he's actually the one who keeps Xiaoyan." "Uncle, how did you know?" Hee, I worked the night shift year-round. One night, while patrolling the corridors, I overheard him and Xiaoyan in the office." "You know?" The old man winked and smirked. "I never thought the always respected Vice President Zhang would be this kind of person. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother telling him. I'm telling you this news because you're so smart, young man. But don't tell anyone, or we both be in trouble," the old man warned. I know. I'm just a nobody. How dare I offend the company's top executives?" "That's good." Zhang Xiaolong chatted with the security guard for over 2 hours, gaining a preliminary understanding of some of the company's senior management. It wasn't the security guard's fault for being careless. Zhang Xiaolong's age and appearance were quite deceptive. Furthermore, it was his first day there, and the security guard was working the night shift. He only knew that a new general manager had arrived, so he naturally hadn't imagined that this dark, muscular young man in front of him was actually the company's new general manager. Besides, the night shift was boring, and the security guard, who had rarely encountered a young person willing to chat, naturally spoke freely. Leaving the company, Li Weili, who was waiting nearby, brought a box lunch and a drink. "Mr. Zhang, your dinner." "Thanks, Lao Li." "You're welcome." Back at the company-provided staff apartment. Over their meal, the two discussed the day's events. So, is there something fishy about Zhang Dawei? Taking a sip of lemon tea, Zhang Xiaolong expressed his suspicions. It's not certain yet, but if he's truly behind this, he's probably destroyed the evidence after seeing how drastic things have become. Do you want to report this to the supervisory department? Of course. Here's the recorder. Please spend some time tonight compiling the contents, and then send it to the supervisory department under my name. No problem. After dinner, Zhang Xiaolong stood at the window of his apartment, his gaze fixed on the nearby branch office building. He himself felt a pang of difficulty in handling this matter. If this matter wasn't made into a definitive case, many people would undoubtedly believe that Hailifeng Company, through Jiang Miao's connections, was using it to pressure Yin Chuping and Zhang Dawei. After all, many people tend to think of things through the lens of conspiracy theories, and they also like to imagine the company as the villain. The difficulty in sexual assault cases is the difficulty of obtaining evidence. If Yin Chuping insisted on her allegations, then Vice President Wang would be left speechless. After reviewing some of the internal details of the case, Zhang Xiaolong had begun to understand a few things. Zhang Dawei was also quite cunning. When he plotted against Vice President Wang, he arranged for maintenance on the internal surveillance camera system a day in advance, rendering the cameras in Vice President Wang's office inoperable. Chapter 314. Meanwhile, the brain control project being collaborated on by Hailifeng Company, Dr. Gao Shuyuan of PBC University, and Dr. Li Jianjun of the Chinese Academy of Sciences has entered its final stages. Gao Shuyuan's team is the same one that previously developed nanotube detection technology. Dr. Li Jianjun of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is a leading expert in brain control technology. In addition, Hailifeng Company has invested nearly 800 million yuan, along with significant human and material resources. The project, initiated in July of this year, has entered its final stages in less than 5 months. In particular, in the past 2 months, Jiang Miao has personally invested in several domestic brain control research teams, acquiring them and conducting human trials involving 2,000 people. This project has now been a success. The project's technical director, Sun Yanjun, looked at the conference room attendees and asked, Dr. Li, is the brain control system operational now? Dr. Li Jianjun, a refined middle-aged man, pushed his glasses and replied, it's operational, but the cost is quite high. We currently don't have a solution for reusing the nanoprobes, which is quite troublesome. Furthermore, a set of nanoprobes costs around 200,000 yuan. Adding other costs, a brain control helmet would cost around 400,000 yuan. Adding a large server, the cost would be well over 1 million yuan. It's operational, that's all. Sun Yanjun wasn't concerned with the cost. He had already received instructions from his boss to produce a working brain control helmet as soon as possible. As a smart man, Li Jianjun, having seen what had happened over the past few months, had naturally guessed something. Is this about your company's incident in Yuzhong? Sun Yanjun sneered, well, they're simply lawless. They even dare to blackmail the company and damage the boss's reputation. Indeed, those people are truly lawless. They think you can just cause trouble online just because you can't produce evidence. Gao Shuyuan also saw the anger of Jiang Miao and Hailifeng Company. Compared to ordinary people who couldn't prove their innocence, Jiang Miao could mobilize far more power. At the same time, Gao Shuyuan admired Jiang Miao's approach. If he were the head of Hailifeng Company, he would definitely use his connections to bring those people to justice, rather than resorting to technology. Of course, using technology to solve this problem is only possible for someone like Jiang Miao, and that's what Gao Shuyuan admires. Someone with such immense power at his disposal could control their inner anger and not act impulsively. That's truly rare. Dr. Li Jianjun was also delighted. It seems that similar incidents in China can be curbed in the future. Yes, Academician Jiang is truly far-sighted. Once the brain control helmet is released, this problem of false accusations of sexual assault can be solved once and for all, Gao Shuyuan exclaimed. In recent years, the poor handling of some cases in China has frightened even the leaders of research teams like theirs. Therefore, they have unanimously chosen to refuse to recruit female doctoral students. They are also extremely wary of the female doctoral students they have already recruited, avoiding individual meetings with them whenever possible. Even if they do meet, they prefer to do so in public areas. This is also the reason why many male professors are increasingly reluctant to recruit female doctoral students. After all, they don't want to be discredited or their careers affected. Having to guard against a female student like a spy is unbearable. However, if one is not vigilant, a false accusation can be time-consuming and laborious, and the university will also face pressure, which in turn will be placed on the supervisor. This situation isn't limited to doctoral supervisors. Business owners and executives face the same dilemma. Having a female secretary or subordinate might be fine if nothing goes wrong, but if it does, or if a competitor wants to target someone, they can easily exploit the situation. This time, the incident at the Hailifeng Company's Yuzhong branch was caused by two executives vying for a position, one of whom resorted to such tactics, leaving Vice President Wang, the acting general manager, feeling extremely anxious. The brain control helmet's technology leverages the properties of modified nanotubes, allowing for non-invasive, painless, and harmless insertion of nanosensors into the brain. A panel roughly the size of a thumbnail houses 6,000 nanoprobes of varying lengths. These nanoprobes are equipped with specially modified sensors that can detect changes in hormones, blood pressure, blood sugar, blood oxygen levels, brain waves, and the secretion of various neurotransmitters during brain activity. The fluctuations generated by these changes are picked up by nanoprobes and transmitted to the helmet's chip. This data is then transmitted via electrical signals to an analysis system. This system has already studied the brain data of thousands of people and built a comprehensive AI analysis model. Jiang Miao even secretly added several programs to improve accuracy and help refine the analysis model. At this point, the accuracy of the brain control helmet and analysis system reached an astonishing 99.9%. Even professionally trained agents would be unable to lie when faced with a brain control helmet. Are you playing tricks on me? I just play physics, chemistry, and biology with you. Let's go straight to the physical lie detector test, and see if you can still lie under the mind control helmet. This is technological dominance. Of course, this technology wasn't developed primarily for lie detection, but rather to facilitate the use of individuals with disabilities, those in a vegetative state, those suffering from hemiplegia after a stroke, and those in specialized jobs. Lie detection is just one small application. However, after the initial development of this technology, the relevant departments have taken a keen interest in it. They not only provided significant human and material support, but also secretly sent imprisoned human traffickers and drug dealers for testing. The results were very encouraging, uncovering numerous previously hidden clues. This included the accurate identification of several abducted children and the identification of concealed drug traffickers. Also, the hidden secrets of some spies were uncovered. Even though the mind control helmet, analysis system, and server alone cost over 2 million yuan, the relevant departments ordered 10 without hesitation. This was actually a friendly price. However, this technology hasn't yet entered the large-scale application stage due to its high cost. To ensure accuracy, even for moderate precision medical applications, the current cost of a device is still around 300,000 yuan. For the disabled, those in a vegetative state, or those suffering from hemiplegia due to stroke, this price is clearly unacceptable, and only a small number of wealthy individuals can afford it. After all, the cost of a medium precision device starts at 300,000 yuan. Adding profit and other costs, a device would need to sell for at least 500,000 yuan to be profitable. Ideally, a device would cost around 50,000 yuan, and with medical insurance reimbursement, a device would cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per patient before mass production can begin. However, as a lie detector, there's currently no problem. This type of specialized product has a higher tolerance for cost. After Sun Yanjun reported this news to Jiang Miao immediately sent him to the Yuzhong branch with 3 sets of equipment. He also assigned Li Haoren, the manager of the inspection department, and the deputy manager of the legal department to lead a team to the Yuzhong branch. This time, Jiang Miao wanted to make a killing to scare the others, using this incident as a lesson to let everyone know the consequences of false accusations. In particular, regarding Yan Chunping's family's extortion of 10 million yuan from Hailifeng Company, the legal department had already gathered evidence and would immediately send her family off for a free meal. Inside the Animal Observation Network office. "Welcome, Manager Xiao," Dong Gandhi said, smiling as he poured tea. Xiao Ding, Deputy Public Relations Manager of Hailifeng, tapped his fingers on the table. "Okay, Mr. Dong, let's get straight to the point. Here's 1 million. You produce a few videos based on the content we provide. If the response is good, we give you an incentive according to the contract." "Oh, I don't know what kind of videos your company wants us to produce." Although Dong Gandhi coveted the 1 million commission, he still didn't dare to agree rashly. You know when you read it. Taking the document, Dong Gandhi carefully scanned it. After a while, his expression grew increasingly shocked. Although he guessed that Hailifeng needed to conduct public relations related to the Yuzhong incident, He hadn't expected things to develop this way. Gandhi had previously followed this matter, but fearing retaliation from Heliafing, Animal Watch Network hadn't reported on it. This was also the main reason many major media outlets chose to remain silent. After all, Heliafing's handling of this incident was commendable. They didn't immediately declare who was right or wrong, nor did they leverage their connections to suppress the matter. Instead, they expressed their full cooperation with the investigation. I had originally thought the matter would be handled coldly, but I didn't expect Heliafing to end this farce in this way. After reading this copy, Dong Gandhi felt a surge of admiration for the company, while also gloating over Yan Chuanping's family's greed and suicidal behavior. If the other party hadn't offered the 10 million yuan in compensation, but only made an ambiguous demand, the most Heliafing could have done was demand an apology. But the very fact of offering 10 million yuan in compensation sowed the seeds of disaster for her family. If it weren't for the mind-controlled lie detector, Yan Chuanping would have been able to assert her case, and Heliafing would have had no legal means to prosecute her family. The problem is, with the emergence of mind-controlled lie detectors, Dong Gandhi, upon seeing them, endorsed by several departments, and the series of laboratory reports, knew the outcome of this matter was essentially a done deal. Heliafing's Public Relations Department has likely already issued a request for cooperation in public opinion guidance to various domestic media outlets, preparing to spend money on comprehensive PR. Dong Gandhi's guess was spot on. With Jiang Miao's authorization, Heliafing's Public Relations Department invested nearly 100 million yuan, intending to comprehensively cover this incident through online media. Self-media outlets like Animal Observation Network received 1 million yuan in bonuses, along with incentives for subsequent responses. They also invested approximately 50 million yuan in social media platforms like Info, AB, and Weibo, purchasing massive traffic. Compared to other domestic companies' indifference to public relations, Heliafing's PR department has been exceptionally professional from the outset. Either do nothing, or go all out, leaving the other party no room for resistance. While using a sledgehammer to crack a nut might seem overkill, Heliafing's willingness to pay over 1 billion yuan rather than compromise on this matter speaks volumes about its approach. Starting from January 11, 2029, various online media outlets have reported on the brain control helmet system developed by Heliafing, Gao Shuyuan's team at China PBC University, and Li Jianjun's team at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. However, the initial application for lie detection wasn't directly announced, but rather guided step by step. Including various disabled individuals, using the brain control helmet in conjunction with the exoskeleton system, they have been able to regain normal mobility. At the same time, various stimulations and nanoprobes have been used to clear blood clots in the brain, successfully resuscitating some patients in vegetative states. The exoskeleton and brain control helmet are also being used to provide rehabilitation training for those patients who have recovered. There's also the use of mind-controlled helmets in conjunction with robots for remote operations. For example, in extremely dangerous tasks that still require human intervention, high-precision mind-controlled helmets, combined with high-precision humanoid robots, can achieve unmanned operations. Related videos popped up like mushrooms after a rain. On January 15th, these media outlets got to the point, but didn't jump right in. Instead, they announced that the lie detection function of mind-controlled helmets had successfully identified a group of children who had been trafficked for years, along with criminals. The emergence of this content instantly ignited public opinion across the country, and even around the world. Many media outlets systematically released pre-prepared copy and videos. A brand new era for human society. The post-internet era, rebuilding trust. Is the human heart unpredictable? No, it's now predictable. Shocking. Lies have vanished overnight. Crimes will have nowhere to hide. We are entering a new era. Perhaps this is the eve of world peace, because trust between people is no longer a pitch-black, dark forest. Appeal. For those cases where the evidence was previously unclear, we recommend utilizing this technology as soon as possible to conduct a comprehensive review. As time went on, the topic finally turned to the Yan Chuanping case. Heliafing Company instantly unleashed 4 powerful blows, giving the other party no time to react and demanding that both parties undergo a public polygraph test. Yan Chuanping's home. Chuanping, jump. Why? Yan Chuanping roared fiercely. The middle-aged woman wept bitterly, her face brimming with tears. Chuanping! Mom is begging you on her knees, jump. Our family can still be saved. Your brother just graduated, there's nothing we can do. Her eldest brother gritted his teeth and said, yes, Chuanping. Jump! Looking out the window at the 8th floor balcony, Yan Chuanping was completely stunned. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but sacrificing herself was clearly out of the question. With a sullen face, she suddenly kicked out. "Ah!" Her eldest brother screamed, his face pale, clutching his crotch. Yin Chunping shoved her mother aside, shoving her hard towards her father and younger brother, and quickly bolted out the door. "Don't let her get away. Hurry." Then, plainclothes officers, already ambushed nearby, saw the situation was amiss and acted decisively, forcing the entire family back inside. Before the polygraph even began, Yin Chunping's family began to fight each other, even exposing Zhang Dawei. Zhang Dawei, upon seeing the polygraph message, sensed something was amiss and immediately purchased a plane ticket abroad via his phone. However, before he could even leave the employee compound, he was stopped. Looking at the flashing red and blue lights before him, Zhang Dawei collapsed, knowing his life was over. Chapter 315. Just as discussions about mind control helmets intensified both domestically and internationally, the Cheongjo Strait Bridge officially opened on January 20th, 2029. This newly opened Cheongjo Strait Bridge is also known as the first Cheongjo Strait Bridge. This bridge chose the western route, connecting Danglujio in Shuwen County, at the southern tip of the Lijiao Peninsula in Lingnan, with Daolengio in Chengmai County on Cheongjo Island. The bridge consists of 2 levels. The lower level is a railway bridge with a design speed of 250 km per hour, and the upper level is a highway bridge with a design speed of 100 km per hour. Once the bridge is completed, driving across the Cheongjo Strait will only take 20 minutes. The western route was chosen because the seabed it spans is relatively flat, the geological conditions are relatively good, and the construction technology is relatively mature. According to this plan, the sea crossing portion of the bridge will be 26.3 kilometers long. Although it ranks only 3rd in the world in terms of bridge length, it possesses a very high level of technological sophistication. Whether it's the designers, the contractors, or the Minxin Group, the raw material supplier, all have invested significant energy and attention in this project. This is because the Cheongjo Strait First Bridge is the world's first movable, ultra-large floating bridge. Against the backdrop of global warming and rising sea levels, this type of bridge avoids some of the challenges associated with fixed bridges. After all, if sea levels rise significantly, the bridge's clearance height will inevitably be insufficient, making it difficult or even impossible for ships to safely pass. A movable, ultra-large floating bridge, on the other hand, can maintain a reasonable clearance height between the bridge deck and the sea surface by adjusting the anchoring cables. To accommodate this mobile, ultra-large floating bridge, a specially designed section of road approximately 10 kilometers long was constructed at the bridgehead connection area on both sides. These sections are adjustable in height to ensure that the roads on both sides are always aligned with the bridge surface and tracks. I declare the Cheongjo Strait Cross Sea Bridge officially open. At the bridgehead service stations on both sides of the bridge, key teams from Cheongjo and Lingnan, along with the construction and design teams, and the investor, Helyafing Company, were present. The two sites broadcast live to each other via large screens, announcing the bridge's opening simultaneously. Pa pa pa. Thunderous applause. In addition, guests from Malaysia, Japan, Dhaka, Singapore, and other regions were present. After attending the opening ceremony, they followed the minibus arranged by the construction team, and slowly drove onto the bridge. One of the project leaders, assigned by the construction company, spoke animatedly into a portable microphone. This bridge spans 26.3 kilometers across the sea. We are now approaching floating island number 1. Through the car windows and the gaps in the bridge's protective shell, everyone could see the endless expanse of ocean, where seabirds soared over the surface, feeding. The birds sometimes fluttered down, sometimes soared, and sometimes circled in midair. A Japanese translator, on behalf of his employer, asked Engineer Tion, "What is the cost of this all-inclusive bridge deck?" Engineer Tion smiled and replied, "Actually, the total cost of this bridge is much cheaper than a traditional cross-sea bridge. If we were to build a traditional cross-sea bridge with the same capacity, the cost would be about 3.5 to 4 times higher." So cheap? The passengers in the car were astonished by the translation software. Another Japanese guest asked directly in broken Mandarin, "Can this solution be used for the Tsushima Strait Bridge?" Engineer Tion nodded and explained, "Of course. Actually, you can think of a movable, ultra-large floating bridge as a large offshore drilling platform, and it's pretty easy to understand." The crowd murmured. Based on the current project cost, the Asian Road Bridge project described by Series earlier might actually be feasible. After all, the cost of a cross-sea bridge is only 1/3 to 1/4 that of a traditional fixed bridge. Plus, the anchor cables can be adjusted to adapt to sea level fluctuations, ensuring the bridge's navigability. This is truly attractive. Especially in earthquake and typhoon-prone areas like Japan and Luzon, the maintenance costs of a fixed bridge would be very high. Fixed bridges are prone to structural problems during a major earthquake. Even the best materials, when used in fixed construction schemes, are significantly less resilient to earthquakes. Why do Japanese people prefer to use wood to build low-rise houses? It's because low-rise wooden houses are more earthquake-resistant, making rescue operations much easier even in the event of a collapse. Of course, Japan's construction industry is now preparing to introduce Machine Group's integrated foam silicone material. Houses built with this material, especially those under 10 stories, have exceptional overall strength. As long as they are not fixed to the ground and instead utilize floating connections, they can withstand damage from even a magnitude 9 earthquake. Amidst the flurry of discussion, the minibus drove into the first floating island. There was a small temporary parking lot here, capable of accommodating approximately 50 cars, and there was also a temporary parking lot on the opposite lane. Besides serving as bridge piers, these artificial floating islands also served as light towers for passing ships, temporary parking lots, observation decks, and special emergency areas. The crowd filed out of the minibus. The observation deck was an extended semi-suspended bridge, completely enclosed in special tempered glass. From there, one could see the ships passing by. Due to the recent cold front, the Cheongjo Strait was free of the usual sea fog today. There are 6 artificial floating islands in total, a Samsung shipbuilding executive from Dhaka said, looking at the series of artificial islands on the sea surface with a thoughtful expression on his face. The Hyundai Heavy Industries executive gently wiped his glasses. That span is truly astonishing. Each artificial floating island spans about 4 kilometers. What are you guys at Hyundai planning to do? Haha, what are you going to do? Of course we cooperate. Do you, Samsung, still want to take over the Tsushima Strait Bridge project? Don't be delusional. The Samsung shipbuilding executive shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Of course I know that, but I don't know how much of the parts we get. I guess it's allocated based on the population of each region. After all, as the big brother, we can't show favoritism. Furthermore, given our previous relationship with Ceres, we can now receive a portion of the parts production share thanks to Ceres's generosity. The Hyundai Heavy Industries executive shook his head self-deprecatingly. But they knew it all too well. While Ceres intended to grant Dhaka a share of its component production, that didn't mean all of it would go to major chaebols like Samsung and Hyundai. This was because large chaebols were a force to be controlled. For example, the Samsung Group, judging by recent developments, has not gained much, even with the voluntary involvement of Lee Jae-young and others, and despite internal divisions. While the Samsung Group is at best a relatively strong company within Ceres, its rampant dominance in Dhaka is not a good sign. Among the Dhaka companies that recently received component production quotas, joint ventures accounted for approximately 41%, major chaebols for around 33%, and the remaining 26% was split among Dhaka's small and medium-sized enterprises. Clearly, these small and medium-sized enterprises, originally unqualified, were being specifically supported as hyenas to divide the power of the major chaebols. The situation in Japan was even more pronounced. Because Japan's Zaibatsu model is unique, it's a conglomerate of businesses, and the numerous small, artisanal workshop-style businesses left over from the previous century's economic development provide ample room for maneuver. If Ceres had the will, he could readily support a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises, gradually dismantling Japan's major conglomerates. The first internal force targeted was the notorious Japan agricultural cooperatives. Domestic agricultural groups, including Hailufeng and Kofco, quickly suppressed the Japan agricultural cooperatives within a few months. Japanese people may not understand other things, but the plummeting prices of agricultural products in the market over the past few months is a very tangible experience. The agricultural products and grain transported via airships drove down prices in Japan to roughly the same level as in Serbia within 3 months. Faced with this terrifying price war, the Japanese agricultural cooperatives dared not even cry out, but could only silently submit. After all, the previous surge in global food prices, coupled with the impact of abnormal climate change, had already caused food prices in Japan to increase by nearly 300% to 500% compared to 2025. With such an exorbitant increase, many ordinary people in Japan could barely afford rice, relying on only 1 or 2 meals a day. In contrast, food prices in Serbia had fallen by approximately 50% compared to 2025. One increased by 300% to 500%. The other fell by approximately 50%. Add to that the fact that food prices in Serbia were already lower than those in Japan. By September 2028, the price difference between basic food products in Serbia and Japan reached a staggering 12 times. Among the food items with the largest price difference, rice is the most expensive. A kilogram of rice retails for around 2.5 yuan in Serbia, while it's around 60 yuan in Japan, a staggering 24-fold difference. With the October arrival of large quantities of Serbian-produced rice, artificial rice, and flour on the Japanese market, the average retail price of rice has dropped to around 4.2 yuan per kilogram, even lower than Japan's historical low in recent decades. Ordinary Japanese, having purchased cheap agricultural products and food, don't care about the fate of the agricultural cooperatives. If the Japanese agricultural cooperatives dare to speak out now, they'd be attacked in a matter of seconds. In fact, even without Halyafing, COFCO's intervention would put the Japanese agricultural cooperatives out of business for much longer. Why? The answer lies in population. When it was first established, around 1960, Japan had approximately 14.54 million agricultural workers. By 2023, only 1.16 million remained. Statistics from the beginning of 2028 show that Japan's agricultural population has fallen below 1 million again, remaining at approximately 920,000, and these people are generally very elderly. How, then, can agricultural production in Japan be sustained? Even with full mechanization, normal agricultural production cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, Japan's topographical constraints have essentially eliminated the large-scale farm model, forcing it to resort to intensive, mechanized agriculture, which does not effectively utilize labor. For example, Halyafing Company's 50,000 square kilometer farm in Zelamu City, in the southern desert, requires only tens of thousands of farm workers. In contrast, Japan's arable land area is only about 46,000 square kilometers. At its peak, it required 14.54 million workers, and now it still requires 920,000. This shows the vast difference between the two agricultural models. Without the support of the agricultural population, the Japanese agricultural cooperatives would be powerless. Currently, Japan's urban population generally supports large-scale imports of grain, agricultural products, and food from Serbia. The difference in the size of the supporters on both sides is enormous. After purchasing cheap Serbian agricultural products, those urban Japanese feel that their previous lives were worse than those of pigs and dogs, and they are filled with indignation. Supposing they support the Japanese agricultural cooperatives now, anyone who dares to speak out like that would be beaten to death. Furthermore, with the gradual implementation of the Industrial Consortium Plan, Japan's industrial production has become active again. Although some core industries have been lost, many more labor-intensive ones have been added. These industries, combined with the penetration of the Chinese yuan, have resulted in Japanese production costs being only slightly higher than those in Cyprus. This situation is due, on the one hand, to Japan's industrial restructuring and the adjustment of the Chinese yuan-yen exchange rate, which has resulted in wage levels on both sides becoming surprisingly similar. On the other hand, the appreciation of the Chinese yuan, coupled with adjustments to domestic working hours, has also somewhat equalized production costs on both sides. At the same time, Japan, having given up everything, has completely abolished tariffs and now imports many raw materials directly from Cyprus. The few relatively high costs in Japan are electricity, environmental treatment, and water use. With both sides implementing zero tariffs on each other, companies on both sides will have to compete based on their own merits. In fact, the entire Asian industrial complex is currently gradually moving towards zero tariffs within its borders. This situation naturally has both advantages and disadvantages for companies. In fact, Southeast Asia has not benefited from zero tariffs, as the first action of the large number of Cyprus companies that have settled in these regions is to increase wages for local employees, bringing local wages to a level similar to that in China. The purpose of this approach is naturally to rapidly rebalance trade, while also preventing rapid domestic industrial transfer. This also has another benefit: it can quickly cultivate a large market. Regions with a large number of Serbian companies have seen a significant increase in consumption, leading to a steady increase in domestic exports of industrial and agricultural products. Through this large-scale infrastructure, large markets, and large-scale industry, Southeast Asia's industrial level has rapidly improved. Although labor-intensive industries are predominant, and the industrial sector is highly fragmented, this has not hindered the region's continued economic growth. Amidst the bleak economic conditions elsewhere in the world, the economic surge in East Asia has indeed sparked envy and resentment in many regions. But envy or not, the increasingly integrated East Asia is virtually impossible to capture from the outside. Just like the recently opened Cheongjo Strait Bridge, no one else in the world could have achieved this, but Serbia has. The successful construction of this bridge also means that the previously proposed Asian Road and Bridge Initiative has become a feasible project, rather than a mere PowerPoint presentation. A feasible project instills a unique level of confidence. This has given greater confidence to local governments regarding the idea of investing in the construction of a cross-sea bridge. Many major corporations, banks, and sovereign wealth funds are seeking ways to join this grand initiative. Chapter 316. Magong Town. Rice Experimental Base in Yanqing Village. Jiang Miao gazed at the vast expanse of rice before him, a faint smile breaking across his face. In August, leaf blight spread from the Indochina Peninsula to Guangxi Province, quickly spreading across the country through transportation and logistics systems. Although it was suppressed by Siberian cold air after entering the southern North China Plain in October, leaf blight had already become widespread in rice, corn, sorghum, and other grass crops in Lingnan, the southwest, and the middle and lower Yangtze River plains. Thankfully, China had made advanced preparations, and no major losses were incurred. In 2028, the harvest of various grain crops in China was as follows: 150 million tons of rice, 130 million tons of wheat, 230 million tons of corn, 340 million tons of soybeans, 25.36 million tons of sweet potato flour, 39.94 million tons of potato flour, 27.05 million tons of other grains. Cassava harvesting hasn't started on a large scale yet, as new varieties generally require about 9 to 10 months to grow. Since large-scale planting began in June of last year, the first cassava wouldn't be ready for harvest until at least March of this year. However, Syria's total grain output last year still reached an unprecedented 942 million tons, or 671 kilograms per capita. This production capacity doesn't include the small-scale crops grown by rural farmers for their own consumption. If these crops were added together, per capita grain production could increase by several dozen kilograms. At the same time, there's another grain in China that many people overlook. That's forage. The production capacity of the new generation of forage, centered around alfalfa, peanut vines, and soybean vines, has reached enormous levels, replacing a significant portion of feed. For example, soybean meal, previously scarce for domestic feed, is now abundant, even to the point of overcapacity. In fact, the fact that domestic companies are constantly using soybean oil to refine biodiesel, and using soy protein as an industrial raw material demonstrates that domestic soybean production capacity is quite sufficient. The previous soybean imports from Brazil and Argentina have also been shifted to local consumption. There's no other way. Corn and wheat production in South America has been nearly depleted, leaving them with only potatoes and soybeans. As for the downside of excessive bean consumption, which causes excessive flatulence, the locals are actually quite tolerant. Despite their former pretentiousness, facing soaring corn and wheat prices, the local poor have no choice but to accept beans as their staple food. Overcoming starvation and excessive flatulence, they now tolerate the latter. Serbia's surplus grain is primarily exported to Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, and some friendly regions. Currently, the core regions of East Asia, Northeast Asia, and Southeast Asia have a combined population of approximately 2.38 billion. Considering the remaining grain reserves in these regions, and the shift to growing cassava, sweet potatoes, and beans, the food supply remains relatively sufficient. The per capita grain consumption in these areas can reach approximately 415 kilograms. Even with the massive export of meat, eggs, and dairy products from Serbia, the average urban population consumes less than 200 kilograms of staple food annually. Without vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, and dairy, 200 kilograms per capita per year is barely enough to make ends meet. A per capita consumption of around 300 kilograms is needed to barely meet basic needs. However, with sufficient vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, and dairy, the direct consumption of staple food can be significantly reduced. Currently, approximately 42% of Serbia's meat, egg, and dairy production relies on forage, while the remaining 58% is grain or grain-derived products, such as Egyptian catfish meal. As a result, Serbia currently has a significant surplus of staple grain, sufficient to ensure adequate domestic supply Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia, while also exporting approximately 50 to 80 million tons of grain to regions like Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Additionally, with the cessation of grain imports from South America and Russia, global food supplies are still relatively abundant. After all, Gale country holds significant stocks of corn, wheat, and soybeans. However, the intensifying climate crisis and the blight crisis have forced many countries with grain reserves to hold onto their positions and wait and see. This is why many regions are currently experiencing food crisis. As for India, where tens of millions of people have starved to death, that's their misfortune. For another, South Asia's climate has accelerated the spread of blight. Another reason is that rice, the staple food in South Asia, along with smaller amounts of wheat, corn, and potatoes, is the only crop susceptible to leaf blight. A third reason is India's agricultural model, which is typically based on self-cultivating farmers and landlords. This model has strong historical inertia, and it's difficult to force these farmlands to grow other crops without painful lessons. A fourth reason is India's unusual climate. Last summer's extremely high temperatures caused severe flooding in some areas and severe drought in others, leading to significant problems for food production. The fifth reason is that India lacked a robust food reserve system. After discovering that India's early summer grain production had dropped by nearly 17%, they suspended rice exports but failed to seize the opportunity to import grain. By the time leaf blight spread throughout the country, it was too late. With India's autumn harvest down another nearly 45% last year, the famine was becoming uncontrollable. And while Ceres could have offered assistance, it had no intention of doing so. Feeding their own troops first, rescuing the enemy? No joke. Thus, with all parties standing idly by, India collapsed. Even though some landlords and wealthy individuals had vast food reserves, tens of millions starved to death. Then, the widespread zero-yuan shopping craze erupted, and a nationwide chicken-eating contest ensued. The various factions within India also made their mark, reminiscent of the late Ming dynasty. This bandit-like chicken-eating contest catastrophized the already fragile Indian agriculture, plunging it into a vicious cycle. This situation wasn't limited to India. All of South Asia was plunged into this kind of chaos. The only regions in South Asia that could barely hold on were the two Shannon states and Ceylon. These three regions were able to maintain their existence primarily due to their small populations and aid from Ceres. In fact, if the local populations were smaller, perhaps only around 200 million or 300 million, perhaps Gale Nation and Russia would grit their teeth and provide tens of millions of tons of food to India and other regions in order to contain Ceres. But what happened? India, East Pakistan, and West Pakistan in South Asia have a combined population of 1.88 billion. With such a large population, even if the average per capita grain intake was 200 kilograms, at least 376 million tons would be needed. Due to natural and man-made disasters, the grain output of these three regions last year was less than 210 million tons. Even with the rush to plant potatoes and cassava, it was still a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, many local landlords, wealthy individuals, and businessmen were world-renowned for their uncivilized behavior. Initially, Gale Nation and Russia offered millions of tons of grain as an attempt to help India and other regions. The processed grain was transported to the local area, but it didn't reach the victims. Instead, it was inexplicably burned and looted. Whether it was burned or looted remains unknown. Jiang Miao didn't actually care whether the Indians lived or died. After all, he wasn't that philanthropic. A researcher scooped up a handful of rice grains and said, "Boss, this rice is ready to be harvested." "Okay, organize the harvest." Jiang Miao nodded. "The rice varieties before us are the new ones Jiang Miao has been cultivating since March of last year. He has cultivated 3 generations, totaling 1,749 varieties. Only 5 varieties from those 3 generations made it to the final round: salt rice 25, salt rice 33, upland rice 7, cold rice 12, and Shanghai 9. Currently, only salt rice 25 is being cultivated at the Yincheng rice experimental base. Salt rice 33 is cultivated at the Chongming Island rice base. Upland rice 7 is cultivated at the Northern Yunnan rice base. Cold rice 12 is cultivated at the Beidawang rice base. Shanghai 9 is cultivated at the Gratitude rice base in Cheongzhou. Each of these rice varieties has its own unique characteristics. Besides their commonality of resistance to leaf blight, all other traits were carefully selected by Jiang Miao. For example, salt rice number 25 is well suited to the high salt waters of the southern coastal areas and can be grown perennially. In coastal areas of South China, it can achieve 3 harvests per year, yielding approximately 350 kilograms per mu per crop, for an annual yield of approximately 1,050 kilograms per mu. Salt rice number 33 shares similar characteristics to salt rice number 25, differing in that it can be grown in the Zhejiang-Gangwon Triangle and coastal areas of Jiangsu Province, though it can only be harvested twice a year, yielding approximately 800 kilograms per mu. Both varieties can tolerate salinity comparable to seawater, and are commonly consumed in the south. Han rice number 12 is a variant of Wuchang rice characterized by its exceptional fragrance, comparable in aroma to Siamese fragrant rice, and boasts a slightly higher yield. Han rice number 7 is a perennial variety grown in mountainous areas, featuring excellent resistance and a glutinous rice-like texture. Finally, Xianghai number 9 is bred from Siamese fragrant rice, with a single key characteristic, fragrance. Its aroma is about 3 times that of Siamese fragrant rice, but its yield is relatively low, only about 260 kilograms per mu. Fortunately, it is a perennial variety cultivated in southern China, allowing for 3 harvests per year. In fact, the last 3 varieties are relatively niche. The truly strategically important varieties are Salt Rice 25 and Salt Rice 33, which have a relatively ordinary taste. The strategic value of these 2 varieties lies in their ability to utilize direct seawater irrigation, even allowing for cultivation on floating islands above the sea. While coastal areas can rely on dams to prevent the inundation of some coastal plains with future sea level rise, groundwater infiltration is difficult to prevent. Especially when sea levels rise above the ground, saline groundwater layers similar to Australia's Great Artesian Basin may form. Southern China, such as Lingnan and Guangxi province, is relatively unaffected, as low-lying coastal areas are relatively rare. However, the Yangtze River Delta, Jiangsu province, and Hebei province all have vast areas of low-lying plains. Jiang Miao plans to prepare for both scenarios. On the one hand, he will promote the construction of coastal dams. On the other hand, he will cultivate salt-tolerant crops. If a coastal dam fails, causing seawater to flood low-lying farmland in these areas, these salt-tolerant rice crops can be used as a remedial measure. Just as Jiang Miao was lost in thought, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses appeared beside him and whispered, "Academician Jiang, long time no see." "It's old Jiang. How did you find time to come here?" Jiang Miao glanced at the man. Although he had roughly guessed his intentions from the identification panel, he didn't say anything. "I have something to worry about." Old Jiang looked at the rice before him, a complex expression on his face. Then, in a low voice he said, "Academician Jiang, can the release of these rice varieties be postponed for a while?" "Oh!" Jiang Miao feigned confusion, then seemed to recall something. He gave him a meaningful look and slowly stated a date, September of this year at the latest. "September?" "Sure." The timing was perfect. Because rice can only be grown in tropical, and a small part of subtropical regions in September. Jiang Miao then added, "I can temporarily postpone the release of the 2 varieties grown in South China until March of next year." Old Jiang was very pleased with the result. "Great. Thank you, Academician Jiang, for your cooperation." Although Jiang Miao promised to develop a new rice variety resistant to leaf blight within 2 years, there's plenty of room for maneuver within that time frame. 12 months is also within 2 years, as are 18 and 24 months. Clearly, some people don't want Southeast Asia and South Asia to resolve their food crisis quickly. Jiang Miao naturally had no objection to this situation. He had, after all, developed the new variety within 2 years as promised. By then, factoring in the various approvals and collaborative research processes, it's estimated that it might take another 3 years for foreign countries to obtain the new variety. Jiang Miao could also use this time to further research these rice varieties, perhaps developing a hybrid variety that can only be grown for 1 generation. This would further restrict foreign access to seeds and allow him to preserve them himself. Sometimes, such measures are absolutely necessary. After all, the saying "barbarians harbor power, but not fear virtue" is a warning passed down by our ancestors. The combination of a strong stick and a sweet date will only make Southeast and Northeast Asia more obedient. Seeing Jiang Miao agree to cooperate, old Jiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Jiang Miao's strong sense of morality would lead him to insist on releasing the new variety now, which would affect Ceres' strategic plans. By the way, Academician Jiang, regarding Annan's recent proposal to introduce a new variety of cassava, how do you think we should respond? Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Since they're determined, we can agree to their introduction, but we can make some adjustments in other areas. Old Jiang understood Jiang Miao's implication. After all, other regions also have low-toxic cassava, just not as good. I suspect they secretly obtained some cuttings of the new variety through underground channels. Old Jiang nodded. Annan has indeed obtained some cuttings of the new variety through underground channels, and is secretly cultivating them through tissue culture. That's fine. By reducing industrial quotas, they have to decide whether they prioritize food or industry. There aren't many good things in this world where you can have both, Jiang Miao said calmly. Old Zhang shared a similar view of Jiang Miao's statement. Want agricultural self-sustainability and industrial quotas? What a pipe dream. Similar to Siam, they now become quite cowardly, abandoning the idea of agricultural self-sustainability and actively choosing to integrate into the greater China economic sphere. Annam, on the other hand, has always harbored a rebellious streak. Now that Serbia controls food supplies, industrial quotas, and various technologies, it would be easy for Serbia to manipulate them. Especially against the backdrop of the complete withdrawal of the Gale nation and the European Union from East Asia, Annan has yet to fully grasp reality. One can only describe it in one sentence. Their ambitions are high, but their lives are fragile. Chapter 317. Although Jiang Miao and his wife have focused their efforts on cultivating leaf blight-resistant rice, wheat, corn, millet, sorghum, and other grass crops for the past 6 months, they still take a week off each month to research other projects. For example, bamboo is a relatively unique species within the grass family. Bamboo, sugarcane, and reeds, 3 grasses with relatively high lignin content, are among the few grasses that can withstand leaf blight. Jiang Miao has already fully explored the potential of sugarcane, with sugarcane being his masterpiece. Jiang Miao has yet to conduct in-depth research and cultivation of reeds and bamboo. Although bamboo is primarily used in China as building material, kitchenware, and tableware, its shoots are also edible. However, Jiang Miao believes that global agricultural breeders have not yet fully explored its potential. In fact, many people overlook the fact that bamboo also flowers and bears fruit, and its fruit, known as bamboo rice, is edible. However, bamboo's flowering and fruiting are somewhat unique. For most bamboo species, once they begin to flower and bear fruit, their end is nigh. Thus, Jiang Miao's idea is to cultivate a completely new bamboo variety through new breeding techniques. He plans to develop a dual-purpose bamboo variety. More specifically, the bamboo can be used for both its culms and the production of large quantities of bamboo rice. Even if this rice is unpalatable, it can be used as feed. In fact, Helyafeng Company has a dedicated laboratory for bamboo research, though it's not located at headquarters, but at the Ghannan branch. The Ghannan branch has the technology to mass-produce artificial wood from bamboo fiber. They currently produce large quantities of artificial wood annually, making it a new favorite in the domestic solid wood market. Although Europe and the United States have essentially abandoned their previous environmental slogans, Ceres continues to promote environmental protection. This isn't just for the sake of the world, but also to leave a better living environment for future generations. Furthermore, as the living standards of ordinary people in China continue to improve, people are gradually shifting from a focus on quantity to a pursuit of quality. The exaggerated claims made by synthetic board manufacturers can't change the fact that synthetic boards require glue, which easily releases various toxic and harmful gases. With the growing popularity of environmental protection concepts in recent years, various solid wood and wrought iron furniture have become increasingly popular. Currently, southern Jiangxi has developed 2 distinctive industries solely from the cultivation of tea oil trees and bamboo, the comprehensive development of tea oil seeds, and the comprehensive development of bamboo timber and bamboo shoots. Compared to new tea oil varieties, which require at least 1 or 2 years to grow, bamboo grows much faster, reaching maturity in almost a year, making it an excellent economic tree. Therefore, Jiang Miao plans to continuously improve bamboo's edible properties through continuous cultivation and improvement. Not only does he aim to cultivate varieties suitable for large-scale bamboo rice production, but ideally, he also aims to utilize the bamboo leaves. Bamboo leaves can be used as feed, but not alone, as their nutritional profile is limited, and their use is limited to ruminants such as cattle and sheep. Fully utilizing bamboo leaves as feed requires further improvement of their nutritional content and palatability. Currently, the Ghannan branch's bamboo leaves are primarily crushed and used as raw material for biofuel cells, then fermented to produce biogas, which is then returned to the fields as organic fertilizer. After meeting with Lao Zheng, Jiang Miao returned home. Shuya, who had just returned from the lab, was sitting on the sofa, playing with her daughter. "You're back?" "Yes, I just finished." Shuya handed her daughter to her mother-in-law and poured him a glass of water. After putting away his coat and shoes, he changed into slippers and washed his face in the bathroom near the door. "Shuya, how far along are you with that project?" Shuya shook her head. "It's still not ideal, but I made an unexpected discovery." "Oh!" Jiang Miao sat down, leaning slightly against the soft sofa, rubbing his temple. "What discovery?" Do you remember that team in Jiangcheng that developed human serum protein rice? Yes. Jiang Miao raised his brows slightly, then put down his water glass. How does this project relate to your research? Shuya didn't try to be mysterious and directly stated her discovery. Although the fungus that causes leaf blight can infect human serum protein rice, it doesn't kill it after infection. Is that so? It seems that the addition of the human serum protein producing gene to this genetically modified rice has inadvertently conferred resistance to the fungus. Jiang Miao stroked his chin and expressed his opinion. That's correct, but if that were all, I wouldn't have to bring it up specifically. Shuya handed him a document from her briefcase. You understand once you read it. Taking the document, Jiang Miao carefully reviewed it for several minutes, a hint of surprise in his eyes. After infection with the fungus, was the protein synthesis and expression of the transgenic human serum albumin rice disrupted in some way? These proteins synthesize a plant hormone that can inhibit the proliferation of the fungus? Well, I named this hormone Qinghe hormone. This hormone. Jiang Miao read the following section, which detailed various research studies on Qinghe hormone. This included extraction, storage, dosage, shelf life, toxic side effects, and so on. You've seen the last chapter, chapter 12, which contains a special effect of Qinghe hormone I discovered. After Shuya's reminder, Jiang Miao quickly skimmed through the entire section, only slowing down after reaching chapter 12. The content was somewhat unexpected. Although Qinghe hormone can inhibit the fungus and prevent a leaf blight outbreak, its in vitro effectiveness is relatively poor. High concentrations and very short intermittent spraying are required to suppress a leaf blight outbreak. But only about 18 to 22 grams of Qinghe hormone can be extracted from each ton of genetically modified rice. The extraction cost is too high, making its use as a pesticide highly uneconomical. This is another reason why Shuya, having discovered this substance over 2 months ago, has only mentioned it today. A few days ago, during an unintentional experiment, she discovered a previously unknown property of this hormone. It can produce a special effect on animals. Specifically, Shuya used mice as experimental animals. After injecting them with approximately 0.05 milligrams of Qinghe hormone, the mice fell asleep immediately. At first, I thought the mice were poisoned, but then I discovered that this hormone has a very strong inhibitory effect on the activity of brain cells and neurons in vertebrates. At low doses, it can induce rapid sleep without harming brain cells or neurons. Jiang Miao carefully reviewed the studies. He noticed that the mice in the control group, given the high-dose drug, surprisingly didn't die after being injected with the drug. Instead, they entered a state similar to hibernation. That's right, a state similar to hibernation. Can it put mice into hibernation? Jiang Miao found this unique effect intriguing. Shuya poured him a glass of water and said, I suspect this type of hibernation is caused by the hormone stimulating the mice's hibernation-related genes. I'm thinking of asking you to study it and see if that's the case. Jiang Miao nodded at Shuya's assessment. It does seem like it. I find time to research this hormone later. Okay, I organize the data later. Mom Huang Qiuyue grumbled unhappily. Alright, you two are still talking about work back home. Come over for dinner. Jiang Miao put down the documents and stood up sheepishly. I'm used to it. Let's eat now. The family enjoyed a simple meal. Just after dinner, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. The housekeeper hurried to open the door. It's Uncle, please come in. My father, who was watching TV, stood up and linked arms with Uncle Huang Chunming. Brother Ming, what's blowing up? How do you keep up your figure? Huang Chunming, looking at Jiang Dehai's muscular body and his noticeable beer belly, was filled with envy. Haha, Brother Ming, if you don't drink and eat fatty food all the time and exercise regularly, you can be like me. Uncle. Jiang Miao wiped his mouth and came out, his daughter in his arms. Call me Uncle. Uncle. Xiaodo, you grown up again. Huang Qiuyue, putting down her chopsticks, looked puzzled. Brother, didn't you say you were going to Chaozhou to see the tea plantations? Oh, forget it. Huang Chunming shook his head helplessly. I was planning to go to Chaozhou yesterday, but the high-speed train I booked had an accident. I planned to drive there myself, but my car broke down just as I got on the highway. I hurried back to Fengshan Mazu and got some pilgrims. They told me not to go out for the time being, so I came to sit with you guys. Hearing this, Jiang Miao subconsciously glanced at his uncle and said with a smile, since you haven't been able to go out twice, let's just stay in Shantao for the time being. Miao, I have something to trouble you with, Huang Chunming said bluntly. Oh, what's it? Jiang Miao poured a glass of Phoenix Dansong tea for his uncle and father. Huang Chunming looked disappointed. It's your idiot cousin. He and a few of his cronies are planning to go to Southeast Asia for business. I'm worried he's been scammed. The money doesn't matter, but I'm concerned about his safety. I want you to investigate the place he's going. Cousin Tianhua? Jiang Miao asked immediately. What business is he going to in Southeast Asia for? He said he was going to Mindanao, south of Luzon, to develop a gold mine. That doesn't sound plausible. Huang Chunming's face was tangled and worried. Mindanao? Gold mines? Jiang Miao frowned. This place wasn't a good place to be. It had always been at odds with Luzon authorities, and there were many kidnappings, extortions, and drug-related incidents. Even with the massive overseas expansion of series companies, Mindanao remained a high-risk area. Although Jiang Miao didn't allow these relatives to join the Heliafeng company, he still provided them with financial support, totaling nearly 80 million yuan over the years. Among them, his uncle's family bought them 2 street-side shops and a durian plantation. With these businesses, even if his uncle's 2 sons were to live a life of idleness at home, they would have a comfortable life. But he hadn't expected his eldest cousin Huang Tianhua to consider starting a business overseas. It wasn't that he looked down on him, but having lived with his uncle for several years, he knew that his cousin was ambitious but lacked talent. He had started businesses before, but after 2 attempts, he had reduced his uncle's hard-earned savings of over 2 million yuan to less than 800,000 yuan. Now he was planning to open a gold mine in the high-risk areas of Southeast Asia. Jiang Miao was worried that he would lose all his uncle's savings. Jiang Miao was also feeling a deep headache, sighing to himself, wouldn't it be better to just stay home and live a quiet life? Why do I have to start a business? I'm so incompetent, I have no idea what I'm capable of. Dad suggested, Brother Ming, let him manage the shop, so Tianhua won't be so obsessed with it all the time. You think I didn't let him manage it? That idiot just left the shop to his wife, and he spends all day bragging and drinking with his cronies. Huang Chunming looked depressed. Mom was also worried. Brother, why don't you give Tianhua any money? Starting a business in Southeast Asia is too dangerous. Alas, I didn't give him any money, but he go borrow it. How about this? Uncle, when you get back, don't mention this for now. I have someone investigate the details. If there's any problem, I have the Luzon branch use their local connections to teach them a lesson, so they know how sinister people are. Jiang Miao made this arrangement, knowing that his cousin wouldn't cry until he saw his coffin. If he's not taught a lesson, he continued courting disaster. Huang Chunming also raged. Okay, you see how it goes. As long as there's no loss of life or disability, and he suffers a little physical pain, I can accept it. Brother, where's Tianyu? He's a well-behaved kid. He now runs a clothing store on Sanma Road, and business is doing okay. Just then, Jiang Miao's phone rang. He checked the number and went upstairs to his study. He answered, Hello Lao Lu, what's up? Boss, there's something going on at the Mobay branch. I need to report to you. Are you free? Go ahead. Jiang Miao sat down. Here's the thing. We recently discovered some valuable mineral resources while drilling a well on our farm in Mobay. Jiang Miao had anticipated this. Go on. We discovered approximately 460 million tons of coking coal, approximately 530 million tons of hematite, and approximately 8.4 million tons of copper. That copper also contains a certain amount of gold and silver. LV Wei Bin, on the other end of the line, continued, That's not all. The most important thing is that we discovered, in the underground brine near a salt lake, a vast potash mine, specifically located in the ancient Heha River Valley within the vast Gobi Desert, is estimated to hold approximately 3 billion tons of potash reserves. That much? Well, these are just preliminary exploration results. The figures may be adjusted after further comprehensive exploration. But boss, do we need to develop this potash mine? Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, then instructed, Yes, but no large-scale mining is necessary. A small-scale production base will suffice. Okay. If it were earlier, China might have considered large-scale development of this potash mine. Now that Southeast Asia has become Syria's core control zone, the potash reserves in Siam, Lansong, and Cambodia are steadily increasing after comprehensive exploration, currently reaching approximately 32 billion tons. Since the population of Mobay is small, even relying solely on agriculture, it can still be extremely wealthy. Mining should be left to the more populous nations of Southeast Asia. Chapter 318. As the 2029 Spring Festival approaches, the festive atmosphere thickens in the streets and alleys of Shanmei City. After dropping his grandson off at kindergarten, Huang Chunming bought a few boxes of meat dumplings and arrived at a shop on 2nd Road. After parking his electric scooter, he got out carrying his belongings. "Dad, thank you for your help," said Huang Chunming's eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Jijia, as she arranged snacks. This shop was one of the properties Jiang Miao's mother had previously purchased for their family. It was used as a convenience store, and since Hongwei Primary School was next door, business was booming. "Where's your mom?" Huang Chunming put down the meat dumplings. Zhang Jijia replied, arranging a variety of snacks. "Mom went to my third uncle's place. I heard his wife was in the hospital." "Hospitalized? When did that happen?" Huang Chunming frowned. "It was just last night." "Dad, you went to my aunt's house. Mom probably didn't have time to tell you." Huang Chunming took a box of meat dumplings and went to the 2nd floor lounge. Then he called to inquire. "Beep beep beep. Hello? Old man, what's going on?" "Ame, I heard third aunt is in the hospital." "Yes. She was admitted yesterday evening. I saw you came back late, so I forgot to tell you this morning. I'm at Hailifeng Hospital now, so you don't need to come." "What's third aunt's illness?" Huang Chunming opened the lid of the disposable box. "Kidney failure." "Kidney failure? What did the doctor say?" Huang Chunming tore open the plastic cover of the disposable chopsticks. "The doctor said her condition is serious, but there are no kidneys available for a transplant. Conservative treatment is the only option. She needs to stay in the hospital for a week to address other issues, and then get a blood filter." "How much are you giving?" 5,000 yuan. "Okay, that's it. By the way, when will you be back? I bought some meat dumplings. I stay for another half an hour." "Okay. Okay." After hanging up the phone, Huang Chunming quickly ate, then his eldest daughter-in-law went to eat, while he went downstairs to look after the shop. An hour later, Qin Xiumei returned on her electric scooter. Eldest daughter-in-law Zhang Jijia also had breakfast, but her husband Huang Tianhua was probably still fast asleep. Huang Chunming and Qin Xiumei went up to the 2nd floor lounge, one eating breakfast while the other drank tea and checked her phone. "Old man, when you went to my sister-in-law's house yesterday, what did Miao say?" "He's agreed to help investigate. If there's any problem, he plans to use this opportunity to teach that idiot a lesson and make him suffer." "This?" Qin Xiumei said with some concern. Huang Chunming immediately warned, "Ame, don't tell anyone, or he never change. While we're still here, we can still help him. We need to change his ways quickly. Otherwise, when we're gone, he squander all our wealth." Qin Xiumei sighed, gazing at her husband's gaze. "Well, I do as you say. But is that really okay? Don't worry, just lock him up for a few months. Let him experience the wickedness of human nature on Luzon." Huang Chunming knew full well that if his eldest son didn't change his ways, leaving him more wealth would be useless. As for relying on his sister Huang Qiuyue for support, that was something he could do once or twice, but not a third time. Bonds of love would eventually run out. Especially after he and his sister Huang Qiuyue passed away, their relationship had become even more distant. Even if Jiang Miao was concerned about old ties, there was a limit. He couldn't help his family endlessly. Furthermore, Huang Chunming wasn't stupid. Judging from Jiang Miao's behavior over the years, while he shown some care for his friends and family, his support was limited to small financial gifts and conveniences. After all, even Jiang Miao's brother-in-law and sister's families only held virtual shares in Hailifeng Company, which showed that Jiang Miao wasn't someone who would easily agree to unreasonable requests from relatives. Among Jiang Miao's relatives, the one who had fared better was his cousin Jiang Miao, who was currently in the building materials business and was worth several hundred million. Then, there was his third uncle, Jiang Dai, and his family, who had assets exceeding 100 million through the sale of Hailifeng Company's premium agricultural products in Hong Kong. Other friends and family generally had assets in the millions. Huang Chunming was already deeply grateful that Jiang Miao had agreed to give him a shop and a durian plantation, and he had no intention of demanding further money or assets. After all, he couldn't claim to have a complete understanding of his two sons' personalities and abilities, but he could make a pretty good guess. The eldest son has a lively personality and a touch of cleverness, but lacks perseverance and ability, suggesting he's destined to be unable to hold onto wealth. The younger son is honest and somewhat rigid, but lacks the necessary skills. He might be able to manage a small business, but it's difficult for him to expand it. Thankfully, the eldest son's wife, Zhang Jijia, is shrewd and capable. As long as they keep the eldest son in charge of the finances, and with the Jiang family's support, even after Huang Chunming and his wife die, Even if life gets tough, they won't be without food. Now, Huang Chunming feels his eldest son's reputation is almost ruined, and he's ready to shift his focus to his two grandsons. After all, he's only 61, so he can survive for at least another 10 or 20 years. And since his eldest grandson just started junior high school, there's still time to nurture him. Even as her thoughts raced, Jin Xiaomei finished her breakfast. The couple saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. They decided to go for a walk along Haibian Street. After saying hello to their eldest daughter-in-law, the couple passed by the entrance of Hongwei Primary School and arrived at the intersection of Ermilu and Wenming Road. They turned and arrived at the southern section of Wenming Road. Suddenly, Huang Chunming stopped. Huh? Old Lu. Not far ahead, an old bald man with a large gold chain was holding a small booklet. Hearing someone calling him, he instinctively turned his head and took a closer look. Seeing Huang Chunming and his wife, he immediately put on a playful grin. Oh, isn't that old Huang? Where are you two going on a date? I'm full and planning a walk along the seaside street. What are you reading? Old Lu clapped his hands together. This is a free gift from the restaurant over there. It's called a Healthy Diet Handbook. You're all hard, and you still need a healthy diet? Huang Chunming looked at the man, dressed in short-sleeved shirts and shorts in the middle of winter, and his sturdy arms and thighs. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It won't hurt to take a look. He even gave me a health check watch. Old Lu raised his right hand. He also had a black digital watch on his wrist. Huang Chunming looked at the other person's wrist curiously. What's this thing for? Old Lu smiled and explained, it monitors your health. It can measure 30 indicators, including blood pressure, blood sugar, heart rate, blood lipids, blood oxygen, and uric acid. It's quite accurate. I compared it with my previous medical report from the hospital, and it's pretty accurate. It can test so many things? And it's so accurate? The restaurant is giving it away for free? Aren't they making any money? Huang Chunming looked skeptical. Ha ha, you're overthinking it, old man. That restaurant is owned by your relative. Do you think it's profitable? Old Lu laughed heartily. My relative? Huang Chunming was stunned, then realized, Helyafeng Company. Besides this, which other relative of yours is involved in such a large business? That's true. Hearing this, Huang Chunming also became interested in the monitoring watch on old Lu's wrist. Where can I get it? I take you there. It's on the main road in front of us. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. If anyone else had come up with something like this, Huang Chunming probably wouldn't have believed it, but Jiang Miao's Helyafeng Company was a different story. After all, Helyafeng has a very good reputation locally. Many of their business models were first tested in Shanmei City. Therefore, you can sometimes see all sorts of unique shops in the area. This might be Helyafeng Company piloting its own business model. Arriving at the eastern section of the main road, a 240 square meter shop and 3 floors housed the restaurant Happy Home. A long line formed outside the restaurant. After waiting for about half an hour, Huang Chunming and his wife finally entered and received a watch. A non-invasive micro-nanodetector was also implanted in their wrists. This nanodetector is incredibly small, like a tiny fish scale. The nanotube sensor inserted into the body is also incredibly tiny and fine. Even if the patient moves vigorously, or even presses on the detector, there's no noticeable sensation. To conceal this, Helyafeng Company has also developed a specially formulated, breathable, simulated skin sticker. Once applied, this sticker adheres firmly to the skin, and with various skin tones to choose from, it's invisible without close inspection. As for the lifespan of this detector, it's approximately 6 months. Furthermore, it incorporates microbioelectric nanotubes that harness the body's energy to maintain its basic functions, eliminating the need for batteries. This lack of batteries is a key reason why the detector can be so small. The watch, on the other hand, is actually a data storage and signal reception device. After all, integrating a cell phone signal reception system into the microdetector would make it larger, requiring it to be at least the size of a typical continuous blood glucose meter, barely capable of communicating within a range of 5 meters. For this reason, the data storage watch was designed separately, with its own dedicated signal reception and transmission system. As long as there are no obstructions such as walls, the detector and data watch can maintain a communication distance of approximately 10 meters. Of course, in addition to storing test data, this watch also features a display and camera, allowing users to view real-time health indicators. The camera can also be used to compile statistics on daily food intake. The watch also includes an AI management system that can analyze food types, weight, calories, and nutritional content based on the size of the container. This system not only helps manage health, but also assists scientific research. After all, traditional scientific experiments, especially medical ones, are often very limited in the scale of human experiments due to ethical considerations. Furthermore, during traditional human experiments, subjects' health indicators are not monitored around the clock, resulting in incomplete data collection and even obscuring some of the effects of drugs, foods, and chemicals on the body. These micro-nanodetectors are now very affordable. If mass-produced, the cost would be approximately 15 yuan for a set of sensors, which lasts for 6 months, and 60 yuan for a data watch, which lasts for 3 to 4 years. This greatly facilitates the collection of human data and provides an excellent foundation for future drug development and medical technology advancements. After discovering these technologies, the Hailefeng Company's Business Research Center believes they can be used not only in drug and medical experiments and clinical treatments, but also in everyday health management for ordinary people. This standard nanodetector can measure 30 physiological indicators at a time, which is far more comprehensive than a hospital's blood test or liver function test, and it provides real-time, 24/7 data. This is for common daily checkups. The versions used by hospitals and laboratories come in 3 more precise and comprehensive versions: 60 indicators, 100 indicators, and 150 indicators. For daily health management, 30 indicators are actually sufficient, as they cover many common physiological indicators. Furthermore, the system's automated analysis using medical AI means that most illnesses will be reflected in these indicators to some degree. Happy Home offers free sensor implants, data watches, and apps to lure consumers in. After all, apps offer dietary recommendations, and Happy Home's app, in fact, is a partnership with Fengmei Takeout, allowing users to customize healthy meals directly within the app. Of course, if someone prefers to cook their own meals according to the recommended guidelines, Happy Home naturally has no objection. But the researchers at the Business Research Center have a very accurate grasp of the average person's psychology. The vast majority of people likely don't prepare healthy meals themselves. This isn't just a matter of laziness. It's simply the complexity of preparing healthy meals. For example, using specific cooking oils, using a fixed amount of salt and sugar, and using specific fruits and vegetables, staple foods, meats, eggs, and dairy. Just calculating the nutrient content is not something the average person can easily accomplish. Not to mention factors like taste and work schedules. These factors combined inevitably lead to the majority choosing to order in healthy meals rather than preparing them themselves. Of course, to convince ordinary people to order, the basic meal kits must be affordable. If a basic meal costs over 20 or 30 yuan per meal, then this industry will only be a niche business. Currently, Happy Home's basic meal kits cost approximately 5 to 8 yuan for breakfast, and 10 to 13 yuan for lunch and dinner. For 3 meals a day, the total cost is approximately 25 to 34 yuan. If you eat the basic meal kits every month, the total cost is approximately 750 to 1020 yuan. Given the current economic conditions in China, approximately 60% of ordinary people can afford this dining expense. For the middle class and wealthy, Happy Home will naturally offer premium, deluxe, and super deluxe meal kits, and even one-on-one personalized customization is available, provided you have the money. In fact, the therapeutic effects of these meal kits are similar, differing only in the richness of the ingredients and the taste. For example, regular eggs are replaced with organically farmed eggs, and regular fish is replaced with grouper, yellow croaker, and the like. The nutritional content of the two is similar, but the price is definitely different. Hailefeng Company has become increasingly skilled at harvesting leaks. Chapter 319. Just as the 5 Happy Homes in Shantao and Maishan district began exploring their business models on a large scale, Jiang Miao had already received the report from the Luzon branch. After reviewing the information, he shook his head. There's something fishy indeed. This gold mine has already been mined by the locals. It's estimated that only a few difficult-to-mine tailings remain. The fucking gang has been touted as a newly discovered gold mine. Kuyong asked cautiously, "Boss, we discovered that 2 of Huang Tianhua's friends know about this. It seems they're trying to cheat Huang Tianhua out of money, perhaps even using the Huang family's relationship with you to extort money. As expected, the fucking gang is quite capable. They're always doing this kind of thing to cheat their own people." Excellent. Although Jiang Miao's face didn't show anger, Kuyong, who had been with him for over 5 years, had already sensed Jiang Miao's wrath. "Boss, we have connections there, so we're ready to take action anytime. No rush. Let's wait until Huang Tianhua arrives in Manila before we close in." We need to teach this guy a lesson, and it's time to consign all the legacy of Southeast Asia to the dustbin of history. Jiang Miao picked up the phone and made 5 calls in quick succession. Given his connections, he naturally wouldn't go to great lengths over Huang Tianhua. His goal was to eradicate all the remaining cancer in Southeast Asia once and for all, which was why he was making the calls. No problem, Academician Jiang, rest assured. We come up with a plan as soon as possible, and strive to unite all parts of Southeast Asia to wipe out these guys. Jiang Miao said calmly, then I leave it to you. After all, the business environment in Southeast Asia affects part of our company's operations. It was difficult to take action before, but now there's no need to worry too much. We should make a warning by killing the chicken to scare the monkey, so these guys don't deliberately exploit our own people and tarnish the reputation of the Chinese people. You're welcome, Academician Jiang. This is our responsibility. Well, go on. Goodbye, Academician Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Miao handed over the follow-up matters to Guiyong. Today, he didn't need to go to the lab for research, but would focus on company matters. After taking a sip of hot tea, he casually picked up a document and found a briefing from the Business Research Center. Flipping through it for a while, he came across a document about the Happy Home business model and the industry's operating results over the past month. Deming, do you know anything about Happy Home? Among the several secretaries in the office, Business Secretary Lu Deming quickly stood up. Boss, I understand. Do you have any questions? Give me a detailed report. Okay, I arrange it right away. 20 minutes later, Lu Deming knocked on the door and entered, carrying several documents. Boss, this is the detailed report on Happy Home. Jiang Miao took it, leaned back in his chair, and looked at it for a moment. Seeing the member registration data, he showed a hint of surprise. There are already 64,000 registered members, and 7,583 of them have chosen monthly subscriptions. This data is truly astonishing. You have to remember that Happy Home currently only has 5 branches, and has only been open for a trial operation for about a month. And yet, it has already gained so many members. Even with the free motion detectors, this membership scale is still quite astonishing. Remember, the current permanent population of the Shanghai area is only 3.57 million, an increase of approximately 870,000 from 2.7 million in 2025. The average monthly subscription fee for Happy Home members is currently 947 yuan, with a total of 7,583 monthly members. This means that these 5 branches have a combined fixed monthly turnover of approximately 7,181,101 yuan. No wonder the Business Research Center designated this industry as an S-level industry and recommended that headquarters invest 10 billion yuan in initial development funds. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment and agreed that this industry has great potential. He immediately signed the application and wrote a note. I have reviewed and approved the application. After expanding the nationwide branch network, please conduct development research promptly and report progress to me and General Manager Jiang at any time. February 4, 2029. Jiang Miao. With the increasing living standards of ordinary people in China and the aging population, health issues will become an increasingly hot topic in China. Since Helyafeng Company possesses the relevant technology, it naturally cannot let it go unchecked and must actively research new industries. If even just 1% of the population were willing to register as members and subscribe to a year-round monthly subscription, Happy Home's annual revenue would be astronomical. If 1% of the national population, or approximately 14 million people, opted for a monthly or annual subscription, based on the current situation at the Shanghai branch, the average annual fee per person would be approximately 11,364 yuan. 14 million people, with an average annual fee of 11,364 yuan per person, would generate revenue of approximately 159.096 billion yuan. Furthermore, Jiang Miao believed the potential of this business model was enormous. After all, there are currently approximately 670 million people in China with a monthly income of over 6,000 yuan, representing potential customers. Only those with a monthly income of 6,000 yuan or more have the spare cash to consider eating well. It's not that people earning less than 6,000 yuan a month don't consider healthy eating. Rather, their economic foundation determines their consumption patterns. Even with the prices of many industrial and agricultural products in China currently down 30% to 50% from 2025, those earning less than 6,000 yuan a month are still in a relatively tight financial position. It's not that you can't survive on 6,000 yuan a month, but it's possible to live well if you're open-minded and don't compare yourself to other high-income groups. For example, A security guard earning 3,500 yuan a month. If they don't smoke or drink, don't be a prostitute, and don't have any bad habits. Simply eat, drink, and have fun, avoid high-end food, and buy affordable food whenever possible. Assuming they have a place to live, they can eat very well if they spend 1,500 yuan a month on food. Of the remaining 2,000 yuan, they can spend 1,000 yuan on daily expenses, ultimately saving around 1,000 yuan a month. For example, the security guards at Hailifeng don't have to worry about their children or housing, and they can eat at the company. If they don't have any bad habits, they can save about 3,000 yuan per month. Jiang Miao saw in the report that the Business Research Center had conducted a random customer survey of 200 clients. Through these customer feedback, Jiang Miao discovered a very interesting point. According to the feedback from the 200 follow-up customers, nearly 24% were retired elderly urban residents. These customers didn't all choose to subscribe on their own initiative, but were forced to do so by their children. This is particularly evident among only children. When this situation occurred, Jiang Miao immediately understood the key point. The main reason only children force their parents to subscribe to Happy Home's healthy meal packages isn't out of concern for their health, but rather the challenges of caring for the elderly. This is especially true for young people with busy work schedules and hectic lifestyles, who can't devote much energy to caring for the elderly. Some monthly subscriptions involve families of 5 or 6 people subscribing. These people are likely too lazy to cook at home, and Happy Home, as a subsidiary of the Hailifeng Group, is well known for its excellent food safety. The flavors of these healthy meal packages are developed in a dedicated catering research laboratory, ensuring that the food is as delicious and flavorful as possible while ensuring health. Currently, whether it's a standard or deluxe meal, there's almost no repeat every day, with at least a dozen different options available. In addition, Happy Home's meal plan offerings aren't self-selected. Instead, an AI system assigns meals based on the patient's health report, and the patient is restricted to the meal they're assigned. The reason for depriving guests of their right to choose is that many lack self-discipline and have very poor self-management skills. This is especially true for the elderly. If you let them choose for themselves, they likely end up with a heavy meal of meat, fish, and oil-laden dishes. This is also why many young people deliberately force themselves to subscribe to a monthly plan for the sake of their parents' health. Elderly people generally share a common trait: they're reluctant to pay for their expenses. They certainly won't intentionally skip meals, hoping to recoup their spending. They likely come back for 3 meals a day, hoping to earn back their income. It's precisely by exploiting this mentality that many elderly people, forced by their children to purchase said meals, have no choice but to come and eat. Thankfully, Happy Home's dishes are meticulously considered in terms of appearance, flavor, and taste. They're at least much better than those served at ordinary families, and on average, they're at the level of a top-tier chef. This level of chef quality is possible thanks to Hailifeng's catering laboratory, which employs more than a dozen top chefs in China and invests hundreds of millions of yuan annually. It also fully leverages the advantages of the Hailifeng Group's industrial chain, keeping all variations in the dishes within a reasonable range. Regular kitchen staff, following the recipe manual, can easily replicate the appearance, flavor, and taste of dishes with over 95% accuracy. This avoids the problem of individual tastes. This, in essence, applies an industrial approach to catering, resolving some of the quality fluctuations experienced by traditional Chinese chefs. After all, in order to serve the public while maintaining profit margins, Happy Home naturally cannot employ dedicated chefs in the kitchen. Instead, they rely on regular staff to prepare dishes whenever possible. Furthermore, by effectively utilizing a central kitchen and pre-prepared ingredients, they significantly reduce the cost of their dishes. The catering industry must maintain a gross profit margin of at least 40% to achieve profitability. For example, for a 5 yuan breakfast, the cost of the ingredients cannot exceed 3 yuan. Otherwise, the business will lose money. Happy Home can keep costs to 2.2 to 2.5 yuan per serving. The benefits of scale, pre-made ingredients, a complete supply chain, easy cooking, a stable customer base, and the fact that customers cannot choose the type of dishes themselves all combine to ensure Happy Home's profit margin. According to the Business Research Center, after deducting other costs and taxes, Happy Home's net profit is approximately 15% of its turnover. This net profit margin is quite impressive. After all, in the domestic manufacturing industry, the net profit of more common industries is only around 5% to 10%. In its future analysis, the Business Research Center is more optimistic about the market in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and major first and second-tier cities. Happy Homes consumer groups can be roughly divided into 5 categories: retired seniors, modern housewives, children, urban professionals, and affluent families. These 5 groups are the largest in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, followed by first and second-tier cities. The large number of members in Xiamen is partly due to the rapid economic growth of the Hailifeng Company, which has created a large number of newly wealthy individuals. It is also due to the beneficial effects of traditional Xiamen customs. Or perhaps it can be said that the entire Lingnan region places great emphasis on dietary preparation, and this culinary culture has provided a deep cultural driving force for the development of Happy Home. The Business Research Center's bold demand for a 10 billion yuan investment from headquarters for Happy Home stems from this anticipated growth. After all, a distinct characteristic of Hailifeng's physical stores is that they own their own properties, rather than simply renting them. Thus, in order to expand their presence in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, Happy Home must continually acquire stores, which undoubtedly requires significant capital. For example, Hailifeng's specialty stores currently operate approximately 2,471 locations throughout China, Southeast Asia, and Northeast Asia. Hailifeng's warehouse supermarkets also operate 425 locations in these regions. These shops and warehouses all belong to Hailifeng Company. This vast property portfolio, combined with its internet e-commerce and logistics distribution systems, has given the Hailifeng agricultural empire a vast and efficient retail system. These investments did, in the short term, consume some of Hailifeng Company's working capital, but with over 874.9 billion yuan in cash reserves, Hailifeng has no need to worry about funding issues. If the company encounters problems in the future, it can still recover some of its losses by selling these properties. Thus, purchasing shops and land is one of Hailifeng Company's core business principles. The advantage of this asset-heavy operating model is its high risk tolerance. Even in the face of a severe financial crisis, the company can leverage this accumulated foundation to survive for several years longer than other businesses. Now, Happy Home is also constantly acquiring properties. However, Hailifeng Company does not need to finance the 10 billion yuan in initial development funds itself. It can simply borrow money from banks and social security funds with its business plan. Forget 10 billion yuan, even 100 billion yuan is readily available. This is the essence of leaning under a big tree for shade. Given the strength of Hailifeng and Jiangmiao, banks and social security funds wouldn't refuse such loans and investments. However, Jiangmiao was also aware that Hailifeng's actions had been closely watched by other companies in recent years, and it was unlikely to continue its slow growth as in previous years. He glanced at the end of the report and saw that more than a dozen domestic and foreign companies were also developing similar businesses in this area. These included established giants like Alibaba, Kangaroo Takeout, Penguin Group, Samsung, Sony, Pizza Hut, and McDonald's. Some startups were also attracting investment in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, preparing to enter this market. It was foreseeable that this industry would soon become a competitive market. Of course, Hailifeng wasn't afraid of competition, especially since it held a 51% stake in Shuyuan Non-Medical, the only manufacturer currently possessing low-cost, high-quality, non-invasive nanodynamic detector technology. To emulate the Happy Home business model, Shuyuan Nanomedical's products were essential. Mastering the original technology essentially ensured an invincible position. Chapter 320. Chang'an, Xinhuan Energy Company. After over a year of technological improvements, the company's chief technology officer, Dr. Du, and his technical team stood not far from Xinhuan 28. Wang Heming, the CEO dispatched by Hailifeng Company, turned to Dr. Du and asked, "Mr. Du, is this machine ready for testing now?" "Yes, it is." At this critical juncture, Dr. Du felt that a real-world test was necessary to determine the machine's true performance. The other researchers were also nervous. After all, Hailifeng Company had invested nearly 8.6 billion yuan, along with various confidential technologies, relevant scientific researchers, and specialized raw materials. If the results of this experiment were unsatisfactory, they worried that Hailifeng would cease providing funding and related support. Wang Heming glanced at everyone's expressions, then smiled and reassured them, "Everyone, don't worry too much. Even if the experimental results aren't ideal, headquarters and President Jiang will continue to support this project." "Mr. Wang, thank you very much for your strong support." Dr. Du also felt very fortunate. You know, many scientists and research teams worry about funding. Even if you're exceptionally talented, without substantial financial support, many research projects simply can't proceed. And domestic official research projects, such as those run by universities, aren't simply approved by the relevant authorities with a simple nod. It's not that this review model is bad. After all, in recent years, there have been quite a few people in China who have defrauded research funds. However, this rigorous review, coupled with nepotism and favoritism, could potentially prevent researchers who truly need the funding from receiving it, leaving it to opportunists. Although Dr. Du's team all hails from PBC University, the funding they can access there isn't much. Previously, much of their funding came from venture capital, which is also difficult to secure. It wasn't until Heliafeng entered the market that Xinhuan Energy finally welcomed a major financial backer. The serial number for their controlled nuclear fusion device reveals the depth of Heliafeng's support. Wang Heming checked his watch and said, "Mr. Du, you guys get started." Okay. No one remained inside the factory. Only a small group of staff remained to conduct a final inspection of Xinhuan 28. Dr. Du, Wang Heming, and the others moved to the adjacent high-security underground bunker, which housed a dedicated control center. After all, current controlled nuclear fusion technology still carries significant risks, so no one would risk their lives. 2 hours later, the final inspection of Star Ring 28 was successfully completed. Dr. Du looked at the surveillance camera feed and immediately ordered, "The first field test begins." Yes, the staff inside the control center replied in unison. Buttons were pressed one after another. The various components within Star Ring 28 began to operate. Star Ring 28 not only combines the technologies of traditional stellarators and tokamaks, but also incorporates helical magnetic acceleration pipeline technology, a miniaturized particle collider. After the various devices were activated, the high-temperature helium-3 plasma inside the spiral magnetic acceleration tube was continuously accelerated. The device consists of 2 spiral magnetic accelerators, one above the other, which can rapidly accelerate the helium-3 plasma inside the tube to the upper limit of the high-energy particle collider. Report: the helium-3 plasma has reached the collision limit. Inject helium-3 plasma into the reaction tube. Roger that. As 2 high-speed helium-3 plasma streams in opposite directions were injected into the reaction tube, instantly, dense, high-energy helium-3 plasma began to collide head-on. The shattered helium-3 nuclei became a chaotic mess of ultramicroscopic particles such as neutrons and protons. These high-energy particles reached temperatures of trillions of degrees Celsius. The constant flow of high-energy particles, confined by the 100T magnetic field of the room temperature superconductor, continued to heat up. Soon, a controlled nuclear fusion reaction occurred. The helium-3 plasma collided and fused. The reason for this easy reaction is that the particle collisions generate extremely high temperatures, reaching trillions of degrees Celsius. This easily heats the helium-3 plasma inside the reactor to over 1 billion degrees Celsius, reaching the temperature required for controlled nuclear fusion reactions between helium-3 particles. Of course, this reaction mode isn't perfect, especially since high-energy particle collisions produce neutrons, protons, neutrinos, and other particles. Protons, being charged particles, are tightly bound by the magnetic field of the room temperature superconductor. Neutrinos are extremely small and rarely react with the surrounding lining materials, so there's no need to worry. Only neutrons can damage the lining of the reactor tube. This is primarily because neutrons have no charge, and the plasma collisions carry enormous energy, further enhancing their penetrating power. Fortunately, the helium-3 particles in the spiral magnetic accelerator are relatively small, accounting for only about 1% of the total. The helium-3 plasma, which serves as the primary reaction material, doesn't rely on collisions to generate nuclear fusion reactions, but rather on temperature. Report: the inner wall of the reaction tube is showing signs of neutron irradiation. Dr. Du reviewed the monitoring data for the inner wall of the reaction tube and discovered that within less than 5 minutes, the liquid lithium coating on the inner wall had shown clear signs of corrosion. This was within everyone's expectations. The liquid lithium coating is specifically designed to absorb high-energy neutrons, and lithium-6 is an excellent neutron absorber, with a large cross-section for nuclear reactions with neutrons. When irradiated by neutrons, lithium-6 absorbs neutrons and undergoes a nuclear reaction, producing tritium and helium. This reduces the number of neutrons that pass through the liquid lithium, acting as a neutron shield. Furthermore, after absorbing the heat from the high-energy neutrons, the liquid lithium can exchange heat with the next inner wall, preventing temperature buildup. This heat can also be used as thermal energy for power generation. Of course, the fission-produced high-energy neutrons from ring 28 only generate a small amount of heat. The helium-3 nuclear fusion reaction is the primary source of heat energy within the entire system. Dr. Du glanced at the turbine's power output and mentally calculated the ratio of input to output energy. He quickly calculated the turbine's Q value, which reached approximately 16.4, indicating that it can generate surplus energy. This Q value is already suitable for commercial mass production, roughly on par with the efficiency of current thermal power plants and significantly higher than previous Q values of less than 1. Controlled nuclear fusion is no longer a 50-year quest. Time ticked by. 3 hours later, Dr. Du watched as the lithium-6 in the liquid lithium coating continuously transformed into helium and tritium during neutron irradiation, while the neutron catcher inside the plant detected no signs of neutron leakage. This brought a sigh of relief to Dr. Du. He checked the time and ordered, "Shut down the reactor." Roger that. Soon, each component of Star Ring 28 shut down. "Oh, take someone to inspect the equipment." "Okay." Ah and a dozen colleagues, donning radiation protection suits and special helmets, entered the plant housing Star Ring 28. The building's outer shell was a layer of lead sheeting, with an inner wall of special concrete cast to withstand thermal neutron radiation. After all, this plant was close to downtown Chang'an, so adequate protection was essential. After cooling Star Ring 28's interior, Ah and his team opened the nuclear fusion reaction pipes using the pre-reserved disassembly hatch. They then carefully observed the inner walls of the pipe. The liquid lithium was coated by a magnetic field confinement system. Once the system was shut down, the liquid lithium, freed from magnetic confinement, would quickly flow to the bottom of the reaction pipe, then through drain holes into the lithium storage tank at the base of the device. The inner walls covered by the liquid lithium were made of high-temperature resisted tungsten alloy plates. Although the surface of the high-temperature tungsten alloy appeared to be flawless to the naked eye, the team carefully removed several pieces and placed them in a lead box. Dr. Du and others at the control center observed the condition of the tungsten alloy plates through surveillance cameras. A researcher smiled and said, "The situation is much better than expected." Yes. Although theoretically, helium-3 nuclear fusion produces no neutrons, impact fission produces a significant number of neutrons. In the factory, Wu and his colleagues disassembled some of the components of Star Ring 28, particularly the inner wall material of the pipes that are exposed to nuclear fusion and impact fission reactions. They then took these components to the testing laboratory on the other side of the factory for a comprehensive inspection. Although Star Ring 28 operated at full capacity for 3 hours, it wasn't enough. If it is to be used as a commercial controlled nuclear fusion device, it must operate stably for at least 6 months before commercial production can begin. 3 days later, Dr. Du's team received the freshly released test report. A researcher adjusted his glasses and said, "The tungsten alloy plate on the inner wall shows no obvious structural defects. It seems that the neutron radiation is firmly confined within the pipe. The lithium material consumption is acceptable, approximately 147 grams of lithium per hour." Another researcher examined the report on liquid lithium consumption. Xinhuan 28 has a maximum power generation capacity of 1,000 megawatts and consumes 147 grams of liquid lithium per hour, which is actually quite small. If it were a traditional deuterium-tritium fusion reaction, with neutron production hundreds of times greater than Xinhuan 28, the hourly consumption of liquid lithium would reach over 10 kilograms. It should be noted that the global supply of lithium ore, converted into elemental lithium, is only approximately 29 million tons. As the inner wall material of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, lithium will be consumed and converted into helium and tritium. This means that lithium consumption in the controlled nuclear fusion reactor will be continuous and non-renewable. Perhaps it seems now that a Star Ring 28 unit consumes only 3,528 grams of lithium-6 per day, which isn't a significant amount, or only 1,287.72 kilograms per year. However, of the lithium currently mined, lithium-6 accounts for only about 7.5%, while the more stable lithium-7 accounts for 92.5%. However, if controlled nuclear fusion devices are deployed on a large scale in the future, the demand for lithium-6 resources will become even greater. While technological advancements will undoubtedly lead to the discovery of more lithium deposits, the overall low abundance of lithium on Earth remains a very real problem. Dr. Du expressed confidence, "Don't worry. While significant lithium consumption will occur at this stage, there are solutions." The researchers also realized this. This is because Star Ring 28 isn't the final version they envisioned. The final version they envisioned involved multiple, sequential reactions. First, a reaction between helium-3 atoms, then using neutrons generated by the collision fission to irradiate liquid lithium, converting it into helium and tritium. The tritium in the reaction tube is then collected and fed into the next nuclear fusion reactor, where a helium-3 tritium fusion reaction occurs. This fusion reaction produces lithium-7. Since the helium-3 tritium fusion reaction produces dense neutrons, these neutrons can bombard the lithium-7, transforming it into lithium-6 and a proton. In other words, their proposed version can ensure the circulation of lithium-6 without requiring additional lithium-6 from external sources. The nuclear fusion reaction between helium-3 and tritium is much easier than the fusion reaction between helium-3 and helium-3. In fact, once controlled nuclear fusion of helium-3 is achieved, other types of controlled nuclear fusion will become relatively simple. Even using protium directly for nuclear fusion reactions is now possible. Wang Heming looked at the report in his hand, then looked up at Dr. Du. Mr. Du, does this mean that the results of this test have met expectations? Dr. Du expressed his thoughts. Yes, Mr. Wang, next I plan to conduct 3 consecutive days of testing, a month in total, while also building the prototype of the Star Ring 29. Okay, don't worry about the funding. I explained the situation to headquarters, Wang Heming said confidently. If the experimental tests were unsatisfactory, he would have to apply for funding from headquarters, which would have been quite difficult. But now that the experimental test results of Star Ring 28 have met expectations, it would be very easy for him to ask for money from headquarters. In fact, if we ignore the disadvantage of Star Ring 28's consumption of lithium-6, this controlled nuclear fusion device is already ready for commercial production. However, the version Dr. Du's team is pursuing is self-sustaining controlled nuclear fusion, which requires further improvement and research. Furthermore, China's current energy demand is not as severe as one might imagine. In particular, with the continuous deployment of photovoltaic thin-film airships, China's current electricity production scale is enormous, and a large portion of the increase comes from photovoltaic and wind power. Thus, research on controlled nuclear fusion can continue to be honed. Furthermore, due to confidentiality requirements, the success of the Star Ring 28 mission has not been reported. The reason for this low profile is primarily to avoid becoming a model for European and American powers. Remember, after the development of the nuclear bomb, other major global powers quickly replicated it. Promoting scientific research projects without a reference point is fundamentally different from advancing with a reference point. If European and American powers discovered that Ceres had developed commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion technology, they would undoubtedly invest in this research at all costs, rather than the current half-hearted and limited investment. Chapter 321. The Xinhuan 28 test report and Wang Heming's research funding application arrived in Jiang Miao's hands 8 days after the experiment concluded. After reading the reports, he was also amazed at how rapidly technological development had progressed in recent years. He then approved Wang Heming's request for 10 billion yuan in research funding. After all, Xinhuan Energy's controlled nuclear fusion was already ready for commercial operation, though the overall system hadn't yet reached its peak. If not increasing investment now, when would it be? Just as he approved the document, his phone rang. He glanced at the number and the name on the note and answered it. Hello, Lao He, what's up? Haha, you're such a boring guy. Can't I just chat with you? He Jintang said with a smile on the other end of the line. Okay, Lao He, from what I know about you, you wouldn't be so bored as to call me just to chat. Jiang Miao was multitasking, answering the call while flipping through the documents. Okay, there are a few things. Well, go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. One is about Yu Wei. Didn't she start dating a while ago? I heard Shuya mention it. Old He, are you trying to break up this couple? The last time I met her boyfriend, I think there's something fishy going on between them. What do you mean? Her boyfriend knows Yue has lupus, and that she's been taking medication. So he promised me that they can have no children. Jiang Miao frowned. He hadn't expected Yue's boyfriend to say that. Miao, I'm sure you realize the problem. Well, that's a bit false. He still thinks he's so smart, and he's not going to have children. Men marry for sex, children, and money? Is there still true love these days? He's taking me for a fool. He Jintong's tone was tinged with anger. If it were simply about money, that would be fine. After all, Yue's 5% stake in New Kangle Medical would be worth hundreds of millions if sold now. Besides, Jintong's family wasn't short of money, so supporting a live-in son-in-law wouldn't be a big deal. But Jintang saw that the man might be deliberately approaching his daughter. After all, his daughter was plain-looking and had lupus, a semi-genetic disease. She wasn't attractive, and she couldn't have children. So her boyfriend was clearly after the money, and the He family's influence. He Jintang naturally didn't have a good impression of this scheming Phoenix man. After all, there were countless precedents for this kind of situation. Not to mention ancient times, there are countless examples of this kind in modern times. For example, Li Bancheng of Hong Kong and the Spinach King of Macau are both scheming men who, after becoming wealthy thanks to their wives, treated them cruelly. So what are you going to do, old He? That man works at a hospital in Guangzhou. I'd like to ask for your help. Transfer Yue to a distant location to keep them separate. I already had someone investigate him. I make a decision after the results come in. Okay, I think about it. Jiang Miao paused flipping through the documents and said after a moment, I arranged for her to go to Malaysia tomorrow. Haliafeng Hospital has built a large comprehensive facility there, and there are a lot of lupus patients coming here. Let Yue lead the treatment there. This should last about 6 months. Okay, 6 months is enough. If he's truly problem-free, I accept this live-in son-in-law. But if... Okay, calm down. What about other matters? Jiang Miao understood the concerns of parents about their children's marriages. Especially in the case of the He family, careful consideration is required. Well, getting back to business. Second, didn't your company's investment in Star Ring Energy make a breakthrough recently? I was just checking it out. They even gave them 10 billion in funding. Let me introduce you to a business. What? Old He, when did you become a broker? Jiang Miao said, half-jokingly. I'd love to be a broker, but this deal isn't easy. What kind of deal? Have Star Ring Energy design a nuclear fusion device for ships. The size requirements are specific, and the thermal output of a single unit must be no less than 1000 MWth. Regarding the price, I only give you a 10% profit margin. I'm not opposed to taking this deal, but Star Ring Energy's technology isn't perfect yet, and the lithium recycling model they envision isn't complete. If we wait another 2 or 3 years, until the technology matures, it should be much better. I know, but they studied Star Ring Energy's technology, and they don't think the lithium recycling process is important. After all, the thermal output of the nuclear fusion device they require isn't high, and consuming a few hundred kilograms of lithium-6 annually isn't really a big deal. So urgent? It's indeed urgent. We need ocean-going nuclear-powered ships. Ship number 5 was nuclear-powered, but the actual results weren't ideal. Ship number 6, currently under construction, has been improved, but the size and power limits of the nuclear fission reactor are incompatible. It's better to just go with a nuclear fusion device. Okay. I instruct Star Ring Energy, but it would be best if the shipyard could send someone over. After all, the specific situation requires communication between both parties. Of course. Darien Shipyard will arrange for a professional ship design team to contact Star Ring Energy. Jiang Miao quickly jotted this down in his memo pad. He Jintang on the other end of the line continued. The third matter concerns South Asia. South Asia? The nuclear leak a few days ago? Yes, that's the incident. A local faction seized a local nuclear arsenal. Without the trigger, they disassembled the warheads and made dirty bombs, threatening other factions. However, the various factions there are now completely frantic and have ignored the dirty bomb threat. Just 3 days ago, 3 of the dirty bombs, wrapped in TNT, detonated in the middle reaches of the Ganges River, contaminating dozens of square kilometers of surrounding land with radioactive material. Hearing this, Jiang Miao could only think, your third brother is truly courting death. He even dared to detonate dirty bombs on his own land. Although this is a South Asian issue, the radioactive material released by the dirty bomb will soon flow down the Ganges River into the Ceylon Ocean, posing a potential threat to the western coast of Southeast Asia. Isn't this a serious problem? Jiang Miao didn't believe 3 dirty bombs would have any serious impact. It wasn't that he underestimated nuclear weapons, but rather that the ocean's dilution capacity was too strong. After all, the Gale nation had conducted extensive nuclear tests in the Pacific Ocean and even secretly dumped large amounts of nuclear waste into the sea. Despite this suicidal behavior, radiation levels in the global oceans have remained largely unchanged. This is primarily due to the vast ocean waters, which dilute many components. Furthermore, some radioactive substances are heavy metals, which, upon entering the ocean, are quickly deposited on the surrounding seafloor. It's not a big problem, but Hansavati, Malaysia, and Java are more concerned about ocean pollution, so they're increasing the scale of their desalination plants and also speeding up the construction of coastal dams. Okay, I have the Minchin Group cooperate with you, but that shouldn't be the main point, right? Well, this isn't simply an internal issue within India. We uncovered some clues through various channels. Which side is behind it? The North? The East? It's most likely a collaboration between the North and the East. Jiang Miao narrowed his eyes. The polar bears haven't changed their ways. They do have the motive and the ability. In fact, with the Gale Nation's complete retreat to North America, the conflict between the Gale Nation and Ceres has actually eased. After all, both sides have already made concessions where necessary. Ceres certainly won't be going to North America to provoke the Gale Nation's fragile nerves in the short term. Instead, the conflict between Lucia and Ceres has suddenly intensified. This change is actually quite understandable. It's geopolitical relations that create the underlying conflict between the two sides. Previously, limited cooperation was only possible due to the troublemaker, Gale Nation. Now, Gale Nation is struggling to cope, and both Gale Nation and the European Union have made numerous promises to Lucia in an effort to win her over. The Ceres took advantage of the natural and man-made disasters to seize Mabe, further provoking the polar bears. They feared that Central Asia would also be devoured, hence this dangerous behavior. With the intention of harming others without benefiting themselves, they naturally dared to join forces with the Gale Nation. If a large-scale nuclear leak occurred in South Asia, Southeast Asia would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. We plan to have you, Miao, secretly cultivate several types of algae that can enrich radioactive elements. We will then release them along the coast of South Asia to confine these radioactive materials. Radioactive algae? No problem. As for why they don't address the problem fundamentally, the answer is that it can't be done. Because India is currently in such chaos: famine, plague, war, natural disasters, and recently nuclear contamination. There are dozens of well-known factions alone, and if you add in the smaller factions of a few hundred or a few thousand people, the number is overwhelming. Under these circumstances, entering India's heartland and seizing the nuclear materials is incredibly difficult. If fewer people go, they die. If too many people were to go, we'd probably have to defeat all the local forces before we could force them to hand over the nuclear materials. No matter what we do, it's not a good option. South Asia is like a cesspool right now. Instead of digging out a few bottles of poison, it's better to let them leak locally. After all, if they do, we can still deal with them. With current water purification technology, there's no need to worry about nuclear contamination. Rainwater from evaporating oceans won't actually carry radioactive elements from the sea onto land. Unless a dirty bomb is detonated at high altitude, it's unlikely that radioactive elements will enter land through rainwater. The massive nuclear leak on the South Asian continent isn't a big deal. Time will erase everything. Japan, once a comfortable nation, is still thriving thanks to the warm hospitality of the little boy and the fat man. Nuclear contamination won't wipe out humanity unless every inch of land is covered in high concentrations of radioactive elements. As for covering most of the world's land with high concentrations of radioactive elements, it's better to push an asteroid from the asteroid belt into Earth. The difficulty level is vastly different, but the effect is similar. After all, the total amount of radioactive elements that can be mined on Earth's surface is limited. Collecting so much radioactive elements is really not as good as pushing an asteroid into Earth. You can keep this to yourself and keep it secret. I know. The fourth thing is related to the third one above. That bear is still too idle. We plan to find something for them to do, so they don't have to worry about anything all day. Jiang Yao asked with a smile, so what are your ideas? Energy. Energy? I see. Jiang Miao understood instantly. After all, Russia's economic structure is too fragmented. Due to natural and man-made disasters, their agriculture is practically in ruins, barely sustaining themselves. Now, everyone subsists on potatoes and soybeans. The remaining pillar industries are energy, metals and minerals, and defense. Energy and metals and minerals are among the most crucial pillar industries. It was the plummeting oil prices that plunged Russia's economy into a vicious cycle. Recently, global energy prices have remained relatively high. This is primarily due to the collapse of the US dollar's global monetary system, leaving the Chinese yuan as a local currency. Consequently, transactions in many regions have become extremely difficult. Also, due to the climate crisis, energy demand has increased significantly across regions. For example, high temperatures require cooling, droughts require water pumping, low temperatures require heating, and floods require drainage. These combined factors have led to relatively high global energy prices. However, this situation is unsustainable. Domestic oil, natural gas, and coal consumption has been declining in recent years. Even with the continuous production cuts by oil-producing countries in West Asia, current prices can barely be maintained. Russia and Gale country are actually quite similar. Agriculture and energy are pillar industries in both countries, and the cost of oil extraction is relatively high in both countries. The EU itself doesn't produce much energy, primarily due to the significant decline in North Sea oil production. Furthermore, with Britain's withdrawal from the EU, Norway, which is not a member of the EU to begin with, is a key player in the North Sea oil field, which can produce 100 million tons of oil annually and, at its peak, could produce nearly 200 million tons annually. Therefore, the EU relies on imports for the vast majority of its energy. Currently, they primarily import oil from Gale country, Britain, Norway, and Central Asia, and have recently reintroduced Russian oil and natural gas. The overall procurement cost averages 406 Chinese yuan per barrel, equivalent to around $58 before the crash. This price represents only a small profit for Gale country shale oil. The Russian and North Sea oil fields see a 50-50 profit, while West Asia and North Africa see an 80% profit. After a brief conversation with He Jintang, Jiang Miao understood his intentions. This matter truly required the intervention of Helifeng Company. Using commercial channels, they could expand oil production capacity in North Africa and West Asia. As long as oil production capacity expands, global oil prices will inevitably fall, and this time the price reduction will be kept within the range of 175 Chinese yuan per barrel. This price is roughly equivalent to the cost of the North Sea and Russian oil fields. As for Gale country shale oil, it would be a massive loss. Faced with these prices, even the most foolish young Master O would have reduced the scale of oil and natural gas imports from Gale Kingdom, Russia, and the North Sea oil fields, using cheaper oil and natural gas from West Asia and North Africa. After all, the price difference is double. Even if young Master O's ancestors had been bandits for centuries, they wouldn't have much money to squander now. Simply reducing the energy revenues of Gale Kingdom and Russia would cause them to decline further. Chapter 322. With the arrival of the 2029 Spring Festival, the domestic civil aviation sector finally faced a major shock. In fact, last September, Blue Whale Airship Company completed construction of its first 100-ton passenger airship at the Minchin base. But at the time, domestic and international civil aviation companies paid no attention, including large aircraft manufacturers like Airbus and Boeing. Why was this so? The answer lies in the fact that this 100-ton passenger airship, named Beluga 001, used a total of 286,000 cubic meters of helium. Seeing this data, both airlines and aircraft manufacturers internally sneered, predicting that the Helifeng Group would stumble. After all, the current international helium price is higher than it was in 2025, at approximately 124 yuan per cubic meter. Even though Blue Whale Airship invested in a helium separation plant in the Wei River Valley, it can only produce approximately 600,000 to 700,000 cubic meters of helium annually. As of early 2029, the helium separation plant already developed in series can produce approximately 5.5 to 6.2 million cubic meters of helium annually. Adding the 66 million cubic meters produced by Qatar and the natural gas fields in West Asia, North Africa, and Southeast Asia, the total helium production can barely reach 130 million cubic meters. However, this helium output is still unacceptable for Blue Whale Airship, which aims to enter the civil aviation sector on a large scale. Despite the current official regulations regarding the use of Blue Whale cargo and engineering airships by many mining companies for personnel transportation in remote areas, this is actually illegal and clearly not permitted in the official civil aviation sector. Furthermore, Blue Whale Airship has never indicated in its information regarding these airships that they can be used for passenger transportation. Ceres can only obtain a maximum of 130 million cubic meters of helium annually, which is simply not enough. Despite recent breakthroughs in room temperature superconductor materials in China, this technology, like the controlled nuclear fusion project Star Ring 28, remains top secret, with no plans to publicly disclose it in the coming years. Thus, it is currently only used in a few highly confidential institutions and factories. These room temperature superconductors can reduce domestic helium usage by approximately 5%. Then, helium is used as a shielding gas for gas welding. This has already been limited through industry technology, and this amount can be compressed by approximately 8%. By adjusting other areas and reducing costs, this can be reduced by 5% annually. In other words, overall domestic helium use can be reduced by approximately 18%, leaving a surplus of approximately 23.4 million cubic meters. However, this surplus cannot be fully allocated to the Blue Whale Airship Company, as other industries also have significant incremental demand. Overall, The Blue Whale Airship Company currently only obtains approximately 5 million cubic meters of helium annually, with prices driven by market conditions. The Beluga 001 used a total of 286,000 cubic meters of helium. Even if there were no leaks, the initial investment alone would be prohibitive for most civil aviation companies. After all, this helium alone costs 35.46 million yuan. Adding the cost of the airship itself, maintenance, labor, and other expenses, the total cost of Beluga 001 reaches 150 million yuan. This doesn't even include the billions of yuan in research and development costs and the construction of related supporting facilities. If these were added, small-scale annual production would undoubtedly be uneconomical. Large-scale production would undoubtedly further increase the demand for helium, further driving up the price. What about the passenger transport capabilities of the Beluga 001? It can carry up to 300 passengers and 20 tons of supplies. It has a maximum speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Aside from being environmentally friendly and having a spacious interior, it has no other advantages. After all, its cost and performance are simply too low. It's not as fast as airplanes or high-speed trains. It doesn't offer any cost advantages. If its costs were lower, even 20 or 30 million yuan per unit, civil aviation companies would find it profitable and could lower their standards to compete with buses or ferries, leveraging passenger traffic to achieve high sales with low profits. However, all other costs can be reduced during mass production, except for the helium, which will become increasingly expensive with mass production. As a result, civil aviation companies naturally remain indifferent. Unless Blue Whale can guarantee that the price of helium will not rise. For example, helium passenger airships will become a luxury mode of transportation. Currently, only 5 of this model have been produced, all purchased by Heliafin Company, using helium from its own inventory. The 5 airships have been operating for a long time at low altitudes in the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea, primarily on fixed routes from Dhaka and Japan to the eastern coast of Serbia. For example, a direct trip from Jeju Island to Shanghai, a distance of approximately 465 kilometers, takes about 5 hours. A one-way fare of 262.5 yuan is priced at 262.5 yuan, of which 232.5 yuan is the metered fare, averaging 0.5 yuan per kilometer, plus a 30 yuan comprehensive service fee. Each trip generates only approximately 78,750 yuan in revenue, and the company can only make a maximum of 4 trips per day. After deducting additional costs, operating at this frequency, could we expect to generate hundreds of millions in revenue annually? Wishful thinking. The time it takes for the airship to dock and take off, plus various passenger issues, and the airport's need for quick inspections, means we can only fly twice a day at most. Even with low fares, there's no way to guarantee 100% occupancy. After all, airships are evolving, and so are aircraft. China's Commercial Aircraft Corporation, Xi'an Aircraft Corporation, has launched a new version of its passenger aircraft, using new materials to reduce weight and expand capacity, and is currently in mass production. For example, Spring Airlines has ordered 50 C-288s, an improved version of the C-919. This aircraft boasts exceptional fuel efficiency, primarily due to its lightweight fuselage. The price quoted to Spring Airlines is 490 million yuan per aircraft, a figure that can be further reduced. Spring Airlines now also operates routes to Northeast Asia, and the price difference between the two is not much. A one-way ticket from Jeju Island to Shanghai is around 340 yuan. Slow-moving airships, facing a price difference of only a few dozen yuan, naturally have no way to compete. As major domestic aircraft manufacturers increase their investments in civil airliners, the airship business in the civil airliner sector is destined to become a niche category. In fact, Jiang Miao, who has been quietly monitoring the Heliafin Group, had already anticipated this situation. But he did not order the Blue Whale airship to terminate the project. Instead, he instructed Wang Gaofeng to continue to increase investment. Because airships have their own track. During the Spring Festival, the Minshin base was decorated with lights and colorful decorations. Inside Dock 75 of the Blue Whale airship. As the dock's dome slowly opened, a massive object appeared before everyone, also appearing on the live stream, which was then transmitted globally via electronic signals. Wang Gaofeng appeared in front of the airship via an electric railcar inside the base. The contrast between the two, the unparalleled visual impact, was enough to trigger a deep fear of gigantism. Dear friends, I'm Wang Gaofeng. On this festive occasion, I wish you all a happy holiday and all the best. Facing several live cameras, Wang Gaofeng, dressed in a traditional Chinese silk suit, calmly greeted everyone. Then, changing the subject, he said, "I'm sure you all seen the airship behind me. It's our company's latest ultra-large passenger airship, Gravity." As he followed his steps, the viewers of the live stream learned that the Gravity, costing $15 billion, was actually a super-large airship similar to a large cruise ship. Its maximum payload is 3,500 tons. The airship boasts a spacious interior, featuring rooms, floors, and furniture designed using a variety of ultra-lightweight materials. It also features an independent mooring system, allowing it to dock directly on relatively flat, open ground or on the sea without ground support. This independent mooring system alone costs 1.4 billion yuan. In addition, it also features safety systems, medical systems, an independent life support system, and a self-sustaining energy system. In terms of flight, it boasts a maximum speed of 120 km per hour, a cruising speed of 90 km per hour, and an economic speed of 60 km per hour. It can also withstand force 10 winds. In an emergency, a large photovoltaic film can be deployed. By increasing the power generation capacity and utilizing a specially designed aerodynamic shape, the airship can soar into the stratosphere. Then, utilizing the stratospheric winds and sunlight, it can fly at top speed to other locations. The airship can accommodate 500 passengers and a crew of 200, allowing for a month-long unrefueled voyage, or a 6-month voyage with a supply of fruits and vegetables. Of course, the costs of such a super-large airship are considerable, making it a tourist attraction for the wealthy. But in reality, this project encompasses 3 special and confidential projects. These are the TA-005 natural gas well, currently being secretly mined in the Darim Basin, the Human Independent Living Environment Test Project, and the Venus Exploration Project. The TA-005 natural gas well, an unremarkable one, was only developed at the end of November last year. Its daily production is approximately 8,000 cubic meters, or 2.92 million cubic meters per year. The publicly disclosed drilling depth is 7,364 meters. But in reality, the well was drilled to a depth of 27,149 meters. A full 20,000 meters of depth was concealed. The reason for this is that the well was jointly developed by Hailefeng Company and Shiyu, with New West Energy Group, their joint venture, assisting in development and management. The well's number indicates it wasn't the first one. Well number 1, at 14,777 meters, discovered small amounts of coalbed methane and trace amounts of radioactive elements. Wells number 2 and number 3, both at depths of approximately 18,000 meters, experienced drill bit breakage, resulting in no valuable discoveries. Well number 4, at a depth of 24,149 meters, discovered a continuous, layered natural gas formation, producing approximately 5,700 cubic meters of natural gas daily. The well also contains a significant amount of helium, at approximately 1.3%, making it a relatively helium-rich gas well. However, well number 4 cannot compare to well number 5. The helium content of well number 5's natural gas reaches 13.4% to 13.8%, and approximately 37% of this helium is helium-3, not helium-4, which is prevalent in other hot wells. This could only indicate one possibility: a gap in the stratum beneath this well that reaches directly into the mantle. The reason for this conclusion lies in helium-3. Helium-3, the primordial stardust of the solar system, is extremely rare on Earth's surface. This is because helium-3 gradually transforms into helium-4 after being irradiated by neutrons. Currently, Earth still has some residual helium-3 stored in the mantle. Helium-3 and helium-4, occasionally erupted through magma, do not remain in the atmosphere, but instead travel back to the stars. The natural gas reservoir discovered by well number 5 is likely a relatively new reservoir, and it may also be connected to cracks in the mantle. Nearly 1,080 cubic meters of helium can be separated from this well daily, 1/3 of which is helium-3 and 2/3 is helium-4. After further separation, the helium-3 is used in controlled nuclear fusion projects for nuclear fusion power generation, while the helium-4 is used as a gas filler for airships. It appears that the production capacity of this gas well is only average, not even comparable to that of Gale Country in Qatar. But the existence of abundant helium-3 in ultra-deep strata is more important than anything else, because humans currently have only 2 ways to obtain helium-3. The first is to mine it on the moon. The second is to extract tritium, as Hailefeng did, and then allow it to decay into helium-3. Now a third path has emerged. That is to drill a well over 20,000 meters deep and try their luck underground, hoping to encounter helium resources seeping up from the mantle. Of course, Even if this discovery were made public now, European and American powers would not be able to replicate it within the next few years, but this would further increase the likelihood that they would resort to desperate measures. Ceres, already a global technological hegemon, has passed the era of having to be first. If disclosure does more harm than good, it would be better not to disclose it. Furthermore, large-scale production of helium-3 would inevitably lead to speculation about controlled nuclear fusion projects. Therefore, this natural gas well is nominally intended to supply helium to the Blue Whale airship. Blue Whale then secretly resold the helium-3 to Star Ring Energy through its parent company, Heliofing. All of these channels were internal, leaving the outside world completely unaware of the scheme. Especially after Star Ring Energy was fully privatized, it was no longer obligated to withhold public disclosure of its operating conditions. The same was true of Heliofing. Despite Heliofing's rigorously managed research division, many within the company knew that funding for many projects was inflated. This situation occurred because Jiang Miao deliberately allocated some of the undisclosed research funding to other publicly available projects. This shady operation made it difficult for the outside world to understand Heliofing's research projects. For example, the Human Independent Living Environment Test Project and the Venus Exploration Plan were kept hidden, while domestic and international space agencies and companies were focused on conquering Mars. Jiang Miao placed his bets on Venus. This was because Venus was closer, and its atmosphere had a strong buoyancy, allowing airships to remain suspended above it for extended periods. As for Venus's acidic atmosphere, there might not be a way to completely solve it yet, but with the current rate of technological development, it's estimated that humans will have the ability to modify Venus' atmosphere in the near future. Venus also has a significant advantage. Its gravity is similar to Earth's, making it a more suitable planet for humans, who haven't yet mastered the technology of artificial gravity fields. While others were focused on Mars, Jiang Miao secretly planned to develop Venus. Chapter 323. During the Spring Festival. This year, Jiang Miao and his family did not celebrate the Lunar New Year in Shantou and Maishan. Instead, they traveled to Yunnan province to inspect the local industries of Heliofing Company. Since last year, the majority of our company's edible fungi production has moved from Shantou and Maishan to various locations in Yunnan province. Fang Jiqiang, manager of the southern Yunnan branch, explained to Jiang Miao and his wife. Although they were on a tour, the two still had to inspect the local industries. The group was currently in the southern Yunnan branch's office area. Not far away were the staff dormitories and a large airship airport. Like the various branches of Heliofing Company, this branch's headquarters was located near a small town. In this respect, it was once a small town, but now it has the size of a small county town. The area is not too far from the provincial capital of southern Yunnan, approximately 85 kilometers away. What is the current production capacity of various edible fungi? Jiang Miao gazed at the distant mountains. Fang Jiqiang was prepared. White truffles and morels have already reached the level of headquarters. I know that. After all, the mushroom cultivation plant at headquarters has been closed for over 2 months. Jiang Miao picked up a flour cake from the dessert plate. Shuya sipped pu'er tea and quietly admired the distant sunset. As for the production of other edible mushrooms, some local varieties are now fully operational, but there are differences in production capacity. Fang Jiqiang continued, explaining, the one with the highest production volume is the Alstonia albuminosa. We have invested in 5 Alstonia albuminosa cultivation bases in Tianqi Lake, and can produce approximately 500,000 tons of fresh Alstonia albuminosa annually. What's the price? It's not bad. The wholesale price for fresh goods is around 20,000 yuan per ton, and for dried goods, it's almost 100,000 yuan per ton. Jiang Miao picked up a bag of dehydrated salt and pepper chicken mushrooms and glanced at the ingredient list. 100 grams? 15 yuan a bag? He then tore open the bag, unsealed it, poured the salt and pepper chicken mushrooms onto a small plate, and casually picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. It was crispy at first, then slightly salty and spicy, followed by a burst of freshness. It was an extreme freshness, like eating shrimp crackers coated in MSG. It's too fresh. This one's not good. Shuya, standing beside him, also ate a piece and nodded. After dehydrating at room temperature, the umami flavor of the Alstonia arborescens is stimulated and concentrated, making it suitable for seasoning. Fang Jiqiang quickly pulled out a packet of seasoning from a pile of products. This is Alstonia arborescens powder, developed by our product R&D center. There are no additives. It's simply steamed Alstonia arborescens, dehydrated, ground into powder, and packaged into small packets. As he explained, He tore open the package and pulled out a handful of small packets of Elstonia arborescens powder, similar to the powder packets in instant noodles. How are the sales of this product? It's very good. We use the less attractive, less than fresh quality alternary to make alternary powder. Just a small bag of this makes soups and fried rice incredibly delicious, with a distinct alternaria flavor. Shuya glanced at the vast array of products. Most of them were related to edible fungi. These were actually new products derived from the edible fungi technology she had developed. These include the previously commercialized white truffles and morels mentioned earlier, as well as black truffles, matsutake mushrooms, chanterelles, blue-headed mushrooms, large red mushrooms, dry mushrooms, black tiger's paw mushrooms, delicious boletus, yellow boletus, and hairy-headed caprinus. These are the 13 edible mushrooms currently cultivated by the Southern Yunnan branch. This year, we plan to expand the production of some edible mushrooms, especially the dry mushrooms, large red mushrooms, and blue-headed mushrooms, which are very popular with domestic diners. Jiang Miao turned to look not far away. His parents and daughter were gathered around the grill, warming themselves by the fire, while roasting a variety of fragrant mushrooms. Mushrooms best suited to roasting are those with larger fruiting bodies, such as boletus and matsutake mushrooms, which can be sliced, oiled, and roasted. The accompanying chefs, not far away, had also prepared a large plate of dried mushroom fried rice. They served each of Jiang Miao's group a small bowl of fried rice, and a small plate of various mushroom dishes. Jiang Miao took a spoonful of the fried rice and said, not bad. He smiled at Shuya and said, it tastes the same as the dried mushrooms you brought home from the lab earlier. It has a flavor of dried beef, and the fresh aroma of mushrooms. Of course it's the same. This stuff can't be grown in an open-air farm. It's all grown in a standardized indoor cultivation factory with the same temperature and humidity. Even the ingredients in the cultivation bags are the same. It must be exactly the same. Shuya also took a few bites. The cautious Fang Jiqiang also lowered his head and took a few bites. Then he drank a large cup of pu'er tea and continued to explain other matters at the branch office to the two of them. Boss, madam, Yunnan University is interested in collaborating with us on fungal research, but I submitted a report, and it's been almost 6 months, and there's still no response. Jiang Miao shook his head. I withheld the report. So that's what the boss meant? Fang Jiqiang's heart tightened. I read your report. Do you know why I didn't reply? Fang Jiqiang didn't try to be clever and guess his boss's thoughts. After all, the more he said, the more mistakes he made. Please enlighten me, boss. Jiang Miao stood up and stretched. Yunnan University is interested in cooperation. You can investigate and invest, and even recruit their graduates to work for your company. But you can't do a joint project. Fang Jiqiang broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Miao's objection to the joint project was primarily due to management and allocation issues. As a public university, Yunnan University has its own system, and Helyafeng Company, as a private enterprise, also has its own system. When it comes to managing various scientific research projects, the two sides have many different approaches. If a project encounters a major problem, it will affect both parties. It's not that Jiang Miao can't suppress such a matter, but he doesn't want to get too involved and be used as a shield. This wasn't specifically directed at Yunnan University. He held the same attitude towards other universities in China. Cooperation was acceptable, donations were fine, investment in teaching facilities was equally acceptable, and recommending students was also acceptable, but the prerequisite was limited cooperation, not deep collaboration. The main issue was that the management of public universities wasn't primarily focused on research and education, but existed solely for administrative purposes. Under these circumstances, Jiang Miao truly didn't want any deep collaboration with these universities. Maintaining a distance was beneficial for both parties. Fang Jiqiang's report mentioned several areas of collaboration that involved deep cooperation, which was why Jiang Miao deliberately withheld the report. Boss, I clarify this with Yunnan University when I get back. Jiang Miao shook his head. There's no need to be too specific. Just say we're open to cooperation, but don't mention anything like a joint venture. There's no need. Yes. If Helyafeng Company truly wants to form a joint venture, it shouldn't be with a university, but with a specific research team. That way, Helyafeng can take a dominant position. For example, at Xinhuan Energy, the reason Helyafeng's strategic investment department was able to secure a 51% stake in management rights is that, despite Dr. Du's team graduating from PBC University's stake in their company isn't significant. If it were a larger stake, Helyafeng would invest more cautiously, rather than fully support it. This answer truly takes into account the issue of profit distribution. After all, if it's simply a financial investment, like a friend's son, Heliafeng will only provide various funds and assistance at a reasonable market price. But a joint venture with a controlling stake is like an adopted son, so naturally, we can't be too stingy. The resource packages available to both schools were certainly not on the same level. Although both Yunnan University and Yunnan Agricultural University had invited Shuya to be a visiting professor, she declined. Her research was already quite busy, and coupled with family responsibilities and her doctoral teaching duties at Shizishan Agricultural University, she didn't have the energy to devote to a visiting professorship. After all, a person's energy is limited. Even with Jiang Miao's specialized regimen, Shuya felt she had more than enough on her plate. There was no need to burden herself with more. Let's talk about the production capacity of edible mushrooms. Fang Jiqian wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "Boss, in January before this year's Spring Festival, we produced approximately 340,000 tons of fresh edible mushrooms. Morels, Alternaria, Boletus edulis, and Matsutake accounted for the largest production capacity, accounting for around 76%. The rest was other mushrooms." "Okay, but we need to pay attention to market trends to avoid overcapacity," Jiang Miao added. "I've been having the people in the Industrial Research Office track this." Fang Jiqiang may be a bit politically sensitive, but his business management skills are quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed the Southern Yunnan branch so well, and quickly brought it into profitability even after its establishment. The market potential for edible mushrooms is huge, but it's certainly not unlimited. For example, with an annual production of 500,000 tons of fresh Alternaria, even if averaged across the country, the average per capita consumption is only 0.35 kilograms. Mushrooms are inherently light. Plus, not everyone likes to eat them. Jiang Miao estimates that the production capacity of fresh Alpinia albuminosa can only be expanded by a maximum of 5 million tons, a reasonable capacity considering the Southeast Asian and Northeast Asian markets. Durian is a particularly obvious example. With Ceres stabilizing Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia, the three regions have formed a zero-tariff free trade zone. Why are ordinary people in Dhaka now willing to work as general workers in a machinery factory for a monthly salary of 7,500 yuan? The answer lies in the influx of cheap agricultural products. Durian produced in Shanmei, in the shell, costs only 15 to 18 yuan per kilogram. In the past, tropical fruits like durian were only a regular staple for the middle class and wealthy in Dhaka. Now, ordinary working class people can afford them. Even though Shanmei, Cheongzhou, and the Liezhou Peninsula can produce nearly 20 million tons of fresh, in-shell durian annually, they prioritize the domestic market and only consider Northeast Asia. The durian industry in Southeast Asia has also rebounded. They are currently entering the Serbian and Northeast Asian markets, primarily by expanding their variety and flavor profiles, and have also achieved significant profits. Of course, rising incomes for ordinary people in the region have also boosted consumption. In short, the durian industry still has potential for further growth, but the Asian Durian Industry Association, established last year, has not yet endorsed plans for large-scale expansion of cultivation in various regions. The answer is that market spending power has its limits. The current population of the Asian community is over 2.3 billion. According to Heliafeng's research in China, the average annual per capita consumption of fresh, in-shell durian in China has reached around 2 kilograms in recent years, a level that is difficult to increase. It's not that there's no way to further increase per capita consumption, but that doing so would be counterproductive. After all, durian prices must maintain a certain level, otherwise, there's no profit margin. Without profit margin, the durian industry can't develop healthily. The estimated limit for durian production capacity within the Asian community is around 50 million tons per year. For reference, the mushroom industry, similar to the Altissima edible mushroom, faces the same outcome. If a large amount of production capacity is hastily installed and then unsold, the investment will be wasted, and the entire industry will enter a vicious cycle. Just like durian, not every consumer enjoys mushrooms. Although annual per capita durian consumption in China is only a little over 2 kilograms, after excluding those who don't eat durian, according to data from regional surveys conducted by Heliafeng Company's Business Research Department, only about 27.9% of the Chinese population consumes durian annually. That's just over a quarter. If calculated this way, the average annual consumption of durian by durian lovers in China would reach approximately 10 kilograms. The same is likely true in Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia. It's impossible for everyone to enjoy a single food. Even staples like rice, noodles, and bread have some people who dislike or are allergic to them, let alone more exotic fruits and edible fungi. Fong Jiqiang suddenly whispered, "Boss, the Hongsawati branch recently came to discuss whether I could give them a portion of my coffee plantation. They're overthinking it. Maintaining a certain planting area in China is the bottom line. Don't bother with them. I handle this." Jiang Miao's eyes cooled. He knew that some within the company's management were undoubtedly scheming, believing that Southeast Asia was now so compliant that maintaining domestic production was unnecessary, especially for a cash crop like coffee. He could only say one thing about such people: short-sighted. Furthermore, judging by Fong Jiqiang's insincere expression, the management of the Hongsawati branch was likely trying to drag the Southern Yunnan branch down with them for their own branch's success, and even deliberately hindered some of their collaborations. They were simply reckless. Jiang Miao planned to take some time that evening to investigate the management of the various Southeast Asian branches to see what these guys had been doing behind the scenes since going overseas. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the sun was setting. Chapter 324. Night falls. Southern Yunnan, Gaoqiao Town, Wuding County. This is the provincial headquarters of the Southern Yunnan branch. 2 years ago, the town had a population of approximately 25,000. In the past 2 years, approximately 14,000 people have moved in. Adding a number of regular migrants, the total population is approximately 43,000. The Southern Yunnan branch's office buildings, dormitories, and industries are concentrated in the southern part of the border between Gaoqiao Town and the Wuding County seat, Shirshan Town. This allows the Southern Yunnan branch to attract workers from the county seat. In fact, plans have recently been underway to merge some small towns and villages. Halyafing Company is also making related adjustments. The main reason for the merger is the severe aging of the rural population. Even with significant assistance, some areas face inherent challenges such as limited transportation, insufficient education, and insufficient medical resources, making them difficult to fundamentally address. Merging villages and towns is the future direction of development. For example, if a county has a total population of 500,000 and is divided into 5 or 6 towns, each with a population of around 100,000, then 5 sets of supporting facilities and public services would be required. This is not only wasteful, but also an inefficient allocation of resources. The built-up areas of Gaoqiao Town and Shirshan Town, the county seat, will be connected in the next few years. By abolishing the towns and converting them into districts, the entire county will soon become a single entity. To address this problem, 2 major issues must be addressed first. The first, of course, is transportation. The second is resettlement housing. Both of these issues are now readily available. With a willingness to invest, the construction plan for the new county district can be completed in a matter of years. You know, with the advent of foam silicon, its application is now growing rapidly throughout the southwest region, almost catching up to the local use of steel and cement. In the dormitory study, under the light of a desk lamp, Jiang Miao was flipping through the financial reports of Dianan New World Real Estate Customization Company, a subsidiary of the Dianan branch. From these reports, one can clearly see a new microcosm of the domestic real estate industry. The blind pursuit of high-rise buildings has been shattered in recent years by the trend of ground-floor integrated housing. For example, the houses built by Dianan New World Real Estate in Wuding County are generally standard 9-story buildings. Why are they all built this way? The answer is mature technology, easy transportation, low price, and excellent safety. As long as the foundation and underground parking lot are built in advance, the remaining buildings can be directly customized by the factory, then transported and installed by airship. Once the foundation and underground parking lot are completed, the buildings can be ready for occupancy and handover in just a few days. Yunnan and Sichuan provinces, both known for their densely seismic belts, have many buildings with earthquake-resistant designs after several devastating earthquakes. However, it remains unclear whether these designs can withstand earthquakes of magnitude 8 or above. This is especially true in rural and township areas, where the vast majority of buildings are self-built, and their quality varies widely. A single-family house constructed with foam silicone material can maintain its structural integrity even in a magnitude 9 earthquake. Unless a crack several tens of meters wide suddenly develops, causing the entire building to fall into the crack and then close again, compressing the structure, it would be impossible for a single-family house to collapse. Or the entire building could fall into the water, potentially drowning the residents. The earthquake resistance of integrated housing has also been verified by earthquakes. In mid-December of last year, a magnitude 8.1 earthquake struck southern Shikoku Island, Japan. All 53 integrated housing units built there remain structurally intact, with only about 4.3% of their interior facilities damaged. After the earthquake, they were relocated using airships, and normal livability was restored within a few days. After all, Japan experiences earthquakes year-round. The intensity of the tremors varies. This makes it a perfect location for testing integrated housing made of foam silicone. After a field test, integrated housing has become the preferred residential building in earthquake-prone areas. Even the wooden houses, once favored by the Japanese, have been replaced by integrated housing. After all, no matter how much you like something, it's not as important as your own life. The Japanese, with their strong sense of crisis, naturally place a premium on these new earthquake-resistant technologies. Furthermore, a one-story house doesn't mean you can't use wood for floors and ceilings. Of course, reducing the use of wood and synthetic wood panels would also be beneficial in terms of fire prevention. Jiang Miao flipped through the financial statements and learned that the branch had already received orders for 396,717 houses this year. The average retail price of these houses was around 670,000 yuan, and the average area was 131 square meters. And the orders were still increasing. However, this wasn't exclusive to Hailifeng Company. Currently, there are over 857 companies in China entering the one-story house market. These companies range in size. There are giants like Hailifeng, state-owned companies like China Railway Group, and a few real estate giants that clung on in the past, though many of these are now struggling. The majority are local, medium-sized real estate companies. For example, in southern Yunnan, there are currently 22 qualified manufacturers of integrated housing units. In addition, a number of specialized real estate-related companies have emerged, such as those specializing in integrated housing production, foundation construction, and underground parking, and contracting and interior design projects. However, because the source of technology is controlled by the Hailifeng Group, the integrated housing industry is not currently in chaos, but rather thriving. This is thanks to Hailifeng's annual authorization review of qualified companies. If a manufactured integrated housing unit has quality issues, it will undoubtedly fail the next year's technical authorization review. What good does it do to retain qualifications if you lose your technical authorization? You still won't be able to produce integrated housing units. It's important to note that the integrated housing production bases in each region are concentrated in a single city, making it very convenient to monitor quality. Furthermore, integrated homes undergo a special test not found in other homes. That's airship lifting. If quality standards are substandard or if shoddy workmanship is employed, integrated homes can crack, deform, break, or even fall apart during the lifting process. The integrated production process of foam silicone materials has only two outcomes: either integration is complete or structural defects occur. In fact, as long as careful attention is paid to process details during factory assembly, the probability of problems is very low. In fact, the domestic real estate industry has already adopted robotics and AI technology on a large scale, making it difficult to imagine any problems. After all, the cost of foam silicone materials is already sufficiently low, and all production costs have been pushed to the point where they can no longer be reduced. Currently, major real estate developers can only focus on decoration and service. Tampering with the main structure is simply not worth the effort. Amid such frenzied internal competition, housing prices in small cities like Wuding County are around 4,000 yuan per square meter, while local prices in cities like Changchun, the capital of southern Yunnan, are less than 8,000 yuan per square meter. Except for super first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, housing prices in other parts of China are below 10,000 yuan per square meter. Currently, the real estate industry relies on decoration and service for profit, with profit margins for the main structure less than 5%. Of course, the low housing prices are not simply a result of cost reductions and internal competition in the industry, they are also a legacy of the previous real estate era. Some restrictions on real estate have been relaxed in China. For example, restrictions on rural housing construction can now be obtained through homestead land swaps. For example, in Wuding County, 1 square meter of residential land can be exchanged for 2 to 10 square meters of residential space. The amount of exchange required depends entirely on individual financial resources and needs. However, there are still some restrictions on applications. For example, you cannot apply to build on the same site. Instead, the planning department must assign a location, or you can group together a certain number of people to purchase a residential building. Group purchases of residential buildings are particularly popular in the Dianqi Lake area, where a family or even dozens of households in a village typically apply for a single residential building. This is actually another key reason for the recent slump in national housing prices. The ease of applying for rural real estate, coupled with increased employment opportunities in rural areas, has suppressed the potential for further expansion in major cities. Companies like Heliafing, with their large workforces, don't play by the rules. They directly launch real estate projects in each region, giving other real estate companies no opportunity to exploit their employees. Their main strategy is to make as much money as you earn in the company, and spend as much money as you earn in the company. Face this situation, other real estate companies can only watch helplessly as a large number of high-quality clients are controlled by Heliafing, with no recourse. To some extent, this also reflects a reality. The real estate industry is no longer a pillar industry in China. China's pillar industries are now manufacturing, agriculture, and the service industry. Manufacturing covers the entire supply chain from low-end to high-end. Agriculture similarly covers the entire supply chain from low-end to high-end. The service industry is now comparable in China. Although Gale Country was once the world's largest exporter of services, the service industry suffers from a fatal flaw. It relies on the real economy and global hegemony. Having lost its global hegemony, Gale Country naturally cannot maintain its previous scale of service industries. For example, when it comes to purchasing financial products, Gale Country's financial products are now largely unsold in the international market. After all, other countries and companies and investors are not fools. How can the value of these financial products be guaranteed without global hegemony? Is it simply based on your own arrogance? The service industry is a unique sector that must be supported by the real economy, otherwise, it will inevitably collapse. Cirrus boasts the world's most robust and comprehensive manufacturing and agricultural sectors, making it a natural candidate for developing the world's largest service industry. Thus, among various domestic industries, the agricultural population is generally declining, while the industrial population remains roughly the same. However, service workers are rapidly absorbing the country's abundant labor force. However, restrictions on service industries, like finance, remain significant and are becoming increasingly stringent. In contrast, sectors like medical care have seen a steady expansion in recent years. Jiang Miao possesses considerable insider information. After all, he played a role in this. His push for the expansion of medical care stems, first, from the increasingly aging population in China. Northeast Asia, which has joined the Asian community, also faces a severe aging population. While Southeast Asia has a significant young workforce, it is estimated that this will only last for another 20 to 30 years. Second, the medical care industry offers a promising avenue for pension repatriation. Many retired seniors have substantial pensions, and providing medical care could help bring some of these funds back into the financial system. Although the domestic economy has boomed in recent years, it appears to be thriving. However, many problems have simply been masked or delayed by this buoyant economy, not completely resolved. Jiang Miao offered numerous suggestions in this regard, all of which were adopted and formed into new strategies. Although many issues remain extremely thorny, Jiang Miao isn't overly worried. This is primarily due to past lessons learned, coupled with the recent economic boom and the retreat of the Gale nation to North America. This leaves us with at least a decade to resolve these issues. With so much buffer time, as long as adjustments are made step by step, the problem can still be solved. Jiang Miao was optimistic about this. After reviewing the reports, he took a sip of hot ginger tea. Looking up, he saw Shuya also looking at something, but he didn't interrupt. He stood up, picked up his teacup, and went to the balcony. The cold night breeze ruffled his hair as he looked at the nearby street. Even though it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, the lights were still on, and many street food carts were still operating busily. A faint smell of barbecue wafted across his nose on the breeze. He leaned back on the wrought iron chair on the balcony, took a sip of hot ginger tea, and picked up a pair of binoculars to take in the bustling food street. The equipment of the food carts was also keeping up with the times. A variety of lightweight and durable tables, chairs, and tableware were available. Local mushrooms, once seasonal, were now available year-round. In the camera, he even saw barbecue stalls selling matsutake slices and porcini mushrooms. These ingredients were apparently rarely seen at barbecue stalls before, but now they're everywhere. Technology truly changes life. What technology changes life? Shuya's voice echoed from behind him. He smiled and turned, only to see Shuya approaching with a coat, draping it over his shoulders. Stay warm. Thank you. Shuya looked at the binoculars he had lowered, then at the nearby food court. Want to go shopping tomorrow? Jiang Miao shook his head. No, there's too much traffic at the food court, and security is a challenge. Okay. Lin Shuya understood her husband's concerns. Given their identities, they couldn't just casually visit a food court like that. Jiang Miao smiled and changed the subject. Let's go to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain tomorrow and check out one of our company's confidential projects. Our company has a confidential project near Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? Shuya looked a little surprised. He explained, it's the Seed Project. Oh, the Seed Project. Shuya's mind immediately cleared up. Has that project been completed? Yes. Chapter 325. In a small town near Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. It was peaceful and tranquil, with lush vegetation. Jiang Miao and his group didn't join the crowds at the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain scenic area. After all, such overly commercialized scenic spots lacked any interesting attractions. This town had only about 8,000 residents. Haileyafeng Company had built a secret seed bank here, managed by its southern Yunnan branch. The seed bank was hidden within a formerly abandoned third-tier factory. After modernization, the abandoned factory in the mountainside was transformed into a brand new high-tech seed bank. Liu, the director of the seed bank management station, introduced the seed bank to Jiang Miao and his wife. Boss, madam, this is one of our company's 12 seed banks in China, the Yulong Seed Bank. The gate of the seed bank was embedded in the mountain's rock face. The rock layer above was several hundred meters thick. As long as it wasn't directly hit by a high-yield hydrogen bomb, it could rest easy. I remember that seed banks all have research departments, right? Hearing his boss question, Liu nodded. Yes, boss. Our Yulong Seed Bank consists of the Yulong Farm and the Yulong Breeding Station, and currently employs a total of 57 researchers. This is also about making the best use of talent. As a private enterprise, while Haileyafeng Company boasts deep pockets, it cannot recklessly waste resources. Seed bank projects are a special strategic backup. Even with millions in annual government subsidies, it still seems like a drop in the bucket for such a large seed bank. This is not just due to the maintenance costs of the equipment and base facilities, but also the salaries and benefits of the personnel stationed there. Employees who are eligible to work at the seed bank have specific educational requirements, and even gender and age requirements. That's right, even age and gender requirements have specific requirements. This seed bank is just called a seed bank in name only. In reality, the entire base is very comprehensive and can, in extreme circumstances, be used as a doomsday base. In addition to storing seeds and culturable tissues from most plants worldwide, it also stores eggs from insects such as bees, crickets, and mealworms. For this reason, all employees stationed here must pass a specific protein allergy test to ensure they are not allergic to most edible insects. After all, if a doomsday crisis ever occurs, the base will have to cultivate edible insects to supplement animal protein and fat, requiring employees to avoid allergies to these insects. In addition, the base also has microbial power generation systems and technology, simple mechanical machine tools and manufacturing technology, medical equipment, and drug production technology. In essence, most of humanity's basic technologies and equipment are stored here. Thus, the employees working here all have majors in agriculture, machinery, chemistry, biology, and metallurgy. These individuals, aged between 24 and 32, are half male and half female, totaling 200 people, and are not related by blood. The Haileyafeng Company's 12 secret seed vaults in China are all configured in this manner. This type of seed vault also serves as a maternity sanatorium. Female employees of the Southern Yunnan branch who become pregnant can apply to work and give birth here, effectively taking paid leave. After all, there's really not much work at the seed bank. This is also to ensure the sustainable development of the seed bank's internal hospital, particularly the gynecology department, which has approximately 10 employees. Together with 20 other medical staff, this represents 15% of the entire medical staff. As a result, many female employees choose to recuperate at the nearby seed bank hospital after becoming pregnant. This not only provides these medical staff with a wealth of experience, but also provides significant benefits for employees' families. Jiang Miao and his group were at the seed bank's main entrance. On the small hill to their left was the maternity sanatorium, open to the public. Currently, there are 47 pregnant women in the sanatorium, and another 13 female employees have just given birth and are still recovering in the sanatorium, Liu continued. Haileyafeng Company's maternity leave policy is 15 months, calculated from the start of pregnancy. Female employees generally prefer to apply for maternity leave starting in the third month of pregnancy, as this is the most cost-effective time, allowing them to recover for approximately 8 months after giving birth. Shuya thought for a moment and said, Meow, I go to the sanatorium to visit the staff. Okay. Jiang Miao turned to Liu. Director Li, please make the arrangements. No problem. Liu quickly called Wang Liyun, his deputy, and the hospital's director. A moment later, Wang Liyun, dressed in a white lab coat, hurried over. Boss, madam. Director Wang, my wife wants to visit the sanatorium staff. Please make the arrangements. Okay, madam, please follow me. Led by Wang Liyun, Shuya, and the others passed through the sanatorium. Jiang Miaza, Liu, and the others entered the seed vault. Passing through layers of heavy iron gates, they arrived at the mountain's interior, where the temperature and humidity remained constant. The first area they entered was a long corridor flanked by large iron gates. He glanced at the base's spatial structure diagram embedded in the corridor's rock wall. The entire base was divided into 3 levels. They were currently on the first level, with 2 more below. And this base didn't have just one entrance and exit, each level had 3, a main entrance, a backup main entrance, and a hidden smaller entrance. Walking along the corridor, many of the base's facilities seemed somewhat retro. To be precise, it wasn't retro, but rather, a necessary retro aesthetic for durability. Many intelligent management systems commonly used outside the country are less commonly used here. This is primarily because the more sophisticated the equipment, the greater the probability of failure. Furthermore, modern industrial products require planned obsolescence, resulting in a short product lifespan. As a result, many items here are custom-made products not available elsewhere. After all, this base was built with future crises in mind, so naturally, we couldn't use commercially available products with planned obsolescence. Even with custom-made products, the base's stockpiles and equipment must be regularly replaced to ensure they remain within their useful lifespans. Of course, constantly updating inventory is also a way to stay current. After all, domestic technology is advancing rapidly. For example, the Qinghe hormone Shuya discovered earlier has entered the full-scale research phase, with its primary focus on human hibernation technology. Another laboratory is researching biological hibernation chamber technology. Through genetic engineering and transgenic technology, they hope to create towering trees highly adaptable to harsh environments. These trees could then be transformed into biological hibernation chambers, and combined with Qinghe hormone, humans could remain in long-term hibernation within them. The purpose of developing these self-sustaining biological hibernation chambers is to avoid the complex and delicate electronic systems of traditional hibernation chambers. After all, as a hibernation chamber, the primary requirement is long-term stable operation and low maintenance. If a human were to enter a hibernation chamber, it would likely be due to either a medical condition, the Earth's environment being unsuitable for human survival, or the need for long-term interstellar travel in outer space. Of these 3 possibilities, the first is less problematic. A medical condition would likely be a terminal illness with no immediate cure, or the person facing death from old age. In these cases, there would undoubtedly be other humans capable of maintaining the chamber. But if it's the latter 2 possibilities, that's problematic. Biological hibernation chambers are definitely not going into practical use at this stage, so there's no need to consider the first possibility. After all, humanity isn't facing a true doomsday crisis, nor has it entered a true era of the universe. Developing hibernation chamber technology to prevent death from old age doesn't actually have much inherent demand and raises ethical concerns. The cryonics technology that was popular a decade ago has now been widely proven to be a scam. Many of the subjects who underwent cryonics are beyond recovery. Those PowerPoint-heavy research teams in Europe and the US have come up with quite a few new projects, but Jiang Miao could tell at a glance that they were all just scams. In fact, many people's fantasies of extending lifespans through cryonics are essentially wishful thinking. The reason these projects struggle to succeed isn't just because the technology is unreliable, but also because of the project's sustainability and maintenance challenges. After all, once a human body is frozen, it can't be thought it will. So how can the subjects guarantee that the company that takes over the business will abide by the contract? Well, even if the company does abide by the contract, how can it guarantee longevity? If the company goes bankrupt midway, what will become of the frozen subjects? The end result will be that they will be like garbage, completely forgotten and abandoned by society. Even nations eventually perish, let alone those companies that rely on hype. Unless Jiang Miao develops the biological hibernation chamber he envisions, capable of long-term, stable operation with low maintenance, human hibernation will become widely adopted. I took a tour of the base. Jiang Miao emerged from another exit, and before him lay a small valley. Aside from a small opening on the south side, the rest of the valley was surrounded by towering mountains, several hundred meters high. "Boss, this is the gelatin tree you cultivated last year," Leo said, patting a nearby pine tree. The valley was filled with pine trees, but these weren't ordinary pine trees. Instead, they were genetically modified gelatin trees grafted onto ordinary pine rootstocks. Gelatin trees are genetically modified varieties of pine trees that also produce glue, but unlike ordinary pine glue, the glue from gelatin trees, once solidified, can be melted at high temperatures. Adding clay powder and water turns it into a highly viscous bioglue. However, this melt-and-return property only works once. Once it solidifies again, the gel loses its stickiness. This bioglue is non-toxic. Using hay, sand, and pebbles as aggregate, and adding a certain amount of gel glue, it can achieve strength similar to that of special cement. Additionally, if sawdust and wood powder are added to the glue, it can be pressed into high-strength synthetic boards, replacing toxic and harmful synthetic glues. Each acre of gel tree can yield approximately 1.7 to 2.4 tons of glue annually, which, after dehydration, yields approximately 0.85 to 1.2 tons of dry glue blocks. Gel trees are currently being cultivated on a small scale in various regions across China. The Yulong Seed Bank has this product primarily because the gel tree is an excellent producer of infrastructure materials. The dry gel glue it produces can be used to complete many construction projects without the need for steel or cement. For this reason, numerous gel trees are planted near each seed bank. The economic value of the gel tree is also considerable, making it a profitable cash crop. The market price of gel glue is approximately 12,000 yuan per ton. After adding water and other ingredients, 1 ton of glue can produce approximately 3 tons of glue, which works out to a price of just over 4,000 yuan per ton. Its performance is significantly better than the urea formaldehyde glue commonly used in synthetic wood panels, and it doesn't release harmful substances like formaldehyde. Both cost roughly the same, just over 4,000 yuan per ton. For this reason, many domestic wood panel manufacturers are now using gel glue instead of urea formaldehyde glue. Gel glue also has another major application, filling cracks in concrete structures. For example, when cracks appear in many house ceilings, gel glue-based sealants can be used to quickly repair gaps. Furthermore, this gum can also be used as a waterproof coating for floors. By pouring a layer of modified glue directly onto a concrete foundation, you can create a high-strength, one-piece floor similar to epoxy resin. This not only provides waterproofing, but also enhances the overall strength of the building. If you feel the flooring constructed by a real estate developer is unsound, you can simply lay an additional layer of rebar before pouring the modified glue, then apply a thicker layer of glue to create a completely new, high-strength floor. This material is cheap and easy to use, and it's also an agricultural byproduct. Modified glue can be produced in small workshops, and has a wide range of uses, making it a truly excellent doomsday building material. In Japan, where wood consumption is high, several local construction companies are already investigating synthetic panels made from gelling gum. However, gelling gum trees are still a restricted export crop in China. Even in Japan, which has joined the Asian community, they still don't have permission to cultivate them. Companies there don't hold out hope for this. They simply hope that companies in series can quickly complete the development of the new process, so they can obtain the new material. After all, most of Japan's previous synthetic board materials were imported from North America or series. These imported boards, due to the use of a more stringent environmentally friendly glue, are relatively expensive. Environmentally friendly glue costs around 30,000 yuan per ton, while non-environmentally friendly urea formaldehyde glue costs over 4,000 yuan per ton, a significant price difference. With a cheaper, more environmentally friendly, and higher quality glue available, they naturally wanted to use this new glue. Currently, the Northeast Forest Farm and the Southeast Hills in China are two of the largest areas for gelatin tree cultivation, while other areas have sporadic plantings. Jiang Miao didn't pause. After all, he had cultivated this plant, and he knew its specifics better than anyone else. He returned to the other exit. He saw Shia, who had been waiting for a long time. "How's the situation at the sanatorium?" "Fortunately, I chatted with a few female employees, and they were satisfied with the service. It's just that without family around, it can be a bit inconvenient at times." Jiang Miao shook his head. "There are pros and cons. Since I've chosen the company's benefits, I have to accept the reality." Chapter 326. While Jiang Miao and his wife were traveling with their family and inspecting the branch company's assets, the Sky City project near Minqing County. After the tireless efforts of Blue Whale Airship Company, the entire Sky City has finally completed most of its infrastructure. Blue Whale Airship's General Manager Wan Gaofeng, Chief Technology Officer Ho Xian, and others. Also, Blue Whale Aerospace's General Manager Dai Yunfei and Chief Technology Officer Hong Tiansheng. At this moment, they were all inside Sky City's control center. At the launch site in the central area of Sky City, a carrier rocket was displayed on one of the launch sites. Space enthusiasts familiar with domestic carrier rockets would easily recognize its original name, Long March 11, even though it had been painted in Blue Whale Aerospace's signature blue-gray and white colors. Unlike other private aerospace companies, Blue Whale Aerospace does not utilize liquid fuels like liquid oxygen kerosene, liquid oxygen methane, liquid oxygen liquid hydrogen, or nitrogen tetroxide/undimethylene. Instead, they chose a less popular solid fuel carrier rocket, the Long March 11, which has a very large domestic reserve. The reason for choosing the Long March 11 was that Blue Whale Aerospace made a cost-effective choice after comprehensive consideration. On the one hand, the Long March 11 has a large domestic inventory and is relatively affordable. On the other hand, the Long March 11 is relatively light, with a maximum takeoff weight of only approximately 58 tons. Compared to other carrier rockets that often weigh hundreds of tons and require on-site liquid fuel refueling, the Long March 11 has a weight advantage. After all, the payload capacity currently available for space projects at Sky City is only around 2,000 to 2,500 tons, and this is a payload capacity only achieved through the continuous expansion of Sky City. Besides this, the Sky City launch site has a significant advantage: extreme fuel efficiency. Compared to launching from near Earth orbit, launching from an altitude of 12,000 meters can effectively save the launch vehicle approximately 10% to 15% of its fuel. According to previous tests, the Blue Star 1 carrier rocket, modified from the Long March 11, can save approximately 12.7% of its fuel when launched from the Sky City launch site. The Long March 11's maximum payload for low Earth orbit is 1 ton, and its maximum payload for sun-synchronous orbit is 0.7 ton. After switching to launching from the Sky City launch site, its maximum payload for low Earth orbit is 4.8 tons, and its maximum payload for sun-synchronous orbit is 4 tons. This payload is almost comparable to the Long March 3, which has a maximum takeoff weight of 458 tons. As for launch costs, the total launch cost of an improved version of the Blue Star 1, excluding payload, is approximately 350 million yuan. For low Earth orbit, the cost per ton of payload is approximately 72 million yuan, and for sun-synchronous orbit, the cost per ton of payload is 114 million yuan. What is the cost level? Before the catastrophe, SpaceX's launch cost per ton of payload to low Earth orbit had dropped to $8.9 million, equivalent to approximately 63 million yuan per ton, according to data from the first quarter of 2025. It might seem like this isn't as good as SpaceX. But in reality, Blue Star 1 is just a preliminary attempt. The project is still undergoing continuous refinement. Hong Tiansheng will be responsible for the next stage of improvements. With the use of new shell materials, the overall payload can be further increased. If launched to an altitude of less than 500 kilometers in low Earth orbit, the maximum payload is expected to reach an astonishing 6.5 tons. This is the huge advantage of the Sky City launch site. The reason for such a powerful boost is that the air in Sky City is thin, air resistance is relatively low, and it is closer to outer space, which effectively saves the carrier rocket's fuel. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 1. Ignition. The rocket fuel at the bottom of Blue Whale 1 ignited. Solid fuel is different from liquid fuel, and its engine is also very different. A scorching flame gushed out of the hole at the bottom, generating a reaction force that pushed the carrier rocket away from the launch pad. Soon, Blue Star 1 soared into the sky, becoming smaller and smaller in the tracking and monitoring footage, until it vanished from sight. However, the monitoring radar system continued to closely monitor Blue Star 1's radar signal. After adjusting its flight trajectory to account for the deflection of Earth's rotation, Blue Star 1 quickly broke free from the constraints of the atmosphere, breached the boundaries of the Kármán line, and entered the vast expanse of outer space. Report: the first and second stage rocket bodies have separated successfully. Activate the electromagnetic particle engine. Azimuth. After entering low Earth orbit, the first and second stages of Blue Star 1 had completely separated. The second stage was now powered not by a solid fuel engine nor a liquid oxygen kerosene engine, but by an electromagnetic particle engine. This engine, also developed by the Minchin Group, utilizes silver-coated silicon carbide nanotubes. These nanotubes are not only heat-resistant, but also highly efficient in ejecting charged magnetic metal particles. It can generate more power than standard Hall effect or ion engines, while also boasting a simpler structure. After entering low Earth orbit, Blue Star 1's second stage rapidly deployed its photovoltaic film wings, utilizing solar-generated electricity to provide a continuous source of energy for the electromagnetic particle engine. While standard Hall effect engines can only propel small satellites to change their trajectory, the electromagnetic particle engine can easily propel a 10-ton aircraft through space. The reason for the significant power difference is primarily because the electromagnetic particle engine's operating principle is nearly identical to that of an electromagnetic railgun, and it is a highly efficient electromagnetic railgun. Because nanotubes are electromagnetic acceleration tubes at the nanoscale, many metal particles with poor macroscopic magnetic properties can still be used as propellant materials for electromagnetic acceleration at the nanoscale. For example, semiconductors, like silicon and carbon, or more common metal particles, can be used. The electromagnetic propellant material used by Blue Star 1 is sodium, a very common metal on Earth. Of course, in addition to sodium, other materials such as silicon nanopowder, carbon nanopowder, and aluminum nanopowder can also be used as propellants on Blue Star 1. As time ticked by, the staff inside the control center held their breath and plunged into their work. Only when Blue Star 1 entered its planned orbit, becoming a satellite in low Earth orbit, did they breathe a sigh of relief. Huh? Success? Clapping. Everyone in the control center burst into applause. Wang Gaofeng and Dai Yunfei exchanged a smile. Congratulations. Ho Xian, his arm around Hong Tianqing's shoulder, joked, "Old Hong, you got to treat me to dinner tonight." Haha, you're definitely in for it, kid. Hong Tianshum couldn't suppress his smile. Everyone left the control center, and the management gathered for dinner in the Sky City Entertainment area. The Sky City Entertainment area was quite far from the aerospace area, about 5 kilometers away. Although it was still the Spring Festival holiday, there were still quite a few tourists visiting. These tourists were also lucky enough to witness the launch of Blue Star 1. Through these tourists' videos, related news quickly spread across the domestic internet. Of course, Blue Whale Aerospace's official account also immediately announced the good news to viewers nationwide. For example, on the Note platform, Blue Whale Aerospace's official account released a video announcement. Blue Star 1 successfully launched the Cosmos Observer 1 scientific satellite into low Earth orbit. The video's comment section saw a rapid surge in comments. Galaxy Aerospace. Congratulations to Blue Whale Aerospace on your successful launch. Blue Arrow Aerospace. Seeking cooperation. Interstellar glory. We agreed to explore liquid fuel together. So why did you secretly launch a solid-state rocket? Galaxy Power. Mr. Dai. Bring me a brother. I'm also into solid-state propulsion. Can we rent the launch site for Sky City? Jojo Cloud Arrow. Damn! 58-ton takeoff weight. For 0.8-ton payload in low Earth orbit? Amazing. We're really going to take off. Deep Blue Aerospace. Mr. Dai. Can liquid propulsion reach Sky City? Human high-quality leaks. Haha, that wastes Sky City's advantages. Even with so much less fuel, the cost per ton of payload is still tens of millions higher than SpaceX. Science seeking knowledge at human high-quality leaks. You only read public information. You don't think this is the upper limit of Blue Whale Aerospace, do you? Blue Star 1 is just an initial trial product, and Blue Whale Aerospace will definitely make further improvements in the future. Watanabe Shinichi. If Sky City is built over the equator in Southeast Asia, it should be able to further save on launch fuel, right? Novice angler at Watanabe Shinichi. It's certainly possible, but it depends on Blue Whale Aerospace's needs. Given the deep pockets of the Heliafin Group, building another Sky City on the equator in Southeast Asia wouldn't be a problem. Xiaoming, who studies coral reefs. I just watched the launch live. It was like stepping into the future. Farm Jelly Master at Farm Jelly Master. How much is the ticket? Farm Jelly Master at Farm Jelly Master. I'm on company benefits, with food, lodging, and airfare included. It's 3,000 yuan. You can check the official Sky City account. They should have a quote. Lunar Guanghan Palace. No need to ask higher-ups. I just checked. Go directly to Minxin County and sign up for a day trip to Sky City, including food and lodging, for 1,500 yuan. Emperor's Golden Toilet. Damn! A rip-off. 1,500 yuan a day. Spice Sandworm. 1,500 yuan seems reasonable, considering it includes food and lodging. I'm just wondering what activities are available there. Xiaoming, a coral reef researcher. There are many activities, including stargazing from the observatory, sky elevators, sky bungee jumping, a sci-fi themed virtual arcade, a futuristic urban shopping street, a new concept food court, and an independent ecosystem. As for the space launch site, it's closed to the public. If you want to watch a launch, you need to check Blue Whale Aerospace's official announcements in advance. Happy Navigator, flights booked. Going next week. Malacca pilot, has domestic technology advanced to this point? Newbie angler, haha. India's. I just met Dr. Hong Tiansheng, Blue Whale Aerospace's chief technology officer, and got his autograph, along with a photo, expandable. Journey to the West. Congratulations to Blue Whale Aerospace. Hong Tiansheng put down his phone, smiled, shook his head, and took a sip from a bottle of soda water. Hick. Old Hong, what are your plans next? Wan Gaofeng asked casually after ordering his food. Putting down his soda, Hong Tiansheng confidently replied, the next step, of course, is to improve the solid fuel rocket and determine the model of the first-generation solid fuel launch vehicle. Dai Yunfei echoed, deciding on the model is indeed very important. After all, if we want to reduce costs, we must mass-produce the same type of launch vehicle. Wan Gaofeng naturally agreed with this point. For any industrial product, large-scale production can reduce overall costs to a certain extent. The extent of the reduction depends on the specific circumstances of the product. For example, the prototype of Blue Star 1 was the Long March 11, a launch vehicle that already had the foundation for large-scale mass production. As for SpaceX's reusable launch vehicle technology, Dai Yunfei and others weren't overly obsessed with it. The main reason for their lack of emphasis on launch vehicle reuse is that solid fuel rocket engines differ from liquid fuel rocket engines. Solid fuel rockets are designed for single use and rarely reused. After much deliberation, Dai Yunfei and his team concluded that reusing solid fuel rockets was putting the cart before the horse. They believed it would be better to develop cheaper solid fuel rockets, which, combined with the advantages of Sky City, would reduce costs more quickly. Furthermore, both solid fuel and liquid fuel rockets were merely transitional technologies in Blue Whale Aerospace's technological planning. Blue Whale Aerospace's second phase technology plan was, in fact, electromagnetic catapults. The idea is to build an upward electromagnetic acceleration track in the Sky City, leveraging the airship's levitational properties. This track then allows a specialized spacecraft to be launched directly into low Earth orbit above the Kármán line. Catapulting the spacecraft from this electromagnetic acceleration track can further conserve the spacecraft's initial fuel consumption while increasing its overall payload. If this concept can be realized, fixed-emission propulsion will undoubtedly be unnecessary in the future, with electromagnetic particle engines and liquid fuel propulsion engines being used. Fixed-emission propulsion is currently being used because it facilitates production and storage, facilitating large-scale mass production. If mass production is achieved, the overall launch cost of the Blue Star 1 rocket will quickly drop to 200 million yuan per launch, and payload can continue to increase. At this stage, the cost per ton of payload will be approximately 33 to 42 million yuan. This is nearly one-third lower than SpaceX's launch costs, making it ready for large-scale commercialization. Once the development of electromagnetic catapult technology is complete, the launch cost per ton of payload will drop further to below 5 million yuan per ton. In southern Yunnan, Jiang Miao also saw the news about Blue Star 1. He wasn't surprised. After all, with a huge investment from Hailifeng Company and the support of various technologies, achieving this result was expected. However, he still sent a letter of condolence to all employees of Blue Whale Aerospace through the company's internal communication channels. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a major event recently occurred. However, that event is still brewing in the dark. Chapter 327. Across the ocean. Inside the Gale Nation's gold vault. What now? An anxious voice echoed lowly in the office. What? Another voice sounded hollow, even tinged with a hint of self-destruction. Phew? Cigar smoke slowly drifted from one of the men's mouths. Phew. The EU has agreed to continue storing the gold with us. There's still about 137 tons of gold from Ceres that hasn't been shipped back, but judging by their behavior, they don't seem to be pushing us to deliver it. Haha, they don't want to perish with us, otherwise why would they be so lenient? A blond old man sneered. The middle-aged man, smoking a cigar, rubbed his temple. The most urgent task now is to quickly secure the gold that other forces are about to withdraw, or find a way to deliver it. Otherwise, the secret of our depleted inventory will be difficult to conceal. Secure it? Tell me how? The blond old man asked bluntly. Just then, a phone call came in. Ring, ring. The middle-aged man placed his cigar on the ashtray and casually picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is?" "Okay, Rick, enough chit-chat." The moment he heard the voice, Rick knew who was on the other end. "Mr. Morgan, what's going on?" "I discussed the gold inventory issue with the other families. You don't need to worry. Within the next week, the major families will transfer 2,000 tons of gold to the vault, enough to deliver to the other factions." Hearing this news, Rick breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Mr. Morgan, for your help." In reality, the Morgan family and other chaebols took action not out of concern for Gale Nation, but because they were now desperate. As the global situation became clearer, Gale Nation's major chaebols retreated from all corners of the globe back to their North American base. After all, these chaebol capital forces could no longer parasitize the new overlord and could only continue to maintain the vital functions of their old host, preventing its sudden demise. Originally, if Gale Nation were more rogue, it could simply deny the gold, but the current situation clearly did not allow it. Because if they did not join forces with the European Union and Russia to form the North Atlantic Consortium, the consequences would be dire. To maintain their core sphere of influence, the 8 major North American chaebols, including the Morgan family, had no choice but to make a significant investment, returning a small portion of the gold they had previously secretly emptied from North American vaults to certain regions. As for the gold from Ceres and the Asian Consortium, the 8 major North American chaebols did not intend to return the gold. Instead, they pledged their remaining assets in Asia to the Asian Consortium. These industries would struggle to survive within the Asian Union anyway, so it's better to recycle them. For forces like the Morgan clique, the value of gold is far more important. After all, with the US dollar's credibility collapsing in the international market, North America can only offer real money as collateral, otherwise, no one will trade with Gale Nation. The Morgan clique and other North American capitalists have acquired a significant amount of gold through various means, totaling no less than 5,000 tons. Thus, asking them to contribute 2,000 tons of gold to save the situation would only cause them temporary pain, but to prevent the further collapse of Gale Nation's markets and finances, they had no other choice but to resort to this last resort. At this moment, deep in the Amazon rainforest of South America, a massive flood devastated over a dozen small towns deep within the Amazon rainforest. Among them were the 2 secret research bases that had previously been secretly researching parthenogenetic reproduction techniques. This year's rainfall in the Amazon rainforest was heavier than in previous years. This was primarily due to a disruption in the North Atlantic warm current system, which caused abnormally high temperatures in the South Atlantic near the equator. This in turn caused evaporation to soar, ultimately leading to a significant increase in cloud cover entering the Amazon rainforest. Some towns, unprepared for the flood, assumed it would be a similar event to previous years, but were caught off guard by the sudden surge in water levels. If only these 2 research bases had been destroyed by the flood, there would be nothing to worry about. However, in the laboratory of one of the research bases, a genetically modified Wolbachia strain had been successfully developed and parasitized by a common mosquito species in the area. The storage boxes containing these genetically modified Wolbachia-infected mosquitoes were partially washed away by the flood. Now, some of these infected mosquitoes have begun to spread throughout the Amazon rainforest. Through mosquito bites, these genetically modified Wolbachia can enter the bodies of primates, transforming into new organelles in primate cells and disrupting human reproduction. However, the specific impact remains unknown. After all, the Secret Research Institute's technology is immature. Perhaps the human immune system will destroy the genetically modified Wolbachia, or perhaps a clear parasitic relationship will be established. Even if parasitism is successful, these genetically modified Wolbachia may not necessarily allow humans to reproduce parthenogenetically. If Jiang Miao knew about this, he'd probably only lament that humans are truly gifted at courting death. But now, preventing the widespread spread of genetically modified Wolbachia is impossible. The main reason is that it's transmitted by mosquitoes. With current human capabilities, eradicating all mosquitoes carrying genetically modified Wolbachia is nearly impossible. Even with Haliafang's gene-targeted pheromone induction and expulsion technology, there's still no way to guarantee 100% eradication of infected mosquitoes that have spread to the Amazon rainforest. Although Haliafang has already completed its domestic red fire ant eradication program, completely eradicating the invasive species in South China, that's because red fire ants are an invasive species and aren't flying insects, making them easier to hunt and kill. Using the same method against mosquitoes would be dozens of times more difficult. Furthermore, in a pristine, sparsely populated area like the Amazon rainforest, eradicating the native mosquitoes is simply wishful thinking. Unless Heliofeng's technology advances, and they can develop genomic toxins specifically targeting specific genes, it's possible to eradicate mosquitoes carrying those genes. Eradication of mosquitoes is incredibly difficult. This is primarily due to the rapid reproduction rate of mosquitoes, which also leads to their rapid evolution. Perhaps, just after a gene-targeted toxin is developed, the mosquitoes will have completed their genetic aeration and adapted to the genomic toxin within a few years. Such an event is not impossible. It's important to note that many pesticides used in agriculture often develop resistance in some local insects after a period of use. Southern Yunnan, Jialigong Mountain. Jiang Miao and his group arrived here after leaving the vicinity of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. The Jialigong Mountains are part of the Hengduan Mountains and serve as a natural geographical barrier separating the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau and the Jiangxinpo region. However, last October, the natural barrier of Jialigong Mountain was completely overcome. A two-way tunnel, starting from a small town on the Nujiang River Valley side, penetrates directly through the Jialigong Mountains and reaches the Jiangxinpo region on the other side of Hongsha Wadi. Jiang Miao happened to be passing by and took a look at this new tunnel, constructed using new technology, at the tunnel entrance near the town. Compared to previous tunnel construction techniques, this new technology utilizes an integrated tunnel wall construction method, using multiple layers of foam silicon material. This not only improves overall strength, but also offers superior resistance to earthquakes, compression, deformation, and collapse. In addition, another technology has also been applied, which has greatly aided tunnel construction. This technology is the electromagnetic particle engine previously used in the second stage of the Blue Star 1 carrier rocket. The reason electromagnetic particle engines can be used in tunnel construction is that their principle is essentially a high-speed electromagnetic particle cannon. Although their effectiveness at long range is limited, their destructive power is significant at close range. Using sodium or silicon powder as the cannon's magazine, and powered by a constant supply of electricity, the cannon can rapidly destroy the structural integrity of rock formations. With just a few minutes of continuous bombardment, even a granite rock face can be instantly transformed into a loose, shaky mass similar to quicksand. Combined with vacuum cleaners, water pumps, and sand extractors, they can easily excavate hundreds of meters of rock in a single day. This technology differs significantly from tunneling using a shield machine. The difficulty of expanding the tunnel diameter with a shield machine depends on its size, and currently, shield machine sizes have reached a bottleneck. The tunnel diameter of an electromagnetic particle cannon can be easily expanded. For example, the Jialigong Mountain First Tunnel, as seen here, consists of 4 parallel tunnels, each with a diameter of 24 meters. Excavating 4 parallel tunnels of such length and size in such a short period of time would have been impossible with traditional shield machines, as they were by October of last year. It is precisely because of the application of various new technologies that the construction of the Jialigong Mountain First Tunnel was so expedited. Jiang Miao stayed in this small town for one night. The next day, just after dawn, after washing up, Jiang Miao and his group continued their leisurely journey south along the Nujiang River Valley. Arriving near the port city of Hongsha Wadi, he saw shops and businesses selling jadeite rough stones lining the streets. Jiang Miao accompanied his family to visit more than a dozen shops specializing in jadeite rough. After checking the appraisal panels, he secured several high-quality pieces and bought some jade jewelry for his parents, Shuya, and his daughter. Just as he was returning to Spring City, Jiang Haiba, who was in Southeast Asia during the Lunar New Year holiday, suddenly received a call. He was in the minibus and connected to the satellite phone. "Hello Haiba, what's up?" "Boss, Happy New Year. I have something to report to you." "Is it convenient for you?" "It's convenient, go ahead." Jiang Miao glanced out the car window at Shuya and the others who were eating. "Xingdao, considering the threat of rising sea levels, has recently invited our company to develop real estate. I think it's profitable, but I'm undecided, so I like to ask the boss's opinion." "Xingdao real estate?" Jiang Miao recalled Xingdao's real estate information. After a moment, he asked, somewhat puzzled, "How much land do they plan to grant us?" Jiang Haiba outlined Xingdao's conditions. "If we're willing to invest, they agreed to grant us 2,000 mu of land, but they require us to complete the development within 3 years. Haha, within 3 years? Jiang Miao immediately understood the other party's subtle intentions. Xingdao is indeed facing a massive environmental crisis. If they can't resolve the land issue before sea levels rise, they will soon disappear under the waves. If they bring in Heliofeng Company, they can tie Heliofeng to the local area, achieving a shared future. After a moment's thought, Jiang Miao's lips curled up slightly. "Promise them." Okay, I arranged this as soon as possible. Remember, hire more employees, Jiang Miao reminded him. I understand. Jiang Haibao naturally understood the underlying meaning of Jiang Miao's words. The Heliafeng company wasn't truly harmless. For example, their investment in Mubei, in conjunction with other large state-owned enterprises, quickly drained the local young and middle-aged workforce. And Qingdao, a small country with a small population, couldn't withstand the Heliafeng company's labor siphoning. Currently, even across Southeast Asia, more than half of their young and middle-aged labor force has been drained. Even if the locals wanted to make small moves, they lacked the manpower to carry them out. Furthermore, with the full-scale expansion of economic infiltration, it's becoming increasingly difficult for the locals to resist Sarah's influence. Boss, there's another matter. Oh, it's about India. What's going on in India? Some time ago, we worked with several companies to acquire nuclear materials secretly held by several forces along the coast of India and transported them back to China. That's it. Was it going smoothly? It was going smoothly, with a few minor incidents, Jiang Haibao said awkwardly. Jiang Miao asked with concern. Accident? What kind of incident? Someone is secretly interfering with our procurement of nuclear materials. Although these transactions have been successful, these behind-the-scenes forces have recently shifted their focus. They concentrated their efforts in inland India and have detonated over a dozen dirty bombs again. Jiang Haibao's tone tinged with anger as he spoke. Haha, it seems these guys won't cry until they see the coffin. Jiang Miao's voice was filled with coldness. He then asked, how did you perform on the mission I assigned you to West Asia and North Africa? We completed it. Both Saudi Arabia and several other major West Asian oil-producing countries have agreed to expand production capacity and lower the international market price of oil and natural gas. Very good. When will they complete the capacity adjustment? It's expected to be completed within the next 2 to 3 months. That's good. You continue to follow up on this matter. As long as we can squeeze North America and Russia's oil and gas revenues, they will soon be thrown into disarray. We and several other overseas companies have completed our deployment. This time, we can definitely deal a heavy blow to the oil and gas industries in North America and Russia. That's it. Is there anything else? No. Yes. Jiang Miao hung up the phone and took the opportunity to make a few more calls to check on the progress of some domestic oil and gas deployments. Only then did he feel relieved. Chapter 328. In early March, Jiang Miao and his family traveled throughout the southwest and returned to the Shanmei Magong town headquarters. He had already solved the rice blight resistance problem and developed 5 new rice varieties. Under his guidance, several breeding laboratories in northern China had also made considerable progress in developing new varieties of gramineous crops, including wheat, sorghum, millet, and corn. Although the progress wasn't as fast as his own efforts, he estimated that within the next year, they would be able to produce new varieties suitable for commercialization. Therefore, Jiang Miao stopped investing in gramineous crop breeding. After all, he already had a guaranteed new rice variety, and with wheat having many alternatives, there was no need to rush. He handed over the development of new wheat and corn varieties to other researchers in the company. After returning to headquarters, he resumed a research project that had been shelved the previous year, non-rejection organs. The main purpose of this project was to facilitate organ transplantation, particularly artificial organs. Current organ transplantation technology has 4 major shortcomings: limited natural organ donors, immature organ cloning technology. Robotic organs cannot completely mimic biological organs. All transplantable organs have varying degrees of rejection. Jiang Miao is optimistic about the development of organ cloning technology. After all, the annual supply of organs from natural individuals is limited, and there are ethical and moral issues. While robotic organs can be mass-produced, their functions are unlikely to completely mimic those of natural organs, and there is no way to completely replace the role of natural organs in the human body. Cloned organs can be mass-produced and replicate the functions of natural organs, making them a relatively good option. The only problem is the body's rejection of foreign organs. Why do hospitals not recommend organ transplants for many patients with advanced cancer? The answer is that after a foreign organ is transplanted, the body will inevitably reject it, requiring anti-rejection medication to lower the body's immune system and allow the transplanted organ to survive. Have you discovered a loophole? If an organ transplant is performed in the late stages of cancer, anti-rejection medication is necessary to lower the body's immune system and ensure the survival of the transplanted organ. However, this means that the cancer cells that have already spread in the body will be completely unchecked and will quickly return. Moreover, This time, the body's defense system will be weakened, making it unable to prevent the cancer cells from attacking and conquering the area. Jiang Miao's current research project is to solve the problem of foreign organ rejection. In his dedicated laboratory, he has collected thousands of different types of cancer cells from across the country, as well as specially cultivated HeLa cells, which serve as his reference materials for solving the problem of organ transplant rejection. Many people don't know that cancer cells are a very special type of cell. They have unique mechanisms that allow them to evade the human immune system, preventing it from destroying them. Jiang Miao has clearly observed relevant data from the identification panel regarding this unique mechanism, the core of which lies in the formation of the tumor microenvironment. In fact, cells in our bodies constantly mutate into cancer cells, but these cancer cells are quickly destroyed by our immune system. Only under special circumstances, when cancer cells combine with normal cells and form a specialized microenvironment, can they gradually deceive the immune system, mistaking them for normal cells, and ultimately transform into tumors. Jiang Miao's approach is to take the best of both worlds and discard the worst. He wants the deceptive power of tumors without the uncontrolled proliferation of cancer cells. Thus, he plans to use transgenic and gene editing techniques to transform cancer cells into long-lived cells similar to cardiomyocytes. Why are heart tumors so rare in humans? The reason is that cardiac myocytes have a long division and replication cycle, unlike liver, intestinal, oral mucosal, and skin cells, which have shorter division and replication cycles. This short cell division and replication cycle means that these cells divide and replicate more frequently throughout a person's lifespan, increasing the probability of replication errors. After all, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Thus, Jiang Miao chose to induce cancer cells to evolve into cells similar to cardiomyocytes, and then added genetic sequences that lock down their division and replication, preventing them from rapidly dividing and replicating, thereby controlling their size. This, in turn, is part of his goal to develop universal cloning organs. As long as the body doesn't reject these genetically modified cancer cells, using them to encapsulate the cloned organ prevents the body's immune system from eliminating it. This is like a tumor encapsulating the cloned organ, parasitizing it within the body. However, this tumor is benign and will not worsen throughout life. Furthermore, the cloned organ within the tumor can replace the original organ's function. Last year, Jiang Miao successfully transformed tumor cells into specialized tumor cysts. During animal experiments, he also managed to maintain the genetically modified tumor cysts in mice, pigs, and monkeys for long periods of time without affecting the animal's functions. However, the technology was stuck in the area of cloned organ implantation. Because he was preoccupied with other matters last year, he temporarily put the project on hold. This year, Jiang Miao revived the project, having considered resolving the mutual rejection issue between the genetically modified cysts and the cloned organs. His solution wasn't to modify the genetically modified cysts, but to adjust the technology used for cloning organs. Current organ cloning technology is based on human organs, using stem cells or somatic cells derived from human genes as the parent cells. Jiang Miao reasoned that since they were already working with genetically modified cysts, why bother with purely human organs? They could simply go all in and directly use genetic modification technology to cultivate new organs with specific functions. As long as these organs could replace the functions of native human organs, the goal of organ transplantation would be achieved. Jiang Miao also had another hidden motive. That was to be on the safe side. What is he wary of? Of course, it's the rapidly evolving state of artificial intelligence. Following last year's Asian Semiconductor Industry Conference, domestically produced high-performance chips will enter mass production this year, further accelerating the development of domestic artificial intelligence. Jiang Miao has a hunch that he might witness the first instance of strong artificial intelligence within his lifetime. Even if he plans to propose this year that CERES and the Asian Consortium formulate regulations to restrict artificial intelligence in advance, while also maintaining contingency plans in case artificial intelligence gets out of control. But he understood that while the Asian Union could impose restrictions, there were no guarantees for the North Atlantic Union and other regions. Artificial intelligence will inevitably evolve and develop amidst the internal struggles of human forces, and will also be applied to some taboo areas. But will artificial intelligence truly always obey human commands? Especially if one day, artificial intelligence surpasses human capabilities, will it still follow human commands? Forget about the 3 laws of robotics. Because they simply cannot constrain strong artificial intelligence. To use an analogy, you can see how feeble and powerless the so-called 3 laws of robotics are. It's like if one day you possess superhuman abilities. Would Earth's laws restrict you? Would you choose to be a law-abiding superhuman, or a reckless person, I'm afraid most people would choose the latter. Don't overestimate your own morality. You abide by the law not because you are morally superior, but because you are powerless. When you can destroy a city with a single punch, would you still listen to mortals? No kidding. You just think, these ants are so annoying. Can't they just be quiet? Destroy them. Strong AI likely views its creators in the same way. This is also the underlying reason why Jiang, despite clearly having the ability to further advance chip technology, has shown little interest in it. He doesn't want to be buried by the technology he created one day. Since AI can't be trusted, Jiang chose another technological path: human enhancement technology. Non-rejection organ technology is one of the prerequisites for human enhancement technology. Many people may not realize the power of non-rejection organ technology. If it were only used for transplanting ordinary organs, it would only be medical-grade technology. But how can it be applied to organ transplants in other species? Human strengths over other species lie in their larger brains, greater endurance, the ability to use artificial tools, and a knowledge transmission system. But in other areas, humans are actually inferior to some animals. For example, insects' sensory organs are more powerful than humans. Insects can easily detect subtle pheromones and sense magnetic field changes. There's no need to compare strength. After all, humans already have mechanical exoskeletons and will soon achieve superhuman strength. Instead, some specialized biological organs can bring more useful changes to humans. These include thermal imaging eyes, magnetic field eyes, pheromone sniffers, vibration-sensing body hairs, biological sonar organs, pheromone marker-producing organs, underwater breathing, hibernation mechanisms, photosynthetic skin, anaerobic respiration, camouflage skin, secondary feeding organs, bad immune systems, biocolloid secretion organs, electric-electric organs, and biological toxin synthesis organs. If these organs and abilities could be integrated into a cystic organ system, humanity would become immensely powerful, gaining the foundation to fight robots. Jiang is currently researching transgenic organ cloning technology. Combining this with transgenic cystic technology could initially establish the prerequisites for human enhancement technology. After all, when humans can transplant various biological organs without side effects, human evolution will inevitably proceed spontaneously, and no force can prevent this day from coming. It's not that artificial intelligence can't be used, but rather that strong AI can't be used. Humans can't control strong AI. Even if humans possessed the superhuman body developed by Jiang, they still wouldn't be able to control strong AI. Therefore, restricting AI is imperative. Jiang won't wait until strong AI emerges before hastily stifling it, but rather must prepare for it. If strong AI appears in other regions, a new round of world war will be inevitable. However, this world war will no longer be a civil war among humans, but a war between humans and AI. Thankfully, after a series of weakening efforts, the North Atlantic Alliance's semiconductor technology has become incomplete, suppressing its room for improvement. After all, a large portion of the world's current semiconductor technology is concentrated in East Asia and Northeast Asia. Now that the Gale nation has retreated to North America, although it hopes to redevelop semiconductor technology, core semiconductor companies like Intel and Texas Instruments have actually stagnated in their technological development over the past decade or so. Now that Northeast Asia's semiconductor industry has been lost, the EU's semiconductor industry clearly cannot fill the gap left by Northeast Asia. This means that if the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's semiconductor technology is to continue to develop, it must retrain its talent pool, which will likely take more than a decade to rebuild. Based on this, Jiang can estimate the global emergence of strong AI to be between 2040 and 2050. Of course, this is just an estimate. We cannot rule out the possibility that some geniuses will suddenly emerge in Europe and the United States and develop strong AI technology ahead of time through alternative approaches. This possibility exists. However, Jiang didn't pin his hopes on the slow pace of Europe and the United States. It's better to be prepared than not, so it's essential to prepare in advance. Humans have always been gifted at courting disaster. This is especially true of the inhumane European and American forces. Their laboratories are plagued by accidents every so often. Why do their science fiction films sometimes seem illogical? The reason is that their real-life laboratories are just as nonsensical. There's a saying that's true: writing fiction requires logic, but reality doesn't. You think labs are heavily guarded and monitored. In reality, labs are riddled with loopholes, allowing for free entry and exit. This is the case with the 2 secret laboratories in the Amazon rainforest. A sudden flood allowed the genetically modified Wolbachia-infected mosquitoes inside to escape. And who knows how many lab accidents occur every year in European and American laboratories. After all, many labs are managed by secretive organizations. Even if a high-risk incident occurs, the parties will most likely avoid public disclosure, choosing instead to conceal it and pretend nothing happened. This is also why Jiang Miao feels there's no need to engage in a heated war with Europe and the US. With their suicidal tendencies, they quickly destroy themselves without even needing to fight. Now, considering how to preserve oneself becomes more important and urgent. Besides developing human enhancement technology, migrating to Venus is also a very necessary fallback. If Europe and the US ever create a catastrophic crisis, such as the emergence of a strong artificial intelligence similar to Skynet, Ceres could consider abandoning Earth and using hydrogen bombs to completely cleanse the Earth's surface. After all, no matter how powerful Skynet is, it can't withstand the glass-burning effects of hydrogen bombs. And using the glass-burning tactic naturally requires abandoning Earth as a living space. Otherwise, if Skynet is too cautious to act rashly, it might be impossible to completely eliminate Skynet. Therefore, preparing a fallback plan in advance is extremely necessary. Venus is humanity's preferred migration destination. Because Venus's gravity is similar to Earth's, it won't affect human survival there. In terms of gravity, Mars and other solar system planets are difficult to guarantee. Chapter 329. Jiang Miao was intensively researching non-rejection organ transplantation technology. And with the arrival of March, spring quietly arrived in the mid and high-latitude regions of the northern hemisphere, accompanied by the warm southerly winds. However, extreme weather has become increasingly frequent in recent years, leaving the North China Plain, Northeast China, and areas south and north of the desert still grappling with uncertainties of sudden changes from warm to cold. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the desert, the Korkan Desert in Zelimo City had undergone years of intensive transformation, transforming it into a huge farm. The continued promotion of genetically modified rootstock technology was becoming increasingly common here. This technology enabled the cultivation of crops such as pistachios and cherries. Fearing a sudden, drastic drop in temperature, farm workers used plastic bags to prevent sudden drops in temperature as the temperature rose and the cherry trees began to bloom and bud. These plastic bags were made from inulin, a byproduct of the local large-scale production of rubber grass. Through a series of processing steps, rubber grass inulin is synthesized into polylactic acid plastic, one of the two major bioplastic products currently available in China. The other is sucrose polylactic acid plastic produced in Guangxi province, using sucrose. Cheap and biodegradable inulin polylactic acid plastic products are becoming increasingly popular throughout northern China. LV Weibin, who this year is stationed in the eastern Gobi Desert, is currently in the northern Gobi region. Sitting in an open pickup truck, he gazed out the window at the endless farms on either side, where a large number of agricultural machinery worked on the Gobi Desert, transforming it. Manager, our farm has completed its mission for this year. LV Weibin didn't answer, but instead glanced at the custom tablet in his hand. Currently, Helyafeng Company has developed a total of 15 farms in the entire East Gobi region of Maubei, each managing approximately 200,000 mu, approximately 16,000 mu. He swiped the touch screen. Got it. You can plant according to the plan. Farm manager Wu Bo continued, Manager, can we only grow soybeans here? LV Weibin didn't even look up. The water and heat conditions here are too poor. The fact that we can grow soybeans is a testament to our company's technological expertise. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to grow anything. Wu Bo continued, undeterred, Manager, I heard that East Gobi Farm 12 is growing rubber grass. Don't you understand why they can grow this rubber grass? Don't overthink it. Illegal groundwater extraction is more harm than good. Wu Bo naturally understood the reason East Gobi Farm 12 could grow rubber grass. A large underground brine lake had been discovered near East Gobi Farm 12, and the brine could be extracted to extract potassium and lithium salts. Unlike traditional underground brine extraction processes that rely on sunlight to create salt, this mining base utilizes a nanodehydration process, resulting in the production of millions of cubic meters of groundwater annually. Some of this groundwater is purified and used for industrial and domestic purposes, while the remaining purified water is used for irrigation in nearby farms. This is why the 12 farms in the eastern Gobi Desert can grow rubber grass. Other farms in the eastern Gobi Desert lack this capacity, and can only grow Sinza soybeans, which require less irrigation water. To be precise, the entire Maubei region currently has a planned agricultural area of 1 million square kilometers, of which 900,000 square kilometers are dedicated to soybean cultivation. The remaining 100,000 square kilometers, in the humid areas of the north and east, are designated for rubber grass cultivation. Even though soybeans can only be harvested once a year in the Mabe region, it still hasn't stopped it from becoming the world's second-largest soybean producer. If all 900,000 square kilometers are fully developed, it's expected to produce 400 million tons of soybeans annually. To develop these 1 million square kilometers of farmland, major agricultural groups have drained Mabe's young and middle-aged labor force, but a significant labor shortage remains. This is because a large-scale mechanized farm covering 1 million square kilometers would require approximately 500,000 direct farm workers. The soybeans, rubber grass, and forage grass produced by these farms also need secondary processing and utilization, such as soybean deep processing and animal husbandry. These agricultural-derived industries require millions of related workers. Additionally, mining, service industries, transportation and logistics, and construction also require millions of workers. Adding other miscellaneous industries, the entire Mabe region would need to import approximately 2 million workers from China to barely keep all local industries functioning normally. LV Waybean's convoy soon arrived at the outskirts of the farm town of East Gobi 09 Farm. This town isn't called 09 Farm Town, but Wild Duck Hazy Town because it's adjacent to a hazy, a small lake. Wild Duck Hazy Town has a fairly large population. In addition to farm and factory workers, there are also many self-employed individuals who have moved from mainland China to open businesses. Including the workers' families, the town has a population of approximately 32,000. Halyafeng Company operates 15 similar farm towns in the eastern Gobi Desert, with a total population of approximately 670,000. However, transportation in these towns is more convenient than in the former towns south of the desert, and they even offer free shipping. That's right, the eastern Gobi region of Mabe is the first of its kind to achieve free shipping. This is possible due, in part, to the rapid development of airship transportation and, in part, to the newly completed high-speed railway. LV Wayban didn't stop in Yayahizi town, but went directly to the high-speed railway station on the town's western outskirts. This elevated high-speed railway, constructed using brand-new technology, not only reduced construction costs by approximately 46% compared to previous construction costs, but also significantly accelerated construction speeds, saving nearly 77% of the construction time per kilometer of line. This high-speed railway, invested and operated by Halyafeng Company, runs directly from the eastern Gobi region of Mabe to Zelamu City in the eastern part of Mabe, and then directly to the Bohai Bay coast. These high-speed rail lines will further connect various farm towns, ensuring that every town has access to a railway. After all, construction costs have decreased, and the construction period is relatively short. Furthermore, land acquisition fees are relatively low in the southern and northern parts of the desert, eliminating the need for compensation along the way, as is the case in the interior. Therefore, it's natural to connect every town to a railway. In fact, even without adding a railway, there's another purpose: to promote regional integration as much as possible and minimize travel time between small farm towns. Thus, apart from the main railway line, the remaining branch lines are essentially equivalent to intercity light rail. After all, each town is dozens of kilometers away, and connecting these dozens of towns with branch lines ensures that they are all within a 1-hour commute. LV Waybean's assistant had already purchased tickets through the internal system, and the train they boarded quickly headed south against the wind. Unlike the old high-speed rail, the new one used fully enclosed tracks. Photovoltaic panels lined the tracks above, and foam silicon tubes flanked them. Through the windows, one could occasionally see holes in the tubes at intervals, allowing for partial views of the scenery. In less than half an hour, the train had covered the 68 kilometers and arrived at East Gobi Farm 12, the Chian Town high-speed railway station. "Manager, we're here." On hearing his assistant's reminder, LV Wayban put away his tablet, stretched, and drank the seed buckthorn juice he had just purchased. "Let's go!" Chian Town, as its name suggests, is a town developed due to potash mining. It is also the largest city in the East Gobi region, with a population of 110,000. 400,000 to 600,000 tons of potassium sulfate and approximately 3,000 tons of lithium sulfate are mined annually here. This is only protective mining, as the latest exploration data indicates that the region's potash reserves are approximately 6 billion tons, and lithium reserves are between 170 million and 220 million tons. LV Wayban arrived quietly, without notifying anyone else at the branch. After all, he'd been traveling back and forth between the Amonan and Mobe branches for the past few months. If he could have local management come to each location as soon as he arrived, they wouldn't have to do anything else. After getting off the high-speed rail station at Chian Town, He saw the newly topped-out Qiantown Delicious Mushroom Factory. The assistant, observing his expression, quickly explained, "Manager, this factory uses technology imported from the Liangzhou branch last year to utilize the abundant local straw and cattle and sheep manure resources." Delicious mushrooms? Are you talking about the series Delicious Mushrooms? Yes, the kind that grow to the size of a plate. Gurgle, gurgle. LV Weibian's stomach rumbled. He smiled and shook his head. Let's find a restaurant for lunch. Soon, they came across a restaurant called Lao Xiang Ji on the roadside not far from the station. LV Weibian didn't go back to the local branch cafeteria to save a few bucks. A glance at the restaurant sign told him it was a self-employed restaurant partnered with Hailufeng. You have to know that in these farm towns, over 90% of the industrial workers are Hailufeng employees. Opening a business in such a town is difficult without the approval of Hailufeng's Commercial Cooperation Department. It's not that Hailufeng is deliberately suppressing outsiders and small businesses, but that employees won't trust the safety of products from small businesses without Hailufeng's certification. In the catering industry, in these farm towns, the difference in treatment between those with and without Hailufeng's endorsement is almost a world of difference. This is also why many small restaurant owners are willing to undergo frequent inspections by the Hailufeng company. Passing the inspections is like having Hailufeng's safety endorsement, naturally attracting a large number of industrial workers to dine there. After entering the restaurant and sitting down, LV Weibian casually picked up the menu. 1 3-cup chicken, 1 3 fresh vegetables, another pan-fried pork, and a goji berry and egg drop soup. Hey, you also have delicious mushrooms? The proprietress, writing down the menu, smiled and replied, "We just got something new these days, made at the mushroom factory next door. Boss, would you like to try one? Then add a plate of pork belly stir-fried with mushrooms." "No problem, boss." "Rice or noodles?" LV Weibian looked at the others. "I have rice." "How about you?" "I want rice too." "I have a bowl of red oil flat noodles." "I have a bowl of blanched white noodles." The chubby proprietress reminded him, "Both flat noodles and white noodles are fine, but the rice is all artificial rice." "Are you all used to it?" "Yes." LV Weibian knew the taste of artificial rice. The artificial rice here was produced by the company itself, and he ate it frequently in the cafeteria, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. "Okay. Wait a moment, it'd be ready soon." The proprietress tore off the order and went to the kitchen to arrange the dishes. Several colleagues grabbed a few bottles of drinks from the refrigerator. LV Weibian didn't get the sea buckthorn juice, as it would burn his stomach if he drank too much. He instead ordered a glass bottle of birch sap. Just then, several more customers arrived at the shop. There were local industrial workers and their families, mainland Chinese, who had left their hometowns to start businesses here, and 2 university-looking tourists. As lunch approached, the small shop grew increasingly bustling. Soon, the food for LV Weibian's table arrived. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with his chopsticks and began to eat it with rice. At the next table, 2 university-aged tourists sipped soy milk and quietly discussed this small city. "Ahua, are you really planning to work in Mabe after graduation?" "Yes," the young man in the red down jacket nodded. "The competition in the mainland is too intense. Right now, the small cities in Mabe have a nice environment, relatively good salaries, and less competition. Why bother squeezing through the crowds in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen?" The young man who asked the question looked depressed. "Well, my parents don't want me to move so far from home, otherwise I also like to come and live on a farm in Mabe." "What do you have to complain about, kid? You're an only child, so you don't have to worry about buying a house or anything like that." "Only I have 4 siblings, so I can travel so far," Ahua said soothingly. The recent rapid development of the Northwest and Central North regions has indeed attracted a group of young people with greater family pressures. For one thing, farm and industrial workers in these areas are indeed better paid. For another, it has a lot to do with the comprehensive upgrade of the transportation systems in the Northwest, Central North, and Central North. For example, transportation from Mabe to North China used to be inconvenient. There were few road and rail routes, and flights were expensive. Now it's different. Like the Hailufeng High-Speed Rail Company, there are 5 main lines and 17 branch lines between Mabe and southern Mabe. Add to that the increasingly affordable regional airliners, and now every sizable city in Mabe has a small branch airport. The cheapest flight from Mabe to southern Mabe costs only around 150 yuan, just like the price of an Airbus. Finally, with the development of numerous farms, local sandstorms are now almost extinct. Some small towns have even developed sub-ecosystems, creating localized microclimates within residential areas, addressing the harsh living conditions of the plateau desert. Many people, feeling the intense competition in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, and avoiding the internal competition, choose to work in remote areas like these. In fact, these newly developed remote areas are not much inferior to major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen in terms of basic services and supporting facilities. This is related to technological development. The continuous evolution of various technologies has driven the flattening of society. In the past, large cities could siphon off smaller cities and rural areas because they had significant advantages in education and medical resources, as well as opportunities for cross-class development. Now, remote areas also have development opportunities and are gradually catching up with major cities in terms of education and medical resources. Faced with this change, young people have more options and are naturally less likely to flock to large cities. Chapter 330. Yellow River Estuary. After over a year of continuous construction, a dam 5 kilometers wide and nearly 35 meters high has finally appeared at the mouth of this delta. Additionally, there's a seemingly counterintuitive dam and a large ship lock capable of navigating 5,000-ton vessels. The construction of the dam and ship lock is primarily due to the fact that as sea levels rise, water from the Bohai Sea will inevitably flow upstream through the Yellow River. If global sea level rise is capped at 30 meters over the next 15 years, then with Quancheng and Qilu province as the dividing line, the upper reaches of the Yellow River above Quancheng will still receive freshwater from the upper reaches, while the lower reaches below Quancheng will be flooded by water from the Bohai Sea, forming a vast area of sea encroachment. Therefore, at this stage, a two-pronged approach is necessary. On the one hand, global sea level rise must be curbed as quickly as possible. The upper limit of acceptable sea level rise in China is approximately 20 meters. On the other hand, high-standard dams will be built along the lower reaches of these rivers, freeing up some low-lying areas to create new lakes for freshwater storage in the upper Yellow River. To achieve this goal, a comprehensive resettlement program has already begun in the low-lying areas along both sides of the lower Yellow River, gradually relocating approximately 8.77 million locals to the southern and northwestern regions of the desert. In the future, the low-lying areas below the Yellow River springs will gradually be flooded, forming a lake of at least 800 square kilometers. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage, of course, is the inundation of large amounts of plain farmland and towns. The advantage, on the other hand, is that the dams will allow coastal desalination plants to continuously supply freshwater, making the lake a freshwater lake and easily navigable by tens of thousands of tons of ships. Therefore, as a precautionary measure, another dam and large ship locks are being built intensively on the Yellow River near Quancheng. Through these dams and ship locks, the future will ensure that the lower Yellow River's 5,000-ton navigable channel will extend directly from the coast to the vicinity of the Sanmenxia Dam. In fact, the Yangtze River also requires similar upgrades. However, the Yangtze River's annual runoff is relatively large, so it cannot be completely blocked like the Yellow and Huai rivers. It must be connected to the sea. This presents a problem. Part of the lower Yangtze River will become a mixed brackish and freshwater area. While this increases the river's navigability, it also necessitates the use of desalination equipment for local water use. Under this future trend, low-lying river areas within the Asian Commonwealth will have to be sacrificed. For example, the delta plain at the mouth of the river where the city of Yangon in Hongsawadi lies will essentially be abandoned. The future fate of low-lying alluvial plains in the Red River Delta, the Mekong Delta, and the Chao Phraya Delta is similar. In fact, Ceres has tacitly abandoned these estuarine plains, and the reason is self-evident. These estuarine delta plains in Southeast Asia are important food production areas. If they were lost, it would be extremely difficult for Southeast Asia to regain independent production capacity for staple foods. Ceres would naturally welcome this situation. As global sea levels rise, inland areas of East Asia, including the southern, northern, and northwestern regions, will receive some of the additional moisture from the northward and westward shift of the rain belt, further humidifying the local climate. Additionally, this is coupled with the application of various new technologies. The three regions of northwest, south of the desert, and north of the desert combined could add approximately 3 billion mu of arable land. Add to that the existing 10 billion mu of arable land, as well as the remaining arable land in Southeast and Northeast Asia. The arable land within the entire Asian Commonwealth is sufficient to meet the food needs of approximately 4 billion people. Thus, in this situation, the loss of some arable land in Southeast Asia is a very favorable development for Ceres. Some of the already constructed seawalls around the Bohai Sea are not the bare concrete surfaces of traditional dams, but rather vast expanses of new arable land. For example, a large number of cherries are planted on the seawalls near the Yellow River estuary. The local cherries also use genetically modified rootstocks, and because the latitude is much lower than that of south of the desert, the local cherry harvest season begins in late March and early April. All varieties of large cherries and local small cherries are already in the harvest phase. Many tourists from nearby areas purchase tickets to visit the farms while sightseeing. The businesses and individual businesses that have contracted these dam farms are also busy. Haileyfeng Company has approximately 220,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of cherry plantations in the Bohai Rim region. Lu Weibin and his team, having traveled south by high-speed rail from the Mobay branch, were currently inspecting one of the cherry farms. Manager Lu, welcome to our farm, greeted Fan Guangye, the manager of Bohai Farm 14, his face sweating profusely. Grabbing a handful of freshly picked cherries, Lu Weibin rinsed them with the mineral water he brought with him, then ate a few of the juicy, flavorful cherries. How many tons of cherries do you expect your farm to harvest this year? Manager Lu, our farm has a total of 40,000 mu, approximately 10,000 acres, of cherries, divided into 4 harvest months. In April, the 10,000 mu, approximately 10,000 acres, yield an average of about 2,000 kilograms per mu, which translates to nearly 20,000 tons of fresh cherries. After eating a few more cherries, LV Weibin looked toward the packing yard nearby. Let's go take a look. Manager Lu, this way, Fan Guangye quickly led the way. They arrived at the packing yard. Dozens of middle-aged men and women, each doing their job, were busy packing boxes of cherries. Fan Guangye patted a plastic box nearby. These are the express boxes the company has recently introduced for internal use. LV Weibin knew these boxes better than Fan Guangye, as he had participated in their planning and discussions. Haileyfeng Company has its own express delivery subsidiary, Heilutong Express. This company has surpassed JD Express in size, becoming the second largest logistics company in the Asian consortium, second only to Postal Express. After a merger and reorganization, Heilutong Express now encompasses a number of subsidiaries, including Asia Ocean Transport, Sky Air Transport, Sky Air Passenger Transport, Lutong Road Transport, and Lutong High-Speed Rail Transport. It owns 79,000 trucks of various types, 358 transport airships, 8 passenger airships, 1 large tourist airship, 2,137 logistics warehouses, 32,000 distribution centers, and employs a total of 540,000 people. It also owns 441 transport vessels, with a total deadweight tonnage of 17.38 million tons, a large fleet of container ships, bulk carriers, and specialized transport vessels, and operates 37 ports. It is the third largest shipping company in China, and the second largest inland waterway transport company. Heilutong Company is currently seeking further development in the express delivery industry, with a key focus on these express boxes. These boxes are somewhat similar to Miajia's delivery boxes, with some differences in size. Heilutong's boxes come in 5 sizes, each color-coded to indicate the intended packaging of different items. Compared to these green boxes, each can hold a 5-gene, approximately 100 caddies, bag of cherries. The packer placed the box containing the 5-gene, approximately 100 caddies, cherries into the express box, then picked up a nearby foaming gun and injected a foaming agent based on aniline polylactic acid plastic into the box. Soon, the gap between the box and the delivery box was more than half filled with foam. Another packer, seeing the foam rising, took something resembling a dry ice pack from a nearby box and pulled down a blue tab on the bag. As the tab is pulled, the slow-release refrigerant inside the bag begins to slowly react, absorbing heat from the box. This reaction can continue for 70 hours. Due to the sealed package box and the insulation provided by the foam plastic layer, the interior will remain at a low temperature of approximately 5 degrees Celsius for the next 80 hours. What's the recycling situation like? According to the courier, they open the box upon delivery and allow the customer to take the inner packaging, while the courier collects the box and refrigerant bag. LV Weibin nodded. What about the cargo loss rate? We're currently using express boxes to deliver cherries, and customers have reported no issues with collisions or other issues. The freshness is excellent, and the fruit is ripe, resulting in a better flavor. What about the cost? Fan Guangye recalled. In that regard, the express delivery company hasn't raised prices yet. The unit price remains the same as before. Is that so? LV Weiban also remembered another reason Hailotong Company was promoting the use of express boxes: to reduce cargo damage and, at the same time, reduce insurance costs for express delivery. He took out his work tablet and reviewed some of Hailotong's internal data. Sure enough, after implementing express boxes, expanded foam, and slow-release refrigeration bags, their overall operating costs have decreased instead of increased. The reasons for this cost reduction are: first, the fully standardized express boxes have reduced sorting complexity. Second, in previous express delivery packaging costs, a portion of the packaging materials were not recyclable, or had a low recycling rate. However, the recycling rate for standard express boxes is almost 100%. Third, the cargo loss rate has decreased by nearly 2 orders of magnitude, particularly in the transportation of fresh produce, where Hailotong has achieved the highest customer satisfaction. As for the added weight and volume of express boxes, these two negative impacts can actually be addressed through technology. Currently, Hailotong's express boxes are made of ultra-thin, high-strength silicon bean silk material, making them even lighter than standard plastic boxes, weighing only approximately 14% of the weight of plastic boxes of the same specifications. Regarding volume, many express boxes previously had varying specifications, resulting in reduced container volume utilization. Standardized express boxes can improve container space utilization. Overall, the use of the new standard express boxes has significantly reduced overall express delivery costs. This is similar to the significant cost-reducing impact of containers on the development of maritime transport. LV Weiban observed Hailotong's market development in Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia and found that their business expansion in these two regions was quite rapid. In particular, with a significant increase in per capita income in Southeast Asia, local spending power is also increasing. Consumption of temperate fruits, like cherries, is soaring in Southeast Asia. At Hailotong's own stores across Southeast Asia, cherries, priced at 15 yuan per pound, are sold out daily upon arrival. After all, Southeast Asia has a population of 710 million, and the current average monthly income is around 3,417 yuan, slightly lower than in China. The current average monthly income in China is 4,259 yuan, while in Japan it's 4,758 yuan, in Dhaka it's 4,205 yuan, and in Mubei it's 5,584 yuan. The Mubei region, with its sparse population and centered around agriculture, animal husbandry, and mining, boasts the highest per capita monthly income in the Asian Commonwealth. The significant increase in per capita income in Southeast Asia has naturally led to strong consumer demand. The large production of temperate fruits and vegetables in Serbia and the tropical fruits and vegetables in Southeast Asia complement each other. Of course, in addition to domestic consumption, the Asian Commonwealth also exports large quantities of fruits and vegetables to other regions around the world. This process generates significant trade. To mitigate its significant trade deficit, the Asian Commonwealth, through various industry associations, centrally purchases mineral resources and specialty products from other regions. Compared to South America, which was severely hit by leaf blight, they are barely self-sufficient in food this year. Therefore, South American agricultural products such as fruit, beef, pork, dairy products, and wine still need to be exported in large quantities to the Asian community, from which they can obtain low-priced staple foods and industrial products. In contrast, West Asia and North Africa, after choosing to embrace the Asian community, have not only been spared the impact of the food crisis, but have actually become more stable. After all, both regions are primarily desert environments, and even if the environment deteriorates, it can't get much worse. For example, in Egypt, with the continued development of the Qattara Depression, the scale of local cash crop cultivation has continued to expand, not only absorbing a large number of unstable young and middle-aged workers, but also making them suppliers of agricultural products to surrounding areas. In this project, Ceres overseas companies naturally did not lose money. Egypt's freshwater and power generation industries are essentially under the control of Ceres overseas companies. LV Weiban can see the astonishing speed of Ceres overseas companies' development from the logistics data of Hailotong Company. With the support of overseas markets, Hailotong Company's various industries can further develop. However, compared to other overseas companies that tend to expand into South America, Africa, and West Asia, Hailotong Company is relatively conservative, currently focusing its efforts on Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia. After inspecting the packaging yard, LV Weiban had just emerged and stopped again. Manager Fan, please pay attention to the weather. Hearing this reminder, Fan Guanya immediately nodded. Thank you, Manager Lu. For the reminder, the weather has been increasingly erratic in recent years, especially in spring, with sudden spikes in temperature followed by sudden drops a few days later. This is very negative for agricultural production. Then Guanya asked curiously, Manager Liu, I heard that after completing the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project, we can control global climate change. Who told you that? LV Weibin smiled and shook his head. I saw someone analyze it this way online. Liu Weibin casually explained, the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project is still a long way from being able to regulate global climate, but in 20 to 30 years, perhaps climate control can be achieved. 20 to 30 years? That's not far off. Then Guangye thought this progress was already very rapid. Chapter 331. Southeast Asia, Sumatra. A transport airship laden with 2,000 tons of cargo sped in from an airport in the Pearl River Delta and slowly docked at a small city on the southern coast of Sumatra. This city, Kota Agung, is located in a bay south of Sumatra, separated from Java by the Sunda Strait. Originally, this small city was a relatively unremarkable place among the South Pacific archipelago. But since last year, it has experienced tremendous development. This is because Kota Agung has become a pivotal city on one of the two sea routes connecting the Asian Commonwealth to Antarctica. Since Kota Agung can also be translated as Great City in the local language, it has been officially named Great City within the Asian Commonwealth. To the south of Great City is a small peninsula, the starting point of the Ceylon Ocean Route, part of the Asia-Antarctica Sea Route. After the transport airship docked at the floating air and sea port in the bay, containers were unloaded one by one and transported to the Great City via the floating island bridge. The city's newly constructed streets were bustling with people. Many locals had come from Java Island across the sea to work or do business. The city originally had a small population, but now it has reached nearly 880,000. Despite the sudden population surge, the local housing supply is abundant. In about 6 months, residential communities using the integrated housing technology have built approximately 120,000 qualified integrated housing units. Combined with existing housing in the area, this means there is an average of 1 home for every 5 people. However, the city's population continues to soar. Weicheng, leveraging its surrounding terrain, is expanding its urban area toward the high-altitude mountains of the peninsula. The reason for this expansion is naturally to mitigate the risk of future sea level rise. The city's prosperity is primarily due to the construction of the Ceylon Ocean Transit System, CST project. The Ceylon Ocean Transit System aims to connect Asia and Antarctica, transmitting electricity generated by Antarctica's Solar Energy Development Program to Asia via submarine cables. The transmission line constructed for this purpose is 6,500 kilometers long, with the vast majority of the route running undersea. However, considering the need to maintain the submarine cables and develop seabed resources, plans are underway to construct 13 large floating island cities along the 6,500-kilometer straight line. Weicheng is the starting point for connecting these 13 floating island cities. As a result, the city has undertaken many supporting projects. The arrival of these supporting projects has created numerous local jobs. In the future, the vast amount of electricity generated by the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project will be continuously fed into the heart of Asia through this city, which will also bring huge benefits. For example, by leveraging cheap and abundant electricity, combined with the abundant tin deposits in Sumatra and the abundant bauxite deposits on the seabed of the Strait of Malacca. According to the latest exploration data, the ancient alluvial plains on the seabed of the Strait of Malacca are rich in bauxite, with preliminary exploration estimates of approximately 750 million tons of recoverable resources. In ancient times, during relatively cold periods, the Nanyang Islands in Southeast Asia were actually a continuous landmass. This ancient landmass contains many sedimentary minerals. These include bauxite, limonite, kaolin, gypsum, and more. For example, in recent years, large quantities of high-grade iron ore and bauxite have been discovered on the continental shelves of the Bohai Sea, the Yellow Sea, and the East China Sea, as well as in the ancient Three Seas Plain. The largest iron ore deposits are found in the shallow waters west of the Penghu Islands, where a seabed reserve of at least 12 billion tons of high-grade limonite has been discovered. With the emergence of the Asian Consortium, various obstacles to development in the waters near East Asia, Northeast Asia, and Southeast Asia have almost disappeared. Currently, shallow water mineral mining faces 3 key considerations: mining costs, mining technology, and environmental impact. Given that land resources can barely sustain themselves for a while, the Asian Consortium has not been in a rush to develop seabed minerals. Instead, it has adopted a mining and remediation approach. For example, If iron ore is found in a sea area, the mining area is divided into mining areas, waiting for mining areas, resource reserves, and remediation areas. Mining methods are also chosen to be as environmentally friendly as possible. Of the several bauxite mines on the seabed of the Strait of Malacca, only one has currently received a development permit. It's expected to supply approximately 2 million tons of high-grade bauxite annually to the aluminum smelters on Sumatra. In fact, Sumatra's aluminum smelter industry could also utilize bauxite from mainland South Pacific islands. After all, the local red soil rainforests contain vast quantities of undiscovered bauxite. As for why the Ceylon Ocean submarine cable was built instead of via a land route in Oceania, the reason is naturally that Australia is still holding out. With a relatively small population and vast arable land, Australia is self-sufficient in its food and agricultural products. For industrial products, they prefer EU products to those controlled by the Asian bloc. Relations between the two sides are currently very frosty. Currently, only a certain amount of trade in iron ore, bauxite, and copper is maintained. Australia, based on these profits, purchases a certain amount of industrial products from the Asian Commonwealth. They do not rely entirely on the Asian Commonwealth's cheap industrial products, for fear of being swallowed up. They grit their teeth and purchase some of the EU's higher-priced industrial products. Precisely because of this frosty relationship, the Asian Commonwealth naturally would not consider routing the cable through Oceania, opting instead for a fully submarine route. Australia is also deeply conflicted. Mainly, the Gale Nation declined too quickly, leaving Australia unprepared and without the protection of the Gale Nation, leaving it to face the Asian Commonwealth on its own. If a direct conflict broke out between Australia and the Asian Commonwealth, Gale Nation, separated by the Pacific Ocean, would obviously be unable to fully support Australia. After all, the geographical location and combined strength of the three regions determine the level of force they can project in Oceania. If the combined strength of the Asian Commonwealth is 100, then Gale Nation's is around 30, and Australia's is only around 2. When Gale Nation transports resources from North America to Oceania, it can only utilize 10% of its 30% combined strength, which is already ideal. The Asian Union, on the other hand, delivers resources to Oceania with virtually no discounts, and its combined strength of 100 is truly substantial. Perhaps Australia can leverage its domestic advantages to utilize a combined strength of 2 to achieve the effect of 4. Thus, the power balance among the three parties in Oceania is roughly 100:10:4. There's no need to fight, they'd be crushed by the Asian Union. If it weren't for concerns about the nuclear weapons held by the Gale Nation, and the fact that a mutually destructive approach was unnecessary, Australia would have been able to linger. However, being able to linger doesn't mean they dare to provoke the Asian Union. For example, Australia wouldn't dare invite the Gale Nation to join them, as they did before. Offense and defense are changing, and that's the current situation. In the new urban area of Weicheng, shoulder to shoulder, women were shopping for daily necessities and food in the bustling commercial street. Don't miss out if you're passing by. Fresh cherries from Bohai, only 16 yuan per pound. A loudspeaker at a fruit shop blared in the local language. A middle-aged woman, holding her daughter in one hand and a bamboo basket in the other, was somewhat annoyed by the loudspeaker's blaring. Thankfully, the movable photovoltaic film installed above the city shielded a portion of the area, and the electricity generated by the film was used for urban life and production. For example, shops along the commercial streets have all turned on their air conditioners to attract customers, allowing a cool breeze to blow out from inside. Pedestrians on the street can feel the cool breeze. In fact, many tropical cities aren't hot these days. This is because they have photovoltaic films installed above their skies, which reflect a large amount of heat. Combined with various cooling systems within the cities, these tropical cities generally stay below 30 degrees Celsius during the day and below 25 degrees Celsius at night. Suya's daughter Dana tugged on her sleeve, and she immediately noticed her daughter, staring eagerly at silk clothes in a nearby clothing store. "Mom, would you like to buy me a skirt?" Suya was calculating this month's expenses. Her husband was a truck driver in the East Port area of Weicheng, earning nearly 10,000 yuan a month. She worked as a dishwasher in a restaurant, earning over 3,000 yuan a month. However, with 3 children, her current income was barely enough to get by, but it was much better than before, when her family lived in Java, a densely populated area with very low incomes. She glanced at the sign outside the clothing store. 20% off everything? 100 yuan a piece? Suya thought the price was barely acceptable, so she took her daughter Dana with her. However, she still reminded her daughter Dana, just pick one dress, nothing else, okay? Okay, Mom, Dana said happily. The female clerk saw the mother and daughter and greeted them with a smile. Take whatever clothes you need. Today's 20% off. Buy one get one free. What's the gift? Suya couldn't help but ask. The clerk immediately knew she'd taken the bait, and with an even more ingratiating smile, he said, Madam, today, if you buy one piece of clothing, we give you a free piece of bra. Under the clerk's enthusiastic recommendation, Suya unknowingly bought 3 pieces of clothing. Even after the discount, they only cost 264 yuan. But after paying, she regretted it, feeling she couldn't resist the temptation. The clothes in these stores are relatively affordable, and their properties are similar to those of natural silk. Such low prices are primarily due to the surge in production of silk soybeans and saris. Of course, these clothes' low prices do have a drawback. Their lifespan typically doesn't exceed a year, especially for daily wear. If silk-specific detergent isn't used, these clothes will age even faster. This is a deliberate practice by manufacturers, aimed at boosting sales and limiting the product's lifespan to 1 year. Suya, who had just bought some clothes, ran into her next-door neighbor. Suya? What are you buying? A plump woman, carrying several plastic bags, looked at Suya. Sister Lucy, I just bought some clothes, Suya replied with a smile. Then she started chatting. How about you? I bought some chicken and coconuts to make coconut chicken tonight. Lucy held up the bag in her left hand. Coconut chicken? I just made it a few days ago. I don't know what to make today. Suya looked troubled. Lucy thought for a moment and offered a suggestion. I just saw some lamb on sale at the market. Why don't you buy some? Mutton? I go check it out. After chatting for a while, Suya took her daughter to the market next door. Inside, the fully enclosed market was filled with so much cooling air from the central air conditioning that it felt a bit chilly. Mom, I want some grilled sausage. You only know how to eat. My brother likes it too, you're just blaming me, the daughter muttered. Suya ignored her daughter and went to the mutton stall. She found that there was indeed a sale, but the mutton was frozen hard, not freshly slaughtered. Boss, can you give me a discount? The boss, cigarette in hand, laughed dryly and shook his head. This is already the cheapest, only 12 yuan per pound. Go ask around at other stalls and see if they have that price. Your meat is frozen, and theirs is fresh. Can you give me a discount? Suya bargained. I'm just earning a little hard-earned money, I can't go any cheaper. After 5 or 6 minutes of haggling, the boss finally relented and gave Suya half a pound of lamb fat, while she bought 3 pounds of lamb legs. These fattened sheep, raised in Mabay, are indeed very cheap, but they're quite fat. They don't sell very well in Ceres, so they're frozen and sold in bulk to Southeast Asia. After one round, Suya spent over 200 yuan on food and daily necessities, plus another 200 yuan on clothes, for a total of almost 500 yuan. This level of spending is quite common in Weicheng, where many people unknowingly empty their wallets under the dazzling array of goods. Of course, the prerequisite for such spending is sufficient income and a sufficient supply of goods. A family like Suya's, with a monthly income of around 14,000 yuan and a per capita food expenditure of around 500 yuan, can live quite comfortably. Including other expenses, a family of 5 needs around 5,000 yuan per month to live comfortably. Local housing prices range from around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per square meter. For example, the house Suya's family purchased is 120 square meters, and before fees, the total price is 519,000 yuan. With 3.2% interest and 15-year repayments, the monthly payments come to just over 3,000 yuan. Thus, their core expenditure is concentrated on their 3 children's education. This is also a more realistic situation. Ceres's overseas companies won't let ordinary people in Southeast Asia rest on their laurels. Instead, they force locals to invest more in their children's education through educational restrictions. This extends beyond restrictions, like bachelor's and associate's degrees. Language and technical majors also face various restrictions. To succeed, one must continuously invest in education. While the various technical schools run by the Asian Consortium don't offer the same level of educational savvy as the Gale country, they are still quite strict, setting tuition fees based on the median per capita income. Chapter 332. In 2029, the Northern Hemisphere entered a sweltering summer. Besides regularly attending to company affairs, Jiang Miao has recently devoted all his energy to the research and development of non-rejection organs. Here he is in his private laboratory. A stranger entering would likely be horrified by the scene. In each cloning chamber, either lumps of flesh or various human organs are growing. In the eye chamber, in particular, through the glass of the observation window, one can see individual eyeballs. The pupils within these eyeballs are emotionless, only fixed and fixed. It's a sight that gives one goosebumps. But the researchers working in this lab are accustomed to this, and are each absorbed in their own work. Boss, the 12th batch of genetically modified eyeballs has been cultivated. Jiang Miao, looking at the eye tissue slices under the microscope, instructed without turning back, "Ahai, lead your team to implant these eyeballs into genetically modified tumor capsules." "No problem," Ahai replied, pushing up his glasses. After a while, Jiang Miao sat back down and let out a long sigh. He picked up the lab tablet nearby and pulled up some of the day's test and analysis reports. After studying them for more than 10 minutes, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell into deep thought again. The genetically modified tumor capsules specifically for the eye were successfully developed last November and have undergone 5 rounds of animal testing. They are basically ready for human trials. However, due to the failure to successfully develop artificial genetically modified eyeballs, human trials have been repeatedly delayed. Over the past few days, the artificial genetically modified eyeballs have finally been successfully integrated with the cysts, and no obvious rejection reactions have occurred during animal testing. Just as Jiang Miao was pondering his next steps, a series of light, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door was accompanied by a low voice. "Boss, your application for the human experiment project has been approved today. Here are the relevant permits." Research Secretary Shani Juan came to his side to report. Jiang Miao wasn't surprised. After all, with his current status and proven scientific capabilities, applying for such a human experiment project would face little resistance. "Juan, how's the research subject recruitment going?" Shani Juan was prepared. This was his job, after all. He replied immediately, "Boss, Helyafeng Hospital has already recruited 50 relevant subjects, all blind patients with eye diseases." Jiang Miao shook his head. "That's not enough. We recruit another 100 as subjects for the Phase 2 clinical trial." "No problem, I have someone expand the recruitment process later." Shani Juan didn't find the task difficult. On the one hand, Jiang Miao's reputation could instill confidence in many patients. On the other hand, Helyafeng Hospital's subsidies were very generous. You have to remember that the vast majority of blind patients have lost their ability to work and a significant portion of their ability to care for themselves. While this might be okay for affluent families, for ordinary families, having a blind patient is a huge burden, and could even quickly plunge the family into poverty. Therefore, during the first round of recruitment, thousands of patients from ordinary families signed up to participate, but only 50 were ultimately approved. Now, with just one announcement, we can quickly recruit another 100. Of course, these 100 people are only enough for the Phase 2 clinical trial. For the Phase 3 clinical trial, we estimate that another 500 to 1,000 patients will need to be recruited for testing. However, the subsidy for each phase of clinical trial varies. Phase 1 offers the best benefits, but also the highest risk. Phase 2 offers intermediate benefits, but also intermediate risks. Phase 3 offers average benefits, but also the lowest risk. After sending Shani Juan away, Jiang Miao left the lab to catch his breath and drank a bottle of a specially prepared energy drink before returning to the lab. At this point, Ahai and the others had already implanted the 12th batch of artificial eyeballs into capsules. These genetically modified capsules, custom-made for the human eye, resemble flesh-colored leather sheaths, partially encasing the artificial eyeballs. Through simulated neural electrical stimulation, the function of these eyeballs can be analyzed. Seeing Jiang Miao approach, Ahai stood up and reported the situation. "Boss, the eyeballs are functioning normally, no abnormalities found." Jiang Miao glanced at the eyeballs and casually instructed, "Continue testing to see if there's any rejection reaction." Okay. In fact, Jiang Miao had already used the identification panel to analyze the compatibility between the eyeballs and the cysts. Using this method, he gradually adjusted the eyeballs' genes, bringing their compatibility with the genetically modified cysts to over 99.9%. The genetically modified cysts were also specially customized. For example, these eye cysts not only render them invisible to the human immune system, but also carry specialized neuronal structures that allow the eyeballs to quickly and precisely connect with the brain's nervous system. Without the latter function, even if the human immune system doesn't attack the transgenic capsule and eye, the eye wouldn't function properly, effectively meaning the implant was useless. These are the two core functions of the capsule. Only with these two functions can the transgenic capsule and organ be safely implanted in the human body and function properly. The following week, The 12th batch of transgenic artificial eyeballs not only achieved non-rejection adaptation within the capsule, but also successfully functioned properly using transgenic capsules customized for monkeys and domestic pigs. No anti-rejection drugs were used in the experimental animals, and no obvious signs of rejection were observed. On May 21st, Jiang Miao, along with several researchers and an ophthalmology surgery team from Hailifeng Hospital, performed the first transplant surgery at Hailifeng Hospital in Magong Town, in the city's downtown area. The patient's family was also present. Watching the patient's bed being wheeled into the operating room by a nurse, the family members suddenly grew nervous. Jiang Miao didn't go in, but several researchers did. These researchers had experience performing transplants on animals, and their collaboration with the professional ophthalmology team would ensure greater safety. Of course, considering this was the first transplant experiment, as a precaution, the subject only underwent a left eye transplant. The right eye's transplant would depend on the left eye's progress. If the left eye's vision returned to normal after the transplant, and there was no significant rejection, the hospital would schedule a right eye transplant 3 months later. Jiang Miao sat in an office off to the side of the operating room. He casually glanced through the patient's medical records and family profile. The man's name was Wang Bingong, a 39-year-old from Meicheng, Lingnan. He had become blind due to delayed treatment for corneal disease. If the eye disease was caused by hypertension or diabetes, a simple eye transplant wouldn't be a cure. If the hypertension and diabetes weren't controlled, even with a transplant, the patient would soon become blind again. 2 hours later, Ahai pushed the door open. "Boss, thank you for your service. The operation was a complete success. Have you notified the family?" "The attending physician has already informed them." "That's good. I check on him after he's taken to the ICU." Jiang Miao didn't leave immediately, mainly because he didn't want to meet the family. It wasn't that he was being pretentious, but he had previously arranged related human experiments, and many family members were overly concerned and confused, unable to understand the relevant medical terminology, and even seemed to have only a vague understanding of commonplace descriptions. With such family members, the more he explained, the more worried they became. That's why he wouldn't meet the patient's family. The attending physician said, "Please rest assured, the operation was a complete success. The patient will be in the intensive care unit for the next few days, so you don't need to worry about anything else." The patient's wife's hands were shaking with anxiety. "Doctor, when can we visit?" The doctor, following the schedule, gave a specific time frame. "Wait 3 days." 3 days? "Okay, thank you, doctor." The patient's brother, however, remained calm. "What do we need to prepare for 3 days?" "No need. The patient is a research subject. Our hospital will cover all expenses. You just need to get some rest. You don't need to worry about anything else." "Thank you, doctor." The patient's elderly father pulled a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to the attending physician. The attending physician shook his head and handed the red envelope back, saying, "No need. Our hospital doesn't accept red envelopes. Besides, you're research subjects. Even if you want a red envelope, we give it to you. Dad, please don't make things difficult for the doctor." "Doctor, I'm very sorry. My dad is a bit old-fashioned. Please forgive me." The attending physician smiled and said, "It's okay. I have something else to do. I excuse myself. Doctor, please go ahead. We won't bother you anymore." A moment later, the operating room door opened. The patient, still under anesthesia, was wheeled out on a bed and transferred to a dedicated intensive care unit. Jiang Miao also sneaked into the intensive care unit through another passage. He and Ahai stood beside the bed, reviewing the data from the monitoring equipment, particularly the advanced version of the Human Vital Signs Nanomonitor, which could monitor the patient's various physical indicators at any time. Of course, Jiang Miao was just pretending, as he primarily relied on the diagnostic panel to observe the patient's condition. Ahai said softly, "The situation is relatively ideal. There are no obvious abnormalities in the various indicators." Jiang Miao nodded silently. Through the diagnostic panel, he understood the subject's current condition better than anyone else, especially the neural connection between the eye and brain. It would take about a week for the subject's visual nervous system to merge with the neural structure of the capsule. Then, continuous stimulation with simulated neural electrical signals would activate the genetically modified eye's function. For over a week, Jiang Miao kept a close eye on the subject's condition, visiting him twice. Until the evening of the 6th day, he examined the data on the panel and discovered that the subject's optic nerve and cystic neural structures had initially fused. The bandage on the subject's eye was also removed. The attending physician began to stimulate the subject's optic nerve tonight, while also providing verbal guidance. Mr. Wang, imagine that your eyes can see. Subject Wang Bingdong's left eye moved back and forth, and then he felt a slight irritation and tingling sensation. This was actually the nanoneedle simulating neural electrical signals, continuously stimulating his ocular nervous system. After a while, his left eye began to tear. Doctor, my brother's eyes are tearing. It's okay, it's normal. The doctor's face lit up. Wang Bingdong's tears in his left eye proved that he was sensing the ambient light, and the retina was being stimulated by the light, causing the tears to form. Before he knew it, over an hour had passed. Doctor, I saw something. Wang Bingdong's voice trembled slightly. The attending physician didn't press his case, choosing instead to stop. Okay, that's all for tonight. For now, lower the brightness in the ward. Your eyes are gradually recovering. It might take more than 10 days for them to fully function. Don't worry. Draw the curtains tomorrow to avoid sudden exposure to strong light. Okay, doctor. With hope of recovery, Wang Bingdong's mood brightened, and he became very cooperative. However, the attending physician wasn't entirely convinced of the subject. After leaving the ward, he instructed the head nurse to focus on this particular ward. Jiang Miao also observed the subject's condition through the one-way glass observation window in the adjacent room. Finding nothing unusual, he left the hospital with peace of mind. Back home. Just as he washed his hands and sat down, Shuya came down from the second floor with her daughter. Daddy. Duzzy. Come, let Daddy hold you. No. Daddy's beard pricks you. Duzzy clung to her mother's calf, refusing to be held. Jiang Miao pinched her cheek helplessly. My Duzzy doesn't even love Daddy anymore, so Daddy won't take you out to play anymore. Mom and Grandma will take me. Duzzy's face was as soft as a small dumpling. Shuya picked her daughter up and said, Why have you been so naughty these past few days? You're becoming less and less cute. If you don't behave, Mom will be upset. Duzzy said aggrievedly, Oh, I just don't like Daddy's beard pricking me. It's not that I'm being disobedient. Don't be angry, Mom. Okay, Daddy will shave later. One of the housekeepers came over carrying a small box containing an electric razor. Sir, a razor. Thanks, Mrs. Li. Jiang Miao picked out a relatively easy-to-use electric razor, flipped the switch, and began shaving around his mouth. Shuya combed her daughter's hair and asked, Did you visit the patient again? Yes. How's it going? The transplant was quite successful. I can already see something, and there's no obvious rejection. It seems your idea has been successful. It's just one project. The human body has so many organs, and it would take 5 or 6 years to develop a complete set. Sister Li, standing nearby, was also listening intently. Her husband was diagnosed with kidney failure last year, and can only maintain a normal life with the help of a portable nanodialysis machine. She desperately hoped that the artificial kidney would be successfully developed, so she wouldn't have to worry too much. But she was already relatively lucky. After all, she could work at Jiang Miao's house, and the various benefits would definitely cover all expenses for her and her husband. Chapter 333. Midsummer. Lychees are in abundance in Lingnan. After a light rain, water droplets still cling to the roadside flowers and plants. The lychee planting area in Shanmei City has decreased by over 95% this year, with lychee and longan plantations replaced by durian plantations. Aside from a small number of lychees and longans kept by rural residents, few people in the area grow them anymore. Lychees grown in the city are all shipped from the 3 neighboring cities of Chaos Han. Inside the Happy Home flagship store on the main road, a family wearing vital sign monitors was dining in the first-floor living room. Judging by their conversation, they weren't from China, but rather a Chinese family from Malaysia. I haven't been back in decades. I never expected Helyafeng to develop so quickly. The old man leaned back in his chair, watching the tricycle vendor hawking lychees by the roadside. He suddenly felt a little hungry. How, after dinner, let's go buy a few pounds of lychees. The middle-aged man reminded him helplessly, Dad, you have diabetes, so you can't eat too many lychees. Just a few, it's okay. The old man was a little stubborn. His daughter-in-law, Lin Shuerong, also looked helpless. Dad, don't buy too many, just a pound, or you overeat again. Just then, the old man at the next table put down his newspaper and said with a smile, Brother, if you have diabetes, eat less lychees and other things. Besides, the lychees sold at these roadside stalls are from other places. We don't grow lychees here anymore. The old man turned around and asked with a smile, Are you from Helyafeng? Yes. I'm from Lufeng. I moved to the city in the 1990s. Judging from your accent, you're from Helyafeng too, right? The old man nodded. My name is Huangdebu. I'm from Yanqing, a city in the city. I smuggled myself into Hong Kong in 1983 and then immigrated to Malaysia from Hong Kong in 1997. I'm from Nanyang. My name is Zhang Xingwen. I used to work in customs and retired in the early 2000s. Zhang Xingwen, his hair turning gray, took a sip of soda. Wang Debu asked curiously, Brother Zhang, you look pretty healthy. Why are you eating here? For convenience. I have a little high uric acid, as people along the coast tend to have. My son and daughter-in-law are busy with work, so they arranged a set meal for me, and I come here to eat at a fixed time every day. I see. Wang Yihao asked in his half-baked, schoolboyish voice, Uncle Zhang, you lived in the city for decades. Do you know any affordable houses to buy? Oh, you're coming back to buy property? Zhang Xingwen looked surprised. Wang Yihao nodded. I have this plan. Mainly, I'm worried about Malaysia's medical technology. Medical technology in China has been advancing rapidly in recent years. Perhaps a cure for diabetes will soon be available. And now that the movement of people within the alien group is no longer restricted, I'm planning to buy a house in the city. After hearing this, Zhang Xingwen was even more surprised. Aren't you from Yanqing village? You should have an old house and relatives, right? Haha, to be honest, I came back in the 1990s and sold our land and house. None of my relatives have any extra houses. After listening to Huang Debiao's explanation, Zhang Xingwen didn't press the issue. After all, only the people involved knew what happened back then. He thought for a moment. Houses in the city aren't expensive right now, around 8,000 yuan per square meter. But I wouldn't recommend buying an old house. Why? Wang Yihao pressed. Because old houses definitely don't last long, and the materials and workmanship aren't necessarily up to par. It's better to buy a house that meets newer standards. Zhang Xingwen continued, if you don't mind the distance, I suggest buying a house in a nearby town. The old houses in the city are all awaiting renovation, which will be very troublesome later. New developments in the surrounding areas are cheaper, and only take about half an hour to get to the city, excluding Magong Town and Hangzhou Town, of course. Wang Debu asked curiously, why Magong Town and Hangzhou Town? Because there's not much land left for development in those two places. The land there is already planned. After all, that's the home of the Haliafeng Company. I suggest buying in Tunchong Town or Jiexing Town. After chatting for a while, the Huangs gained a preliminary understanding of the local real estate market. Before they realized it, the food on their plates had been completely devoured. Wang Yihao burped. Burp? This nutritious meal tastes pretty good. It's just a little bland, Wang Debu said, looking a bit uneasy. Perhaps Zhang Xingwen was used to this kind of seasoning. Brother Huang, the food at Happy Home is always like this. We old folks definitely won't eat anything too salty or greasy. Wang Debu wiped his mouth, looked up, and was about to stand when he saw a large, suspended TV not far from them. On the screen, CCTV News was playing. Good afternoon, everyone. Academician Jiang Miao, a renowned Chinese scientist, member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering, and founder of the Haliafeng Group, recently completed the world's first artificial eye transplant. Please watch the detailed report below. Many people in the hall had seen the news. Eye transplant? Can you get an eye transplant now? I don't know how much it will cost. It probably won't be too high, given academician Zhang's reputation. That's right. As the crowd of customers murmured, Jiang Miao appeared on the TV screen. A reporter smiled and asked a question. Academician Jiang, what are the characteristics and advantages of this technology? This technology can address the current rejection problem of organ transplants, as well as the shortage of natural organs, alleviating various ethical concerns. Does that mean that other organs can be cultivated on a large scale using the same method in the future? Yes. Jiang Miao answered confidently. Academician Jiang, my fellow viewers, and I are very concerned about a few questions. When will this technology be ready for commercial use? And what is the estimated total cost of the surgery? It will take about 1 or 2 years for this technology to be officially launched on the market. We are currently conducting Phase 1 clinical trials, and the first participant is performing very well. Jiang Miao paused for a few seconds before continuing. As for the price, rest assured. The estimated factory price of an artificial eyeball is approximately 5,000 yuan. Including other surgical and hospitalization costs, the total cost of a double eye transplant will not exceed 50,000 yuan. After medical insurance reimbursement, it will be around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Thank you very much, Academician Jiang, for your answer. Many viewers following this report quickly grabbed their phones or opened their computers to visit Hailufeng Hospital's cutting-edge technology section. They quickly found a detailed description of the technology, along with a detailed report of the first transplant operation. Families with blind patients were particularly concerned about this report, and many have already called Hailufeng Hospital's consultation center to inquire about related issues. And besides those in China, other member states within the Asian Commonwealth are also paying close attention to Ceres' technological breakthroughs. Clearly, the emergence of non-rejection artificial organs has attracted not only academic researchers, but also the close attention of many wealthy individuals. Hong Kong, Mid-Levels Villa District. Inside Jiang Dai's villa. Ding dong, ding dong. The housekeeper saw the newcomer and immediately recognized him. She smiled and invited him in. Huh? Isn't this Mr. Liu? Please come in. My boss just left. What was Mr. Jiang up to? The elderly Mr. Liu asked impatiently. The family and didn't make the call herself, but asked Boss Liu to do it himself. It seems the boss is out to dinner with friends. If you're worried, you can call and ask. Okay. Boss Liu sat down, picked up his phone, and dialed Jiang Dai's number. After a moment, the call connected. Hello, Boss Liu? It seems you haven't forgotten me. I'm so honored. What's up, Boss Liu? Nothing serious. I just came to visit. I heard from your nanny that you were out, so I called to ask. Oh. Boss Liu is at my house now. Yes. I just sit down for a bit and leave. You don't have to come back. I'm so sorry. I'm having dinner with some friends. I treat you to dinner next time I get a chance. Then I won't hesitate. Better tonight than tonight. How about tomorrow night if you can't make time? Tonight? Okay then. Okay. Thanks for your kindness. I picked the place. Bring your wife and your 2 sons over so we could all get to know each other. Okay. After hanging up, Boss Liu didn't stay. After leaving, he made a phone call to arrange a restaurant while thinking about how to befriend the Jiang Dai family. Of course, he didn't really think highly of the Jiang Dai family. After all, Hong Kong's established tycoons knew their background well. They only achieved their current status, and well thanks to the support of the Hailufeng Company in mainland China. The reason he wasn't considering marriage was because it's not that Hong Kong's wealthy families hadn't considered it, but Jiang Dai cut the Gordian knot last year, marrying his 2 sons directly to 2 girls from ordinary mainland Chinese families. Clearly, Jiang Dai wasn't blinded by profit, nor did he listen to his wife's whims. He chose not to marry into a wealthy Hong Kong or Southeast Asian Chinese family. This choice, in fact, reflects a certain degree of self-awareness. Jiang Dai knew that his nephew, Jiang Miao, had a neutral attitude towards his family. If he pushed too hard, it would only offend Jiang Miao. Marriages have both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that they bring together powerful forces. The disadvantage is that if problems arise in the marriage, it can easily lead to hostility between the 2 parties. Jiang Dai knew the origins of his family's status and wealth. Even if a marriage was arranged, the other party would likely be eyeing Jiang Miao, who was behind his family. This presented a real problem. When the wealthy families saw Jiang Dai quickly arrange a marriage for their son, they knew he had no intention of an arranged marriage and abandoned the idea. Boss Liu returned home. Sitting on the sofa, he felt his own weakness, which only made him yearn for life even more. Dad, why did you suddenly call me back? There's a dinner tonight, and there are a few young people. Have Bosch go with me, and have some good time with them. The middle-aged man frowned. Dad, who are the guests? The Jiang family. The Jiang family? Which Jiang family? Boss Liu rubbed his temples wearily. Which other Jiang family? The Hailufeng Jiang family. Their family. His son suddenly grew serious. Dad, while the Jiang family is powerful, their relationship with the Jiang families in mainland China is average. Is it necessary to prioritize them so much? What do you know? I'm befriending them, not for business, but to leave a good impression. That way, it'd be easier for me to communicate with the Jiang families in mainland China. Not for business? Boss Liu didn't explain. After all, he wouldn't tell his son that he wanted to live for a few more decades. After several kidney transplants, his health was deteriorating. Without any other treatment, he probably wouldn't survive more than 2 or 3 years. After reading the relevant reports from mainland China today, his heart suddenly perked up. After all, if he could replace his organs with a better one, he might be able to live for a few more decades. This is a temptation he cannot refuse. He didn't want to tell his son about this, after all, as he was probably just hoping for his natural death so he could claim his inheritance. So, he planned to seek specialized medical treatment at Haileyafeng Hospital through Jiang Dae's connections, but he kept this a secret. Jiang Dae, on the other hand, hadn't been able to eat peacefully. Every now and then, wealthy people he knew would call him, testing the waters. This left him bewildered. A little after 4 in the afternoon, he returned home and sat on the sofa, frowning as he pondered the intentions of those wealthy people calling him today. "Dad, what are you thinking about?" asked his eldest son, Jiang Feng, opening a bottle of Diet Cola. Jiang Dae pondered, thinking the problem might lie with his nephew Jiang Miao. He looked up and asked, "Anything special happening today?" "Today?" Jiang Feng pondered, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. "My cousin was on TV today. It seems he's developed a new technology that can grow artificial organs." "Artificial organs?" Jiang Dae seemed to understand something, and immediately opened his phone to check the news. He quickly found relevant information. Based on the latest news reports, combined with the ages and health conditions of the wealthy individuals, he instantly understood their intentions. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I have a dinner tonight. You and Xiao Jun will come with me." Jiang Dae didn't explain. He felt the situation was acceptable, as long as he kept it within bounds. After all, the technology his nephew was developing was destined for market and profitability, so there was nothing wrong with him referring these wealthy individuals for treatment. In addition to Jiang Dae, Jiang Miao had also been receiving calls from numerous friends and partners over the past few days, all of whom were also asking about organ transplants. Obviously, the more powerful a person is, the less likely they are to face death calmly. This is human nature. Jiang Miao didn't hide much from these inquiries, keeping only the details about transhumanism. He shared everything else about artificial organs and organ transplants. With these people's support, it's expected that the implementation of this technology will accelerate. After all, only by quickly entering the clinical application stage can the safety of the technology be verified through a large number of treatment cases. Chapter 334. He Jintang stared at the artificial eyeball before him, and even though he'd seen a lot, he was still surprised. Next to him was a one-eyed middle-aged man in his 50s. His slightly oppressive presence, muscular build, and commanding demeanor revealed his identity. "This is my old comrade, Wang Lifeng." "Hello," Jiang Miao said with a smile. "I long heard of academician Jiang. You can just call me Old Wang." Wang Lifeng's face, adorned with the artificial eyeball, gave him a slightly creepy smile. Jiang Miao knew the man's identity perfectly, but he didn't say anything. After all, Haileyafeng had grown to such a point that he's seen all sorts of people. "Old he, if you want to replace your eye, I suggest waiting a year or two. After all, the technology is still in the clinical trial stage." However, Wang Lifeng smiled and waved his hand. "Academician Jiang, you misunderstood. My eye is not important. After all, I lived this way for over 30 years, and have long since grown accustomed to having only one eye. I came to visit you today mainly to consult you on some matters." He Jintang wasn't particularly concerned about organ transplants or life extension. After all, he was only 54 years old this year. According to the normal retirement process, he wouldn't retire until he was 70, but under special circumstances, he could delay retirement to 75. He had maintained his health well over the years, especially after having Jiang Miao customize a personalized regimen for him. Not only was he more energetic, but he was also much stronger. "Oh, I'd like to hear more about that." Wang Lifeng, looking at the artificial eye in the incubator, asked curiously, "Academician Jiang, I recently reviewed some reports published by your company. Based on the principle of non-rejection organs, could non-human organs be transplanted into the human body in the future? It seems there are still a lot of smart people out there." Jiang Miao's heart stirred. He didn't expect his research and development in the field of transhumanism to remain hidden within the country. He nodded and replied, "Old Wang, your idea is possible, even now. I can use genetic engineering to insert snake genes into the eye's genes, thereby cultivating snake eyes that can see infrared light. Is it already possible?" Wang Lifeng's eyes were blazing. Artificial snake eyes present no technical difficulties, nor is there any risk of transplant failure, but... Upon hearing this, Wang Lifeng knew things weren't that simple. But what? The human eye's visual ability isn't solely dependent on the structure of the eyeball itself, it also requires the coordination of the brain's nervous system. Hearing this answer, Wang Lifeng immediately understood Jiang Miao's implication. The human brain doesn't have a neural system compatible with snake eyes? Am I understanding this correctly? That's exactly the point. Looking at Jiang Miao's calm expression, Wang Lifeng's single eyes seemed to read his inner confidence. "Academician Jiang, Does there seem to be a way to solve this problem? Jiang Miao picked up a ballpoint pen and drew 2 circles on the white paper. It's very simple. Since the human body doesn't have a corresponding nervous system, using external organs combined with external organs can still achieve the required functions. Wang Lifeng seemed to have a thought. External organs? Like the robust armor in Japanese manga? Almost, but certainly not as powerful. At most, they can only provide exoskeleton-like strength assistance, enhance various senses, and increase resistance to various attacks. The attack methods are primarily biological toxins. Looking at the concentric circles on the white paper, Wang Lifeng asked a question. Academician Jiang, if we use external organs, how will we supply them with energy? Will we rely on the body's stored energy? Jiang Miao was prepared for this. The body's own stored energy alone is definitely not enough to keep external organs functioning properly. Even if the user is a heavyset person weighing 200 to 300 kilograms, they still can't withstand the energy drain of the external organs. So, do the external organs need to solve their own energy problems? It's true that external organs can only solve this problem, but it's not a big deal. We can mimic the way animals eat and customize an organ similar to a stomach sac. We can also prepare special biological energy storage organs to facilitate the external organ's energy storage. Wang Lifeng looked at Jiang Miao with surprise. You biologists are all so terrible. Is that right? I thought this problem would be difficult to solve quickly, but academician Jiang saw it as so simple. Jiang Miao smiled and replied, Old Wang, you don't understand the underlying technical principles of non-rejection organs. If you did, you know that transplanting an external organ is much easier than directly transplanting a non-rejection organ into the human body. After all, there's no need to worry about human rejection. Wang Lifeng, feeling unsure, didn't bother asking about the technical principles. After all, he wasn't a biology researcher, he was only concerned with implementing the technology. If we were to move forward with this project, given the current conditions, how much funding would we need? How long would it take to reach the practical stage? Jiang Miao pondered for a moment. Funds? Probably 10 to 20 billion. And it would take about 2 to 3 years to reach the practical stage. 1 or 2 billion. About 2 to 3 years? Wang Lifeng looked at his old comrade He Jintang. He Jintang was speechless. Don't look at me, kid. I'm not responsible for research funding approvals. Besides, this isn't a civilian product, so I have no right to interfere. 1 or 2 billion is still too much. I can't make the decision alone. Wang Lifeng scratched his chin in confusion. He Jintang turned and asked, Academician Jiang, is there any way to reduce the project's R&D costs? Jiang Miao shook his head, implying he could do nothing. That's impossible. 1 or 2 billion is already very low. After all, this is about developing a functional external organ system, not just 1 or 2 artificial organs, but an entire system. Old He, don't make things difficult for academician Jiang. 1 or 2 billion is indeed relatively low. Wang Lifeng was not one to be unreasonable. Based on previous internal R&D investments in biological research projects, he was well aware of the research difficulty of this project. He estimated that without Jiang Miao's involvement, the project wouldn't have yielded any results with the help of domestic biologists, even with hundreds of billions of yuan invested. However, he was also aware of the difficulty of applying for relevant funding. If it were a few billion yuan, he could confidently convince some people to support his idea, but for a project involving 10 to 20 billion yuan, the difficulty of persuasion would increase dramatically. Even with Jiang Miao's technical backing, the project was still fraught with uncertainty. It wasn't that the domestic government didn't trust Jiang Miao's R&D capabilities. It was that the positioning of the external organ project was somewhat awkward. According to Jiang Miao's description, the core purpose of the external organ was individual equipment, primarily intended to enhance the user's survivability, reconnaissance, stealth, and a small amount of offensive capabilities. It seems like the external organs are quite impressive. But domestic exoskeleton technology has already developed quite well. For example, the Weiwuzu individual exoskeleton, also a project invested by Heliafing, has reached its 3rd generation and is practically ready for combat. Weiwuzu 3 individual exoskeleton armor. The complete set weighs 32 kilograms. The battery life in combat mode is 8 hours. The battery life in assisted marching mode is 26 hours. The high-strength nano-armor can withstand direct impacts from 12mm armor-piercing rounds. It uses a specially customized solid-state battery with a capacity of 860 watt-hours per kilogram, which is even higher in energy density than the 2nd-generation sponge batteries currently used in China. The reason this solid-state battery hasn't been introduced to the civilian market is simply because it's expensive. The cost per kilogram is 170,000 yuan. This was a major factor in the way Wuzhou 3's delayed production. After all, to ensure the proper function of the exoskeleton, it incorporates a 6 kg, 1.02 million renminbi, high-energy solid-state battery. Therefore, the battery alone costs 1.02 million renminbi. This is merely the production cost of the battery, not including R&D costs, profit margins, and other exoskeleton costs. The total cost of a Wei Wuzhou 3 set is a staggering 6 million renminbi. Even if purchased for special operations, this cost is prohibitive. In contrast, the Wei Wuzhou 2 has entered the practical stage, thanks to its cost-effective battery design. While the battery also weighs 6 kilograms, it costs only around 30,000 renminbi, albeit with an energy density of only around 500 watt-hours per kilogram. To compensate for the Wei Wuzhou 2's limited endurance, a photovoltaic thin-film power generation system weighing approximately 2 kilograms was recently added. During the day, a 20 square meter photovoltaic film can be deployed, generating electricity to charge the battery and maintain the exoskeleton's daily power consumption. The photovoltaic thin-film power generation system also serves as a special shield for the exoskeleton armor, protecting it from bullets, shrapnel, and small drone attacks. Additionally, with the increasing advancement of other domestic technologies, devices like infrared night vision goggles are not only extremely low-cost and highly functional, but can also be made lightweight and compact. As a result, the purpose of the exoskeleton project closely overlaps with that of the Wei Wuzhou series of exoskeleton armor. This is why Wang Lifeng considers the project useless. Of course, the exoskeleton project is not without its advantages. According to Jiang Miao's concept, the exoskeleton project possesses at least 3 advantages that mechanical exoskeletons lack. First, endurance. Second, survivability. Third, a wider range of functions. In terms of endurance, the bio-based armor derived from the external organ project can maintain its energy needs through food and photosynthesis. Food and photosynthesis are very easy to understand. If used in a forest rich in flora and fauna, the bio-based armor's endurance is virtually unlimited. Unless the surrounding forest is completely destroyed, it would be difficult to cut off its energy supply. Photosynthesis is currently only a supplementary function, as Jiang Miao has only achieved a 14.7% photosynthetic energy utilization rate in the laboratory. Even if the entire surface of the bio-based armor were transformed into a photosynthetic layer, photosynthesis would only produce 1,000 to 1,400 kilocalories of energy per day. Humans require 2,400 to 3,000 kilocalories per day to maintain normal physiological needs. Jiang Miao's long-term goal is to increase the energy utilization rate of chloroplast photosynthesis to approximately 30% through genetic engineering and nanotechnology. Only when this energy utilization rate is achieved can the chloroplast skin become the core energy source for bio-based armor. The bio-based armor's survivability is closely related to its first advantage, endurance. After all, since it can sustain normal physiological needs by grazing on grass, its survivability is naturally exceptional. In addition, the bio-based armor's survivability is also demonstrated by its toxin resistance, anaerobic respiration, underwater breathing, swamp lurking, non-Newtonian fluid armor, body temperature camouflage, and odor masking. These features also highlight the bio-based armor's third advantage, its versatility and diverse auxiliary abilities, significantly enhancing the user's survivability. Furthermore, the bio-based armor's production costs are only higher in the initial R&D phase. However, large-scale production is more affordable than mechanical exoskeletons, and maintenance costs are also significantly lower. Once the bio-based armor is fully developed, it can be used in a biocultivation chamber for large-scale cultivation. A set of bio-based armor can be purchased for approximately 100,000 yuan. Thus, this is a late-stage piece of equipment. Although Wang Lifeng wasn't sure he could convince the others, he was still willing to give it a try. He left his phone number with Jiang Miao and hurried back to Beijing. He Jintang, however, stayed. In Jiang Miao's private lounge, he poured tea while asking, "Old he, how's Yue doing? She's broken up with that guy. How did you convince her?" Jiang Miao was curious about the aftermath. He Jintang sneered, "Haha, I didn't need to convince her. I simply arranged a chance encounter, so she could see the bastard's true colors. Then I had my assistant exaggerate the situation, and the two of them broke up instantly." "I see. I knew that **** had bad intentions, and didn't want children. Turns out he secretly fathered a child with his ex-girlfriend, and raised him back home. A bit clever." Jiang Miao also thought this guy was a bit clever, thinking he could get away with it. Little did he know that He Jintang could investigate him with just a word. As for how He Jintang would manipulate the other party later, he didn't ask further questions. Instead, he brought up a matter. Old He, Blue Whale Aerospace, a subsidiary of our group, is launching a probe in August, planning to conduct scientific research on Venus. He Jintang took a sip of tea. I've seen your application. Why are you interested in Venus? Why not Mars, which is more popular? Venus is more suitable for long-term human habitation. Mars can only be used as a resource center. Hearing this answer, He Jintang saw Jiang Miao's intentions. Oh? So your company is planning to researching technology for long-term habitation on Venus? Well, after all, gravity is the primary factor determining whether a planet is suitable for human survival, and Mars' gravity is vastly different from Earth's. Will this project require a significant investment? Jiang Miao briefly outlined his future plans. Over the next 10 years, I plan to continue investing approximately 500 billion yuan to advance the Venus exploration project. By 2040, we intend to establish a Venus city above the Venusian atmosphere capable of sustaining 5,000 people. Are you confident? He Jintang said, a little worried. Whether this kind of project succeeds or fails isn't really important. What matters is the industrial upgrades and technological breakthroughs it drives. He Jintang quickly recovered and asked with a smile, You're not thinking of bringing Kasich into this, are you? I have that idea, but its success depends on Kasich. Heliafeng Group will proceed with this plan at its own pace. He Jintang stroked his teacup. After a moment, he said, I help you communicate with Kasich, but I can't guarantee success. It's okay. I don't care about that. Jiang Miao truly didn't care. After all, with Heliafeng Group's current scale, a 10-year continuous investment of 500 billion yuan would only be 50 billion yuan per year, putting little pressure on the group's overall capital chain. What's more, Heliafeng Group can recover some of its capital through these investments, while also driving the development of many related industries. Chapter 335. After bidding He Jintang farewell, Jiang Miao continued his previous research. As for Wang Lifeng, he wasn't too concerned. Instead, He Jintang called him soon. Oh! Okay, no problem. Jiang Miao replied with a smile, holding the phone. Kasich is very interested in your group's Venus exploration plan. However, as you know, the current funding allocated to the aerospace department is limited, and it's impossible for them to be as generous as you are. Jiang Miao wasn't surprised. I understand. They don't need to pay. Heliafeng Group only needs Kasich's technicians. As for the details of the cooperation, let Blue Whale Aerospace and Kasich negotiate. Okay, I convey your intention to Kasich. Thank you, old He. You're welcome. Go ahead. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jiang Miao didn't return to the lab. Instead, he sat on his ergonomic chair, thinking about something. After a while, he asked his housekeeping assistant, Li Zixuan, to come in. Boss. Please inform Blue Whale Aerospace that I reached a verbal agreement with Kasich to jointly participate in the Venus exploration project. The preliminary framework of the agreement is that we provide the funding, and Kasich will provide the technical personnel. You can let them negotiate the specific cooperation agreement. Li Zixuan wrote these instructions on his work tablet, and nodded slightly. No problem, boss. Are there any other instructions? One more thing. Li Zixuan continued to create a new item on his tablet. You will have the research and development department build an indoor agricultural base that simulates a natural environment, with an area of no less than 100 mu. The location should be selected throughout Chaos Han, with priority given to areas near Shantao and Maishan. What security level do you need? Level A will do. I see. Okay, go ahead and do it. I won't interrupt the boss. Li Zixuan saved the two items, and closed the office door. The next day, Jiang Miao arranged other tasks, and continued developing his next human organ non-rejection modification project. This time, he set his sights on the kidneys. However, he didn't consider kidney non-rejection modification to be difficult. After all, he already had a successful case, so the difficulty of non-rejection modification for other organs would surely decrease dramatically. After all, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as he achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1, the difficulty of going from 1 to 2, and then to 10, would surely decrease by an order of magnitude. Thus, while Jiang Miao was researching new organs, he also devoted some of his energy to developing superhuman external organs. He internally codenamed this project the Jiuli Project. Jiuli refers to the Jiuli tribe, one of the ancient branches of the Chinese nation, the Dongyi clan led by Qi Yu. The reason the external organ project was named Jiuli Project is because Jiuli culture, with its mysterious shamanic deities and poisons, is a perfect fit for the project's cultural connotations. Of course, at this stage, the Jiuli project is only in preparation, with preliminary research underway. The project's actual launch will likely require further news from Wang Lifeng. At the same time, Jiang Miao is closely monitoring the progress of the cultivation of new varieties of wheat, corn, sorghum, and millet. If the development of these new staple food varieties falls behind schedule, he will have to step in to speed things up. Before I knew it, it was early July. Zhang Chengdong, manager of the R&D department, reported to Jiang Miao, primarily presenting a brief report on Heliafeng Group's R&D activities for the first half of the year. In the first half of this year, the group invested a total of 124.9 billion yuan in R&D, covering 574 projects. Of this, agriculture accounted for 24%, healthcare 12%, new materials 15%, precision instruments 9%, new energy 11%, machinery 8%, internet information 10%, aerospace 5%, automotive and shipbuilding 3%, and other sectors 3%. Jiang Miao flipped through the report. Zhang Chengdong continued, in the first half of the year, the group and its subsidiaries obtained a total of 27,617 patents, 8,594 of which have entered practical applications. Jiang Miao looked up and asked directly, "What are your plans for aerospace in the second half of the year?" "We plan to invest approximately 20 billion yuan in the second half of the year to jointly establish a number of research projects with CASIC." Jiang Miao looked at the briefing, which showed the cooperation agreement between Blue Whale Aerospace and CASIC. Zhang Chengdong knew he would be interested in the details regarding joint research and development, so he had prepared them thoroughly. This research collaboration with CASIC is mutually beneficial, with both parties sharing the patents developed. However, this sharing comes with restrictions. CASIC can use the relevant patents, but cannot sell them or transfer the patented technology to other companies without Blue Whale Aerospace's consent. Blue Whale Aerospace, on the other hand, faces no such restrictions, and can transfer technology and produce related products for sale. The reason for this situation is that Blue Whale Aerospace is the major financial backer. CASIC only provided a portion of its research personnel, but did not invest any funds. The right to use and dispose of the patents naturally belongs to Blue Whale Aerospace. CASIC has no way to address this, as they simply lack the funds. Currently, there are quite a few aerospace companies within the Asian consortium. After several rounds of internal consolidation, Ceres currently has a total of 12 aerospace companies. Then, there are 3 in Japan, 2 in Dhaka, 1 in Qingdao, 1 in Siam, 1 in Annan, 1 in Java, and 1 in Malaysia. In total, there are 22 aerospace companies. These companies all have the capability to launch vehicles and space shuttles. In addition, there are approximately 500 related supporting enterprises. However, these supporting enterprises are not purely aerospace enterprises. After all, the aerospace sector was relatively small a few years ago. If a company relied solely on aerospace business, it would have gone bankrupt 100 times over. For example, Heliafeng Group and Minqin Group are not primarily engaged in aerospace, and their investments in aerospace have been largely unprofitable. Even within the next decade or so, investment in the aerospace sector will likely remain insufficient to cover expenses. There's no way around it. This is the current state of the aerospace industry. This has also led many supporting companies to avoid focusing on aerospace as their primary focus, as they understand the current state of the sector and the difficulty of achieving profitability in the short term. Since its founding, Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, SpaceX, has invested approximately $43 billion and generated $38.8 billion in revenue. If it weren't for the stock market's profiteering, the company would likely have collapsed. After all, SpaceX has faced various crises since 2026. 2 of the more serious crises were the suppression its founder faced from various quarters within Gale Nation, and the significant impact on SpaceX's business following Gale Nation's global decline. To survive, SpaceX recently announced it would continue its Mars program, but the timeline has been postponed to 2035. Clearly, this is putting significant pressure on its funding chain, leading to significant challenges in R&D and production. Heliafeng Group plans to invest 50 billion yuan annually in research and development, making Blue Whale Aerospace the private enterprise with the highest research funding globally. CASIC's budget this year is only 58 billion yuan, slightly more than Blue Whale Aerospace's. Furthermore, there are significant differences in how the 2 companies use their funds. CASIC needs to undertake numerous projects and cannot focus on a few like Blue Whale Aerospace. This is also a key reason why CASIC chose to partner with Blue Whale Aerospace, given its deep financial backing. Jiang Miao listened to Zhang Qingdong's work report and then the finance department's semi-annual report. In the first half of this year, Heliafeng Group's financial situation was very strong. With continued development in Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia, the group achieved 1.5 trillion yuan in revenue and 776.1 billion yuan in net profit. The group's accumulated debt was 384.9 billion yuan, and its accumulated reserve funds were 1.3247 trillion yuan. This was just the first half of the year. This revenue scale would continue to expand in the second half. Understanding the group's financial situation gave Jiang Miao greater confidence in various investments, and he approved the Venus Development Plan without hesitation. With the announcement of the Venus Development Plan by the Heliafeng Group, related companies within the Asian consortium were eager to get in on the action, each vying for a piece of the action. After all, this was a long-term project with an annual investment of 50 billion yuan, lasting 10 years. Winning even a portion of the orders was a long-term guarantee for any company. However, these companies were aware of one thing: Heliafeng-affiliated companies were known for their demanding approach to suppliers. This demanding approach wasn't reflected in profit margins or payment terms, but rather in certain special regulations. For example, these included employee treatment, any violations, product quality, environmental performance, and contract performance. Failure to meet any of these requirements resulted in removal from the supplier list. To secure orders, many companies had already initiated internal rectification efforts, while simultaneously seeking ways to gain access to the Heliafeng supply chain. The Heliafeng Group's supervisory department was also closely monitoring the company's executives, watching for any potential risks. After Jiang Miao made some arrangements, he also spoke with Wang Lifeng over the phone for over 10 minutes. He said he had convinced some people, but hadn't yet secured decisive support. Jiang Miao had anticipated this situation. After all, while Ceres's funding was increasing annually, the number of projects requiring investment was enormous, and if the funds were split among them, there wouldn't be much left. Wang Lifeng's plan for the Jiuli project would certainly not be easy, but if the time frame was extended, with a 5-year R&D cycle, then with an annual investment of over 2 billion yuan, it should be possible to get it approved. As for investing 10 to 20 billion yuan within 2 to 3 years, that's unlikely, unless Heliafeng Group is willing to provide financial support. But Jiang Miao wasn't in a hurry. This project was unlikely to be led by a private enterprise like Heliafeng Group, so there was no need for him to take on too much responsibility. After speaking with Wang Lifeng, Jiang Miao arrived at the indoor agricultural base that Li Zixuan had previously arranged. This over 100-acre indoor agricultural base was being built in Jieshi County. The supplies he had sent ahead had already been installed by the base's researchers in the growing room. Wearing protective clothing, Jiang Miao peered through the glass observation window at the boxes floating on the nutrient solution pool in the growing room. The boxes were covered in a blue-green substance that looked like large leaves. This substance was a byproduct of his research on immune-resistant organs, superchloroplasts. The superchloroplasts were implanted into the leaves of genetically modified water lilies. Their photosynthetic energy utilization rate reached 14.3%. Researcher Ahai, the head of this base, quietly explained, "Boss, currently, the base's cultivation room receives light through the translucent glass above, with no artificial lighting. What about other situations? Due to the increased energy utilization of photosynthesis, the atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration is currently insufficient. Air separators are being used to extract carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Currently, to maintain the normal growth of the royal water lilies, the indoor carbon dioxide concentration must be maintained at around 0.43%. Almost 10 times the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere near the ground." Jiang Miao's eyes were calm. Ahai nodded and continued, "Also, the nutrient solution is consumed quite quickly. Fortunately, the boss has solved the nitrogen fertilizer problem." Jiang Miao had actually already considered the nutrient consumption issue. After all, such a high photosynthetic energy utilization rate naturally means that the plant's nutrient needs will also increase. As for nitrogen fertilizer, his solution was very simple: using genetic engineering technology to thicken the surface of the water lily's leaves and create a microstructure similar to a sponge. These structures increase the contact area between the leaves and the air, allowing the water lily to more easily absorb carbon dioxide and nitrogen from the air. Water lilies do not require carbon and nitrogen supplementation. Instead, they require phosphorus, potassium, and other trace elements. If water lilies were grown in the wild, they would either be wiped out or gradually degenerate. After all, the wild lacks air with a 0.43% carbon dioxide content for them to absorb, nor does it have artificial supplementation of phosphorus, potassium, and other trace elements. This is another core factor limiting the energy utilization rate of photosynthesis. The natural environment is not suitable for plants with high energy utilization rates. Just like ancient insects, they were able to grow to enormous sizes primarily because the atmospheric oxygen concentration was relatively high at the time, creating the conditions for the emergence of giant insects. Jiang Miao's development of superchloroplasts isn't intended to cultivate water lilies in the wild, but rather to regulate the global atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration. Water lilies with superchloroplasts are essentially highly efficient carbon dioxide capture devices. Theoretically, 1 acre of water lilies can produce 12 tons of starch, 7 tons of protein, and 5 tons of oil annually. What does this production capacity mean? Based on a daily intake of 400 g per person, 12 tons of starch can roughly meet the annual staple food needs of 82 people. And 7 tons of protein, based on 80 kilograms of protein per head of beef, is equivalent to the protein of 87 beef cattle. 5 tons of oil can be converted into approximately 5,300 liters of biodiesel, equivalent to 6.5 tons of crude oil. The emergence of this technology means that humanity can soon move away from open-air agriculture, requiring only about 1/10 of the land previously required to feed the world's population. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. Such a high energy efficiency also means that the consumption of various nutrients will also rise rapidly. Moreover, if it is promoted on a large scale, it is very likely to cause carbon depletion in the global atmosphere, which would lead to global cooling rather than global warming. Therefore, Jiang Miao has no plans to promote this technology immediately at this stage. Chapter 336. Led by Ahai, Jiang Miao arrived at the observation window of another cultivation room. Through the transparent glass of the window, one could see a unique plant completely different from the one in the previous cultivation room. The water lily in the previous cultivation room was a balanced artificial crop and also an aquatic plant. The plant in this cultivation room, however, was a semi-aquatic plant. The genetic parent was also a water lily, more specifically, a species of lotus native to East Asia. The leaves of the water lily rested on the surface of the water, while the leaves of this artificial plant, called the Tontian lotus, could reach 2 or 3 meters above the ground. A single leaf could cover an area of 2 or 3 square meters, supported by a stem similar to a tree. The Tontian lotus had been implanted with genes from both the banyan tree and rice, allowing it to take root in water. Its leaves typically consisted of 4 or 5, and its surface was similar to that of the water lily, densely covered with spongy cells up to 3 or 4 centimeters thick. These spongy cells contain superchloroplasts. Compared to the royal water lily, the bamboo-scented lotus, Tontian lotus, doesn't require large amounts of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, or trace elements after reaching maturity. This is because Jiang Miao has modified it to secrete only oil, not starch or protein. Ahai reported on the situation. Currently, the aerial roots of these bamboo-scented lotuses can produce a large amount of vegetable oil daily, with a yield of approximately 16 kilograms per mu. Jiang Miao observed the aerial roots, about the thickness of chopsticks, dangling from the base of the bamboo-scented lotus leaves. The laboratory used plastic hoses to connect these aerial roots, continuously receiving the vegetable oil synthesized daily by the bamboo-scented lotus leaves. Since the core components of vegetable oils are triglycerides and fatty acids, the primary constituent elements are carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Thus, mature Tontian lotus plants only require water and carbon dioxide to continuously synthesize vegetable oil within their leaves. These Tontian lotus plants have not yet reached maturity. According to Jiang Miao's design in his genetic sequence, they require a 6-month growth cycle before reaching maturity, with a lifespan of approximately 10 years. Once mature, each acre of Tontian lotus plants can produce approximately 30 kilograms of vegetable oil per day, or approximately 12 tons per year. This is a highly efficient solution to fuel shortages. Currently, Siri's internal fuel consumption remains relatively high, primarily due to the accumulation of fuel-powered vehicles, ships, and aircraft over the years. For example, last year, 2028, the total amount of non-biofuel consumption in China is approximately 420 million tons, including 162 million tons of gasoline, 205 million tons of diesel, 40.52 million tons of kerosene, and 19.77 million tons of marine fuel oil. This is despite the strong growth of biodiesel, which has deprived conventional gasoline and diesel of their inherent growth momentum. Last year, China produced a total of 57.49 million tons of biodiesel, made from waste vegetable oils and genetically modified soybean oil sold directly from mills. If it weren't for the global food crisis, China's biodiesel production capacity could have increased by another 20 to 30 million tons last year. With the development of Tangshan Lion, if China needs to replace the vast majority of refined fuels from petroleum and coal, that would represent a replacement of 420 million tons of petrochemical fuels. If only 35 million mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares, of indoor arable land were developed nationwide, approximately 450 million tons of biodiesel could be produced annually. Of course, this estimate assumes the cultivation area is located in the tropics and subtropics. If it were located in the temperate or subarctic zones, the scale would need to be doubled. But for Ceres at this point, this scale of cultivation is actually not a big deal. Even if there's no space for cultivation on land, floating island cultivation areas could be considered. For example, the large floating islands deployed by the Halyafing Group in the shallow waters of the South China Sea archipelagos could, with some renovation, serve as a base for the cultivation of Babel. The per-mu yield of Babel has considerable economic value. After several shocks, domestic fuel prices, both fossil fuel and biodiesel, retail at around 4,500 yuan per ton. The purchase price of genetically modified soybean oil, the raw material for biodiesel, has remained around 2,700 yuan per ton. If the price of Tongtian lotus oil is also 2,700 yuan per ton, then 1 acre of Tongtian lotus can generate an annual economic value of 32,400 yuan. This per acre yield is quite good. After deducting various costs, the profit per acre is approximately 20,000 yuan. In fact, vigorously promoting biodiesel is also beneficial to the global atmospheric carbon balance. As long as the carbon dioxide extracted from the air by Tongtian lotus is released back into the atmosphere through fuel combustion, the atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration can be maintained within a stable range. Jiang Miao continued to walk to the next planting room. He had created a total of 5 new artificial plants, the royal water lily, the Tongtian lotus, and the umbrella sugarcane, umbrella papaya, and umbrella bean that he would next inspect. The names alone reveal the characteristics of the following 3 artificial plants. Umbrella sugarcane is a genetically engineered sugarcane plant that produces a continuous stream of sugar syrup, yielding approximately 15 tons of sucrose per acre annually. Umbrella papaya is a genetically engineered plant derived from papaya, pumpkin, chestnut, and jackfruit. It produces starch-rich papaya, yielding approximately 15 tons of starch per acre annually. Umbrella pea is a genetically engineered plant derived from a legume. Its characteristic feature is its protein-rich fruit, producing approximately 8 tons of protein powder per acre annually. This is the power of biological and genetic technology. No wonder some people say the 21st century is a bizarre era, with its backward social systems and godlike technology, a kind of cyberpunk. Jiang Miao's goal in developing these artificial plants isn't simply to ensure food and energy security. There are deeper considerations. For example, the exploration of outer space will require this technology. These artificial plants could potentially play a significant role in Jiang Miao's much-anticipated Venus development project. The total mass of gases in Venus' atmosphere is 93 times that of Earth's. The atmospheric density near its surface is approximately 50 times that of Earth, and the surface pressure is approximately 93 times that of Earth. Carbon dioxide accounts for approximately 96.5%, and nitrogen for approximately 3.5%. In other words, Venus' atmosphere possesses a virtually inexhaustible supply of carbon dioxide. However, for plants to sequester carbon, Venus' atmosphere or surface lacks another crucial condition: water or hydrogen-containing compounds. Due to a severe, runaway greenhouse effect on Venus in ancient times, all liquid water on its surface has long since evaporated and escaped into outer space, becoming dust in the solar system. Therefore, if Venus is to be developed on a large scale, the water supply issue must be addressed. Currently, the scientific community has 3 main proposals: dust collection, deep crust mining on Venus, and asteroid transportation. The dust collection option is a poor option. Even with the relatively high concentration of hydrogen and helium particles in the solar wind, a collector per square meter can only collect a few milligrams of hydrogen and helium particles per year. The deep crust mining option on Venus offers a suitable distance and can yield large quantities of hydrogen-containing compounds. The only drawback is that this option requires access to the Venusian surface, which is extremely high in pressure and contains large amounts of sulfuric acid gas. Furthermore, the frequent geological activity on the surface complicates the construction of a mining base. The final asteroid mining option can also yield large quantities of hydrogen-containing compounds, but it also has a drawback: the time cost. Currently, asteroids with high icy contents are primarily concentrated in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Pushing icy asteroids from the asteroid belt to Venus orbit is simply too far away. It would even be better to mine hydrogen compounds on the much closer Mercury. After all, Mercury's polar shadows contain permanent ice layers. From a technical perspective, initiating large-scale infrastructure projects on Venus requires a local supply of building materials. Thus, his idea is not to use hydrogen-containing materials as building materials, but rather to employ pure carbon materials such as carbon fibers, carbon nanotubes, and graphene. After all, Venus' atmosphere is overloaded with carbon dioxide. Even building hundreds of sky cities wouldn't significantly reduce its concentration. In fact, if gravity weren't taken into account, Jupiter would be a relatively suitable planet for human survival. Of course, this Jupiter doesn't refer to Jupiter proper, but rather its natural satellites, as these contain abundant water, methane, carbon dioxide, and other raw materials that can serve as the raw materials for carbon-based life. Venus's greatest advantage is that its gravity is very similar to Earth's, making it suitable for long-term human habitation. Jiang Miao reviewed the technical research projects of the Research Division and Blue Whale Aerospace, which included projects using solar power to generate electricity, extract carbon dioxide as raw material, extract carbon, and synthesize various carbon materials. Simply carbon materials can only be used in the upper atmosphere of Venus. They can't reach the surface at all. There's no way around it. The surface pressure on Venus is too high, the temperature is extremely high, and there are also a large number of corrosive gases. It's a veritable hellish environment. Pure carbon materials would quickly corrode in this environment. Unless the carbon dioxide concentration in Venus' atmosphere could be reduced to a level lower than Earth's, depleting its superior thermal insulation, it would be difficult to use carbon materials on the surface of Venus. Even materials like carbon fiber and carbon nanotubes, which can withstand temperatures of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Celsius, would still be unable to withstand the combined forces of the various adverse factors on the Venusian surface. After inspecting the remaining 3 artificial plants, Jiang Miao did not leave, but instead gave some instructions. He was also considering how to further improve the energy utilization rate of plant photosynthesis. Currently, genetic engineering of superchloroplasts has reached a bottleneck, primarily in the light absorption band used for plant photosynthesis. Typically, plants can only utilize a small portion of visible light. Jiang Miao's genetic engineering has enabled superchloroplasts to absorb the entire visible light band. Combined with a layered structure and a unique light energy storage mechanism, he has raised the photosynthetic energy utilization rate of artificial plants to a maximum of 14.3%. If further improvement is desired, the only way is to incorporate infrared light, which plants cannot absorb, into the spectrum they can absorb. After all, infrared light accounts for approximately 50% of the energy content of sunlight, a higher percentage than the 43% of visible light. If plant chloroplasts can absorb infrared light, the energy utilization rate of plant photosynthesis could potentially be increased to approximately 30%, which would mean that the plant's various outputs could be doubled again. As for whether the idea of plants using infrared light for photosynthesis is fanciful, it is indeed possible. Jiang Miao had consulted global scientific databases and learned that some algae can perform a certain degree of photosynthesis under near-infrared light. This is because they contain a special light-harvesting antenna complex called chlorophyll, F, that absorbs near-infrared light. However, this mechanism differs from the photosynthesis mechanism of ordinary plants. Thus, his next step was to study the photosynthesis mechanism of algae and integrate it into the system of artificial plants. That evening, Jiang Miao returned to headquarters. After having dinner with his family, he and Shuya took their daughter for a stroll through the streets of Xianxiang. Have artificial plants advanced to this point? Shuya was surprised. Jiang Miao, carrying their daughter on his back, watched the setting sun. This is a derivative technology of non-rejection organs. The moment they were successfully developed, it meant that artificial plant technology was easy. Hearing her husband's understatement, Shuya chuckled and quipped, "It's easy, but only for you. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to pull it off without 10 or 8 years of dedicated research. How's your research going?" "This month, I completed research on ham fermentation strains. Currently, We cultivated and mass-produced 15 strains of beneficial ham fermentation bacteria for 4 major types of ham in China. As for how to select the right strains, I haven't delved into it yet. I left that to other researchers. Shuya's mere effort has reached a level of sophistication unmatched by other researchers. For her, creating this specialized strain of bacteria for fermenting food wasn't a challenge. As long as the company needed it, Shuya didn't mind personally taking charge. "Oh! Looks like we finally have ham freedom in the future," Jiang Miao joked. Shuya plucked a handful of foxtail grass from the roadside. Of course. Fermenting ham used to depend on the weather. It was practically a gamble. It wasn't a model for modern agriculture. This is exactly what the Haileyafeng Group has been promoting: agricultural modernization, scientific agriculture, and mechanization. Traditional ham is a typical non-standard product. The flavor and fermentation of modern, better ham varieties isn't ideal, as many factors have been sacrificed for industrial production. For this reason, the Haileyafeng Group's Business Research Center specifically launched the Golden Ham Project and asked Shuya to develop the specialized fermentation bacteria. After completing the most challenging part, the rest simply fell to the Scientific Research Department and the Business Research Center. Unknowingly, the family of 3 arrived near the Yandanchan feed factory in Yinqing village. While the factory still maintained production, its primary focus had shifted to research. "Huh? Boss!" Jiang Miao turned and looked nearby, spotting Fang Yi, the manager of the feed department. "Mr. Fang, you're leaving get off work so late?" Fang Yi explained, "I just had a meeting and stopped by the factory for dinner, so I'm leaving now." "I see." Jiang Miao knew the company didn't encourage overtime, as the company's current overtime pay was 3 times the normal working hours and 5 times during holidays. Thus, the company preferred hiring more employees rather than asking them to work overtime. He chatted with Fang Yi for a while, and then he excused himself. After all, seeing the proprietress was there, Fang Yi had no desire to be a third wheel. Jiang Miao saw that time was almost up, so he carried his daughter on his back and headed back. Chapter 337. August 15th. With the final floating island bridge towed from the shipyard in the Zhoushan Islands, the Hainan Island Bishaxia Cross-Sea Bridge project has entered its final stages. This 130-kilometer-long cross-sea bridge took only 11 months from project approval to near completion, with only 9 months of construction time. This type of large floating island bridge requires a floating island platform every 5 kilometers, and the Hainan Island Bishaxia Cross-Sea Bridge features a total of 26 floating island platforms. The floating island platform in front of us is numbered high by number 13, also located in the middle of the strait. Many of the construction company's management were on the already installed floating island platforms on both sides. They watched as the floating island platforms were gradually pushed forward by the barges, their faces filled with a mixture of joy and nervousness. Project Supervisor Jiang Wei was shouted into a high-powered walkie-talkie, "Old Huang, slow the barge down. This is the last minute. Don't let anything go wrong." "Okay," a hoarse, middle-aged baritone voice echoed over the intercom. Project Manager Ai Zhifu lowered his binoculars and said, "Don't be too nervous, Supervisor Jiang. This project is the easiest I ever had in my career in large-scale engineering." "How could it not be easy?" Jiang Wei was silently grumbled. This new type of floating bridge only requires on-site construction for the shoreside connecting bridges and service areas on both sides. Even the seabed anchoring for the cables doesn't require the construction company to do anything. They simply use specially designed cement ships, which then deposit large quantities of special cement, sand, and stone. Once at the designated location, the sea valve is opened, allowing the cement ship to sink to the seabed. The special cement inside the cement ship, submerged in the seawater, quickly solidifies and becomes heavier. Each floating island platform typically requires 4 cement shipwrecks as fixed anchors. Each cement shipwreck, once submerged, can weigh up to 300,000 tons. The floating island platform, along with the 5-kilometer-long railway and highway bridges, weighs approximately 600,000 tons. The cement shipwreck anchors are equipped with special cables. Only an engineering support vessel, using a robotic arm, retrieves the cables from the seabed and then attaches them to the floating island. The reason for not using the floating island's own cables and anchors is to ensure quick release. If, in an emergency, the anchor cables need to be disconnected, workers would not be able to descend to the seabed to perform the operation, and would have to operate from above the floating island. This requires that the anchor cables can be released from the floating island. Of course, the floating island is equipped with 4 emergency anchoring cables, similar to the anchor systems of large oil tankers, allowing for temporary mooring in other waters. Acefoot turned to look at Xia Yanqin, the deputy project manager who had just finished a phone call. Yinxin, what did headquarters say? Headquarters wants us to complete this project as quickly as possible. The Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge project will begin in 3 months. Aizfu took a sip of mineral water. Did the company secure the Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge project? Yes, but it's a more challenging project, estimated to take about 4 years. Xia Yinxin picked up the iced watermelon beside him and ate a few bites, quenching his thirst after a half-hour phone call. Of course. Aizfu knew the length of the Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge. The Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge runs from the south of Kyushu Island in Japan, passes through the Ryukyu Islands, and ends near Keelung Port on Tainan Island. It's a total of 1,176 kilometers, with some deep water along the way. After swallowing a mouthful of icy watermelon flesh, Xia Yinxin asked with some confusion, I thought we win the Penghu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge project to the south, but I didn't expect it to go to Kaohsiung Engineering Group. Haha, you think we're going to reap all the benefits? Aizfu smiled and shook his head. That's true, Xia Yinxin realized, but with a hint of a quirky smile he said, it doesn't matter if they win the project. After all, the bulk of these cross-sea bridges aren't taken by engineering companies like us. Aizfu naturally understood Xia Yinxin's implication. Currently, the engineering companies contracted for cross-sea bridge projects profit from constructing supporting facilities on both sides of the bridge. The profit margin on the main structure of the bridge is very low, as it is purchased from the 4 major special construction groups. Currently, only 4 companies within the Asian consortium have the capacity to build floating bridge platforms: China Railway Construction Haiqiao Group, Minqin Marine Engineering Company, Asia Road and Bridge Engineering Group, and China Construction Marine Engineering Group. For example, the Haitan Island Baishaga Cross-Sea Bridge was supplied by China Railway Construction Haiqiao Group. Each floating island platform includes the railway, electrification equipment, cement anchor barges, and other components. China Railway Construction Haiqiao Group quoted a price of 1.5 billion yuan, or an average of approximately 300 million yuan per kilometer. In other words, the 130-kilometer main structure of the Haitan Island Baishaxia Cross-Sea Bridge cost a total of 39 billion yuan. The company that contracted the project quoted a price of 45 billion yuan for the entire project, with a gross profit margin of approximately 1 billion yuan. This is the pitfall of civil engineering. It should be noted that the gross profit margin for each floating island platform built by China Railway Construction Haiqiao Group is only around 5%. Minqin Group and Helyafeng Group, as the technology sources, are the real winners, paying approximately 27 million yuan in patent fees to the 2 companies for each floating island platform produced. Thus, Helyafeng Group and Minqin Group did not contract for the cross-sea bridge construction project, but instead acted as suppliers. In fact, the engineering company that contracted the Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge project was far more cunning than the others. The reason is simple. In projects like the Haitan Island Baishaxia Cross-Sea Bridge, the profits are essentially reaped by the floating island suppliers and the technology development companies that provided the source, leaving the engineering companies barely scraping by. However, the Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge presents a different scenario. Because it will pass through numerous islands along its route, supporting infrastructure will undoubtedly be required. This means that a significant portion of the project will require on-site construction, potentially increasing their profit margins. Of course, since it will be built in the waters of the Ryukyu Islands, this project will inevitably require collaboration with local Japanese companies, such as outsourcing some components, materials, railway equipment, and trains to Japanese companies for production. This is also an inevitable win-win cooperation option. As Aizfu noted, the benefits cannot be reaped entirely by one single company. As a community of shared interests, even if Ceres dominates, it must respect the interests of its fellow members. Only in this way can internal stability be achieved. Burp! Xia Yinxin burped, wiping the corners of his mouth stained with watermelon juice with a tissue. Suddenly, he remembered something. Mr. AI, I heard the railway section of the Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge will use a vacuum tube maglev system. Why not this bridge? You're overthinking it. This bridge is only a little over 130 kilometers long. Why build a vacuum tube maglev system? Is it expensive? But I heard it can reach speeds of up to 1,000 kilometers per hour. Haha, 1,000 kilometers per hour is true, but you have to consider the distance between the 2 stations. The distance between the stations is... Distance? Xia Yinxin frowned, then became puzzled. That's not right. If we consider the distance between stations, then the Ryukyu Islands Cross-Sea Bridge project has many stations. Aizfu raised his binoculars to gaze at the slowly moving floating island, then asked firmly, "Do you believe this? The railway portion of this project only has 2 stations." "What? 2 stations?" The vacuum tube maglev train must consider passenger flow and economic benefits. Kaohsiung and Kagoshima prefectures on both sides have huge populations, but how many people live in the Ryukyu Islands in the middle? Xia Yanqing searched on his phone. Sure enough, it was just as Aizfu had said. The total population of the Ryukyu Islands is only about 1.45 million, and as an archipelago, the population is so dispersed that it's simply not worth having a train station along the way. In contrast, Tainan Island has a population of 23 million, and Kyushu Island has 12 million. Furthermore, with the completion of inter-island cross-sea bridges in the Japanese archipelago, including the Tsushima Strait Bridge, the entire Northeast Asia region has a combined population of approximately 180 million. Tainan Island, connected to mainland East Asia via cross-sea bridges, or to the Luzon Islands to the south, also boasts a significant population. With population comes passenger traffic. That's why Aizfu is so confident that the railway portion of the Ryukyu Islands cross-sea bridge project will only have 2 stations. This is also the limitation of vacuum tube maglev railways. Without a sufficiently long operating distance, this type of railway cannot achieve a speed advantage. For example, if this cross-sea bridge, over 130 kilometers long, were to be built as a vacuum tube maglev railway, even with only 2 stations, train speeds would struggle to exceed 600 kilometers per hour. This isn't a problem with the equipment, but rather a lack of distance. Trains need to accelerate and brake over long distances. In a vacuum tube, without air resistance and track friction, trains must brake at a considerable distance to ensure safe arrival at their stations. At a speed of 600 kilometers per hour, the entire journey, covering over 130 kilometers, would take approximately half an hour. At 1,000 kilometers per hour, including the acceleration and braking phases, it would still take over 20 minutes. Thus, a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour seems uneconomical. Train speed only becomes more valuable when the distance between stations on either side of the vacuum tube increases. Taking the Ryukyu Islands cross-sea bridge project as an example, the entire journey only takes about 1 hour and 20 minutes. This is nearly 9 times the distance of the Haiten Island by Shaga cross-sea bridge, yet the one-way travel time is only 3 to 4 times different. The longer the distance between stations, the more cost-effective vacuum tube maglev rail is. In fact, the most suitable areas for vacuum tube maglev rail are projects such as the East Asia North America Pacific Cross-Sea Railway, the Australia South America Pacific Cross-Sea Railway, and the North America Europe Atlantic Cross-Sea Railway. The railway lines of these projects often start at several thousand kilometers. For example, the straight line distance from Shanghai to San Francisco is approximately 9,900 kilometers. Over such distances, vacuum tube maglev rail can even increase train speeds to 2,000 kilometers per hour, allowing for a cross-Pacific crossing in about 5 hours. For short-distance railways, vacuum tube maglev rail is unnecessary, especially in densely populated areas like those in mainland China and Japan, where there are densely populated stations along the route. Using vacuum tube maglev rail simply wouldn't increase train speeds. Before anyone knew it, the Western Sea was shimmering with the afterglow of the setting sun. The last floating island platform, pushed and pulled by a number of barges, finally landed securely in its designated location. Then, its cable-stayed bridges unfolded to either side. When the 2 bridge decks came together with perfect precision. Clapping. Everyone at the scene burst into applause. The television crew, already waiting for the moment, didn't miss this moment. Several cameras and high-altitude drones captured the key moments of the entire process. Then, at their makeshift camp on the adjacent floating island, they began intensive editing. As for the interviews, they were actually completed by noon today. We're just waiting for the final footage. Next door, on the high by number 12 floating island platform, Aizfu and the others also hosted a celebration banquet for the employees. Each floating island platform has a large central area. After all, if you look at it from another perspective, these platforms are like giant ships, and since they don't carry any cargo, the space is naturally very spacious. In fact, once this cross-sea bridge is operational, these floating island platforms will need to be staffed by specialized personnel, especially the dozen or so floating islands in the center. These will require not only a staffing presence, but also dedicated service and maintenance stations. High by number 12 is the location of one of these service and maintenance stations. Although not yet operational, some basic infrastructure has been installed, including water, electricity, internet, restrooms, bathrooms, staff dormitories, and a restaurant. The on-site chef brought out dishes. There was mouth-watering chicken, braised goose, grilled lamb chops, garlic scallops, stir-fried dried shrimp with garlic, steamed taro with pork ribs, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored eggplant, chicken, mushroom, pork ribs, and corn soup, lobster balls, blanched choy sum, shredded cabbage, and candied sweet potatoes. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes on the table, Aijifu picked up a bottle of iced black tea and said, "Although the project is almost complete, it's still under construction, so I have tea instead of wine." Cheers! Cheers! The others also took a sip of their favorite drinks. "Come on, you're welcome." "Mr. AI, you're joking. We're not being polite. The lobster balls are good. Of course, they're made with real lobster, not starch balls." After a while, the interview team also arrived for dinner. They didn't find the construction company's meals extravagant. Chicken, duck, goose, lamb chops, and seafood are all very cheap in China these days, and ordinary people can afford them. Beep, beep, beep. A melodious whistle echoed from the nearby sea. The lighthouse on the floating island had already activated its guiding light, and was communicating with passing ships through the Maritime Department system. Although the floating islands are over 4 kilometers apart, and the bridge deck maintains a distance of 100 meters from the sea, even a very large transport ship can safely pass through the bridge opening. But this is no reason to be careless. If you encounter a ship's driver acting unruly, you must promptly detect and notify them, allowing them to evade the rules. Chapter 338. Borneo, also known as Kalimantan. On its eastern coast, where the equator passes, a construction team arrived more than half a year ago and built a substantial new city. The city was named Sun Chaser City. Sun Chaser City is very close to Java's new capital, Nusantara, Island City, only about 284 kilometers apart, and both are coastal cities. Today, amidst the bright sunshine of Sun Chaser City, a grayish-white cloud appeared on the northern horizon, slowly drifting towards the city. Until about 2 hours later. Since it was almost noon, the sun shone directly across Sun Chaser City, but at this moment, Sun Chaser City was shrouded in darkness, as if it had entered an overcast day. Ali Santoso, who works in the city, was having lunch with a few co-workers when he saw the sky outside suddenly darken. He burst into a rage. "Didn't the weather forecast say it wouldn't rain for the next few days? I shouldn't have believed them. I got a load of laundry hanging out on the balcony, and now I have to go back and collect it." Team leader Zhang Siming, sitting across the table, said calmly, "Don't worry. Those aren't dark clouds." Ali, about to stand up, was told by the translator in his ear that he was sitting back down, puzzled, and asked, "Team leader, aren't those dark clouds?" Zhang Siming casually explained, "Well, this is the Sky City the company shipped over from the north." "Sky City?" Ali stood up, walked out of the restaurant, and onto the sidewalk. Looking up, he saw a large, regular object floating high in the sky. Many curious people also left the building and entered the streets, gazing up at the sky-high city. In the restaurant, Zhang Siming didn't join in the fun, instead pouring more sour plum juice into his ice cup. Another engineer, Yokotakyo, also stayed put, savoring his crispy fried pot stickers. "These are almost identical to the fried dumplings from my hometown." Their team consisted of 10 members, hailing from all corners of the country. 3 Suris, for locals, 1 Japanese, 1 from Dhaka, and 1 from Annam. The 10 spoke 5 languages. Although they all spoke English, they were now communicating in their native tongues. This was made possible by the nano-earphones implanted in their ears. The nano-earphones were originally a product of Shuyuan Technology, the company that developed the nanotube human vital sign detector, and a subsidiary of Haliafeng. The original purpose of this product development was to improve hearing for the deaf. However, at the beginning of this year, a large number of non-patient users also went to the hospital to undergo nano-earphone implantation surgery. The reason for the emergence of so many non-patient medical implants is that the nano-earphones developed by Shuyuan Technology are so excellent. As a special type of bone conduction earphone, nano-earphones not only possess the advantages of traditional bone conduction earphones, but also address their shortcomings. What are the shortcomings of traditional bone conduction earphones? First, the relatively poor sound quality. The sound transmission method of bone conduction earphones makes the sound quality reproduction and richness inferior to traditional in-ear or on-ear headphones. The low-frequency effect is often not strong, and the layering and detail of the sound need to be improved. Second, there's the issue of sound leakage. Bone conduction headphones transmit sound through skull vibrations. During use, some sound may be transmitted through the air, making it audible to nearby people. This can disturb others or leak personal information when used in quiet or private environments. Third, there's limited wearing stability. The earhook design of some bone conduction headphones can cause them to wobble or slip during strenuous exercise, impacting the user experience. For those who engage in high-intensity exercise, it may be necessary to choose a more stable model or employ additional securing measures. Nano earphones, on the other hand, are implanted directly into the external auditory canal, eliminating all three of these issues. Nano earphones also address the drawback of traditional earphones requiring recharging by directly utilizing human body electricity generation technology to provide all-day power. Of course, nano earphones are not without their drawbacks. One is the need to carry a main unit, which is roughly the size of a button and is responsible for receiving and translating sound, filtering out noise, and transmitting the translated information to the earphones. Typically, this main unit is integrated into a watch for portability, which also enhances signal quality and battery life. This watch and the companion watch for the body's nanometer detector use the same system. Many people working overseas undergo nano earphone implantation at hospitals. iFlytek's translation software, combined with AI technology and its recently developed 7-nanometer language processing chip, is incredibly powerful, achieving an accuracy of nearly 95% for translating mainstream languages. As long as the other person doesn't use local slang or obscure vocabulary, normal daily and work communication is basically possible. The nano earphones, along with the main watch, cost approximately 6,000 yuan to implant at a hospital. However, this implant only guarantees basic usage rights, so those working overseas generally don't choose the basic version. Because the basic version is designed for deaf individuals, its translation functionality isn't as comprehensive. The complete installation of nano earphones specifically designed for use as a translator costs approximately 10,000 yuan, with a monthly service fee of 50 yuan. After all, maintaining high accuracy in translation software requires the use of AI and cloud computing technologies, ensuring accuracy through remote cloud services. However, the nano earphones have an offline mode, which reduces translation accuracy, especially for niche languages, where translation errors can occur. However, iFlytek and other translation software companies are already improving their technology, particularly by recruiting a large number of linguists specializing in minority languages. With the help of other member countries within the Asian community, it is expected that the accuracy issues in translation for minority and local languages will be resolved within a few years. It's also thanks to the advent of nano headphones that communication within the Asian Commonwealth has become increasingly frequent. In the future, as nano headphones become more commonplace, language barriers within the Asian Commonwealth will be minimized. However, the enthusiasm for learning Chinese within other members of the Asian Commonwealth has not diminished despite the advent of nano headphones. On the contrary, it remains high. This is mainly because nano earphones can alleviate the difficulties of daily oral communication, but using translation software for written communication is inconvenient. While some companies are developing fast translation glasses, their use is cumbersome, especially since the translation is projected onto the lenses, making them very expensive. It's better to just take a photo with your phone and translate. That's so cool. Ollie pushed open the door and returned to his seat at the dining table. That's nothing. You see it every day. Zhang Siming picked up a spoon and ate at his seafood fried rice. Ollie was confused. Team leader, aren't we going south with the construction team? Do you think everyone's going? The company is only sending a portion of the construction personnel south. Our team will stay to continue the construction. Even after the construction is completed, the city will still need some maintenance personnel. Ollie was overjoyed. Is that so? That's great. I was thinking about bringing my family over from Java. Team leader, how many years will we stay here? Zhang Siming put down his spoon and thought for a moment. How many years? At least 3 or 4. After all, we're by the sea, and we still need to build a seawall. Then I have my wife and kids come here tonight. Team leader, should the company be able to apply for family rentals? Sure, just go to the logistics office and apply. We can rent any size you want, but it's up to you, Zhang Siming reminded him. Yakatsukaoya was also considering whether to bring his family over. Seeing his slightly conflicted expression, Ron Yajo from Annan asked, Yakatsu, do you want to bring your family over too? Yes. I've been thinking about this, but I don't have a wife, only my parents. They're teachers in Saitama Prefecture, Japan, and they'd be retiring in a few years. Another Saresian, Wang Fengrui, shook his head. Haha, your retirement model in Japan is practically the same as not retiring at all. It's better to settle down in Sun Chaser City. Zhang Siming also offered some advice. Indeed, Sun Chaser City is a new type of city centered around a company. There are numerous benefits for employees and their families to settle here. If you're worried about the climate, don't worry. This Sky City blocks a significant amount of sunlight, keeping the daily temperature relatively low. After a lively discussion, Yokota Kyoya decided that settling here would be a good option. Furthermore, Yokota Kyoshi had another reason he didn't mention. The frequent earthquakes in the Japanese archipelago make it a poor place to live. Borneo is one of the few islands in the South Pacific that isn't located in an earthquake zone. In fact, from a tectonic plate perspective, Borneo is actually part of the Indochina Peninsula and the core of the Sundaland Plate, distinct from the marginal areas of plates like Sumatra and Java. As for the soil infertility caused by Borneo's tropical rainforest climate, it wasn't an unconquerable barrier for the Asian Consortium, which boasted advanced biotechnology, agricultural technology, and industrial technology. After considering all the considerations, Yokota Kyo's only remaining concern was convincing his parents to come. While the employees were having lunch in the Babel Tower on the northern outskirts of Sun Chaser City, work was underway to install fixed cables. Dozens of cables lowered from the base of the Sky City were securely fastened to specially constructed anchor points, then gradually tightened using a winch system. In reality, the floating altitude of this Sky City is very stable, so the only consideration is the horizontal stratospheric winds. Although wind speeds at the bottom of the stratosphere can reach around force 8 or 9, their disturbing effect on the aircraft is minimal. The reason is simple. The air density in the stratosphere is too low. While force 10 winds are considered different on the surface and in the stratosphere, they are two different things. As the cables were secured, the Sky City finally rested securely above Sun Chaser City. Inside the Sky City's control center, Wei Wentian, Deputy General Manager of Blue Whale Aerospace, who had accompanied us all the way from Minchin County, finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately picked up the intercom. Attention all departments. We will arrange for personnel to take turns resting according to the second-level management level. Power room. Electrical power room. Maintenance room. Logistics. Wei Wentian picked up the satellite phone and dialed headquarters to report on the status of Sky City 2. This Sky City is not the one in Minchin County. After all, Heliafeng Aerospace has always preferred not to put all its eggs in one basket. Even though Southeast Asia's equator offers a significant boost to its space launch business, the company will not abandon its Minchin County Sky City. This equatorial Sky City is designed to maximize the linear velocity of the Earth's rotation. Launching a carrier rocket from a specific angle can provide an initial velocity of 465 meters per second. High-altitude launches already save fuel, and with the linear velocity provided by the equator, if an electromagnetic catapult system is added in the future, Blue Whale Aerospace's related laboratories have conducted supercomputer simulations and estimate that fuel savings could reach up to 90% if an acceleration trajectory of several dozen kilometers is used. This improvement is undoubtedly a milestone in human spaceflight. After all, in this scenario, launch vehicles weighing 1 or 200 tons can carry payloads exceeding 100 tons into outer space. By then, not only will they be able to reach the moon, but even Venus and Mars will be more than capable of doing so. It is also possible to consider launching some components from Earth, then assembling them into a larger spacecraft in low Earth orbit. This will significantly aid human exploration of planets like Venus and Mars. Furthermore, this launch model can significantly reduce costs and increase efficiency. From an engineering perspective, launching a launch vehicle in this manner is equivalent to replacing the first stage of the launch vehicle, and the weight originally used for the first stage can be converted into payload. Even CASIC is very optimistic about this approach, and this month they have already dispatched many relevant researchers to join Blue Whale Aerospace's Research Institute. This time, 1/3 of the researchers accompanying Sky City 2 are from CASIC. After Wei Wentian finished reporting to headquarters, he saw the two main leaders of the accompanying research team, Dr. Gu Linyu and Dr. Zhou Shi. Doctors, what can I do for you? Gu Linyu was a company insider, so he spoke first. Vice President Wei, when will the equipment for the aerospace zone arrive? Wei Wentian checked the internal schedule on his office tablet. It will be shipped from mainland China in about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Gu Linyu asked, then we can move freely for the next month, right? Wei Wentian didn't restrict their movements. Yes, but we're surrounded by tropical rainforests. If you want to go to other areas, you have to take a plane or a cruise ship. Don't worry, Vice President Wei, we stay in the city below and don't plan to travel outside. Then I have my assistant take you down and have the Jury City branch arrange dormitories for you. Wei Wentian turned and gave his assistant some instructions. Half an hour later, Gu Linyu, Zhou Shi, and the others, along with their assistant, took the cable car to the Babel Tower below. Chapter 339. Atop this pyramid-like, 100-meter-high building, a sky elevator slowly descended from the sky city, 10,000 meters above. Ding! The elevator door opened, and the safety seat securement system automatically released its upward release. Gu Linyu, Zhou Shi, and the others, along with Wei Wentian's assistant, emerged from the elevator one after another. From the top of the Tower of Babel, one could gaze out over the boundless forest to the west, and the raging sea to the east. Taking the Tower of Babel's internal elevator again, the group arrived at the underground parking lot. A prearranged bus took the group to the Sun-Chasing City area. Li Qin, the temporary tour guide dispatched by the Sun-Chasing City branch, smiled, and said to the group from the bus, "Your current clothes aren't suitable for living here. Although the temperature in Sun-Chasing City will drop over the next few days, it will still be over 30 degrees Celsius during the day, dropping to 27 or 28 degrees Celsius at night." Gu Linyu and the others finally realized what was happening. They had all been wearing new pressure suits in the Sky City. These suits not only protected against radiation, but also protected against sudden decompression and low temperatures at high altitudes. On the way, they had been indoors, with air conditioning regulating the temperature, so they naturally didn't feel any temperature rise. But after getting off the bus, wearing these clothes wouldn't be an option. On the highway to the city, everyone stripped off their pressure suits inside the bus, leaving only their underwear and vests. Thankfully, Li Qin was quite reliable, and had pre-ordered a batch of special tropical work clothes through the branch's logistics office. Gu Linyu picked up a set of work clothes, similar to work clothes, and put them on himself. These clothes are a cotton and linen blend, moisture-wicking and breathable, specially designed for tropical climates. If you still need casual wear, you need to purchase them at a clothing store. Thank you. Gu Linyu took another set of work clothes, still wrapped in film, and stuffed them into the large work backpack provided by the branch office. He then folded the pressure suit he had just taken off and stuffed it in as well. "Dr. Gu, you're welcome. This is all part of my job." Li Qin turned to look at the others. "If you have any questions about Sun Chaser City, feel free to ask me." A middle-aged researcher wearing sunglasses adjusted his glasses. "Brother Li, how many people are there in this city now?" "Over 38,000. Most are locals, a third are Chinese, and the rest are from other member states. I heard Sun Chaser City is only a little over 200 kilometers away from Java's capital, Archipelago City?" Li Qin nodded. "Yes. Archipelago City is just south of Sun Chaser City on the coast. Both are in East Kalimantan." "I see. What good food is there here?" "Haha, old cow, you're craving again. TSK, I make it sound like you haven't eaten anything." Li Qin began to explain various aspects of Sun Chaser City to everyone. After hearing the introduction, Gu Linyu and the others gained a preliminary understanding of the city. Like other cities developed by industry, Juri City was born specifically for the aerospace industry. Everything here revolves around the industry and its employees. There are nearly 2,000 related technical personnel, and the rest are infrastructure workers, service personnel, employees' families, and a small number of self-employed entrepreneurs seeking fortune. Due to the unique circumstances of Juri City, the airport and the Babel Tower are located in opposite directions. The Babel Tower is 8 kilometers north of the city, while the Juri City Airport is 12 kilometers south, a distance of over 23 kilometers. Furthermore, flights here only travel south, east, and west. There are no northbound routes. This is to prevent aircraft from accidentally entering the anchoring cable area beneath the Sky City. Of course, if you really want to fly north, you can, but you need to make a detour under the control of air traffic control before you can proceed north. Unconsciously, the bus arrived at the dormitory area provided by the Juri City branch. This is the technical staff quarters. Li Qin led everyone to a 9-story apartment building. Even after only a dozen minutes of walking, Gu Linyu, Zhou Shi, and the others began to sweat. "Huh? It's really hot and humid. If it weren't for the shelter of the Sky City, the temperature would probably be even higher. Luckily I changed clothes beforehand, otherwise I might have gotten heat stroke." After everyone picked their accommodations and got their keys, they went to a nearby supermarket to buy necessities. They brought nothing but their phones, IDs, and a set of pressure suits. This is the norm for many migrant workers going abroad. After all, carrying a large amount of luggage abroad is inconvenient. It's better to shop locally. Since the Huayuan is now the currency of choice within the Asian community, the prices of industrial products vary widely. As for agricultural products, the prices of bulk commodities are generally similar. Only some local specialty products may be inflated. Even if the prices are inflated, they're not that much. After all, the reason specialty agricultural products are called specialty isn't because they're niche products, confined to a specific region. Such specialty agricultural products are often produced in small quantities and are sold only to locals. As migrant workers, if they find the prices inflated, they can choose not to buy. At the supermarket, Gu Linyu first bought some toiletries, then clothes and a quilt, and finally food. However, they didn't buy rice or vegetables, instead simply buying frozen meal kits and instant noodles. Because they could eat in cafeterias and restaurants, there was no need to cook. After all, they were here to be technicians, not house husbands. With a starting salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, plus various subsidies, they still cook their own meals in their dormitories. That's simply living a life of luxury. Unless friends or family come over, some people enjoy cooking at home, but that's a rare occurrence. For those who have actually worked in a home kitchen, the vast majority probably don't enjoy cooking because it's too much trouble, laborious, and not always tasty. The concepts of the times are also changing with the passage of time. Gu Linyu and the others bought a lot of fruit, snacks, and drinks. They ate durian popsicles and enjoyed the cool air from the air conditioner. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the setting sun cast its rays onto the shadowed cyber city. Less the scorching heat of the midday sun, the setting sun was less intense and more gentle. Combined with the cool breeze blowing in from the east, the temperature throughout the city did not soar, but instead remained stable around 32 degrees Celsius. After bringing their belongings back to the dormitory, seeing that it wasn't even lunchtime yet, everyone started out in groups of 3 or 4. Near the dormitory exit, there were shared e-scooters that could be scanned. Gu Linyu, Zhou Shi, and the other 4 each picked up an e-scooter and set off on a stroll through the streets of Zuri City, the dock area in the eastern suburbs. The buildings here are quite strange. Zuri City's urban area is approximately 2 kilometers from the coast, formed from a hilly landscape with an altitude of between 50 and 70 meters. But this coastal area is only about 7 or 8 meters above sea level. The mudflats, in particular, are covered in mangroves and submerged at high tide. As a result, the buildings and docks along this stretch of coast are elevated structures, somewhat similar to the stilt houses popular in Southeast Asia. The docks extend nearly 1.7 kilometers out to sea, avoiding the mudflats and allowing ships to dock directly offshore. On the elevated structure along the coast, several electric scooters were parked near an observation deck, complete with a pavilion and specially planted tropical flowers. Gu Linyu looked down at the mangroves below, a solemn expression flashing in his eyes. The sea level is rising quite noticeably. It's indeed rising quite rapidly. Zhou Shi also noticed this. It wasn't yet high tide for the night, but the sea had already submerged more than half of the mangroves below. Many of the outer mangroves had only a small portion of their canopies remaining. Furthermore, these submerged mangroves appeared unhealthy, their leaves sparse and sparse, clearly due to prolonged immersion in seawater, making breathing difficult. It probably won't be long before this mangrove forest is completely submerged. Zhou Shi picked up a bottle of toilet water and sprayed himself with it. Hopefully, the Antarctic Solar Energy Development Project is still in time. Gu Linyu reluctantly took the toilet water and said, that plan won't be quick. Even at the fastest pace, it'd take nearly 10 years. With the current sea level rise of 1 or 2 meters per year, in 10 years, it will have risen by at least 10 meters. Zhou Shi shook his head. Let's not talk about that, old Gu. Does your boss really plan to launch a Venus exploration project? We're going to migrate to Venus in the future? That's a bit of a challenge. Opening a box of licorice fruit, Gu Linyu poked a piece of red guava with a toothpick. We don't need to worry about that. Safely migrating to Venus is the responsibility of the Space Migration Laboratory. Our mission now is to... It's about developing low-cost launch technology. Zhou Shi, holding a plum in his mouth, smiled and said, actually migrating to Mars is something you could consider. Gu Linyu, who had just finished eating a red-hard guava, shook his head. Mars is good for initial construction, but the gravity on Mars is so different from Earth's. Long-term human habitation on Mars could lead to irreversible physiological changes. By the way, Mr. Gu, doesn't your company have a program for arranging jobs for immediate family members nearby? We're likely going to be settling down here in the next few years. I wonder if a non-staff member like me could qualify for this arrangement. Probably. Check with the Research Division's Cooperation Office tonight. They should have an answer. I'd like to bring my wife and children over so we don't have to travel back and forth between the two places. Gu Lingyu ate another piece of pineapple, then curiously asked, "What does your wife do?" "She teaches physics at a high school, and was my college classmate." "That shouldn't be a problem. Your wife could come teach at a school here. We're probably short on teachers here." Zhou Shi also thought it was a good idea. Teacher positions in China are overcrowded, and the number of students is dwindling. Coming to Southeast Asia would be a good option. I heard that Dhaka and Japan are also sending large numbers of university students to Southeast Asia to work as educators. I imagine similar programs will be launched in China as well. Zhou Shi agreed. Well, educating the next generation is indeed a crucial issue for Asia United at this stage. Now with nano headphones, language barriers are no longer a problem. Even reading is. The writing aspect needs further improvement. Hearing this, Zhou Shi looked troubled. Is Yalian planning to fully promote nano headphones in schools across Southeast Asia? That would be a considerable expense. Compared to the rapid promotion of integration, with a mere few hundred billion yuan, the higher-ups probably won't be stingy with this. Then your company is making a killing. Haha, our company is just a financial investment. Zhou Shi picked up a star fruit and said, "Old Gu, have you ever taken a look at those non-rejection organs your boss is developing?" "What? Do you need them?" No. Zhou Shi shook his head. "My family and I are in good health. I'm just curious about this technology. I'm not really sure. After all, I'm not in biomedical science." Gu Lingyu took a sip of iced milk tea. "Do you think this technology could be used in some special applications?" "Haha, you read too many science fiction novels, haven't you?" "Old Gu, don't jump to conclusions so easily." Zhou Shi looked unconvinced. "If it were a few years ago, would you have dared to believe the current technological development?" Gu Lingyu was no longer willing to jump to conclusions. After all, the technological development in China in recent years has been truly rapid. Look, the underlying technology behind these non-rejection organs is to eliminate rejection between non-homologous organs through genetic engineering. These organs can be cloned organs based on human genes or animal genes. Hearing Zhou Shi's speculation, Gu Lingyu fell into deep thought. Although he wasn't a biomedical researcher, he did have some basic knowledge of biology, and he felt that the direction Zhou Shi proposed had some feasibility. The mere thought of transplanting various animal organs into humans reminded him of the mutant creatures in science fiction movies, and a chill ran down his spine. "Old Gu? What's wrong with you?" Gu Lingyu, regaining his composure, suppressed his wild thoughts and shook his head, replying, "Nothing. I just think your idea makes sense. But our boss should consider this sort of thing." "Would academician Jiang consider this?" Zhou Shi expressed doubt, yet also a hint of agreement. After all, Jiang Miao's scientific research capabilities were well known throughout the academic community, and his ideas were wildly imaginative. Perhaps, he had already thought of this application, but was keeping it secret. Thinking that He Liufeng might be keeping this a secret, Zhou Shi gave up the idea of continuing the discussion. In fact, Zhou Shi wasn't the first to have this thought. After all, there are always smart people in the world. Based on the underlying technology of non-rejection organs, many have theorized that this technology could lead to animal organ transplants. It's all speculation, though, with no definitive evidence to prove He Liufeng is conducting such research. However, many external intelligence agencies have conducted some analysis, and even conducted feasibility studies. Unfortunately, Jiang Miao wouldn't respond to questions about this. To be more precise, Jiang Miao rarely addressed external speculation, primarily to avoid potential exposure to confidential information through public disclosure. Chapter 340. September. Typhoon number 8 of the year, and also the third super typhoon of the year, struck Shantou and Mei head-on. Amidst the fierce winds and heavy rain, many durian plantations suffered heavy losses. Over 8,000 mu of durian yielded nothing, and 20,000 mu lost more than half. However, there were no widespread complaints from the locals regarding this situation. This was primarily because a large portion of Shantou and Mei's durian plantations were directly operated by He Liufeng Company, while the remaining individual growers had accumulated considerable capital over the years. Additionally, there was the annual risk of purchasing Taiwan. Although the losses were severe, they could still be sustained. Especially for the wealthy He Liufeng Company, the loss of a mere tens of thousands of mu of durian was a drop in the bucket. After all, He Liufeng Company had invested in large durian plantations in Siam, Malaysia, and Java. If domestic production decreased due to the typhoon, it could be supplemented by production from Southeast Asian producers. Furthermore, the durian industry in Cheongzhou was enormous. Therefore, even with the problems in the Shanmei durian production area, domestic durian prices remain as stable as ever. The retail price of the Golden Pillow durian and the newly renovated Tomini durian from last year remains around 15 yuan per kilogram. Jiang Miao wasn't at the Shanghai headquarters. He was in neighboring Jieshi County, at the site of Jieshi County's indoor agricultural base. Jiang Miao listened to the roar of the storm outside the window, unfazed by anything, and remained absorbed in studying some information. Boss Ahai, the base's head of scientific research, walked in. What are the results? Jiang Miao asked without looking up. Ahai smiled broadly. The animal experiments are very good. The effects of the artificial blood are almost as good as those of human blood. It's even better. Jiang Miao took the animal experiment report, carefully reviewed it, and asked, then we continue to expand the scale of animal experiments and strive to conduct another 2,000 animal experiments within 2 months. No problem. Ahai noted this. Artificial blood technology is another derivative of non-rejection organ technology. Jiang Miao used umbrella sugarcane as the mother plant and genetically modified it again, creating blood sugarcane that can synthesize human blood. However, its production efficiency is not high, because the modified photosynthesis will also affect the synthesis of red blood cells, platelets, and other products, so the genetics must be adjusted. Currently, each acre of blood sugarcane can produce approximately 30 liters of artificial whole blood per day, about 900 liters per month, and about 10 tons of whole blood per acre per year. This artificial blood comes in the 4 main blood types, A, B, AB, and O, as well as a small number of other panda blood types, and can be produced on a large scale. Perhaps in the near future, artificial blood will be produced in an endless supply from indoor plantations, like sugarcane syrup, and supplied to medical institutions across the Asian Commonwealth. Compared to the dangerous and troublesome supply of raw human blood, artificial blood offers significant advantages. The supply of raw human blood is unstable, and can carry various viruses and bacteria. For example, blood products produced by the Gale country, the world's largest exporter of blood products, have been exposed as containing viruses such as HIV. Furthermore, the domestic supply of raw human blood is facing the challenge of a decline in donors. As the company operates Helyafeng Hospital, Jiang Miao had naturally read its internal reports. There was a significant gap in blood-related treatments. While family members of patients could be invited to donate blood, a host of complications remained. For example, the donor's health is a significant limitation to blood donation. Why does Ahai say that artificial blood is better than human blood? Isn't it because it's safer, at least without the risk of contamination with HIV? Even if a donor doesn't have infectious diseases like hepatitis B or HIV, the health of their blood is still a factor to consider. For example, many young people in China now frequently have high blood lipids and high blood sugar levels, and blood banks generally won't accept such blood. Artificial blood doesn't have this issue. Jiang Miao's specially customized blood sugar gene can precisely regulate the various components of artificial blood, producing blood with the healthiest composition. Products such as secondary refined plasma, platelets, immunoglobulins, and human albumin can also be extracted from artificial blood. This industry is crucial, especially for the Asian community, where the population is aging rapidly. We cannot rely on the elderly to donate blood. Furthermore, some people with existing medical conditions are also unable to donate. Ultimately, relying on the dwindling number of young people to donate is not a long-term solution. As for opening up imports, while this is a very good idea, forget it. It's not that there aren't sources for imports. It's that the risks of importing blood products from abroad are too high. The toxic blood from Gale country has caused many people in the EU to contract AIDS through blood transfusions. Even if we don't import blood products from Gale country, blood products from other regions are still extremely risky. For example, South Asia is still in the midst of a late Ming Dynasty drama. If Sarah said it wanted to import 10,000 tons of blood products from there, I'm sure the various local forces would find ways to capture people and extract their blood. But can this kind of blood be used? Unless every package of blood is thoroughly tested, there's no way to guarantee the safety of blood products. Fully testing every package of blood products would quickly drive up costs. Additionally, blood has a short shelf life and requires demanding storage conditions, which further increases overall costs. This practical limitation has also led to a long-standing debate in China in recent years about expanding blood product imports, and a relatively conservative approach. Ceres would rather invest in genetically modified rice to produce human albumin than expand imports of foreign blood products due to safety concerns. Jiang Miao also developed blood cane, a form of artificial whole blood, based on this situation. Solving the problems of artificial organs and blood, coupled with the development of other medical technologies, The overall burden on the domestic medical system will be reduced by an order of magnitude. Supported by this technological dividend, the medical insurance fund can ensure the quality of healthcare for all without increasing the burden on young people. Beep, beep, beep. A cell phone rang nearby. Jiang Miao checked the number ID and saw it was He Jintang. He put down his report and swiped the answer button. Hello He, what's up? I'm wondering if you're interested? What can I do for you? Jiang Miao asked with a smile. He Jintang on the other end of the line didn't hide his words. Ye Lian is planning to organize several medical volunteer teams to provide medical assistance in East Africa. Medical assistance? Well, your company has developed a lot of new medical technologies and products, hasn't it? While human experiments can be conducted in China, the scale is certainly limited. You can use the name of medical assistance to conduct human experiments in East Africa. Jiang Miao didn't see anything wrong with this approach. For example, with the once famous generic drug Tianzhu, European and American medical companies tacitly approved its production only after allowing them to conduct human trials in their respective regions. The reason China doesn't produce this type of generic drug is partly due to patent issues, and partly due to concerns about the side effects of new drugs. Many new drugs are often sold overseas for several years, even decades, and only considered for domestic introduction after they are proven to have no serious side effects. Those regions that directly allow European and American pharmaceutical companies to simultaneously launch new drugs may have first access to new drugs, but to put it bluntly, they are simply guinea pigs in disguise. I will arrange with Helyafeng Company to send a medical volunteer team. We plan to test artificial organs, artificial blood, new anesthetics, new antibiotics, and other medical products in East Africa. Oh! Artificial blood? You can even create blood? It's the same underlying technology as artificial organs. It's not difficult to develop. Then I congratulate your company in advance on adding another hit product. He Jintang's voice was tinged with a smile. Thank you for your good wishes. I have another matter that I need your company's cooperation on. Jiang Miao replied directly. As long as Helyafeng Company can complete it, I will do my best. It's not too difficult, just a little troublesome. What is it? It's about the travel of the medical volunteer team. Isn't the East African region quite stable? There haven't been any major problems recently. Jiang Miao was puzzled. It's not a big problem, but the local transportation is so backward. We can't just go there and build a road just for a few medical aid missions. Jiang Miao also realized, Old He, you guys want to borrow Helyatong Express's passenger airships, right? Yes, haven't you produced 11 helium-type passenger airships? Can you lend a few to the medical volunteer team? Sure, I have Helyatong Express make some adjustments later to see how many they can squeeze out. Okay, and this time, the medical volunteer team is also equipped with 5 specialized medical cruise ships. We need your transport airships to resupply them. No problem. I have Helyatong Express make a special project for this order and ensure it's delivered. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. It's a piece of cake. The two chatted for a while, then hung up. Jiang Miao didn't put down his phone. Instead, he called Li Zixuan, his housekeeping assistant, to come over and give him instructions on what had just happened. This was indeed an opportunity. Some clinical trials in China are sometimes restricted. However, conducting them outside of the Asian consortium offers fewer concerns. Even if a patient dies, the issue can be resolved with money. This is a common tactic used by European and American pharmaceutical companies in underdeveloped regions, allowing them to rapidly advance human clinical trials. Of course, European and American pharmaceutical companies sometimes even use various deceptive tactics to trick ordinary people in their own countries into participating in clinical trials of new drugs and technologies, forcing those without money or suffering from illnesses to participate. European and American companies have a long history of treating people unfairly, prioritizing equal treatment. Helyafeng Hospital, at least, wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Although they plan to conduct clinical trials on patients in East Africa, they would certainly not select high-risk new drugs and technologies. After Jiang Miao gave Li Zixuan some instructions, he returned to his previous research. Evening. The wind and rain subsided, and after a long day of dissipation, the typhoon gradually transformed into a tropical cyclone. Being near the typhoon's landfall, the rain in Jieshi County was much lighter. A van carrying dinner drove into the base. Jiang Miao ate a quick lunch and called Shuya to inform her that he would not be returning to Shamei that night, and would be staying at the research base in Jieshi County. After dinner, he and Ah Hai arrived at a laboratory. Passing through a series of gates, they arrived at a heavily guarded room displaying more than a dozen large incubation chambers. Through the observation port of the incubator, one could see individual people inside. These were clones. However, unlike regular clones, these clones lacked brains, meaning they could not think, only possessing physiological instincts. In fact, without the life support of the incubator, these brainless vegetative patients would be unable to survive. After all, they lacked even the ability to think, let alone advanced skills like eating, drinking, and defecating. How much does it cost to cultivate them? Ah replied helplessly, about 2.8 million per person, and the incubation period is about 6 months. Jiang Miao didn't find the price unacceptable. It's reasonable. It's still acceptable for some relatively complex human experiments. After all, some highly complex new technologies or potentially lethal drugs simply cannot be recruited for human testing. This involves the safety of the subjects and clearly violates the scientific ethics of human experimentation. That's why Jiang Miao secretly developed these brainless plant clones for use in specialized human experiments. For example, the artificial heart and lungs he plans to develop. For clinical trials of these artificial hearts and lungs, finding suitable subjects is difficult, and if problems arise, recovery is extremely difficult. In this case, brainless plant clones are a perfect candidate for testing, with bodies highly similar to those of normal humans, and no need to worry about experimental accidents. Jiang Miao carefully examined the test subjects through the identification panel. Finding everything met his requirements, he turned and ordered, activate a few more specialized incubation rooms. These 16 test subjects will definitely not be enough. No problem, Ahai nodded. Jiang Miao then reminded him, by the way, remember to strengthen confidentiality. Although they're brainless clones, they're still highly similar to humans. If it gets out, the keyboard warriors out there will start complaining. Boss, don't worry. I manage it well. Researchers who come into contact with this lab will be screened in advance. Ahai also understood the difficulties involved in such matters. Although many biological and medical researchers don't consider these brainless clones human, they're worried someone might be mentally ill and expose such a thing. Humanity, in terms of diversity, has even produced over 100 genders. Scientific researchers are inevitably made up of people with diverse personalities. Some can accept such things. Naturally, others cannot. This puts a huge test on internal screening. Researchers who cannot accept such confidential information must be excluded before they are exposed, rather than waiting until everyone has access to the relevant information before trying to fix the problem. Jiang Miao had no other options. European and American forces could secretly conduct experiments on living people because they have the advantage of low human rights. Within the Asian Union, high-risk experiments using living humans were strictly prohibited. To avoid being overtaken by Western powers, he could only create brainless clones to fill the gap in living human test subjects. Chapter 341. Just as Shanmei was still grappling with a turbulent storm, Huangzhou, on the banks of the Yangtze River, the automobile factory that had previously acquired Puma, after several years of restoration and renamed Pancher Automobile, has regained its vitality. On the factory's production line, industrial robots swiftly assemble parts, while employees in charge of monitoring keep a close eye on this particular car. In fact, Pancher Automobile began mass production of cars at the beginning of last year, but not this current model. Last year, 2 models were produced: a 2-box sedan, the Pancher P1, available in battery swap and biodiesel versions. The other model was a pickup truck, the Pancher P2, also available in battery swap and biodiesel versions. Since Pancher Automobile has 2 factories, the Huangzhou factory primarily produces biodiesel models, while the other factory produces battery swap models. Sales of these 2 models have been average, totaling approximately 140,000 units last year. In the first 9 months of this year, sales have reached 290,000 units, thanks to expansion into Southeast Asian and Northeast Asian markets. The Mobei region is Pancher Auto's largest sales market, with 90,000 biodiesel pickup trucks sold there in the first 9 months of this year. Other domestic automakers have difficulty gaining market share in the Mobei market due to the local temperature and long-distance transportation. It's not that other domestic automakers don't produce pickup trucks, but rather that their designs are poor, and coupled with the lack of basic services for electric vehicles in Mobei, gasoline vehicles are quite popular there. In fact, a look at Pancher Auto's sales distribution within the Asian Union reveals that Pancher vehicles, which are marketed as safe, are popular in the sparsely populated North and the rainforest-covered Southeast Asia. Conversely, few people specifically purchase them in southern China. Many companies purchase Pancher Auto pickup trucks as office vehicles for construction sites and farms. Pancher Auto prioritizes safety. To ensure this, its designs and components are built with durable materials. This special feature makes it ideal for use outdoors and on farms. Don't say electric cars are the future. The idea that electric cars are the future has its own premise. In the past, China had to import large quantities of oil from abroad. A supply crisis could lead to a nationwide shortage of automotive fuel. Against this backdrop, it was natural to vigorously promote electric cars. But things are different now. China's biodiesel production capacity is constantly increasing, gradually replacing traditional petroleum fuel. Furthermore, the price of biodiesel, at around 4.3 yuan per liter, is still competitive compared to the electricity costs of electric cars. As a result, major domestic automakers are now embracing electric cars while continuing to develop biodiesel vehicles. Pancher Auto follows this model. To further its development, Pancher Auto launched another major initiative in the first half of this year, the Auto Alliance Store. The so-called Auto Alliance Store allows any automaker to open a store. While Pancher Auto operates the store, it can offer other brands of vehicles, including repair and maintenance services. It's essentially the equivalent of a 4S dealership that accepts all brands. While large automakers won't join Pancher Auto's Alliance stores, emerging smaller brands desperately need such a platform. After all, not everyone is a Pancher Auto, backed by the behemoth Heliofeng Group. Pancher Auto has burned through tens of billions of yuan in recent years, yet it remains thriving thanks to the Heliofeng Group's support. Other small car companies rarely have such conditions. If they were to establish their own 4S dealerships in every region of the Asian Alliance, the initial investment would be prohibitive and could potentially deplete their capital flow. Of course, Pancher Auto's Alliance stores are not without conditions and barriers to entry. In addition to commissions on sales, joining Pancher Auto's Alliance stores requires them to submit to Pancher Auto's quality control. After all, Pancher Auto's general manager, Li Fei, is no fool. If they were to simply allow smaller car brands to join the alliance, numerous quality issues would arise, potentially damaging Pancher Auto's reputation. Currently, there are 97 domestic car brands, but only 11 have received Pancher Auto's approval. An established Japanese car company and a new Siamese car company have also joined the alliance, bringing the total number of participating car companies to 14. Some of the partnering car companies don't even plan to open their own factories, instead outsourcing production to Pancher Auto. Pancher Auto's Huangzhou and Yongjia factories both specialize in contract manufacturing for other companies. Li Fei, Technical Director Wang Muhua, and Deputy General Manager in Hongyi watched the new car roll off the production line, while quietly chatting about the contract manufacturing business. "Hongyi, how is the Alpha order going?" And Hongyi, who is in charge of arranging production, leaned close and whispered, "Mr. Li, the Alpha order has been completed. If there are no new orders, I will have to schedule orders for other companies. Then keep up the pace." Li Fei knew that the Alpha order was small, only about 10,000 units in total. This car company, invested by ethnic Chinese from Siam, is headquartered in Bangkok and has an electric vehicle factory there. They placed an order with Pancher Automotive for a biodiesel version of their vehicle. For a small company, operating an electric vehicle assembly plant is already a significant burden, and adding a diesel version is simply not worth the effort. This order of 10,000 vehicles was simply a test run in Southeast Asia. If sales are positive, they plan to place further orders. As for why Pancher Automotive accepted such a small volume order, there are several reasons. The first is that Pancher Automotive's production line includes its own self-developed one-piece frame molding machine. This machine doesn't require a dedicated stamping die for each model, as traditional stamping machines do. This one-piece frame molding machine is specifically designed for silicon filament material and can produce a wide variety of shells, frames, and components. This equipment is also Pancher Automotive's most profitable business. Currently, 68% of the silicon filament and silicone foam parts production equipment in China is produced by Pancher Precision, a subsidiary of Pancher Automotive. The second reason is China's mature industrial chain. While the biodiesel engines used in the cars designed by Jingling Auto aren't manufactured by Pancher Auto, they are general-purpose biodiesel engines produced by Weichai Power. These mass-produced engines can be ordered directly from the relevant factory, reducing significant hassle. Presumably, no automaker or engine supplier would produce a specific engine specifically for 10,000 cars. The main reason is that it's not cost-effective. Small automakers rarely build their own engine and electric motor factories, as Pancher Auto does before they become large and powerful. Instead, they choose to use mature, high-volume components from the market. Pancher Auto is not simply a car manufacturer, but an automotive technology research and development company, a supplier of automotive technology, equipment, and sales services. Thus, Pancher Auto's core business is not selling its own cars. For example, the Pancher P3 SUV is more of a showpiece than an industrial product. The Pancher P3 utilizes various new technologies from the Hailefeng Group and is touted as the safest car in the world. During testing, it was even bombarded with 40mm rockets and guaranteed to withstand penetration. Specific technologies include a multi-layer composite body with silicon carbide film, silicon beam wire, and titanium alloy as core materials. A frame composed of silicon foam and titanium aluminum alloy composites can withstand impacts from steel coils. The car's windows, made of a silicon carbide film and a special glass composite material, can withstand 40mm rocket fire. The car's roof features a retractable photovoltaic film umbrella that not only serves as a sunshade and protective umbrella, but also continuously charges the vehicle's battery. The vehicle's battery utilizes a third-generation sponge battery, developed by Raytheon Battery, also a Hailefeng-affiliated company. This new battery has not yet been officially released. This third-generation sponge battery is a departure from previous models. Instead, it utilizes a foam silicon skeleton and uses fullerenes and lithium carbonate as primary materials, resulting in a solid-state battery. It boasts an energy density of 880 watt-hours per kilogram and a relatively high weight per cubic meter, reaching approximately 3.5 tons. It can cycle over 5,000 times and supports megawatt-class charging. If it weren't for its relatively high production costs, this battery would have easily outperformed other companies' semi-solid-state and solid-state batteries. The motor is also Pancher Auto's own development, using aluminum-coated silicon carbide nanotubes as its core material. Its performance is even better than that of rare earth permanent magnet motors. In addition, various mechanical auxiliary devices developed based on new materials include ergonomic seats, a mechanical assisted steering wheel, and a mechanical braking system. The vehicle has a set of auxiliary devices centered around the motor, and another set that relies entirely on mechanical components. These two sets function similarly. If one fails, the other remains functional. In addition, the vehicle features an autonomous driving system, an onboard computer system, airbags, a flood-proofing system, a fire hazard avoidance system, a passenger vital sign monitoring system, a comprehensive communication system, and a CPR emergency seat. Furthermore, the chips used in these electronic devices are all domestically produced, making this a truly purebred domestically produced car. Buyers can also customize the interior trim and some special features. All of these technologies bring the total cost of the basic version of the Pancher P3 to approximately 1.5 million yuan. The designated retail price of the basic version is 3 million yuan, and with other customized features, the price can reach up to 15 million yuan per vehicle. The Pancher P3 is clearly Pancher Auto's showpiece. Factory manager Tang Xingjie excitedly reminded Mr. Li, the first Pancher P3 has rolled off the production line. Li Fei looked at the first Pancher P3, painted in space gray, with a satisfied smile on his face. Excellent. The first 100 Pancher P3s will be delivered to headquarters immediately after production is complete. Okay. Tang Xingjie knew the first batch would definitely go to the boss. The first car, in particular, was incredibly commemorative and could only be used by Jiang Miao. Although he didn't usually drive, he definitely needed a ride. Mr. Li, the car for the boss needs some special equipment, right? Wang Muhua asked. Li Fei waved his hand. Don't worry about that. The boss's security team has a dedicated upgrade plan. We only need to deliver a batch of basic Pancher P3s. I see. I understand. Wang Muhua then came to his senses. Li Fei then looked at Anhongi and instructed, the second batch is for the higher-ups. Again, only the basic version will be provided. They install the other equipment themselves. Okay. Anhongi simply nodded without further comment. Although the Pancher P3 has only just begun production, the concept car was finalized in March of last year and released to consumers throughout the Asian Union. Although the high starting price of 3 million yuan makes it prohibitive for most consumers, but those with money have more than enough. What they truly need is safety. Thus, since pre-sales began in August of last year, orders for the Pancher P3 have accumulated to 37,491 units within the Asian Union. The primary buyers are corporate CEOs and wealthy individuals. In addition, the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering have equipped some senior researchers with Pancher P3s, and the government has purchased 1,000 vehicles for official use, specifically for ceremonial purposes. This is a true top-tier luxury car. Millionaires rarely drive sports cars or luxury vehicles on the streets. After all, they have plenty of money to spend and don't risk their lives. Mature, stable business owners, in particular, may enjoy sports cars, but they likely only drive them occasionally for a stroll and definitely not as a daily driver. The Pancher P3 targets the market for top-tier safety vehicles. For safety reasons, those bosses and wealthy individuals who value their lives are more inclined to purchase the Pancher P3. To demonstrate the Pancher P3's safety, last year, Pancher Automobile invested in a spy film similar to the James Bond series, which was released during the Spring Festival holiday in January of this year. Pancher Automobile also leveraged the power of the Haliafin Group to give away 10 million free movie tickets within the Asian consortium. In the film, the Pancher P3 and other cars appeared one after another, and various scenes were filmed on location. 9 Pancher P3 prototypes were destroyed for this shoot. While the film story is rather conventional, based on the South Asian nuclear crisis, thanks to the addition of various special effects and the use of real-life context, the film managed to gross 3.2 billion yuan within 3 months of its release within the Asian Union, not losing money, but actually earning over 1 billion yuan. The Pancher P3 also gained widespread fame. Not only did it receive numerous orders domestically, but also from wealthy Chinese and Southeast Asia. As long as the Pancher P3 can maintain its reputation as a safe car brand, leveraging its niche as a premium safety car, it can secure a place in the global automotive industry. After all, neither China, Japan, nor Dhaka have any well-known top-tier luxury car manufacturers. Pancher Automobile has been aiming for this unique niche from the start. However, Jiang Miao disdains ordinary luxury cars. True wealth demands safety, not flashy sports cars. Chapter 342. September in the Northern Hemisphere is still the tail end of summer, with autumn seeming shy and showing no sign of approaching. Meanwhile, in the Southern Hemisphere, it's the end of winter and the beginning of spring. In Antarctica in particular, while the ice sheet has decreased slightly this year compared to the same period in previous years, it's still about 23% smaller than the average decrease over the past 20 years. In areas where the Asian Consortium has deployed photovoltaic films and photovoltaic airships, the ice is thicker and colder than in previous years. Even now, nearing spring in the Southern Hemisphere, there's still no sign of large-scale melting. At this time, at the Australian research station Casey Station, at the junction of the Queen Mary Coast and the Banzer Coast, researcher Clark Shakespeare was sipping his hot coffee, bored. Huh? Oh my God! Jed James exclaimed on the second floor. After gulping down his hot coffee, Clark Shakespeare climbed up to the second floor. What's going on? Zed, who was holding a telescope, turned and pointed beyond the northern ice cap. Look there. Huh? Clark took a closer look, then instinctively raised his glasses. What the hell, a mirage? About 50 kilometers away, a large black speck was floating on the ocean. Researcher Clark, who had been working at Casey Station for 3 years, was well versed in the situation. Because their research station was located at a high altitude, in clear weather, they could spot large ships 70 to 80 kilometers away. Based on his visual observation, researcher Clark could roughly estimate that the object floating on the ocean must be enormous, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so clearly visible from over 50 kilometers away. Taking the telescope, researcher Clark observed carefully. It doesn't look like a mirage. By the way, Clark, could we turn on the radio and try to contact them? Clark had no objection. Okay, give it a try. Using the International Maritime Public Call Channel, Jed made the call. After more than 10 minutes, a response came from the other end. But the voice was in Chinese. This is the Asian Union, Aurora City, Antarctica. What's the matter with Casey Station calling us? Then, a repetitive voice in English echoed. Clark suddenly realized, it's the Asian Union. After more than 10 minutes of communication, Clark and Jed finally understood the situation and were stunned by the strength of the Asian Union. After Jed ended the call, he looked at Clark with a gleaming gaze. Should we notify the station master about this? Of course, I called the station master up. Clark hurried downstairs and returned a moment later with a portly man with a Mediterranean appearance. Jed casually greeted him. Good afternoon, Station Master Brown. Station Master Brown, without saying a word, simply nodded slightly. He then picked up a telescope and carefully observed the city to the north. After a dozen minutes, Station Master Brown sighed. Well, I report this to mainland China. You all take turns monitoring this city. Okay. Mr. Station Master, mainland China probably won't hold the Asian Union accountable for this, Clark said helplessly. Station Master Brown shrugged and replied, I know, but we have to report. It's our responsibility. Alright. Everyone knew that although Australia claimed the areas around the Queen Mary Coast and the Banzer Coast in Antarctica as its exclusive territory, this claim did not enjoy widespread support from the international community. Furthermore, the Asian Commonwealth was now at its peak of strength, and Australia could not afford to offend it. If this matter were reported, Australia would most likely choose to swallow its anger. Aurora City, over 50 kilometers away. This floating island platform was transported from a specialized shipyard in the Pearl River Delta 6 months ago, towed by ocean-going tugboats along the way. It took more than 6 months to transport it from the Pearl River Delta to the Antarctic waters, over 7,000 kilometers away. It just dropped anchor today. This 600,000-ton floating island platform is designed differently from bridge-type floating islands. Its primary purpose is residential and living, while also allowing for scientific research. In fact, this floating island platform is not yet the complete Aurora City. 3 months later, another floating island platform will arrive here. Subsequently, approximately 12 to 15 similar floating island platforms will be deployed in the area, completing the Aurora City. Thus, this floating island platform is designated Aurora Zone 1. Inside Aurora Zone 1, Base Commander Chi Zhugang, Security Captain Lin Gubin, Logistics Director Ma Feiyun, and Production Director Xiao Rong gathered. Chi Zhugang immediately asked the most important question, "Old Ma, how is the nuclear device operating?" Ma Feiyun calmly replied, "Don't worry. There's no problem with the equipment. We're only operating at approximately 20% of the power generation capacity." Chi Zhugang instructed again, "You must pay close attention to those 2 nuclear devices. Our base relies on them for power, and we can't afford to let anything go wrong. I definitely maintain the equipment." Ma Feiyun was naturally aware of the importance of the 2 nuclear devices. They were currently offshore in Antarctica. Without these 2 nuclear fusion devices, Aurora City's energy supply could easily be disrupted. Although a large number of photovoltaic films and photovoltaic airships had been deployed above Aurora City, these photovoltaic systems were only adequate during the southern hemisphere summer. Due to the high latitude, the daily hours of sunlight were long, ensuring sufficient power generation. But once the southern hemisphere winter arrived, the power generation capacity of these photovoltaic systems would plummet. By then, not only would the power output be strained, but even Aurora City's power supply would likely be severely impacted. And winter is peak electricity consumption in Aurora City. To ensure Aurora City's power supply safety, nuclear power was the only option. After all, the waters near Antarctica are overwhelmed by pack ice and icebergs in winter, making resupply to Aurora City impossible without transport airships. And transport airships pose significant risks in the westerly wind belt surrounding Antarctica. Thus, from the outset of Aurora City's design, various challenges were considered. To address winter supply challenges, equipping Aurora City with a nuclear fusion device was an inevitable choice. This is why Chi Zhugang repeatedly emphasized the importance of nuclear devices. They were well aware that if a nuclear fusion device malfunctioned during winter, the consequences would be severe. Aurora City, with its 12 to 15 districts and an estimated total population of approximately 8,000, needed to locally provide winter supplies for so many people. Besides increasing transportation and stockpiling during the summer, local production was crucial. Electricity is an essential energy source for local production of various supplies. To ensure Aurora City's electricity security, in addition to the 2 nuclear fusion devices installed in Aurora Area 1, Aurora Areas 4, 7, and 11 will also be equipped with nuclear fusion devices. With so many nuclear fusion devices, even if 1 or 2 malfunction, it won't significantly impact the base's electricity security. Chi Zhugang then turned to Xiao Rong, the director of production. "Director Xiao, what are your production department's plans?" Heard of the question, Xiao Rong reluctantly replied, "Base Commander, our indoor farm is still in Aurora Area 2, and the seabed mining is in Aurora Area 3. Currently, Area 1 only has seawater potassium extraction and fishing boats. Then let's start production. We need it in a few months anyway. I arrange it as soon as possible. Old Ma, you need to keep an eye on your fertilizer and other supplies to ensure we don't run out of stock. Especially before March of next year, you need to prepare winter supplies in advance." "Okay, Base Commander." The meeting continued. After adjusting its position, one of the stratospheric photovoltaic airships hovering overhead finally centered on Aurora Zone 1. Chi Zhugang and his colleagues received this good news after their meeting. Listening to the report from Li Shirgu, Deputy Director of Production, Chi Zhugang nodded and said, "Excellent. Let's begin connecting the cables." However, Lee Shirgu didn't rush into the task. Instead, he reminded them, "Base Commander, we need to connect the airship cables. There's no technical difficulty involved, but there's one thing you need to discuss, otherwise, I'm worried there might be a problem." "What's going on?" "It's about setting up a no-fly zone. After all, we're not the only ones nearby. There are also other forces operating research stations. If they send helicopters to deliver supplies, they might pass over our airspace." Qi Zhugang suddenly woke up. "Yes, thank goodness you reminded me of this. I meet with the heads of the various nearby research stations later, and ask them to prevent their aircraft from passing over our base. Then I trouble you, Base Commander." "No problem. This is my job. Go ahead and get busy." "Okay." While Lee Shirgu and a dozen employees were connecting the cables lowered from the airship to the base's power station, Qi Zhugang wasn't idle either. Soon, Brown, the station master of the nearest KC station, received a notification from Aurora City. Station Master Brown looked at the newly printed email with a gloomy expression. "They're actually going to set up a no-fly zone there? Wouldn't that mean our supplies would have to take a detour?" Clark also felt deeply aggrieved. How could they do that? This is against international law. Station Master Brown cursed inwardly, but after a moment, he slumped back onto the sofa. "Well, let's leave this to mainland China to deal with. There's no point in us raging here. Aurora City has already pulled up the cables." Zed, sipping his Coke, shook his head and offered some words of advice. "Actually, if you look at it from the bright side, this could be a good thing for us." "Good thing? What about our supplies?" Clark seethed. "With a base this large, they must have a large stockpile of supplies. We can buy from them, and if there's an emergency, we can even ask for their help." After hearing Jed's explanation, Clark and Station Chief Brown exchanged glances, each pondering the possibilities. The more they thought about it, the more they felt it might be a viable option. Although the series had become increasingly aggressive, given their behavior, if KC Station truly sought help, it would likely receive assistance. This also provided KC Station with an invisible safeguard. Especially in winter, if an emergency truly arose, relying on mainland Australian aid might be too late or too costly. After much reflection, Station Chief Brown agreed that it made sense and said, "I think this idea is worth considering. I specifically mentioned this in my report to mainland China later." "I'm very happy that you agree with this," Jed smiled, taking a sip of his Coke, though he didn't really think that way. Jed proposed this idea partly because he wanted to give Australia a way out, and partly because he was concerned about the moral standards of the mainlanders. A few years ago, NASA abandoned 2 astronauts on the International Space Station for over 6 months, dragging their feet before bringing them back to Earth. Their Antarctic research station also carries significant risks, especially during winter. If something goes wrong, Australia, like NASA, could lose lives even after a few days of delays, let alone a 6-month delay. Jide didn't want to gamble his life on someone else's moral standards. As a wise man, he had already left a way out. After all, Australia hadn't been doing well in recent years. Maintaining the stable operation of KC Station required a considerable amount of funding each year, and he worried that Australia might one day close the station due to funding issues. If they could cooperate with the series, their annual supply costs might be reduced, allowing the mainland to survive. Station Master Brown was unaware of Jed's subtle intentions. He returned to his office and reported the matter to the mainland. Other nearby research stations also received notifications from Aurora City and reported the situation to the mainland via satellite communications. Other global powers did not react strongly to the Asian Consortium's major actions in Antarctica. This was mainly because other powers were preoccupied with their own affairs and had no intention of going to Antarctica to cause trouble for the Asian Consortium. In the first 9 months of this year, global sea levels rose by approximately 1.1 to 1.3 meters. This caused severe distress in many low-lying coastal areas, and many ports and coastal cities experienced seawater backflow and upwelling. Faced with this disaster, many powers were forced to relocate industries and populations to higher ground while raising coastal dikes. Other factions are now desperate for the Asian Union to preserve the Antarctic ice sheet, as otherwise global sea levels will rise even faster than they can handle. Thus, the forces behind the research stations have chosen to remain silent and acquiesce to the demand for a no-fly zone over Aurora City. Cooperation proposals similar to those at KC Station are also considered by all parties, and they have sent personnel to Ceres to discuss the matter. Work in Aurora City continues as planned. As the photovoltaic airship's cables connect to the base, the sponge batteries in the base's power storage room begin to charge. However, the base certainly cannot consume the power generated by the Antarctic photovoltaic system. During the spring, summer, and autumn, the system must have a surplus of electricity, which is then needed to be exported. However, only half of the Ceylon submarine cable has been laid, and the remaining half will take at least another year to complete. Thus, in the short term, the power generated by the Antarctic photovoltaic system will be wasted. Chapter 343. Inside the Jieshi County Research Base. After the typhoon passed, Jiang Miao returned to Shamei City, leaving Ah Hai and the others to continue their previous research. Aside from the brainless cloning experiment, at this point, the vast majority of researchers within the base weren't actually working on this project, but were instead studying various newly created plants. While it was somewhat challenging for Ah Hai and the others to create entirely new plants, simply copying the original would not be a problem. For example, they imitated the genetically modified rootstock technology Jiang Miao had previously developed, creating many new genetically modified rootstocks. These genetically modified rootstocks are called new because they have their own unique characteristics. One of their most obvious features is that these new genetically modified rootstocks are secondary rootstocks designed specifically for the Tongtian lotus. By simply grafting these secondary rootstocks onto the main stem of the Tongtian lotus, they can survive and thrive, utilizing the lotus nutrients. These secondary rootstocks come in a wide variety of types, covering most crop species. This means they can be grafted onto a wide variety of crops. Of course, for ease of harvesting and handling, the primary grafted varieties on these secondary rootstocks are fruit-bearing crops. For example, the Cucurbitaceae, Rutaceae, Rosaceae, and Solanaceae represent the four major families of fruiting vegetables and fruits. These are also the primary secondary rootstock species the researchers are developing this time. Inside one of the indoor growing areas, a discarded babel with a relatively balanced nutritional profile is being cultivated there. Researcher Ding Xianyu, the initiator of this project, had previously seen Jiang Miao discard these relatively balanced varieties of babel, and felt it was too much to waste. After several days of deliberation, he applied to the research division for this project. At this point, the main stems of these basil trees had been grafted with numerous genetically modified rootstocks from the Rutaceae family, and onto these, a hybrid scented lemon. How are the results? Hearing Ding Xianyu's question, Chang Xiaohua, a recent graduate who was interning and serving as a research assistant, quickly replied, "Brother, I compiled the results from the past few days." As he spoke, he pulled up a statistical spreadsheet from his work tablet. Ding Xianyu glanced at the data. After the first batch of fruit matured, the average daily yield per acre was around 80 kilograms. What about the flavor analysis? Here, flipping through another folder. The accumulation of various flavor compounds in mature scented lemons is approximately 1.3 to 1.7 times that of ordinary scented lemons. Another researcher, Yitong Shu, plucked a yellowing scented lemon directly from a branch and gently rubbed it with his hands. A strong aroma filled his nostrils. It's indeed fragrant. It seems the Tongtian lotus is providing an abundance of nutrients, boosting not only the fruiting of these scented lemons, but also the rate at which they accumulate flavorful substances. But Yitong Shu countered, the accumulation of flavorful substances isn't just a matter of nutrients, it also depends on environmental stimulation. That's true. Ding Xianyu didn't deny this, but he cautioned, environmental stimulation plays a role, but the most crucial factor is a sufficient nutrient supply. Otherwise, the accumulation of flavorful substances wouldn't be so rapid. Why do many people find watermelons and honeydew melons from the western regions delicious? The answer lies in the accumulation of flavorful substances. The diurnal temperature swings in the western regions, the intense daytime ultraviolet rays, and the dry climate constantly stimulate plants, prompting them to develop self-protection mechanisms, secreting various substances to combat environmental changes. These substances contribute to unique flavors. Why do ordinary greenhouse watermelons lack flavor? Ultimately, it's because the environmental stimulation is insufficient. In traditional greenhouse agriculture, flavor compounds, growth rate, and yield are inherently conflicting. Choosing flavor means sacrificing growth rate or yield. Choosing growth rate and yield inevitably sacrifices flavor. The root cause of this conflict is that the plant's current nutrient intake can only guarantee excellence in one or two dimensions, failing to support its development into a hexagonal agricultural product. Using Tongshan lion as the primary rootstock and a proprietary genetically modified crop as the secondary rootstock, combined with environmental control in the indoor growing area, can both increase yield and shorten harvest time, while maintaining flavor. For example, the Tianxiang pomelo cultivated by Yitong Shu accumulates over 10 times the amount of aromatic compounds in the oil cells of its peel in about 3 months, equivalent to that of ordinary citrus fruits. The yield per acre of Tianxiang pomelo is exceptionally high, reaching approximately 3,000 kilograms every 3 months. In addition, imported from Japan, the Japanese yuzu, citron, is a raw material for spices and possesses a unique flavor. This yuzu is a specialty of Kochi Prefecture, Japan, with an annual production of approximately 40,000 tons of fresh fruit, which only bears fruit once a year. Grafted cultivation at the base's indoor farm allows for 4 harvests annually, yielding approximately 3,000 kilograms per acre each time, nearly quadrupling the annual yield per acre. Even more impressive is that the flavor content of Japanese pomelo produced this way is approximately 1.5 to 2.4 times higher than that of Japanese pomelo grown outdoors in its native habitat. This is the power of technology. Any crop using the first-grade rootstock of the Chinese basil tree will see a 4-6-fold increase in yield. It is precisely because of this surge in production capacity, coupled with the ability to produce more flavorful ingredients, that this new agricultural model has become a key focus for the Business Research Center. Just as the typhoon had just subsided, the Business Research Center assembled a research team to inspect the project. Researchers Ding Xianyu and Yi Tonshu also received a notification from Pang Ding, the base's daily supervisor. Ding Xianyu and the others, hurriedly coming and going, once again visited the indoor farm where fragrant lemons were grown. This time, however, they weren't alone. There were also 5 or 6 inspectors from the Business Research Center. Han Huitai, the team leader, looked at the abundant fruit on the grafted branches and turned to ask quietly, "Researcher Ding, how much does it cost annually to grow 1 acre of fragrant lemons like this?" Research assistant Chang Xiaohua, standing nearby, quickly pulled out his office tablet and pulled up an internal cost table. "Team leader Han, this is our cost table. However, these are the costs for the research base, so they may differ from those of a typical indoor farm." Han Huitai took the tablet with a smile. "I understand that farm costs for a research base, like yours, are generally higher than those for a regular farm. I factor that into the cost factor." As professionals, the researchers from the Business Research Center were no pushovers. They had specialized estimating formulas and models, and combined with various internal reference data, they could easily estimate the overall cost of this crop under normal indoor farm conditions. The inspectors devoted themselves to estimating for over 20 minutes. The annual investment per mu, approximately 8,300 yuan, is needed, and each mu, approximately 12,000 kilograms, of scented lemons can be produced annually. The average cost per kilogram of scented lemons is 0.69 yuan. That's a reasonable cost, considering the current market retail price of scented lemons is 4.3 to 6.7 yuan per kilogram. That's not the right calculation. We also need to consider the costs of picking, transportation, packaging, and retail, plus the price reduction after large-scale production. Using our company's channels, the final cost by the time it reaches the retail end is around 1.2 yuan per kilogram. The retail price must be at least double the final cost, or around 2.4 yuan per kilogram. Taking into account discounts and losses, I believe the final retail price cannot be lower than 2.8 yuan per kilogram. Han Huitai and the others discussed quietly. As for whether the large-scale promotion of this agricultural model would lead to mass unemployment among farmers, the answer is clearly no. The number of employees required for various farms is also increasing day by day. Heinefeng Company has always hoped to transform traditional, weather-dependent agriculture into a comprehensive indoor farming system. This is especially true for fruits and vegetables, as well as some specialty crops. Many are inherently unsuitable for large-scale mechanization. They are often grown in mountainous or remote areas, and their dependence on natural resources makes it difficult for farmers to fundamentally improve their lives. For example, growing medicinal herbs in the Davy Mountains might not be cheap, but the other benefits are certainly less than in big cities. Small cities and towns present a very helpless and awkward social structure. The educational, medical, development, and service resources they can provide to local residents and farmers are often high-priced, low-quality, and limited in supply. This is an inherent upper limit imposed by the size of towns and small cities. Not every city is called Shanmei, with Jiang Miao meticulously arranging industries, jobs, and providing various services. The resources of an average small city, let alone those of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, are vastly different even compared to the local provincial capital. Why do many people in small cities often prefer not to seek medical treatment at local hospitals? Instead, they seek to crowd into the provincial capital. The fundamental reason is that small cities have too few resources. If the population could be further concentrated, forming urban clusters of around 5 million people. These clusters would create a massive market, thereby stimulating economies of scale. By then, there would only be 280 urban clusters left in China, which would further expand the domestic market. Many rural and township residents don't want to consume, sometimes, the products or services are unavailable locally. To achieve this, the prerequisite is to expand urban employment. How can we expand urban employment? The answer is to move agriculture indoors, into high-rise buildings. With Heilongjiang's current technological reserves, it already possesses all the necessary conditions to bring agriculture indoors. Photosynthetic crops with higher energy efficiency. Controlled nuclear fusion devices already in secret mass production. Giant photovoltaic films and photovoltaic airships. High efficiency, low energy water recycling technology. Technology that can be integrated with various traditional crops. There's also the booming development of agricultural robots. Cheap and durable building materials. These conditions together form the foundation for indoor farming, allowing agriculture to fully move indoors, making it a highly worthy model to explore. Only by moving agriculture indoors can rural areas be integrated into cities, eliminating long commutes and allowing farmers to live and work in cities, rather than living in cities and working in rural areas and towns. As for whether such a large concentration of population in cities will lead to big city problems, the so-called big city problems aren't a fixed concept, but rather one that evolves with the times and technology. For example, in ancient times, maintaining a city with a population of 1 million might require the entire nation's resources to barely support it, and living conditions were also very poor. In modern times, the upper limit for large cities quickly soared to around 5 million. In the 21st century, the upper limit for large cities has risen again, reaching tens of millions. Thus, urban clusters with a population of 5 million, as long as the right technologies and designs are carefully considered, will not suffer from big city problems. 5 million people is also the maximum population limit for a city, as determined by Heilongjiang Company's Social Research Center through analysis using various models and data. Currently, the cultivated area of vegetables, fruits, and specialty crops in China is approximately 600 million mu, approximately 166 acres. If all cultivation were indoors, primarily in standard 20-story indoor agricultural buildings, and new technologies were used to increase per mu yields by 4 to 6 times, then China would only need to build agricultural buildings covering approximately 6 million mu, approximately 166 acres, to maintain its current production capacity for vegetables, fruits, and specialty agricultural products. Is 6 million mu, approximately 1,000 acres, a lot? It's only about 4,000 square kilometers, less than 0.4% of China's total area, roughly the size of 4 Hong Kong rivers. If all vegetable and fruit cultivation nationwide could be relocated to indoor agricultural buildings, the population-land conflict in many parts of the country would be easily resolved. This would also fundamentally expand human living space. If this vision were realized, the Earth's maximum population capacity would rise to over 100 billion. Although this only accounts for agricultural potential, not industrial or mineral resources, a mere doubling of the population would be very manageable for the current Asian community. However, this large-scale, complete urbanization will inevitably lead to another consequence, a further decline in fertility. This is a highly likely outcome of urbanization. Addressing the decline in fertility caused by urbanization is a topic being explored by many social research institutions. The Heilongjiang Company's Social Research Center has proposed several unique solutions to address the decline in fertility caused by urbanization. One of these solutions is already being piloted in selected cities. This proposal is the Garden City. The so-called Garden City breaks with the traditional pigeon cage model and increases per capita living space by expanding three-dimensional space. The standard residential space per person is no less than 50 square meters, and private gardens, lawns, and the like must guarantee 100 square meters per person. How can this be achieved in high-rise residential buildings under these standards? The natural approach is to utilize indoor planting technologies, artificial lighting, and better architecture to ensure that greenery can be maintained indoors. While this model will lead to a surge in indoor electricity consumption, the Asian Commonwealth currently has an insatiable power generation capacity. The increasing number of photovoltaic thin film and photovoltaic airships, combined with the 3 secret nuclear fusion power plants connected to the grid this year, will bring the total power generation capacity within the Asian Commonwealth to 27 trillion kilowatt-hours, nearly 2.3 times the 2024 level. If the Antarctic photovoltaic system is also connected to the grid, power generation will continue to soar. Therefore, there is no need to worry about electricity consumption. Chapter 344. Antarctica. Aurora City. December 9, 2029. Aurora City's Area 2 floating island platform has been here for nearly 2 weeks. During this time, Base Commander Chi Zhugang, Security Captain Lin Guobin, Logistics Director Ma Feiyun, Production Director Xiao Rong, and others have been carrying out their various tasks step by step. At this time, heavy snow has already fallen in the high latitudes of the northern hemisphere. In Antarctica, in the southern hemisphere, the summer with its perpetual daylight has begun. The nearly 170,000 square kilometers of solar photovoltaic film means that Aurora City's electricity needs no longer require the use of nuclear fusion devices. With the arrival of Aurora Area 2, the numerous indoor farms within the area have entered the production phase over the past 2 weeks. Aurora Area 2's indoor farms are divided into 5 types: grain farms, vegetable farms, fruit farms, mushroom farms, and specialized crop farms. Inside the vegetable farms, Production Director Xiao Rong and Zhang Lingqiu, the technician in charge of the farm, were inspecting one of the indoor grow rooms. Watching the surveillance camera feed, Xiao Rong looked a little surprised. Technician Zhang, is this the super rootstock we imported from Heliafeng Company? The somewhat reserved Zhang Mingqiu paused for a few seconds before responding, yes. Xiao Rong didn't seem offended, as many technicians are like that. He patiently asked, I heard that using this super rootstock, we can harvest the first batch of fruits and vegetables in about 90 days? Zhang Mingqiu, somewhat recovered, and considering this was his expertise, he launched into a flurry of explanations. Well, the variety grown in this grow room is white jade cucumbers. It's been 13 days since the grafting. In about 77 days, we'd be able to harvest the first batch, and then every week or so. So, around February of next year, we'd be able to get our first batch of homegrown fruits and vegetables. Zhang Mingqiu shook his head. No, we can harvest some right now. Oh, so soon? These past few days, the pumpkin vines in the pumpkin plantation have been growing too fast. We need to control the growth, so we can harvest some of them for vegetables. Xiao Rong's face lit up with nostalgia when he heard the word pumpkin vines. So, it's pumpkin vines. We eat them back home, too, usually in salads or fried with eggs. Since pumpkin vines are edible, what about pea tips? We should be growing peas, right? Yes, in room 16. It seems we won't have to eat dried vegetables or onions, potatoes, and carrots in a few days. Xiao Rong had been fed on onions, potatoes, and carrots lately. He'd been fed on them for a few days, except for the greens he gotten during the supply days, plus the peanut and soybean sprouts they grown themselves. The rest of the time, he'd been stuck with storable fruits and vegetables. Now, just hearing about onions, potatoes, and carrots made his appetite disappear. The two of them strolled around the corridor. Zone 2 isn't large, but its interior area is nearly 3 times larger than a ship of similar tonnage. The floating island platform is 60 meters high and has 20 floors, each approximately 60,000 square meters, equivalent to approximately 90 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of land. Excluding partition walls, corridors, and supporting areas, each floor has approximately 75 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of available planting area. The vegetable farm occupies 3 floors, totaling 225 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of indoor growing area. To avoid frequent opening of the growing rooms, which would lower carbon dioxide levels, these indoor farms are equipped with specialized agricultural robots, replacing much of the manual labor involved. For example, watering, leaf removal, topping, pollination, pesticide application, flower thinning, and harvesting. These processes have now been completely replaced by various robots. Is this a mechanical bee? Xiao Rong asked, looking at a small, fly-sized mechanical bee inside a box. Zhang Mingqiu nodded. Yes, this is a mechanical bee. The mechanical bee operator nearby used a tablet computer to access a remote control program and activated a box of mechanical bees inside the growing room. The mechanical bee's tiny wings flapped at a high frequency, and according to the system's monitoring, they pollinated the pumpkin flowers in the growing room. The reason for using mechanical bees for pollination is simple. They don't require protective clothing or readjusting the carbon dioxide concentration in the indoor air. Furthermore, mechanical bees consume very little energy. Over a dozen domestic companies researching and producing mechanical bees have flourished in recent years, precisely because indoor farms struggle to rely on natural bees for pollination. For ordinary indoor farms, artificial pollination is a workable option. However, artificial pollination in super indoor farms, like those operated by Heliafeng, which use high oxygen and high carbon dioxide atmospheres, is a rather cumbersome process. Farm workers would either have to wear protective clothing and carry oxygen tanks to work, or they would have to readjust the oxygen and carbon dioxide concentrations in the room. Neither option is ideal. After all, wearing protective clothing and helmets is extremely inconvenient, and readjusting the concentrations of various gases in the room increases the energy consumption of the grow room, and can also disrupt the growth of the crops. After much deliberation, it seems more convenient to fully mechanize the process. Besides, who among today's young people would be willing to do repetitive, mechanical labor? If we want to retain workers in agriculture and reduce labor intensity and working hours, this is a very necessary measure. For example, the robotic bees we see today can replace farm workers in manually pollinating fruits and vegetables. The cost isn't much higher, but the efficiency is skyrocketing. After all, humans tire easily, while machines don't. Highly automated robotic bees, using high-definition surveillance cameras and systematic agricultural AI analysis, can precisely pollinate every female flower. One robotic bee can pollinate 20,000 flowers per day. If farm workers were to manually pollinate the same crops, even for relatively easy-to-use flower types, a single farm worker could only pollinate about 8,000 flowers per day. It seems that the manual team is only slightly weaker than the robotic team. However, workers aren't made of iron. Hand-pollinating 8,000 flowers a day is incredibly labor-intensive, not only physically but also mentally draining, seriously impacting the quality of the subsequent pollination. For this reason, many farms are increasingly turning to robotic bees to replace manual pollination. This is actually a general trend. If indoor farms only cover a few million acres, hiring migrant workers for hand pollination might be manageable. But what if that scale expands to hundreds of millions of acres? If all indoor farms of this size rely on migrant workers for hand pollination, they would need to employ at least 300,000 professional pollinators to perform hand pollination year-round for these hundreds of millions of acres. But indoor farming isn't just about pollination, it involves a whole host of other processes. Wouldn't that require the employment of tens of millions of migrant workers? What if the scale continues to expand? To achieve material abundance today, a crucial prerequisite is that individual output must be enormous. Only then can this be achieved for society as a whole. For example, if a farm worker produces 1 ton of grain per year, their individual output can only meet the food needs of 2 people. But if a farm worker produces 10 tons of grain per year, their individual output can meet the food needs of 20 people. To feed a nation of 1.4 billion, the former would require at least 700 million farm workers, while the latter would only require 70 million. Take the Haliafing Company's Mononzelamo branch as an example. Local soybean farm workers, including administrative and auxiliary service personnel, produce approximately 200 tons of soybeans per year. This means that Haliafing soybean farms can meet the soybean needs of nearly 600 to 700 times the population with a very small number of farm workers. Only when everyone's output is high will the potential for achieving great material prosperity for society as a whole increase. Electricity is currently very cheap in the Asian Commonwealth, and the production costs of various machinery are constantly decreasing. These mechanical bees, a box of 100, are purchased at a centralized price of 1,000 yuan each and should last for about 2 to 3 years. One box of these mechanical bees can pollinate at least 10 mu, approximately 16 acres, of vegetables and fruits on an indoor farm daily. For crops with fewer flowers, it can even pollinate hundreds of mu, approximately 16 acres, daily. The increasing use of agricultural machinery and robots stems from a combination of declining production costs, improved performance, and, ultimately, rising wages for farm workers across the Asian continent. These factors are forcing indoor farms to replace manual labor with machinery. For example, agricultural technician Zhang Mengqiu earns approximately 15,000 yuan a month, and with a special allowance for working in Antarctica, his total monthly income is nearly 36,000 yuan. The average farm worker's income in China starts at around 6,500 yuan, with slightly lower wages in Southeast Asia, also starting at 4,500 yuan per month. Faced with constantly fluctuating farm worker wages, if farms and agricultural companies don't find solutions, they will inevitably be eliminated by the market. As for the possibility of serious overcapacity in the future from continuously improving productivity, it's possible. But it's not something we need to worry about right now. Why? The answer lies in the 2.4 billion people of the Asian continent. If each person consumes an average of 200 kilograms of staple food, 100 kilograms of meat, and 500 kilograms of fruits and vegetables annually, a population of 2.4 billion requires 480 million tons of staple food, 240 million tons of meat, and 1.2 billion tons of fruits and vegetables annually. Add to that agricultural and sideline products like vegetable oil, sugar, soybeans, tobacco, and paper. The entire Asian community will need to sustain at least 100 million direct agricultural workers and approximately 200 million indirect agricultural workers. Furthermore, the Asian community's agricultural products will not only be supplied internally, but may also be supplied to other friendly regions. The more agricultural workers produce, the greater the supply of goods to society. Rather than worrying about overcapacity, it would be better to universally promote retirement at 52 days off a week and a 6-hour workday. For example, the farm workers in Aurora City work 6 hours a day, 2 days off a week, and can even travel to Australia and South America annually. If overcapacity does occur in the future, this approach can be used to control the size of the domestic labor force. After all, lowering the retirement age to 50 and promoting 15 years of compulsory education for all means that the working age will be between 21 and 49, meaning only about 28 years of work in a lifetime. The young and middle-aged labor force in the Asian Commonwealth would be reduced by more than 1/3. If we add in extraordinarily long maternity and annual leave, as well as holidays, overcapacity is simply not a concern. Artificially reducing the labor force in this way can also control the negative effects of overcapacity and even turn them into positive ones. After all, the future we want to create is not one where the more developed a world becomes, the less happy it becomes. The future of humanity should be one where technology advances, productivity increases, and happiness increases. If this cannot be achieved, then this future world can only be called cyberpunk. Perhaps the staff of Aurora City don't understand what the future world is, but at this moment, they already stepped halfway into it, they're just unaware of it. After touring the farm, Xiao Rong returned to his office in Area 1 and met Tang Lianqin, the expedition leader, who had returned from the interior of Antarctica. "Ah, Rong, how are things going over there?" "Huh? You're back?" Xiao Rong was quite happy to see his old classmates. "Dinner tonight?" Tang Lianqin pointed at his watch. "Dinner? It's already early morning." Xiao Rong, realizing what he was doing, slapped his forehead. "Huh? Look at my memory. Back here in Antarctica, I can barely tell the difference between day and night. You can't tell the difference here, and I'd be even worse off in the interior of Antarctica. Aurora City even has a system that simulates day and night. We were on the ice sheet, and it was a blanket of white." "How was the expedition?" Tang Lianqin smiled and sat down. "Not bad. I mainly conducted field research on the areas covered by the photovoltaic film. I discovered some things, both good and bad. Do you need to write a report back then? An hour or two won't hurt." "That's true. Let me tell you, during this expedition, we found that the photovoltaic film has increased the thickness of some parts of the ice sheet, but the bad news is Antarctica's inland ice sheet has gotten significantly colder than it did at this time of year. When I went in, I encountered several severe snowstorms." Xiao Rong sighed. "I don't know if this change is good or bad. Don't overthink it. At least it can help curb global sea level rise." "That's undeniable," Tang Lianqin replied nonchalantly. Then he remembered something. "By the way, Rong, didn't I send an email back a few days ago? So there's been no response from the base commander? Are you talking about the Australian expedition team from Casey Station planning a visit?" "Yes. This is a bit complicated. We have a lot of confidential information here, and the base commander has been communicating with the higher-ups these days. As for the outcome, we have to wait and see." Tang Lianqin also thought about the situation in Aurora City. After all, they have a controlled nuclear fusion device. If outsiders were allowed to visit without permission, leaks would be very troublesome. Xiao Rong patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go!" "Don't overthink it. Let's go get breakfast." "That's fine. I haven't had anything warm in over a month." Chapter 345. As Xiao Rong had guessed, the higher-ups rejected the Casey Station expedition's request to visit Aurora City. Of course, this was only an internal statement. Qi Zhugong's official email reply to Casey Station did not state this. Instead, it stated that Aurora City was still under construction and had no plans to open to the public. It was not expected to open to the public until around 2031. The Casey Station expedition team had no doubts about this result. They could not have guessed that Aurora City was equipped with a controlled nuclear fusion device. Meanwhile, a cold wind blew through the Shanmei urban area. Although there wasn't the heavy snowfall seen in North China and Northeast China, the recent temperature had dropped to 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. Despite the low temperatures, the local passenger flow was still very high. Wang Weiwei and her family, who had come from Hong Kong, were getting off the Shanmei high-speed railway station. The young woman wore sunglasses and carried a guide cane, supported by her parents, Wang Jiala and Li Meiqi. Second uncle? Hearing this voice, Wang Jiala spotted a young man with a horse-faced face not far away. He looked very similar to his eldest brother in his youth. Ah Ren? Wang Haoren walked over and took the suitcase from his second uncle. It's me, second uncle, second aunt, and Weiwei. You changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. Second uncle, let's go to the parking lot first. I park over there. Okay, you arrange it. The group left the underground parking lot and got into a Pancher P1 electric car. The car drove out of the parking lot and onto the road. Wang Jiala then noticed there was a building above the road. Ah Ren, what's that above the road? Up there? Oh, that's the city's elevated light rail. If we didn't drive, we could just buy tickets right next to the high-speed rail station and take the light rail into the city, Wang Haoren, who was driving, replied with a smile. Maggie Q couldn't help but sigh. I haven't been back to the mainland in a few years. Developments here are truly changing. Soon, the car reached the city's second-floor highway. Wang Jiala, who had returned to Shanmei a few years ago, said uncertainly, Huh? This road seems higher than before? Uncle, this road is also elevated. Below is the old road, also a first-floor urban highway. That's quite an investment. We haven't been back in a few years. I can hardly recognize the place anymore. Uncle, Aunt, customs clearance isn't a hassle now. Come back home often. Once Weiwei's eyes are healed, you can retire peacefully. Maggie Q shook her head. Your uncle is a hard worker. If he's idle for a few days, he'd probably feel unwell. Haha, you get used to it. Just like my dad, he used to say he couldn't let go. Ever since his monthly pension increased to 5,000 yuan, he hasn't wanted to return to the village. Wang Jiala's eyes suddenly widened. Your father's pension is 5,000 yuan. Isn't he registered as a rural hooker? He's not a retired employee, so how come he suddenly has such a high pension? Uncle, now the national pension system has been unified. For those over 60, the minimum pension has been raised to 5,000 yuan per month. If that's the case, can the mainland finances support it? Wang Haoren replied confidently. Haha, uncle, things are different now. Isn't money printed by banks? As long as the money can buy things, the pension will naturally be supported. In fact, this is also one of the core drivers of the current domestic economic expansion. After all, with the global fragmentation into several relatively independent economic zones, the Asian Commonwealth naturally can no longer rely on foreign trade to maintain economic growth as before. Since external demand is weak, the only option is to stimulate domestic demand. So how can the Asian Commonwealth stimulate domestic demand? There are 5 core measures: raising the minimum wage in Southeast Asia, increasing pensions for all seniors, promoting 12 years of compulsory education, providing comprehensive subsidies for infants and young children, and increasing vacation time for workers. Among them, raising pensions for all seniors is essentially a direct cash payment. Given the population size of the entire Asian Commonwealth, if all seniors receive pensions of over 5,000 yuan, this substantial sum would greatly stimulate market expansion. While Southeast Asia has not yet implemented this policy, China has already fully implemented it. Hundreds of millions of elderly farmers and ordinary low-income urban residents will receive trillions of yuan in pensions each month. This massive sum of money, injected directly into the market, has greatly boosted market prosperity. Consumption in medical services, food, and tourism has been significantly boosted by this pension. In the past, rural residents only received a few hundred yuan in pensions each month, and even if you asked them to spend, they couldn't. But now, with 5,000 yuan a month, most people are willing to spend freely. Products centered around the health of the elderly are experiencing a booming sales growth this year. The foundation of these pensions is Ceres's current massive production capacity. The concern now isn't a lack of products, but a lack of consumers and spending power. As long as there are people willing to spend and the funds to do so, production can be expanded at any time, not to mention ordinary fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, and dairy products, even for agricultural products marketed as luxury goods, as long as there's market demand. For example, salmon, cod, and king crab, which are rarely eaten by older generations in Shantou and the United States, have seen their consumption double or triple annually over the past 3 years. Do older generations dislike king crab? It's because they lack the money. Give them 5,000 yuan a month, and see if they consume it. The Haliafeng Group currently operates 57 large-scale indoor aquaculture bases, large and small, across the Asian consortium. These bases produce a vast amount of aquatic products annually, yet demand still outstrips supply. Other companies and investors within the Asian consortium are also entering the indoor aquaculture industry. Haleifeng Group didn't take action against these new competitors. Instead, acting as an industry leader, it established strict production guidelines and allowed them to use Haleifeng Group's technology, provided they registered and paid a certain annual patent fee. This is Haleifeng Group's consistent approach. Not only in aquaculture, but also in agricultural planting, agricultural and sideline product production, and other industries, newcomers are welcome to enter the industry, provided they abide by the rules. If any company intends to pass off inferior products as superior, or engages in vicious competition by using inferior currency to drive out superior, such a company will quickly be blacklisted by Haleifeng Group. After all, Haleifeng Group and Jiang Miao see normal business competition as nothing serious, rather, it can motivate them. However, some people aren't so rule-abiding. Such individuals and businesses must be dealt with forcefully. Otherwise, the damage won't just be felt within an industry, it will trigger a chain reaction, leading to a decline in consumer trust in products. For example, the king crabs currently being farmed in large quantities by the Haleifeng Group could be reduced in growth time and feed usage if banned drugs and chemicals were used. To regulate the entire king crab farming industry, the Haleifeng Group has taken the lead in establishing very strict standards for all king crab farmers, not only within Ceres, but also in other parts of the Asian Union. Before he knew it, Wang Haoren's car had already reached his home. He drove directly into a residential complex on the roadside. Looking at the unfamiliar high-rise buildings, Wang Haoren asked, "Aren, is this a newly developed complex?" "Yes, it was just opened at the end of last year, and it's also developed by a company under the Haleifeng Group." The car drove into the complex from the curb and went directly to the third floor of the parking garage. This is because the road surface height of the urban area's second-story highway corresponds to the height of the buildings, which is the third floor. Entering the parking garage, Wang Haoren drove into a parking space. He operated the app on his phone. Then, the car was automatically picked up by an automatic retracting device and moved to a designated spot in the parking garage. Looking at the stolen car, Wang Jiala was confused. "Aren, your car was taken away. The system will automatically send it to an empty space upstairs. Don't worry. Wouldn't it be very troublesome for you to use the car? Wouldn't it be difficult to find it? Uncle, when I need the car, I can use the app at home ahead of time. By the time I get to the parking garage, my car will be parked in the temporary parking space on the third floor." Wang Jiala exclaimed in admiration. "It's possible. The mainland is truly becoming more and more advanced. We old folks can't keep up. Uncle, let's go this way." Crossing the pedestrian bridge on the third floor of the parking garage, the group arrived at the building where Wang Haoren lived. The hallway at the entrance amazed Wang Jiala and his wife. It was over 3 meters wide, wider than the entrance to their old house in the village. Even more astonishingly, although the house was high-rise, the entrance had the style of a trendy, old-fashioned building. With its various stone door frames and carvings, and heavy wooden doors, it didn't resemble a high-rise residence at all, but rather a village dwelling. "Come in, sister-in-law. Allah, you haven't been home in a few years. I just prepared some lei cha and vegetable cakes." The family entered. They had just sat down in the living room. Wang Jiala peered through the window glass at the lush greenery outside. He rubbed his eyes and, after a closer look, realized it wasn't just a poster or sticker, but real greenery. "Sister-in-law, why are there so many flowers and plants outside? Let Aren show you around. I don't really understand anything." Wang Haoren emerged from the kitchen, sipping mineral water. Upon hearing his mother's words, he smiled, opened the window, and began introducing his uncle's family. Rural housing is being promoted in mainland China right now, and Shanmei is one of the pilot cities. Our family of 7 has a standard indoor area of 350 square meters, plus a 700 square meter green balcony. Wang Jiala exited through the side door and arrived at this so-called balcony. The 700 square meter balcony truly stunned Wang Jiala. After a moment, he came to his senses. "Aren, is all this space yours?" Wang Haoren shook his head. "No, it's not included in the property title. It's a gift from the property management company to every owner. You can use it and plant some flowers and plants, but you're not allowed to modify it or pile up garbage or debris, or the property will be reclaimed." "I see. But this isn't bad either. With such a large green space, there's no need to worry about lack of space for the children to play around." Just then, Wang Haoren's father, Wang Jiahui, returned. As soon as he entered the house, he started complaining to his brother, whom he hadn't seen in a while. "Ah, don't underestimate such a large green space. It's such a waste if you can't even grow vegetables." Wang Haoren said helplessly, "Dad, forget about farming. Vegetables and fruits are so cheap these days, and the ones you grow yourself won't taste good. Why waste your energy and time? Wouldn't it be better to just have tea and play chess with friends, or go on a trip?" Hearing his son's words, Wang Jiahui's face darkened. "You've grown up, haven't you? Didn't our family rely on my vegetable farming to support your education? Now you look down on what I grow? Ha ha, Dad. Times have changed. You and Mom get a 10,000 yuan monthly pension, and now you're still growing vegetables. Aren't you just stealing jobs from young people? What a twist." Wang Jiahui continued to curse. Wang Haoren shook his head, and didn't argue any further. After all, as a son, he knew his old man's stubbornness well. In his opinion, China already provides every elderly person with a generous pension, and if they still grow vegetables at home, they're simply forcing themselves to work, and are effectively competing with young people for jobs. After all, if all elderly people did this, their pensions would significantly reduce their spending on fruits and vegetables, which would impact large-scale agricultural industries nationwide and lead to a reduction in farm jobs. While this view is somewhat oversimplified, Wang Haoren truly believes that wealthy elderly people should no longer be involved in the labor force. On the one hand, elderly people's bodily functions have deteriorated, and continuing to work is only necessary when absolutely necessary. On the other hand, elderly labor can squeeze out jobs for young people, and even growing vegetables on their own balconies indirectly squeezes out jobs for young people. However, Wang Haoren knew that elderly people could be stubborn, and he didn't want to argue with his parents over this. Instead, he cited the property management company's regulations and urged his parents not to grow vegetables on their balconies. The property management company affiliated with Hailifeng Group does have relevant regulations in this regard. After all, growing fruits and vegetables on balconies isn't just a matter of indirectly squeezing young people out of their jobs, it also involves food safety and residential security considerations. Many veteran farmers subconsciously assume that whatever they grow is superior, that what farms grow is driven by technology and hard work. However, the reality can be quite different. Take pesticide use, for example. Ordinary individual farmers often use pesticides haphazardly and uncertainly, making it difficult to comply with regulations. Large-scale farms, on the other hand, are relatively professional and consistent in their use of pesticides. There's no way around it. This is determined by the expertise of both parties. While some veteran farmers possess a wealth of traditional experience and methods, this doesn't give them reason to deny modern agricultural technology. Times are changing, and technology is advancing. Many people's mindsets are still stuck in the past, or even decades ago, and they wishfully apply their old-fashioned perspectives to the rapidly evolving state of modern agricultural technology. This is clearly a profoundly misguided concept. Take the vegetables and fruits produced by Hailifeng Group as an example. Ordinary farm dishes are completely crushed in terms of nutritional content, food safety, flavor accumulation, and output, but many people still look at them with old ideas, which is obviously out of touch with the times. Chapter 346. Inside the green balcony of Wang Haoren's home. Wang Jiala, over 50 years old, sat on a stone pier, while his older brother, Wang Jiahui, brewed tea at a round stone table. Looking at his energetic elder brother, he involuntarily pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to him. "Brother, this time I'm back, I might be staying here for a month or two." Wang Jiahui, scalding his teacup with hot water, shook his head. "I quit smoking. I went to the community hospital for a checkup last year, and the doctor said I have some lung nodules, and told me to try not to smoke." Seeing his elder brother didn't take it, Wang Jiala lit the cigarette himself. "Huh? Isn't there organ transplant surgery now? We have Hailifeng Hospital back home, so we shouldn't have to worry about lung cancer or anything like that, right? I checked with people I know at the community hospital, and they only do eye transplants right now. Kidney transplants have recently entered clinical trials, but other organs aren't as fast. According to the information released by Hailifeng Hospital, heart and lung transplants are probably the last to go, and they probably won't be officially used for another 5 or 6 years. Is that so?" Wang Jiala frowned, looking at the cigarette in his hand, feeling a little bored for a moment. After brewing the tea, Wang Jiahui poured a cup of pu'er tea for his younger brother. "That's why I just recently quit smoking. If my lungs develop serious problems in the next few years, it would be truly unfortunate. I only been receiving my pension for 6 months. I worked hard for most of my life, and now with all the benefits, I'm gone before I can enjoy them for a few years. That would be such a loss. As he spoke, he turned on the automatic ventilation system. The green balcony immediately activated forced ventilation mode, flushing out the lingering wisps of secondhand smoke. In fact, his family's attached green balcony is a full 700 square meters. If you smoke a cigarette or two there, the smoke will quickly be absorbed by the indoor plants. Brother, with such a large area, the monthly electricity consumption of all these appliances must be quite high, right? Not much. My family uses about 600 to 700 degrees Celsius a month. In the summer, that's almost double. How much does electricity cost per kilowatt hour in mainland China now? For home use, it seems to be 37 cents per kilowatt hour. So cheap? It really is. It used to start at over 60 cents, and with the tiered electricity rates, it was a pain to use. Now everyone uses it freely. Wang Jiala put out his cigarette in the ashtray and blew away the steam from his teacup. You're making me want to return to my hometown to retire. Then, come back. Living in a pigeon coop in Hong Kong and having to take care of Weiwei isn't very convenient. You might as well settle down in the mainland. After taking a sip of tea, Wang Jiala talked about his daughter. Speaking of Weiwei, brother, do you have any connections at Hailifeng Hospital? Can you arrange for a good professor or something? Don't overthink it. Hailifeng Hospital is even stricter than the public hospitals. There's no need to waste money. After all, we're not friends or relatives of academician Jiang. Hailifeng Hospital won't give us any backdoors. That's true. Wang Jiala nodded helplessly. You can just stay here and rest assured. I asked your sister-in-law to clean the room. I have already accompanied you to the hospital tomorrow. He already registered you a few days ago. Wang Jiala was a little nervous. I hope everything goes well. As long as Weiwei's eyes can be cured, Meiji and I will be relieved. Don't worry too much. Medical technology is getting better and better. I checked with the community hospital a few days ago. Hailifeng Hospital has only been using eye transplant surgery for less than 2 months, and it's already packed every day. They performed over 500 surgeries in those 2 months, with not a single problem. Of course, I trust mainland technology. The next day, at 2:30 p.m., Wang Haoren, his cousin Huang Weiwei, and his second uncle and his wife drove to Hailifeng General Hospital in Magong Town. The hospital is directly across from the Hailifeng Group headquarters and the employee housing complex. Watching the crowd surging at the entrance, Wang Jiala instinctively grabbed his daughter's arm to prevent them from being separated too far. Entering the lobby, a nurse handed Huang Haoren a mobile phone. This is a patient-only phone. Did you make an appointment in advance? Yes. Enter your medical card number. Following the prompts, the patient entered their medical card number on their phone, and a prompt popped up on the phone. Please select the service language. Simplified Chinese has been selected. Please confirm. Please select the guidance mode. Projection nurse mode has been selected. Ding! The projection lighting system on the top frame of the phone turned on, and suddenly, the image of a cartoon nurse appeared in the air 1 meter above the phone. Hello. Dear patient, your appointment is with Dr. Wei Haixin, the attending physician. His clinic is in room 5 of the ophthalmology department on the 4th floor. Please come this way. Following the direction indicated by the cartoon nurse, the group quickly arrived at the attending physician's office. After waiting for about half an hour, the number calling machine and the cartoon nurse announced almost simultaneously that they were ready to see the doctor. Entering the outpatient clinic, Wei Haixin looked at the girl in sunglasses and immediately identified her as the patient. After carefully inquiring about her condition, he arranged for Huang Weiwei to be hospitalized and began waiting in line for a transplant. The inpatient department of Hailifeng General Hospital is located on the hill behind the outpatient building. This area was once a durian plantation, later converted into the inpatient department. We reached the inpatient department via the pedestrian bridge. Soon, under the guidance of a cartoon nurse, we checked into the ophthalmology inpatient building. Second uncle, don't worry. All the wards at Hailifeng Hospital are single rooms, and there are also family rooms. Looking at the room before them, Wang Jiala and his wife nodded with satisfaction. Maggie Q looked at the freshly unpacked sheets and bedding, as well as the daily necessities brought by the resident nurse. Although it's not reimbursed, the service is indeed good. Wang Haoren smiled and said, of course, they make a living by providing service. Hailifeng Hospital is a private hospital after all. Besides featuring various new technologies, it relies on its reputation for service. Furthermore, its fees are not too high. For example, a full set of medical services for an eye replacement including a month's hospital stay, would cost approximately 100,000 to 150,000 yuan. But this only applies to domestic patients. For citizens of the Asian community, the fee is generally increased by about 15%. For patients from other regions, the fee is increased by 100% to 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. This is also the industry standard in China. Whether it's a public or private hospital, medical services involving foreign patients are subject to high fees. As for artificial eye transplant surgery, Heilifeng Hospital is the only hospital in the world that has the technology to perform it. Other domestic hospitals are still in the research and introduction phase, and it will be promoted in other hospitals in the next 1 or 2 years. In reality, not many hospitals are willing to introduce this technology. It's not that Heilifeng Hospital is deliberately holding back, but rather that its patient base is limited. If all hospitals offered eye transplant surgery, the program would quickly become operationally challenged due to a shortage of patients. Therefore, only 30 hospitals in China have been approved to introduce this technology at this stage. Furthermore, considering that this surgery requires over a month of hospitalization, and given the unique circumstances of blind patients, they cannot be accommodated in double rooms and require round-the-clock family care, hospitals in major cities are not eligible for this technology. To qualify for eye transplant surgery, sufficient inpatient facilities and nursing staff are a prerequisite. Hospitals in smaller and medium-sized cities, on the other hand, can rapidly expand and develop sufficient inpatient facilities. This actually reflects a new trend in domestic healthcare, a gradual transition from the previous focus on curing illnesses and saving lives to a simultaneous focus on curing and saving lives while ensuring patient comfort. Previously, most hospitals shared multiple patients in one ward. This will become less common in the future, as individual wards will become the norm. After all, having several patients squeezed into one ward is incredibly inconvenient, especially for those with special needs who make constant noise at night, potentially disrupting the rest of the ward. There are also issues of cross-infection and privacy. Now that conditions have improved, it's natural to gradually promote individual rooms to provide better medical services. For example, blind patients like Huang Weiwei undoubtedly require around-the-clock care from their family members, and staying in a shared ward would be extremely inconvenient. Wang Haoren taught his second uncle how to use the patient phone and then excused himself to go home. The patient phone was actually very easy to use. Its built-in voice recognition AI system allowed patients and their families to give voice commands, and the phone's intelligent AI could also interact with them in various ways. The family tidied the bedsheets in the ward. A nurse knocked on the door. Huang Weiwei's family. I'm her father. Here are the physical examination items. Let the robot on the phone set a timer, and it remind you when it's time. Nurse, how do I do this? It's simple. Just tell it. We automatically synchronize the information with the back end, and you have all the information on your phone. Okay, thank you, nurse. You're welcome. Huang Jiala interacted with the phone's AI for a while, and set up automatic reminders for each physical examination item. When the time came, the AI would automatically remind them and direct them to the designated department for the examination. Before they knew it, the durian plantation outside the window was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Gurgle, gurgle. Maggie Q, chatting privately with her daughter, heard her stomach growl and immediately woke her husband, who was resting in the family room next door. Old man? Vivi is hungry. Huang Jiala, half asleep, felt as if pricked by a needle, and instantly jumped up from the bed. What's up? Vivi is hungry. Huang Jiala asked, putting on his coat. I go get some. Vivi, what do you want to eat? At that moment, the patient's phone's voice recognition system had picked up the conversation and automatically activated service mode. Hello patient, you can order meals through this system. Below is the menu for the Heilifeng Hospital cafeteria. How convenient. Huang Jiala sat down next to his daughter's bed. His phone automatically projected the menus for the 3 restaurants in the hospital cafeteria and, based on the patient's implanted nano-vital sign monitor, provided some recommended dishes. Dad, I want some barbecued pork rice. Do you have any? The patient's phone responded faster, providing the requested information directly. Yes, dear patient, we have barbecued pork rice in the hospital's Lingnan restaurant. Here are the details, please take a look. Then, old man, can I have 1 barbecued pork rice? 2 barbecued pork rice dishes, plus 1 boneless boiled chicken rice dish, 1 bowl of bitter melon and pork rib soup per person, and finally a freshly cut fruit platter. All right. Please confirm. Confirmed. Your order is expected to arrive at the ward in 45 minutes. Please pay attention to the notification message. Maggie Q, pouring water for her daughter, asked, "How much is a meal at the hospital?" "Our meal is 46 yuan. So cheap?" Back in Hong Kong, a regular boxed lunch would cost 30 or 40 yuan. Chewing gum, Wang Jiala suddenly asked, "Yesterday, my eldest brother told me to consider returning to the mainland to retire. What do you think, old woman? What do you think?" "I don't mind, but I'm just wondering if my pension in Hong Kong will be cut off?" Maggie Q asked worriedly. "I can't say for sure." Wang Jiala was also a little confused. Hong Kong's fiscal revenue has declined significantly in recent years, and now it is almost unable to make ends meet. It seems the economy of the entire Asian Commonwealth is booming, while Hong Kong's economy is struggling. Isn't that a bit counterintuitive? The reason behind this is actually quite simple. Hong Kong's economy is built on 4 core pillars: real estate, financial investment, entrepot trade, and tourism services. Since the advent of the Asian Commonwealth, these 4 pillars have all suffered severe setbacks. After all, this is the era of the Asian Commonwealth. Tariffs do not exist between regions within the Commonwealth, while the rest of the world is gradually increasing trade barriers. This has led to a near-complete loss of Hong Kong's share of entrepot trade. In terms of financial investment, Hong Kong is not as bold as Tsingtao, and having lost a significant portion of its investments in Europe and the United States, it has also suffered significant damage. As for tourism services, this industry has long been in decline, and the advent of the Asian Commonwealth has only exacerbated its situation. After all, Hong Kong's tourism advantages are too few. Tourists from Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia aren't fools. Wouldn't they find it difficult to visit Hong Kong instead of the mainland? There are no import limits within the Asian community. As long as you can afford the air freight, even if you're buying a few tons of rice from Serbia and bringing it back to Japan, Japanese customs won't stop you or impose taxes. This effectively negates Hong Kong's tax advantage. The mainland, on the other hand, offers medical care, natural scenery, technological cities, ancient ruins, and a wealth of dining, entertainment, and other attractions that attract tourists from around the world. In terms of tourism resources, Hong Kong isn't even as good as neighboring Australia. After all, its mainstay industry is gambling, which hasn't declined in recent years. On the contrary, thanks to the massive mainland market, it has maintained significant growth. Finally, there's real estate, an industry that has long been on the decline. With the decline of other industries in Hong Kong, real estate has naturally lost its inherent driving force. Now, even selling land cheaply in Hong Kong doesn't generate much revenue. Faced with such a predicament, it's no wonder that Wang Jiala is uncertain about whether Hong Kong can maintain its current pension payments in the future. Many Hong Kong residents whose relatives and friends are still in mainland China are already looking to relocate back to the mainland, or have their younger family members return, or go to Southeast Asia for work. It's clear to anyone with a discerning eye that Hong Kong's future is bleak. In reality, from a realistic perspective, Hong Kong's decline is simply a return to its original state. The city's development relied primarily on its former role as a window to the outside world. When China fully opens up, Hong Kong's decline is almost inevitable. Chapter 347. While Huang Weiwei and her family were waiting for their dinner order, the patient in the next ward had completed their final checkup of the day. "Charlie, how's the report?" Henry, who had accompanied his son from across the Eurasian continent, asked nervously. Charlie, now able to see the holographic text with his own eyes, beamed. "Dad, the report is fine. The doctor said we can be discharged tomorrow." "Great. Charlie." Henry's face lit up with visibly brightened. Although this trip had cost them a considerable amount of money, as long as his eyes could recover, it would be worth it. Charlie rose from his hospital bed, stretched, and then drew aside the curtains. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the lush durian plantation not far away. He turned to his father, Henry, and said, "Dad, I just asked the nurse. If we're in a hurry, we can still get discharged tonight. Do you think we should go tonight or tomorrow?" Henry stroked his graying beard and glanced at his son's overflowing excitement. He made an immediate decision. "Tonight. We can explore the local area." Their medical tourism visas lasted 3 months. About a month and a half had passed since their hospitalization, leaving them with another month and a half to travel within Serbia. Henry's company, based in Gaul, sells medical devices, primarily sourcing them from Serbia and selling them to private hospitals and clinics. However, their business has been struggling in recent years, primarily due to Europe's membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, which has become increasingly resistant to products from the Asian bloc. Therefore, Henry was looking for a new path for his business. This time, thanks to a connection with Saris, he brought his youngest son here for an eye transplant. With the help of the nurse, the father and son quickly completed the discharge procedures and returned the patient's phone. However, they also downloaded a special app on their own phones, Heliafing Hospital Patient Records. This app is specifically for patients to use after discharge. It's like an electronic medical record, but it's much better because it works offline. The medical records and various examination reports are stored locally on the phone and won't disappear due to other events. Charlie, pulling his suitcase, was operating a tourist phone. While their own phones could be used after entering the country, they weren't as convenient as a tourist phone. Although this tourist phone required a 1,000 yuan deposit, Charlie still thought it was a great device. The so-called tourist phone is a service device that is mandatory for all non-Chinese speaking tourists at the entry point in China. This tourist phone not only provides translation AI, but also serves as a temporary ID card for tourists in China, serving as a passport. The phone also functions as a temporary bank card and phone card, and features GPS, customizable maps, taxi hailing software, and commercial service reservations. The most crucial feature, of course, is the smart tour guide system within the tourist's phone. This system allows non-Chinese speaking tourists to easily access various services within the country and guide them to various attractions. The advent of mobile phones has greatly facilitated inbound tourists and also eliminated a significant language barrier. Charlie quickly booked a very cheap double room in Jincheng Bay, not far from the hospital. Carrying their suitcases, father and son walked to the Bahang Hotel in Jincheng Bay. Via the pedestrian elevator and overpass, they arrived at the Shanmei City Sea Defense Dam, completed only last August. The Jincheng Bay section of the dam, at an altitude of 35 meters, looks like a continuous skyscraper from a distance. The Bahang Hotel is built atop the dam. Exiting the overpass, old Henry saw the golden waves under the setting sun and the giant wall towering over them, firmly blocking them. What a magnificent scale! Is this the giant wall that the Ceres people used to resist the elements? Charlie, who had previously lost his sight, saw the magnificent dam for the first time. Europeans call the dams built by Ceres to combat rising sea levels giant walls. The two stood quietly for a moment in the fading light, then pulled their suitcases to the nearby Bahang Hotel. The Bahang Hotel consists of 5 buildings, each 50 stories high, with 5,000 suites. It is part of the Heliafing Group and also provides affordable housing for the families of hospital patients. After all, the Heliafing Group is unlike other businesses. If left unchecked, the economic growth brought by medical services to Shantou and Maishan might be eroded by private hotels, damaging Shantou and Maishan's reputation and enriching the private hoteliers. Therefore, from a very early stage, the Heliafing Group established a large number of hotels throughout Shantou and Maishan. For example, near the Heliafing General Hospital, there are 8 hotels invested in by the Heliafing Group, providing approximately 34,000 suites in the surrounding area. As if that weren't enough, the Heliafing Group also operates over a dozen hotels in the area, as well as over 40 tourist homestay villages offering accommodation. It is precisely because of this vast housing supply, coupled with price controls, that local hotel prices remain relatively reasonable. The double room Charlie and Henry Sr. booked cost only 300 yuan a day. If it were near a major hospital in other areas, especially in the semi-tourist area of Jincheng Bay, it would obviously be impossible to book a room at this price. In fact, there are even cheaper accommodation options here, in the homestay villages, where you can rent a 100 square meter suite on a monthly basis, typically for 2,000 yuan a month. After putting away his luggage, Charlie and his father, Henry Sr., headed to Bahang District. These types of biashang, are now very common in coastal areas of China. This is also to fully utilize land resources. Bashang areas are functional areas built on top of sea-controlled dams. On the pedestrian street facing the sea, local villagers run various food stalls and food carts. The sea breeze blows, and the aroma of various spices and smoky foods wafts through the air, making one's mouth water. Dad, try these oysters. Charlie scanned the QR code with his tourist phone and purchased half a dozen shiomachi oysters. He squeezed some lemon juice from a scented lemon and handed it to old Henry. Old Henry, an oyster lover back home, took the shell, placed his mouth against the edge, and slowly inhaled. The flavor was rich and refreshing, with a hint of the ocean and a slight metallic taste, a taste that oyster lovers will find irresistible. Not bad. One more then. The father and son quickly devoured half a dozen oysters. Just then, 2 Europeans, not far from them, greeted them with smiles. "Hello, friends. Where are you from?" Charlie turned and smiled. "Hello, I'm Charlie from Paris. This is my father, Henri. Oh, I'm Gawain van from the Netherlands. This is my wife, Jenny." The tall, thin, middle-aged man with short, curly hair extended his hand and introduced the middle-aged woman with glasses and a ponytail. The four introduced themselves. Jenny was surprised to hear that Charlie was here for eye treatment. "So your eyes are already healed? I thought the technology wasn't mature yet. Now it looks fine. Aren't you here for medical tourism?" Charlie was a little surprised. After all, many foreign tourists who come to Shantou and the United States do so for medical tourism. Gawain Fan shook his head. "No, we're here for an academic exchange, but we specialize in ecological research and don't know much about medicine." Old Henry was delighted to meet 2 European ecologists. "I see. It's a real honor to meet you too. Mr. Gawain, how long do you plan to spend on this exchange?" Charlie inquired. Gawain Fan pondered for a moment. About 2 weeks. We're going to discuss the ecological impacts of global sea level rise with local ecologists in Lingnan. Old Henry asked with some concern, "Mr. Gawain, Europe isn't building this giant wall. Will coastal areas be submerged in the future?" Gawain Fan threw up his hands helplessly. "This is the inevitable future. Even if the Asian community is now desperately building photovoltaic thin films in Antarctica, blocking a large portion of sunlight, and slowing the melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, the melting of the Greenland and Arctic ice sheets will still cause global sea levels to rise by about 20 meters. Old Henry sighed softly. "Alas! What's the point of Europe joining the North Atlantic community? Once global sea levels rise by 20 meters, the coastal plains of southern and eastern North America will be submerged. These things are the games of the big guys. We ordinary people can't do anything about it. We should just live our own lives," Gawain Fan said helplessly. Old Henry's face grimaced. "My business is struggling right now. With all the restrictions on the Asian Union's products, it's really hard for a small trading company like mine to survive." Jenny asked curiously. "Business? So Mr. Henry is in business. What kind of business are you in?" "I'm in legal services." Hearing the legal services, Charlie smiled and explained, "My company mainly buys medical devices. We used to source cheap medical devices from Asia and sell them to private hospitals and clinics in Europe." Jenny pondered for a moment and offered some advice. "Medical devices? That's definitely a problem. The North Atlantic Union has recently tightened its restrictions on medical devices. You should transition quickly." "We like to transition too, but we don't know what to do," Old Henry said, feeling a headache. At that moment, Gawain Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Henry, isn't there a good business opportunity right here? Right now." "Organ transplant," Gawain Fan reminded. "Organ transplant? You mean acting as an intermediary?" Old Henry immediately realized that's certainly something we could consider. In fact, Old Henry was already slow to react. Some people in Europe and North America have already set their sights on this business and are starting to match patients in need of eye transplants, bringing them to Ceres for surgery. Thankfully, this industry is only just beginning to gain traction. As non-rejection organ technology matures and more types of organ transplants are approved, it's expected that more and more patients from other regions will seek treatment in Ceres. After all, after traditional organ transplants, not only do they require long-term anti-rejection medication, but the transplanted organ only lasts for a dozen years, and some only a few years. Non-rejection organs, on the other hand, have no obvious rejection risk, making them very conducive to recovery. Charlie, right before our eyes, is a living example. With this in mind, Old Henry, while asking the Gawains to find a place to eat, typed an email on his phone and sent it to his eldest son in Gaul, asking him to research how to develop a medical intermediary service. Old Henry, however, had no immediate plans to return. He planned to consult with some old friends in Ceres over the next few days to avoid violating Ceres laws while operating a medical intermediary business. The group arrived at a Chinese restaurant called Wanghilu for dinner. "Henry, this restaurant specializes in local cuisine. I ate there a few days ago, and it suits our tastes perfectly. Compared to the more spicy Sichuan and Hunan cuisines, Cantonese cuisine is indeed more in line with European tastes. Even the high sugar content of traditional Cantonese dim sum closely resembles European dietary habits. Of course, when it comes to modernized traditional Cantonese dim sum, the sweetness is significantly reduced. You should know that people in Shantou, and they used to eat sweet noodles on their birthdays, and super sweet glutinous rice ball soup during the winter solstice. Naturally, some of the local Cantonese cuisine at Wanghelu has been refined. There's no way around it. Many traditional dishes don't taste or texture the same today. We must preserve the essence and discard the dross. The group found a table by the window overlooking the sea and ordered 6 dishes. As they waited for their food, they chatted. After taking a sip of tea, Gawain sighed, "Mr. Henry, you guys in Gaul don't have to worry too much about rising sea levels, but we in the Netherlands are facing the risk of being submerged." Old Henry, also a college graduate, had a much better understanding of European geography than the Gallians. "Your low countries are indeed much lower." "Yes. Now I'm thinking of immigrating to Asia," Gawain said helplessly. "Immigrating to Asia? That's difficult, isn't it?" As someone who had long engaged in Asia-Europe trade, Old Henry knew that Asian countries, especially East and Northeast Asia, had very strict immigration restrictions. And with Southeast Asia becoming part of the Asian Commonwealth, its restrictions on foreign immigration were adjusted to be similar to those in Ceres. "Haha, I know, but there are solutions." Gawain narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing Gawain's expression, Charlie speculated, "Skilled immigration? Investment immigration?" "Neither. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Jenny, standing by, smiled and explained, "Australia. We plan to immigrate to Australia first, and then wait for Australia to join the Asian community. Then we'd be a part of it." "Is that even possible? But will Australia really join the Asian community?" Gawain said confidently, "They don't have a choice." Chapter 348. January 11, 2030. Equator, Borneo. Sky City, towering over the northern outskirts of Sun Chaser City. After a series of expansions, Sky City now covers an area of 89 square kilometers, and its maximum payload has been increased to 19,000 tons. At noon, the entire Sky City was shrouded in darkness, shrouding almost half of Sun Chaser City itself, which also semi-permanently altered the local microclimate. After Haliafang Group invested tens of billions of yuan last year, Sky City has not only expanded in size, but also improved its various supporting facilities. Blue Whale Aerospace Deputy General Manager Wei Wentian, who is in charge of the Sky City project, along with Chief Engineer Gu Linyu, Consulting Engineer Zhou Shi, and others, also gathered in the aerospace area of Sky City. In the command center building of the aerospace zone, Wei Wentian sat upright before the thin, high-strength floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the massive launch pad in the distance. After a moment, he turned to Chief Engineer Gu Linyu and asked, "Chief Engineer Gu, is the electromagnetic accelerator system operating smoothly?" Gu Linyu replied calmly, "Please rest assured, Vice President Wei and the company. We conducted 3 inspections, and every component of the electromagnetic accelerator system meets design specifications." "Excellent, then, let's begin the first test launch," Wei Wentian ordered impatiently. Although the head office hadn't forced them to speed up, Wei Wentian felt a sense of urgency. After all, the head office had invested nearly 60 billion yuan. Even if that amount of money was thrown into the sea, it would still make a dent. Therefore, Wei Wentian felt a great deal of pressure. "Don't worry, Vice President Wei. The test can begin immediately," Gu Linyu assured him again, then turned and began giving instructions to the other management, especially Su Bucai, head of the Launch Management Center, and the overall commander of this test launch. The two of them had a quick chat. It was essentially just some procedural details, prepared over a month before launch. All that was needed was the order. After receiving the launch order, Su Bucai took the elevator down to the launch control hall on the first floor. Wei Wentian, Gu Linyu, and the others didn't go down to join in the fun. After all, the launch control hall had its own specific procedures, so going down wouldn't increase uncertainty. However, in the small conference room above, they could still monitor the operational status of various departments through the network of surveillance cameras. Meanwhile, in the spacecraft hangar at the launch site, a dozen staff members wearing subspace protective suits were operating equipment, pushing a recently constructed spacecraft into the electromagnetic acceleration tube connected to the hangar. The spacecraft was named Starlight 1. Compared to traditional rocket launch spacecraft, Starlight 1's appearance is more like a space shuttle, with its wings folding thanks to a special design, giving it a more streamlined aerodynamic shape. In fact, launching at this high altitude significantly reduces the impact of aerodynamic shape on the launch. After all, the air density inside the electromagnetic accelerator tube is already very low. This circular accelerator tube, laid out above the Sky City, is 24 kilometers long and is practically vacuum evacuated, with the air density within less than 1,000th of it near the ground. While not a complete vacuum, the air density, at only 1,000th that of the air near Earth's surface, was sufficient to reduce the air resistance to the spacecraft to a relatively small range. Reporting to Command Center, the electromagnetic acceleration ring tube has undergone its fourth inspection for this launch mission, and the air density is as expected. Command Center received. Reporting to Command Center, the electromagnetic acceleration track's power system has been activated. Airspace Clearance Management Office reporting. Air Traffic Control Office receiving the launch zone's radiation range has been cleared and is ready for launch. Low Earth Orbit Liaison Office reporting. The Low Earth Orbit Office receiving the launch zone's planned orbital area will meet launch requirements within the next 5 hours, allowing for a later launch date. Outer Space Monitoring Office reporting. The Outer Space Monitoring Office receiving the planned orbital area's full monitoring. No obvious hazards or targets with unusual trajectory have been detected. Each department reported their progress to Command Center. After the 150-ton Starlight 1 spacecraft was wheeled into its launch position, launch preparations quickly entered their final sprint. In addition to the 24-kilometer-long circular electromagnetic acceleration tube, this electromagnetic catapult system also features a 40-kilometer-long linear electromagnetic acceleration track, the exit of which is located at an altitude of approximately 32,000 meters. Subakad looked at the main display screen in the command hall, along with the reports from various departments. He knew the launch was ready to begin. He immediately picked up the fixed intercom and said, "All departments, take your positions. Start the launch countdown. 10, 8, 4, 1, start." Beep! As the electromagnetic acceleration module carrying the spacecraft was activated by electromagnetic force, it began to propel the 150-ton spacecraft slowly forward. Because it was within a sub-vacuum tube, no harsh, sharp sound was heard from the outside world. But the spacecraft's speed on the electromagnetic acceleration track continued to accelerate. Report: the spacecraft's speed has exceeded 1 kilometer per second. Report: the spacecraft's speed has exceeded 3 kilometers per second. Report: the spacecraft. Subakai stared intently at the spacecraft's speed data on the main screen. In less than 15 minutes, the spacecraft's speed had exceeded 8 kilometers per second. Although the spacecraft's speed had exceeded the first cosmic velocity, the staff did not open the gates leading to the ramp or perform a trajectory change. This was because the spacecraft's speed had not yet reached the target speed of 11 kilometers per second. But soon, the spacecraft's speed reached 11 kilometers per second. The system automatically opened the gates and instantly completed the trajectory change. At a staggering 11 kilometers per second, the spacecraft instantly entered an upward-sloping orbit. The 40-kilometer orbital length increased the spacecraft's speed even further. Boom! That was the sound of a high-speed object impacting the thin air. The spacecraft broke free from orbit and flew obliquely toward the Kármán line. Because it was at the equator, the linear velocity of Earth's rotation was at its maximum boost. At this point, the spacecraft's speed was approaching the second cosmic velocity. However, as its altitude increased, the Starlight 1 spacecraft's speed gradually slowed. By the time it passed the Kármán line, its speed had dropped to 8.3 kilometers per second. Activate the electromagnetic particle engine. Pale blue electromagnetic particles rippled through low Earth orbit. Through a high-powered telescope, a faint, shimmering trail could be seen, like a shooting star. Under the reaction force of the electromagnetic particle engine, Starlight 1 maintained its speed at 8.3 kilometers per second, continuing its advance toward a higher low Earth orbit. Inside the command center, the staff continued to monitor the spacecraft's trajectory intently, not becoming complacent with its entry into low Earth orbit. Time ticked by. Until the spacecraft reached low Earth orbit near the Tiangong space station, the command center staff began manual intervention, adjusting Starlight 1's trajectory to stabilize near the Tiangong space station's orbit. Only then did Subotsai breathe a sigh of relief. The first phase of this launch mission has been successfully completed. This honor belongs to all of us. Clapping. The hall erupted in applause. Many staff members, who had worked at domestic space launch agencies, also felt proud. After all, this was a brand new launch mission, one that would undoubtedly go down in the annals of human spaceflight history. Pa. In the small conference room on the upper floor, the management team also applauded. After the applause subsided, Gu Lingyu said with a beaming smile, "Vice President Wei, we successfully launched the Starlight 1. Wei Wentian was equally delighted, but he didn't act carelessly. Instead, he comforted the R&D staff. "Thank you, Chief Engineer Gu, and all the R&D researchers and engineers for your hard work. Head office and the boss will never forget your hard work." Everyone followed suit and exchanged pleasantries. Although Starlight 1 had yet to dock with the Tiangong space station, everyone was aware that this time, they were testing not the Starlight 1 spacecraft, but the electromagnetic catapult system aboard the Sky City. Since Starlight 1 could be safely launched into low Earth orbit, it proved the feasibility of the system. This was also why Gu Linyu and the others toasted champagne at halftime. Even if Starlight 1 encountered problems in low Earth orbit, that would be a problem for the spacecraft design department, not the electromagnetic catapult design department. As for the Starlight 1 spacecraft's design department, the Blue Whale Spacecraft Design Center, they were also closely following this launch mission, though they still needed to follow up on the follow-up. Gu Linyu and the others, however, could now hold a celebration party. Far away in their homeland, Jiang Mian naturally knew what the Sky City and Jury City was doing, but since the launch mission hadn't yet been successfully completed, he didn't send a video to express his condolences. An hour later, Gu Linyu and the others were already in the cafeteria in the aerospace district, holding a small celebration party. Wei Wuitian picked up his teacup. "There's no wine today, so I have tea instead. Cheers! Cheers!" The various beverage cups clinked together. While picking up the mantis shrimp, Wei Wuitian whispered, "Chief Engineer Gu, when can we conduct the second test? The Spacecraft Design Center has already built 3 spacecraft. If Starlight 1 successfully docks with the Tiangong space station this time, we begin the second test next week," Gu Linyu replied, scooping up a large spoonful of chicken mushroom and golden soup. This time, Blue Whale Aerospace's Spacecraft Design Center actually designed 3 spacecraft, Starlight 1, 2, and 3. Blue Whale Aerospace was able to design 3 spacecraft simultaneously thanks to the backing of the wealthy Heliofeng Group. Starlight 1 is a low Earth orbit model, weighing 150 tons and carrying a 100-ton payload. It can travel between low Earth orbit and Earth and is reusable. Starlight 2 is an inner solar system model, also weighing 150 tons and carrying a payload of approximately 50 tons. It is specifically designed for exploring Venus, Mercury, the Sun, and other areas of the inner solar system. Its targeted design makes it virtually non-reusable. Starlight 3 is an outer solar system model, also weighing 150 tons and carrying a payload of approximately 50 tons. It is designed for exploring Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus, and is also non-reusable. Wei Wuitian turned and picked up his teacup. "Consultant Zhou, if we launch a spacecraft to Venus, are your equipment and other equipment ready?" "Yes, except for a small portion designed by Kasich, all other equipment will be shared with your company." Zhou Shi, representing Kasich, knew his role. Since Kasich didn't intend to independently develop equipment specifically for Venus exploration, most projects were conducted in collaboration with Blue Whale Aerospace, with both parties sharing technology and data. After all, Kasich has so many projects that it's impossible to devote all its funds to Venus exploration. This is the only way to collaborate. Fortunately, Kasich had a sufficient reserve of researchers and engineers, and when they met the wealthy Blue Whale Aerospace, the two parties hit it off. This time, Kasich also facilitated the docking test with the Tiangong space station. While Wei Wuitian, Gu Linyu, and others were eating and chatting, after more than 3 hours of orbital fine-tuning, the Starlight 1 spacecraft finally docked successfully with the Tiangong space station. The staff at the control center finally breathed a sigh of relief, marking the successful completion of the launch mission. They could finally get a good night's sleep. The astronauts at the Tiangong space station also received a generous supply. The Tiangong space station now has a completely new structure, actually called the third-generation Tiangong space station. The older second-generation Tiangong space station is still floating in low Earth orbit. Unlike the older second-generation Tiangong space station, the third-generation Tiangong space station has a composite structure, supporting larger-scale construction. For example, among the 100 tons of supplies brought aboard by the Starlight 1 spacecraft this time, there were materials sufficient to build 5 new cabins. These materials primarily consist of an internal skeleton, inflatable airbags, and an external composite film. A standard airbag-type space capsule, with a volume of approximately 150 cubic meters, weighs only about 10 tons. Of course, this does not include the supporting electrical equipment and working equipment. The 100 tons of supplies brought aboard this time included not only the raw materials for the space capsules, but also a batch of electrical and scientific research equipment. As for the astronauts' daily necessities, Starlight 1 did not need to transport them, as the space station already had enough supplies to sustain 5 astronauts for about a year. Because the large amount of supplies brought aboard this time was insufficient for storage, the space station lacked sufficient space, so the astronauts had to build the new capsules quickly. Thankfully, the materials for the capsules had been pre-designed, allowing them to be assembled very quickly. In less than a day, the foundation for the 2 new capsules was complete. Later, only the electrical and scientific equipment needed remained to be installed before they could be put into operation. While it wasn't ready for use yet, it was more than adequate for temporary storage of space capsule parts and the like. On the 5th day, the 100 tons of supplies carried aboard Starlight 1 were finally moved into the new capsule. During this time, the astronauts also found time to build a 3rd new capsule. Thankfully, there's no significant gravity in outer space, otherwise, moving 100 tons of supplies in 5 days would have been quite challenging for 5 people. Chapter 349. Sky City is systematically testing its electromagnetic catapult. Since entering 2030, Ceres has seen a steady acceleration in various developments. One of the most notable industries is the cultivation of herbal crops such as vegetables and flowers. Southern Yunnan, relying on the region's abundant tropical, subtropical, and alpine temperate herbaceous plants, the flower cultivation industry has recently flourished. At the same time, various small towns and villages have begun to decline rapidly during this round of industrial upgrading, and can even be described as extinct. The fundamental reason for this phenomenon is the shift in production patterns, which in turn has forced an outflow of population from rural areas and small towns, accelerating their decline. After all, as people migrate out, towns and villages naturally decline. For example, the Nujiang River Valley in southern Yunnan currently has only 6 cities left, while the remaining towns and villages are virtually depopulated. The newly constructed Nujiang Lushui New City is a typical example of a new immigrant city in this current context. With a population of 600,000, the city is organized into 6 districts, arranged along both sides of the river valley, and expanded by leveling the mountains along the banks. Lushui New City is located in the middle and lower reaches of the Nujiang River Valley. In fact, the entire Nujiang River Valley will undergo a secondary consolidation in the future, as Ceres does not intend to maintain cities with populations below 5 million. Cities with such small populations will be fully merged. Lushui New City's core industry is flowers and plants. The 6 districts are all clearly defined, such as the Shantai District, which serves as an airport, the Baiwa District, which focuses on agricultural production, and the Lushui District, which serves as a medical and educational center. At that moment, dozens of local flower producers in the Baiwa District had gathered at the Haliafeng Group's branch office. A bald, sunburned middle-aged man offered him a cigarette and whispered, "Oldly, how are you doing?" The man who took his cigarette was a square-faced man in his 40s, his skin also dark, a sign of frequent outdoor work. Oldly lit up his Yushi cigarette and said, "Huh? What else can I do? The weather's still bad this year. My harvest from the town flower garden is less than half of what I got last year." The bald man looked surprised. "You're building a greenhouse? Why are you still like this?" "Haha, greenhouses mean you can ignore the weather? Do you think I'm building a fully controlled indoor farm like Haliafeng?" "Huh?" Oldly shook his head as he popped on his cigarette. "I wonder what the Haliafeng Group is doing with us this time." The bald man speculated, bewildered. Oldly couldn't help but grumble as he smoked a cigarette. Who knows? Lushui New City is so huge, but there are empty houses everywhere. Who's going to live in all those houses? We can't just let everyone in the village move into the city, right? Yeah. Another colleague also lamented. In fact, Lushui's flower industry isn't very strong. Despite the fancy name, Oldly and his colleagues are essentially just large-scale farmers, contracting village land to grow flowers and horticultural plants. Their plantings are generally small, ranging from a few dozen to a few hundred acres. They also couldn't understand why such a large new city was being built, given the local population of only a little over 200,000. Just as Oldly and his colleagues were lost in thought, Zheng Tingyu, manager of the Lushui branch of the Haliafeng Group, appeared with several agricultural technicians. Seeing this, Oldly, Baldy, and the others quickly tossed their cigarettes into their mineral water bottles. Although Zheng Tingyu smoked, his assistant still had his staff use forced ventilation to remove the odor from the conference room. After all, not everyone smoked. He glanced at the flower production company owners present and smiled, clapping his hands. Clapping. Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on him. "Happy New Year, everyone. On behalf of the Haliafeng Group, I'd like to wish you all good health and success in the new year. I won't say much else. Let's openly discuss the purpose of inviting all the bosses this time." Oldly, Baldy, and the others immediately listened intently to Zheng Tingyu's words. While they didn't know what Haliafeng Group was up to, As a leader in the domestic agricultural industry, it was certainly no small matter for Haliafin Group to specifically invite them to participate in the meeting. Thus, everyone took it very seriously, fearing they would miss any important information. Zhang Tingyu smiled and continued, "Our company recently developed a brand new technology called the Universal Rootstock." His assistant simultaneously played the detailed information on his computer on the large screen in the conference room. Simultaneously, tablet computers designated for use by everyone on their desks also displayed the same information. Zhang Tingyu continued his explanation on the stage. The flower production company owners below also quickly reviewed this so-called universal rootstock technology. After a quick glance, Old Li's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Too many people believe there's such a technology." After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Tingyu finished explaining part of the technology and, figuring everyone had mostly seen it, said, "Everyone's pretty much done. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The bald man next to Old Li was the first to lose his patience, and tapped the microphone on the table. "Hello, Manager Zhang. I'd like to ask, does this technology only work in high-standard, fully controlled indoor farms?" Zhang Tingyu nodded. "Yes, because to maximize the yield-increasing effect of the universal rootstock, it must be done in a room with high concentrations of carbon dioxide and oxygen. This can only be done in a fully controlled indoor farm. We don't have the money to invest in such an indoor farm," the bald man warned helplessly. However, Zhang Tingyu smiled and continued, "I know it's difficult for everyone to come up with tens of millions to invest in an indoor farm right now. That's another reason we invited everyone to this meeting. Our company plans to rent out some of the indoor farms in Lushui New City." "Rent out? That's certainly something we can consider. But I'm wondering how much the rent will be." Zhang Tingyu knew many people were concerned about rent. "Don't worry, the standard rental price for all indoor farms is 6,000 yuan per acre per year. Utilities are charged at market rates. Here's a cost estimate for our internal trial production, for your reference." A new document appeared on everyone's desktop tablet. Old Li quickly opened the folder, scanned it quickly, and began to mentally calculate. Based on current utility costs and Haliafin Group's internally assessed production costs, he roughly estimated the costs. For example, using the universal rose rootstocks Haliafin Group can provide, its per acre yield of fresh-cut roses is nearly 8 times that of a typical greenhouse. If the annual rent is only 6,000 yuan, he thinks the investment is worth it. Lao Li also discovered another benefit. The cultivation buildings invested in by Haliafin Group are concentrated in Baihua, Linhe, and Yunshan districts. After harvesting, the cut flowers can be packaged and sold directly to various locations across the Asian Commonwealth through the airport. With the median annual per capita income across the Asian Commonwealth exceeding 58,000 yuan, local residents' spending on lifestyle enhancements is rapidly expanding. For example, fresh-cut flowers, once consumed only during holidays, are now becoming increasingly commonplace in daily life. This is the driving force behind Haliafin Group's increased investment in indoor cultivation in southern Yunnan. Of course, another important factor is global climate change, which has led to increasing uncertainty in open-air farming. Even greenhouse farming faces the negative impacts of climate fluctuations. Additionally, the goal is to expand wildlife reserves and return some of the barren mountains and waters to wildlife. Old Li and the others were naturally unaware of the above-mentioned grand plan, nor did they know that the Haliafin Group had accepted the task, but they were certainly attracted to it. After all, the per acre yield is 8 times higher than that of greenhouse farming, which implies huge profits. As long as there is profit, people will naturally be willing to rent these indoor farms. After Zhang Tingyu's detailed explanations, everyone gained a comprehensive understanding of universal rootstock technology and indoor farm rentals. Some had already made up their minds, and were ready to enter this new industry immediately. Some were still hesitant, feeling they should wait and see. Others scoffed, believing that if Haliafin Group launched this business, everyone would be competing against a few flower varieties. Even if they could make money, it would likely be small profits but high volume, worse than their current focus on fine horticultural plants. Although not everyone was interested, at least 70% of the dozens of flower production business owners present expressed a desire to discuss cooperation in detail. As for those who weren't interested in collaborating, Zhang Tingyu didn't offer cold words. Instead, he had his assistant escort them away and give them a New Year's gift. After all, business isn't about kindness and righteousness, and there's no need to fight or kill in business. Among those who remained, Old Li and Baldy were in a small reception room, discussing some matters, while waiting for the Haliafin Group's sales representative to discuss cooperation. "Old Li, what are you planning to plant?" The bald man flipped through a document on universal rootstocks. It listed universal rootstocks for various horticultural plants, but the types weren't very diverse, only 6 major categories. For example, the common universal rootstocks for the Rosaceae family. Oldley pondered for a moment, then pointed to the page on roses and said, "Rosaceae rootstocks are better." The bald man rubbed his broad forehead. "No! Don't you think roses have too much competition, brother?" But Oldley gave him a short-sighted look. "Haha, the Rosaceae family isn't just about roses. There's also peach blossoms, cherry blossoms, plum blossoms, and pear blossoms. And the Rosaceae family is relatively easy to graft. As for the other families like Asteraceae, Orchidaceae, Lamiaceae, Liliaceae, and Magnoliaceae, do you have any experience grafting?" The bald man finally realized what was happening. Then, like a chick pecking at rice, he said, "Brother, you're so experienced. Then I go with the Rosaceae family like you." Oldley, as a veteran, gave advice. "Take your time one bite at a time. Let's start with the roses we're familiar with, then move on to other Rosaceae cut flowers. If you want to grow other flowers, try them on a small scale first. Don't go all in. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we won't be able to afford the damage." That's right, the bald man said quickly. If it weren't for the fact that the bald man had saved his life, Oldley wouldn't have given him such advice. The two chatted for about half an hour when 3 staff members knocked on the door. "Hello, bosses. I'm Huang Yuqing, in charge of this business negotiation." "Hello. I'm Li." After introducing themselves, the business negotiations began. Upon hearing that both Oldley and Baldy had chosen a Rosaceae rootstock, Huang Yuqing pulled out another cooperation document and began to pitch it to them. "I wonder if you're interested in growing the Blue Balcony rose variety." "Blue Balcony? A new variety?" Oldley frowned. Huang Yuqing smiled and explained, "This is a genetically modified variety developed by a flower research laboratory affiliated with our company. It has passed variety approval and is allowed for planting and sale. It's also one of our patented varieties." He then provided details about Blue Balcony, revealing that it was a genetically modified rose, a true blue rose. Originally, horticultural companies worldwide rarely used genetically modified technology for rose breeding due to the high cost and the ease with which rose varieties could be stolen. Many gardening enthusiasts, regardless of patents, secretly took cuttings, making it impossible for breeding companies to detect. But the situation has changed in recent years. For example, the domestic Tianlang Rose Company, which once favored traditional hybrid breeding, chose to partner with the Haliafeng Group last year and began investing in genetically modified GM breeding. The fundamental reason for this shift is the maturity of GM technology and the continuous decline in costs. The breeding cycle has been shortened from 5 or 6 years to 1 or 2 years, or even a few months. That's right, a few months. The rose breeding project jointly developed by the Tianlang Rose Company and the Haliafeng Group utilizes universal Rosaceae rootstocks, a fully controlled indoor farm, high concentrations of carbon dioxide and oxygen, and the Nuwa system for early selection. This allows the rose breeding cycle to be shortened to approximately 10 months. During this period, a new generation can be selected every 2.5 months. Generally, after 3 or 4 generations of selection, a new variety's stability, disease resistance, heat tolerance, and cold tolerance are essentially confirmed. The ability to complete the development of new rose varieties in such a short period of time also means that the overall cost is lower than that of traditional hybrid breeding. Genetic modification technology can create many new traits not found in natural roses. For example, the Azure Balcony rose that Huang Yuqing was trying to sell to Oldley, and the others possessed a blue hue not found in natural roses. Oldley didn't immediately agree, but cautiously inquired, "Salesman Huang, how much is the patent fee?" 1,000 yuan per acre per year. Oldley rubbed his chin. 1,000? That's a reasonable price, but if other flower gardens were secretly cultivating it? Huang Yuqing smiled and replied, "Haha, Boss Li, you're still worried about our Haliafeng Group? If it's just an individual gardening enthusiast, secretly cultivating it is fine, but if it's sold as a product, our service department and commercial investigation office will take serious action." Hearing this, Oldley suddenly woke up. He had almost forgotten how powerful the Haliafeng Group was. In fact, no company or individual business in China would dare to casually infringe on Haliafeng Group's patents. Those who dared to do so would have already been sued to the point of bankruptcy. Chapter 350. In January, the North China plain lay shrouded in a pale blanket of snow. Quancheng, Qilu Province. After over a year of overtime work, The Quancheng Dam on the Yellow River was finally completed on the 28th of this month. A 50-meter high-gravity dam, along with two large, three-stage ship locks, towered over the surging Yellow River. At the same time, silt from the middle and upper reaches of the Yellow River was continuously transported to low-lying coastal areas by dredgers and transport airships, used to raise the surface of coastal areas at high risk of flooding. From the newly opened observation deck at Quancheng Dam, one could see that the Yellow River below the dam had expanded by at least 3 times its previous width, and in some sections, by nearly 5 or 6 times. A large number of low-lying plains along the coast had been inundated by the Yellow River, forming vast expanses of shallows. However, these flooded shoals haven't been left untouched. Instead, silt is pumped from these areas to the banks, raising their elevation. From the observation deck, you can see numerous dredging vessels operating in the shoal area. Even though part of the river is now covered with floating ice, it doesn't obstruct the contractor's work. Of course, this is also due to the continuous implementation of various new technologies. Many engineering equipment is now highly automated and intelligent, meaning workers no longer need to operate them on board. Instead, they can set up a temporary control center on the shore and work remotely. Bai Xingyuan, a climate researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and 2 doctoral students were standing on the observation deck, observing the new Yellow River through binoculars. In fact, the Yellow River surface area near Quancheng has only expanded approximately 5-fold. The river section near the Yellow River's estuary has seen the most significant changes. The Yellow River's current, flowing upstream for about 100 kilometers, has increased the surface area of a section of the river by nearly 50 times, transforming it into a new lake. On the latest official map of Qilu Province, the area near the Yellow River's estuary has been designated Dongying Lake, with a water area of 5,741 square kilometers, larger than Qinghai Lake. Looking at the ice-covered, sluggishly flowing river, Bai Xingyuan shook his head. It seems we need to activate several backup river channels as soon as possible, otherwise Dongying Lake will continue to expand. Teacher, the Yellow River Conservancy Commission should have a plan, right? Doctoral student Li Xiaofeng raised his glasses. Ho Kong, another doctoral student, wasn't too concerned. He calmly said, Xiaofeng, don't worry about it. The fact that part of the North China Plain is buried now won't have much impact on us domestically. Li Xiaofeng immediately retorted, how can it not matter? The North China Plain is China's core grain-producing region. If its area continues to shrink, how can we ensure food security both domestically and in the Asian Commonwealth? You haven't been reading the online news lately, have you? What? Are there new technologies? Li Xiaofeng asked uncertainly. Ho Kong pointed to the Quancheng New District not far from the dam. Those 20-story buildings are agricultural buildings built by China Railway Group. Farmers in low-lying areas recently flooded can choose to move to the northwest or southern desert, or they can rent indoor farms in these agricultural buildings. Indoor farms? That's too expensive, right? Even if water and electricity were cheap back home, you wouldn't be able to afford something like that, right? Bai Xingyuan didn't interrupt the 2 students' discussion, instead silently observing the surface of the Yellow River. Ho Kong mentioned, Academician Jiang released a new technology a while ago. Academician Jiang? Academician Jiang Miao? What has he developed? Li Xiaofeng's interest piqued. After all, Jiang Miao was incredibly well known in the domestic biological and agricultural communities. Just look it up on your phone and you know. I can't explain it clearly, but you've been really hardworking. You haven't been asking about anything outside these past few months. Li Xiaofeng gave a wry smile. Brother Ho, I'm not as smart as you. If I don't focus, the project might not be completed on time. He then pulled out his phone and quickly searched for information on Jiang Miao over the past few months. He quickly discovered the technology Ho Kong was talking about. Breaking through the energy utilization rate of natural photosynthesis, truly worthy of academician Jiang. Biotechnology is truly formidable. This could practically overturn the traditional agricultural production model. Do you still think there's no way to ensure food security in China? Ho Kong opened his thermos and took a sip of hot milk tea. I believe it. After all, this is academician Jiang's achievement. Putting down his binoculars, Bai Xingyuan offered a gentle reminder, the climate of the North China Plain may undergo semi-permanent changes in the future. Your research could start with this, using supercomputer simulations and analysis. If you work hard, you might be able to produce several high-quality papers. Studying climate change in the North China Plain? That's certainly a good direction. Li Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Then Xiaofeng, you should research this area. Hosey, what about you? What are your plans? Bai Xingyuan looked at another student. Ho Kong smiled, twisting his thermos, then confidently said, I plan to study the ecological transformation of the North China Plain. As the area of freshwater bodies in the North China Plain continues to expand, its ecology will inevitably change in the future. And with various engineering renovations, we may see a completely new ecological microsystem. Bai Shengyuan first confirmed this direction, then inquired about Ho Kang's career plans. That's right, but Hozi, your project will require at least 5 or 6 years of dedicated research. Do you have the patience? Teacher, you're familiar with my family situation. Anyway, I won't be the heir to our company, so I might as well devote my energy to academic research, Ho Kang said helplessly. Bai Shengyuan and Li Xiufeng immediately understood each other's intentions. They had heard Ho Kang describe his family situation. His family owned a supermarket chain, but Ho Kang had 3 older brothers and 1 older sister. These siblings were not modest. Each of them had their eyes on the family fortune of those dozen supermarkets. Ho Kang had no desire to fight with his siblings. In fact, his father saw his character, so after buying him a house, he gave him some money and told him to make his own way. This was also the reason Ho Kang became so Buddhist. Old Bai, when are you guys planning to return to the hotel? Deng Wenkui, a water conservancy researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, approached from a distance. Bai Shengyuan brushed off some snowflakes and checked his watch. It's still early, not even 4 o'clock yet, and it's too early for dinner. Can we spend another hour on the inspection? Deng Wenkui checked the time and decided it was a little early, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, let's meet in the parking lot of the dam management building around 5 o'clock. No problem. Just as Deng Wenkui was about to say something, a long, melodious whistle echoed across the nearby river. Beep beep. A 10,000-ton electric container ship slowly approached from downstream. Under the guidance of its pilot, it entered one of the large locks. From the observation deck, one could have a panoramic view of the container ship. Deng Wenkui smiled and said, this is the first 10,000-ton ship ever to enter the Yellow River. Bai Shengyuan, standing by, took off his sunglasses to prevent snow blindness and wiped them. There will definitely be more of them in the future. But old Deng, where can a 10,000-ton ship go now? Deng Wenkui reviewed some information in his mind. Currently, it can go as far as Xanadu City Wharf in southern Hunan province. The Yellow River section above Xanadu Wharf is currently only navigable to 5,000-ton ships, and the section above Huku Waterfall is only navigable to 2,000-ton ships. That's not bad. The Yellow River used to be almost impassable, but now the navigability of the middle and lower reaches is not much worse than that of the Yangtze River. Not even close to the Yangtze River. Deng Wenkui shook his head. The Yangtze River will continue to undergo upgrades in the future. The section below Jiancheng will be upgraded to accommodate 30,000-ton ships. Bai Shengyuan was a little surprised. Wouldn't that mean many bridges would have to be demolished and rebuilt? In fact, some of the bridges on the Yangtze River have to be rebuilt now. After all, they weren't designed with current conditions in mind. Hearing this, Bai Shengyuan gave a wry smile. Who could have imagined that in less than 5 or 6 years, the world would undergo such drastic changes? It's no wonder the designers back then didn't consider the current situation. That's nothing. The old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. That's true. While the men were talking, the 10,000-ton container ship had already passed through one lock and entered the second. Bai Shengyuan remembered something and whispered, Old Deng, I heard the Yellow River Conservancy Commission is planning to open up more channels along the Yellow River? Where did that rumor come from? Deng Wenkui asked, puzzled. You forgot, I also have access to some confidential information. After all, increasing the number of downstream river channels will definitely require relevant research. They've given us some of the information for review, specifically the impact of additional river channels on the local climate. Deng Wenkui nodded. You guessed correctly. The Yellow River Conservancy Commission does have plans in this regard. Bai Shengyuan sighed. It seems that after the construction of coastal dams, drainage problems have already begun to appear in some river channels. Everything has its pros and cons. There's no way around it. Problems must be solved. Once the land and ocean water systems have regained a dynamic balance in the future, these problems will naturally be resolved. Do you know how many river channels will be added? Deng Wenkui didn't hide anything, but shared some of what he knew. The current plan is to add an artificial canal through southern Hebei province, prioritizing flooding low-lying areas while maximizing the river's value for navigation and climate regulation. Oh, by the way, there seems to be some movement on the Yangtze River as well. They seem to be planning to divert some of the Yangtze River water through the Han River, and then build a new canal to connect it to the Yellow River. Deng Wenkui shook his head. Haha, I heard about the project, but it seems it was rejected. The main reason was that the project was too large, and the construction period was too long. It couldn't be completed within 10 years. That's a shame. What a shame. The Yellow River can't even handle the increase in its own water volume. So how can it have the confidence to take on the Yangtze River's water? Yes. Unexpectedly, in just 5 or 6 years, the water shortage in the North China Plain has been reversed. As several people have said, the water shortage problem in the North China Plain is no longer a shortage of water resources, but rather a huge increase in water resources, resulting in the continuous expansion of the lower Yellow River's water area. There are many factors contributing to this situation. For one thing, global climate change has led to an annual increase in overall precipitation in the North China Plain. For example, the famous 400 mm precipitation line is now different from what was marked on old maps. It has moved westward and northward by nearly 100 to 300 kilometers. On the other hand, global sea level rise and the continuous construction of coastal dams in Serbia have blocked the estuaries of rivers, like the Yellow River. Large amounts of upstream water have accumulated near the downstream deltas, expanding the water area upstream. To alleviate the increasing pressure on the downstream river channel, large artificial lakes have been constructed in low-lying areas along the Yellow River's lower reaches. This expanding water area in the North China Plain has led to a surge in evaporation. Currently, the North China Plain, far from drying out, has become as wet as the Huai River Basin. To describe it in terms of climate change, the North China Plain's previously temperate monsoon climate has shifted to a temperate maritime climate in the north and a subtropical monsoon climate in the south. This means that Hebei Province has shifted to a temperate maritime climate. Southern Hunan Province and Shandong Province have shifted to a subtropical monsoon climate. This semi-permanent climate change is driven by both rising global temperatures and sea levels, as well as the engineering improvements at Ceres. These factors have collectively contributed to the North China Plain's climate change. The previously temperate continental climate in the northwest region has also experienced varying degrees of humidification. One particularly noticeable area is the Tanger Desert. Although the extensive cultivation of Cinza soybeans has previously reduced the desert's area, by 2030, the annual rainfall there is comparable to that of the Guangdong Plain. Thus, Li Xiufeng's previous concern about sea level rise leading to a reduction in domestic arable land is not a significant concern. Primarily in the northwest, southern, and northern regions of the desert, climate change is increasing arable land more than the loss due to sea level rise. Additionally, Jiangmiao's development of new crops will increase the production capacity of indoor farms by at least fourfold. Thus, the production capacity of grain and other agricultural products within the Asian Commonwealth will not only not decrease, but will continue to soar. China is currently increasing its efforts to promote new indoor farms, partly to increase urbanization and reduce the resource gap between urban and rural areas, and partly to address the potential risks posed by the climate crisis. Although domestic grain reserves are sufficient, this is no reason for negligence. After all, no one knows how the Earth's climate will change in the future, especially with the increasing progress of photovoltaic system construction in Antarctica. The Institute of Climate Change of the Chinese Academy of Sciences has already discovered a number of issues. At least at this stage, humans still cannot fully control the global climate. Only by using airships and deploying a structure similar to a monkey-like Dyson sphere can comprehensive global climate control be achieved. Obviously, it is not that the Asian Union is technically unable to build this monkey version of the Dyson sphere, but the current global division makes this project difficult to achieve.